Chapter 852. For you, I am willing. Yi Feng spoke coldly. I understand that you have indeed made contributions, but setting facts aside, is this truly solely your achievement? Had it not been for the provision of the secret realm by Yijian Gorge, how could you have possibly returned with so many materials? One of the power kings remarked. Indeed, I have taken advantage of the Taixu secret realm of Yijian Gorge, but was it not agreed that I would receive 60%? Yet, I have contributed all the materials. Is that not a significant merit? Yi Feng continued to counter. Hahaha, that is no concern of ours. Regardless, I have determined that you, Yi Feng, harbor discontent towards the Gorge Master. Therefore, you shall not reside in the secondary courtyard. Find your own lodging. Should I discover any further dissatisfaction on your part, I shall report it to the Gorge Master and revoke your status as a disciple. The other ninth-tier power king stated. A flash of killing intent crossed Yi Feng's eyes as he released his oppressive aura. The two ninth-tier power kings' expressions changed, and they involuntarily took a step back. What a formidable pressure. It seems that even an ordinary power emperor could not possess such a powerful presence, could they? Since Yi Feng had cultivated the second layer of the Fan Sheng divine demon art, he indeed possessed the means to effortlessly eliminate a power emperor, provided that he was not afflicted by the invasion of the heart demon. Strangely, within the Taixu illusion, Yi Feng had utilized all his abilities several times without being invaded by the heart demon. It appeared that the illusion had a certain restraining effect on the heart demon. Chenin, let us pack our belongings and return to the foot pavilion, Yi Feng said indifferently. Brother Feng, are we just going to concede like this? Chenin was furious. What other choice do we have? Would you prefer to duel with the two of them? Yi Feng replied slowly. Me? Very well. Chenin nodded. His eyes reddened with rage. If they were to stay, they should reside in a quality foot pavilion. Yi Feng chose pavilion number 1, as it offered ample space for him to gradually cultivate the Fan Sheng divine demon art. We desire the largest room available. May I inquire about the cost in crystal pills? Chenin asked with authority. 1 crystal pill of 95% purity allows for 1 day's stay. The pavilion master replied nonchalantly. What? You are extorting us. Chenin fumed once more. Yi Feng remained silent, discreetly glancing behind the curtain. Indeed, an old fellow was observing from there. Do you wish to stay? Stay? No way. Chenin stormed out of the foot pavilion. They opted for pavilion number 247, which was considerably more rudimentary, consisting of a few wooden houses that were drafty enough to freeze a person at night. Master of the pavilion. We wish to occupy the largest room available, Chenin stated. Yi Feng noticed that the familiar mysterious figure had reappeared behind the curtain. 1 crystal pill of 95% purity allows for 1 night's stay, the pavilion master stated flatly. After he spoke, he cautiously glanced behind the curtain. Yi Feng took all of this in. He understood that someone was attempting to force him out. What? You expect me to pay that kind of crystal pill for this shabby foot pavilion? Stop with the outbursts. Yi Feng said, patting Chun and shoulder. Master of the pavilion, we will stay. This crystal pill's purity will undoubtedly exceed 95%. After Yi Feng concluded his words, he produced the crystal pill he had refined, boasting a purity of 100%. It's pure white. It seems devoid of any impurities. The innkeeper was overjoyed. Meanwhile, a figure behind the curtain quietly slipped away. Indeed, it was the third elder of Yijian Gorge, a formidable force at the emperor level. The group of elder gentlemen had conspired to expel Yi Feng. While they could eliminate him, doing so would tarnish the reputation of Yijian Gorge. It was more prudent to drive him away and avoid bearing the stigma. Yi Feng, I wonder how many of these pure crystal pills you possess, the third elder remarked before returning to report back. After enduring various tribulations, Yi Feng and his companions finally secured a place to rest. However, as they approached the brazier, they were once again taken aback. The brazier lacked charcoal, which meant they would have to rely on their own body heat to withstand the frigid temperatures of -10 degrees Celsius, while Yi Feng could easily endure it. What about Chun and the others? Innkeeper, why is there no charcoal in your rooms? Chenin protested once more. Charcoal requires a crystal pill with a purity of 95% to exchange for just 1 ton, the innkeeper deceitfully replied, clearly relishing the opportunity to extort them under the guise of following orders. How outrageous! Chenin lunged forward in anger, but was restrained by Jin Quan and the others. Here, take this, and prepare the charcoal immediately. Yi Feng reluctantly handed over another crystal pill. Yes, it will be delivered shortly. Once they acquired the charcoal, the temperature in the room finally began to rise. Chenin, I have a task for you. You must take Bai Guogua back to Hot Spring Island, Yi Feng instructed. Brother Feng, what are you saying? We are like the phoenix and the dragon, a golden partnership. Without my strategies, you could easily find yourself at a disadvantage. Chen hastily replied. No, listen to me. Upon reaching Hot Spring Island, inform Wang Zhihai to relocate the research institute from Na City to Hot Spring Island. Additionally, stockpile a substantial amount of food, fuel, charcoal, and iron ore there. Also, those of good character from Chongqing City should be encouraged to migrate to Hot Spring Island. Do everything possible to acquire food. Any food will do. Aim for enough to sustain 100,000 people for 10 years, Yi Feng articulated slowly. Brother Feng, what are you planning? Chunin began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Nothing in particular, just follow my instructions. By the way, I fear Wang Zhihai may not heed your commands. So I will write a personal letter for you to deliver to him, ensuring he adheres strictly to the directives without any deviation, Yi Feng concluded, picking up a brush to inscribe his message with swift strokes. Bai Guogua, being the one who understood Yi Feng's intentions best, had already reached an agreement with him. Yi Feng would be responsible for stealing the formation plate and flags, and upon their retrieval, she would arrange the protective array for Hot Spring Island. Once the letter was composed, Yi Feng personally placed it in Chun'an's pocket. You two should ride back. Remember to wear warm clothing. Don't freeze to death. Yi Feng admonished. All right, Brother Feng, for your sake, I will do it. With that, Chun'an secured the letter and departed the inn alongside Bai Guogua. Yi Feng, still feeling uneasy, spent half a day trailing behind the two individuals to ensure they had exited the domain of Sword Canyon before returning to the Foot Pavilion. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Yi Feng and his companions were expelled from the Foot Pavilion and found themselves wandering the streets. The prices at the Foot Pavilion had escalated dramatically, now requiring 10 crystal pills merely for Yi Feng to secure a night's lodging. Left with no alternative, Yi Feng reluctantly led his group to become the elders of the 9 bags. Yi Feng, if this continues, there will be no place for us in Sword Canyon. What shall we do? Asked Yu Jiao. She, the formidable Power King, had now allied herself with Yi Feng, vowing never to part from him. Is there any solution? Let us endure for a while longer. One day, I shall make that rabble from Sword Canyon kneel before me, Yi Feng replied coldly. In Eternal Life City, new model sand vehicles entered the city, carrying researchers from Na City, alongside a plethora of precious raw materials, including fuel and iron ore. Thunder powder was continuously transported into Eternal Life City, later to be shipped to Hot Spring Island by numerous warships. On Hot Spring Island, Bai Guogua was accompanied by a cadre of high-ranking officials. Miss Guogua, can Feng Gu truly procure the protective array for our clan? Wang Zhihai inquired with concern. Certainly. Mark this location. It will serve as the site for the array flags, and we must assign a substantial number of guards to prevent anyone from removing them. Bai Guogua instructed, pointing to the dock's position. Understood. Harder, immediately dispatch personnel to construct a military camp here, equipping it with 30 mortars, 10 cannons, 100 machine guns, and 50 Na City crossbows. Wang Zhihai commanded Harder. Yes, Harder responded, summoning 1,000 household officer to execute the task. The group continued to follow Bai Guogua. Here will be the site for the southeast array flag, she declared. Received. Harder. Send people to establish a military camp here and prepare similar weaponry to safeguard the array flag. The Yellow Sand clan's concession had been dismantled, and Ma Lebi led over 500 members back to Hot Spring Island. Not only the Yellow Sand clan, but also Stone City, Na City, and other smaller tribes had withdrawn their concessions, ready to consolidate on Hot Spring Island. The angry sea remained unfrozen, likely due to frequent geological activity or ongoing underwater volcanic eruptions. 5 warships idled, solely dedicated to fishing, with only the angry sea within 1,000 miles remaining ice-free. The waters teemed with fish. A single net cast could yield several tons. In just one day, the 5 warships could provide enough sustenance for 100,000 people for a month. Due to the overwhelming food supply, Wang Zhihai established 4 warehouses in the 4 cardinal directions to stockpile countless frozen fish. Bread made from tree hearts was also delivered in truckloads to Hot Spring Island, where it was stored in a warehouse. Time passed once more, and 2 months later, all concessions had retreated to Hot Spring Island, with the island's population surpassing 20,000. Chunin sensed that everything was in place and promptly boarded a sand vehicle heading towards Na City, accompanied by 7 key members from Hot Spring Island, including Tung Er, Ding Tuanshuan, Ilian, and another individual, Long Wu. Upon arriving in Nanching, Yifeng left the sand cart in place and ascended onto the colossal bird that had been stranded there, sustained by a continuous supply of crystal orbs. The bird had attained the 6th level of power, capable of soaring freely even in the frigid cold. As time passed, Yifeng leaned against the walls of the research institute, cautiously twitching his nose. At that moment, a bucket of cold water fell from the sky, drenching him completely. It was important to note that the temperature in Yijian Gorge had plummeted to -30 degrees. Hiss! Yu Jiao and the others jumped in place, shivering uncontrollably. 2 strength masters, carrying buckets, laughed heartily. Isn't that senior brother Yi? How has he become a stray dog? Stray dog? Please do not insult dogs. Their current state is even beneath that of a dog. After a round of mockery, the 2 men returned to the research institute with their buckets. Yifeng shivered slightly, but the pristine sacred demon technique quickly evaporated the moisture from his body. However, Yi Xiaoqiao and Jin Quan were still trembling from the cold. Quick! Let's start a fire here to dry our clothes, Yifeng said, conjuring a flicker of flame. Uft! Another bucket of water was poured over, extinguishing the fire. No open flames allowed on the street, one strength master declared before heading back. You are being too excessive. Yi Xiaoqiao was nearly in tears, collapsing into her grandfather's arms. Yifeng, how is it? Have they completed the formation plate and flags? Yu Jiao inquired. After all, she was a strength king, and this slight chill did not affect her, though her complexion was far from the vitality she had upon first arriving at Yijian Gorge. Even a strength king could not endure prolonged exposure to such low temperatures, could they? I believe we have succeeded, senior sister Yu Jiao. You should take Yi Xiaoqiao and brother Jin Quan and head south towards the desert. Once you reach the temple, inquire about Nanching. Upon reaching Nanching, seek information about Hot Spring Island. They will assist you in returning to Hot Spring Island. Here is the letter I wrote last night. Keep it safe, Yifeng concluded, pulling out a letter from his pocket. Yes, junior brother Yi. We will only hinder your progress here. Take care of yourself, Yu Jiao replied. Yi, junior brother Yi. Please take care. If we cannot obtain the formation plate, so be it, Jin Quan said as he stepped forward to embrace Yifeng. The two had forged a bond of friendship. Qiu Yin'er also approached, giving Yifeng a gentle kiss on the cheek. You must return safely. Enough of this. Do not waste any more time. Hurry and leave. Yifeng waved his hand. After watching the group depart, he squatted down in the corner of the research institute, knowing he would not act for a few more days. At that moment, 2 9th-level strength kings were guarding the entrance to the research institute, signifying that the formation plate was on the verge of being successfully developed. Perhaps within the research institute, even more formidable experts were stationed, which compelled Yifeng to send Yu Jiao and the others away, lest he be unable to act freely. Time swiftly passed, and before long, it was the night of the 3rd day. Yifeng covered his face with a piece of filthy beast skin and walked directly toward the entrance of the research institute. As he approached the door, the 2 9th-level strength kings swiftly noticed him. Ah, is that not our esteemed master's closed-door disciple, Yifeng? What brings you here still? Have you not frozen to death? You truly possess a remarkable resilience, one of them taunted. The other scrutinized Yifeng from head to toe. I have been entrusted by the master to enter the secret institute and assess the progress of the formation, Yifeng replied calmly. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances. Haha, oh dear, I can hardly bear it. My sides ache from laughter. They erupted into loud guffaws. However, in the next moment, Yifeng clenched his fists, and 2 runes soared from his body. Simultaneously, his physique expanded, transforming him into a towering giant. With a swift motion, 2 enormous hands grasped the heads of the 2 mockers. Blood-sucking technique. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The 2 9th-tier power kings aimed to cry out for help. Yet after mastering the 2nd level of the sacred demonic art, Yifeng's blood-sucking technique surged in potency, rendering them voiceless. Only their terrified eyes darted about, seeking salvation from any passers-by. A minute later, Yifeng released his grip, and their lifeless bodies crumpled to the ground. Not satisfied, he propped them upright and secured them with a spear, so that from a distance, it appeared as though the 2 power kings were merely resting in chairs. Chapter 854. No need, I will take it myself. Yifeng murmured to himself, striding boldly into the secret institute. The outer formation personnel were noticeably fewer, indicating that many projects had been completed and the workers had likely returned home. After a 10-minute walk, Yifeng encountered several groups of formation masters and alchemists, but he skillfully evaded them all. However, upon reaching the 20th minute, he unexpectedly crossed paths with a Power King-level alchemist. You? You are Yi Feng. How could you possibly enter the secret institute? Someone, The Power King barely managed to shout before Yi Feng silenced him by sealing his mouth. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. As this individual was merely a first-tier Power King, Yi Feng consumed him in a mere 10 seconds, discarding the desiccated corpse into an unoccupied room as he continued onward. At the heart of the secret institute, the third elder sat cross-legged, observing the Grand Priest and 10 formation masters. This group was diligently finalizing the array plate and flags. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of bright eyes watched from a shadowy corner. Time passed, and after 2 full hours, the Grand Priest finally exhaled in relief. He wearily retrieved a palm-sized circular plate from the furnace. Meanwhile, the 10 formation masters produced 10 triangular flags. Grand Priest, have we succeeded? The third elder quickly rose, his eyes alight with anticipation as he gazed at the plate and flags. Indeed, we have succeeded. This formation plate can control the power of the 10 flags. Allow me to introduce them. This is the wind flag, capable of regulating the wind strength within the formation. This is the fire flag, which governs the temperature and climate of the formation, and it is the most crucial flag. However, if the temperature outside the formation is too low, it will still impact the interior temperature. This is the shield flag, which determines the thickness, hardness, and resilience of the protective barrier. The mysterious flag possesses the ability to manipulate the offensive and defensive attributes of the protective shield. Specifically, when arrows are shot from the inside out, one can exponentially enhance their power. Conversely, when arrows are loosed from the outside in, one can regulate the degree of power reduction. The High Priest expeditiously elucidated the functions of the 10 small flags. These items must consume crystal pills or crystal elixirs, correct? Inquired the third elder. Indeed. Any energy source may be utilized for consumption. Typically, when the Grand Formation operates normally, the energy expenditure is minimal. It suffices to activate the shield flag and the fire flag to maintain the temperature and defense within the formation. Other elements should remain dormant unless the protective family formation is under attack. Otherwise, the consumption of crystal elixirs could be substantial. Upon concluding his explanation, the High Priest retrieved a box measuring 0.5 meter in length, placing the formation disc in the center and arranging the 10 small flags alongside it. Third elder, please deliver this to the Gorge Master, the High Priest said wearily. In crafting this contraption, he had nearly exhausted his entire reservoir of magical power and had even slightly overdrawn his lifespan. As for the 10 formation masters, 3 of them collapsed on the ground, tragically succumbing to exhaustion. Alas, these 3 sacrificed their lives for the protective formation of the Sword Gorge. I shall inform the Gorge Master to grant them a grand burial. The third elder remarked with feigned sincerity. After speaking, he carefully wrapped the box in a layer of black cloth, gingerly securing it upon his back. Meanwhile, the High Priest, having fulfilled his duty, collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The creation of this protective formation had drained her heart and intellect, a value far beyond mere monetary estimation. It could be said that the formation disc and flags were akin to her own progeny. In the shadows, a pair of eyes flickered momentarily, following closely behind the third elder. Being a third-tier power sovereign, Yi Feng remained cautious. What if something went awry? The third elder soon reached the outskirts. Just then, he felt a subtle shift in his demeanor, tilting his head slightly. Who follows in my wake? The third elder inquired calmly. Step forth. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes and suddenly dashed in from the side, unleashing the Brahmin's sacred demon technique without a moment's hesitation. Impudent. The third elder bellowed in fury, first flinging the box away before exchanging a punch with Yi Feng. Due to his hasty strike and Yi Feng's full commitment, the clash resulted in a resounding explosion. Yi Feng stood his ground unyieldingly, while the third elder spat forth blood. Not good, an intruder. The third elder shouted, but Yi Feng surged forward, denying him the opportunity to call for aid. Boom, boom, boom. Within a second, the two exchanged 3 punches. The first punch caused the third elder's entire body to convulse, nearly displacing his internal organs. The second punch shattered his garments, revealing a robust upper body. The third punch resulted in the catastrophic explosion of his eyeballs. The second level of the Brahmin's sacred demon technique proved formidable indeed. Of course, Yi Feng had the advantage of surprise. Otherwise, even if the third elder were not his match, he could have at least ensured a mutual destruction. My apologies. as Yi Feng seized the moment when the third elder's eyes burst open. He deftly inserted his fingers into the elder's eye sockets while his other hand gripped the elder's throat. The blood-sucking technique was officially initiated. "Yua." A hoarse voice emerged as the third elder suddenly trembled, propelling Yi Feng back by half a meter. Death. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, the elder's face surprisingly became flushed. Bang. A powerful fist struck Yi Feng's chest with solid force. Crash. One of the Sanskrit characters was shattered, causing Yi Feng's countenance to darken as he too coughed up blood. Yet, given the current circumstances, retreat was not an option. There could be no hint of hesitation. "You shall die?" Yi Feng once again gripped the third elder's throat, unleashing the blood-sucking technique to its maximum capacity, enduring the elder's relentless blows to his abdomen. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of 10 strikes, the third elder had lost 7 or 8 portions of his energy. His fist struck Yi Feng with diminishing impact, failing to inflict further harm. "Yi Feng, I know it is you. Spare me. I understand you seek the formation plate. I will give it to you, all right?" The third elder rasped. "No need. I will take it myself." Upon finishing his words, Yi Feng exerted a powerful grip. Bang. Without the support of energy, the third elder's head could no longer withstand the divine might of the Sanskrit sacred demon technique, resulting in a gruesome explosion. Unsatisfied, Yi Feng seized the headless corpse of the third elder and delivered 2 more punches, dispersing the remaining vigor within. After dealing with the third elder, Yi Feng once again coughed up blood. Truly, he was a third-tier power sovereign, extraordinarily formidable. Even with the second level of the Sanskrit sacred demon technique, and in a surprise attack, he had sustained serious injuries. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he swiftly moved 50 meters away and snatched up the box. "Hee. For you. I have endured over 6 months of humiliation here." A hint of madness flickered across Yi Feng's face as he strapped the box to his back and hastily made his way towards the outskirts of the Secret Investigation Institute. With only an hour until dawn, he needed to escape the Institute and the Sword Cliff with utmost speed. Chapter 855. They must be hiding. Otherwise, if the Sword Cliff Master learns of this, he will certainly pursue me personally. Yi Feng was somewhat self-aware. While he might be able to contend with a power sovereign, he could not match their endurance and speed. Upon leaping out of the Secret Investigation Institute, Yi Feng suddenly changed his expression and hurried towards the library. Who goes there? Du Yifu, on duty that night, immediately discerned the approaching figure from afar. "State your name." Du Yifu grew tense, for his left eyelid had been twitching incessantly during his watch. Bang! A heavy punch was unleashed, scattering Du Yifu into pieces. Yi Feng then turned his gaze towards 4 ordinary power kings nearby, unleashing a flurry of punches in rapid succession. Boom, 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 boom. The speed was so swift that the 4 had not even opened their eyes before meeting their fate. Yi Feng glanced around, raised 2 torches, and boldly stepped into the library. "Who are you?" "Torches are not permitted in the library. Only luminous pearls are allowed." A forceful instructor reprimanded him, presumably one who managed the books within. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes and struck the man on the crown of his head with a swift motion. Boom. The instructor ascended to the heavens in that instant. "My apologies." With that, Yi Feng hurled a torch onto the wooden shelves. The tomes, preserved in a dry environment, ignited immediately upon contact with the flames. Still feeling uneasy, he set alight several precious volumes and tossed them into other areas, ensuring the blaze spread vigorously. After committing this misdeed, Yi Feng maximized his speed and dashed towards the exit of the One-Sword Gorge. He had barely run a few kilometers when cries began emanating from the library's location. "Hurry, extinguish the fire. The library is ablaze." That scoundrel Du Yifu. How could he be on duty? Quickly, my books. The air was filled with piercing wails echoing through the gorge. At this moment, Yi Feng had reached the edge of One-Sword Gorge, where a grand foot pavilion stood, known as Pavilion No. 1. He chuckled sinisterly, kicking 2 braziers onto the roof of the pavilion, while his body surged forth from the gorge's entrance. Good heavens, someone is setting fire on the pavilion's roof. Hurry and extinguish the flames. From afar, Yi Feng could hear the anguished cries of the pavilion master. Surrounding One-Sword Gorge were bustling markets, from which Yi Feng seized 3 horses and galloped southward, moving with the swiftness of lightning. He rode 1 horse while leading the other 2. After traveling 100 kilometers, 1 horse collapsed, frothing at the mouth. Yi Feng swiftly mounted another. After another 100 kilometers, the second horse also succumbed, collapsing in a similar manner. Alas, he had pushed them too hard, exhausting a horse every 100 kilometers. After 300 kilometers, the third horse, drenched in a frothy sweat, too fell lifeless to the ground. Upon dismounting, Yi Feng's legs appeared to blur as he sprinted forth. Who is ahead? A fifth-tier instructor? How can they run so swiftly? Halt! Just then, a dozen bandits emerged, mounted on camels, forming a blockade in front of Yi Feng. At the forefront stood a master of the royal level. Bang! Two Sanskrit characters flew from Yi Feng's body as he launched a powerful punch. This, so formidable, the royal master was taken aback. Realizing too late that he could not evade the strike, gritting his teeth, he retaliated with a punch of his own. Boom! The royal master was sent flying 50 meters away, crashing to the ground, his body obliterated by the force of Yi Feng's technique. The other bandits were left stunned. Some rushed toward Yi Feng while others fled in disarray, completely losing their formation. Yet, Yi Feng would leave no evidence behind. He seized one bandit and hurled him toward a fleeing comrade. Boom! The unfortunate bandit collided with his companion, creating a mist of blood as both met their demise simultaneously. Yi Feng employed the same tactic, and within 3 minutes, the remaining bandits were entirely vanquished. Exhausted and panting heavily, he mounted one of the bandits' horses, leading 5 spare steeds behind him. 2 hours later, Yi Feng had exhausted 6 horses, collapsing onto the ground, foam beginning to form at his mouth. My apologies. Yi Feng plunged his hand directly into the belly of a horse, invoking the blood-sucking technique. However, after draining the horse, his expression shifted. The blood-sucking technique did not replenish his stamina? Could it be that I have exhausted myself too much? Engaging in such nefarious activities in such a short span. Even with the support of the Brahma's sacred demon art, Yi Feng felt he could not endure any longer. He desperately needed rest. Fortunately, he was already 1,000 miles away from the One-Sword Gorge. Even if the Gorge's master sent someone to pursue him, the search would be widespread, and they could not specifically chase him to the south. After all, with the temperature in the south dropping, the One-Sword Gorge would likely deduce that the enemy came from the north or the east or west, certainly not from the south. Uncertain of how long he had slept, Yi Feng slowly opened his eyes to find a sand beast extending its long tongue to lick his face. Get away! Yi Feng swiftly retaliated by seizing the beast's head. Gulp, gulp, gulp. This time, the blood-sucking technique indeed replenished his stamina. He gradually stood up and began to move southward step by step. Just then, a sharp cry echoed from the sky. A large shadow descended, landing accurately before Yi Feng. A giant bird? Yi Feng's face lit up with surprise. Brother Feng. Shunan leaped off the bird's back, quickly supporting Yi Feng. Ouch! Brother Feng. Why are you absorbing my energy? Shunan retreated a few steps, his face filled with terror. My apologies, I was too weak and couldn't resist. Yi Feng replied awkwardly. Quickly, get on the bird's back. I anticipated you would flee in this direction. With that, Ding Tuanshuan also jumped down and helped Yi Feng onto the giant bird's back. Birdie, take off! Shunan shouted. Whoosh! The giant bird required no run-up. With just a few flaps of its wings, it soared into the sky. Yi Feng lay on the bird's back, watching the desert recede beneath him, finally closing his eyes in relief. He was utterly exhausted and needed 3 days and nights of sleep. In the library, the master of the One-Sword Gorge looked grimly at the recently extinguished flames. How much was burned? He spat through clenched teeth, his voice laced with a chilling, murderous intent. The others were startled, realizing someone would soon pay with their life. Master. 400 bookshelves were burned, totaling over 70,000 volumes, a cautious laborer replied. Who was on duty last night? Master, it was Dui Fu. But he seems to have vanished. He must have gone into hiding, replied a 9th-level power king. Hiding? Where can he hide? Bring me the Du family. Detain all his relatives and force Du Yifu to reveal himself, or face execution. Understood. Unbeknownst to him, the bodies at the entrance had already been thrown into the flames by Yi Feng and were now reduced to ashes alongside the books. Not good, master. At that moment, a trembling priest rushed over. Alas, could there be worse news than the burning of the library? The master of the One-Sword Gorge slightly furrowed his brow. The third elder has fallen. We found his remains, and the high priest said the formation disc and 10 formation flags were with the third elder, the priest stammered. What? Have you mislaid the formation disc? The master of the Sword Valley exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful strike, creating a deep crater in the ground. The dozen or so mighty warriors before him were instantly obliterated. Investigate immediately, capture the high priest, and ensure he does not escape. Moreover, those array masters I had invited, being of a different lineage, their intentions must be suspect. They are undoubtedly the culprits behind the theft of the formation disc. The Sword Valley Master, with clarity of thought, promptly issued a series of commands. Within half a day, the Sword Valley was besieged by a formidable army, sealing off all exits and entrances. Subsequently, several elders led squads of soldiers to conduct thorough searches, apprehending anyone with even the slightest connection to the formation disc. Those who could not provide satisfactory answers faced execution. The fate of their survival through this calamity hinged on the formation disc, leading them to prefer the wrongful execution of 1,000 over allowing even one guilty party to escape. Under the swift wings of a colossal bird, Yifeng returned to Hot Spring Island in merely 10 days. Upon landing at the dock, Wang Zhihai and his companions warmly welcomed him home. "Welcome back, King of the Hot Spring," they exclaimed. "Greetings, King of the Hot Spring." Feng. Susan rushed forward, enveloping Yifeng in a tight embrace. Following her were Su Yun, Bai Chuxue, and Yi Lian. Though Duo and Hina had remained inside the castle and did not greet him at the dock, she observed him from a distance, her right hand holding a small boy of 4 years. "Yixing, enough with the hugs. I have pressing matters," Yifeng said, gently pushing away Shi Zhongliang. Retrieving a box from behind him. "Guogua, Bai Guogua, are you here? Come quickly," he called out. "I'm here," came the enthusiastic reply. "Excellent. How should we set this up? I entrust this to you. Please arrange it as swiftly as possible," Yifeng urged, anxiety painted on his face. "Understood," Bai Guogua responded, her eyes sparkling as she opened the box. Inside lay a palm-sized disc and 10 triangular flags. She picked up one of the small flags and waved it through the air, causing the temperature around them to fluctuate dramatically. "This controls the temperature. This one adjusts the shield's thickness," she elaborated. Bai Guogua, a rare talent in the art of formations, astounded him with her insightful observations. "Let us proceed with the arrangements immediately," Yifeng urged, fearful that the Sword Valley Master would soon catch wind of their activities. With the speed of a mighty monarch, he could reach Hot Spring Island in less than 3 days. "All right, I have mapped out where to place the flags. However, I initially thought there were only 8. It turns out there are 10, Bai Guogua said before hastening to set up the formation flags. Overcome with anxiety, Yifeng could no longer withstand the pressure and fainted on the spot. Throughout the journey, his heart raced with dread, alternating between fears of the Sword Valley Master pursuing him and concerns about ambushes from the Greenfield tribe and Birch City. "Quickly, let's get Brother Feng back to the castle," Wang Zhihai exclaimed in shock, rushing to assist Yifeng. Time passed, and Yifeng slowly opened his eyes. "How is it? Have the flags been set up?" he inquired, the first question on his lips as he regained consciousness in the castle. "It should be ready shortly," came the reassuring reply. Susan gazed out of the window, her expression one of bewilderment. Yet, in the next moment, her eyes widened in astonishment. A delicate azure veil emanated from Hot Spring Island, expanding continuously as though it were a balloon. Before long, this luminous curtain enveloped the entire sky, soaring to several thousand meters high. It seemed as if it had been meticulously arranged. After uttering this thought, Susan clasped hands with Yifeng and positioned themselves at the window, peering towards the edge of Hot Spring Island. The blue veil continued to swell until it became invisible to the naked eye. "Let us venture outside to take a look," Yifeng suggested, leading Susan by the hand as they exited the castle. Upon reaching the dock, he spotted Bai Guogua, who was accompanied by a cadre of high-ranking officials, including Wang Zhihai and Chunin. "This is immense. I must regulate the veil. If it expands too much, its functionalities will weaken," Bai Guogua declared, diligently maneuvering the array on the control panel. Time passed, though it felt indeterminate, and the entire veil began to retract towards Hot Spring Island, forming a transparent sphere with a radius of 5,000 meters. This dimension perfectly enveloped the landmass of Hot Spring Island, yet it failed to encompass the naval vessels in the sea. Consequently, Bai Guogua adjusted the array once more, causing the shield to extend outward slightly. What is happening? My nose!" Yifeng exclaimed, turning to observe a sailor outside the veil. The unfortunate sailor, caught outside, had attempted to rush inside and collided painfully with the shield, resulting in a bloody nose. "Guogua, how do we allow the warships to enter the shield? How do we maintain control?" Yifeng inquired. leaning closely against Bai Guoguo's small head, which, despite appearing unwashed for days, emitted a delightful scent of milk. "This is the way," Bai Guoguo replied, making a few more adjustments on the control panel. Suddenly, a fissure appeared in the veil at the location of the warships. "Quickly, enter. This is the protective array that Feng has retrieved." At the captain's command, the warships smoothly glided into the veil. "Wait, I must adjust the formation. Wang Zhihai, please bury some high-grade crystal cores at the focal point of the array," Bai Guoguo instructed. "Of course, I will attend to it immediately," came Wang Zhihai's prompt response, demonstrating the current demand for array masters, even from someone of his stature. Yi Feng and his companions approached the edge of the veil once more. Shunan extended his palm and pressed against the veil several times. "How resilient it is," he exclaimed, before delivering a punch to the veil. To his astonishment, his fist easily penetrated the barrier. "What? Is its defensive capability so feeble?" Yi Feng exclaimed in disbelief. "No, it is merely that you struck from the inside out. Naturally, it would break through. Let us do this instead. I shall create an opening in the array, and you can strike from the outside," Bai Guoguo suggested, proceeding to open a half-meter gap in the array. Without hesitation, Yi Feng and Chun excitedly scrambled outside. "Allow me to go first," Chun declared, drawing back his fist before delivering a powerful blow to the veil. In the next instant, a crack echoed through the air. "Ah, my finger is broken," Chun exclaimed, hopping around in agony, his face contorted with pain. "Let me give it a try," Yi Feng said, his expression turning serious. Clenching his right fist, he unleashed 2 Sanskrit symbols, and with a resounding boom, the atmosphere crackled with energy. Centered around Yi Feng's clenched fist, a luminous barrier began to twist and change color within a radius of several dozen meters. At the point where Yi Feng's fist struck, a small black dot emerged. After a considerable duration, that black point gradually returned to its original state. "Brother Feng, were you just throwing punches?" Wang Zhihai inquired from above the castle. "Indeed. What is the matter?" Yi Feng replied. "Nothing much, but after your punch, at least 50 crystal pills were drained, indicating that this formation absorbs a substantial amount of energy to counteract such forces," Wang Zhihai responded. "All right," Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction. He had just unleashed a full-force strike of the sacred demon art. If that blow only caused minor damage to the shield, then a strike from a fifth-order sovereign would likely be insufficient to breach this luminous barrier. "Guoguo, open the shield. We are coming in." Shortly thereafter, Yi Feng and Shunan slipped inside. "Now, I shall regulate the temperature within the shield," Bai Guoguo declared, proceeding to manipulate the formation plate. The flags in the southwestern direction radiated a brilliant light, and the temperature within the shield began to rise steadily. In the dock area, a household was on the brink of freezing to death, unable to afford charcoal, and given their status as smugglers, they could not seek employment. However, after a brief moment, they opened their eyes in confusion. "Is there a fire next door? Why do I feel a bit warm?" a weary middle-aged man remarked. The temperature continued to climb, quickly escalating from -120 degrees to about -10 degrees. As it reached 5 degrees, the surrounding ice began to crackle ominously, as if it were on the verge of melting. "Oh dear, Guoguo, do not adjust the temperature any further. Over 100 crystal pills have shattered. This is far too costly," Wang Zhihai roared from within the castle, lamenting the expenditure of the crystal pills, all of which were purchased with money. "Indeed, quickly. Keep the temperature around -5 degrees. Do not raise it too high. Although we have stored a considerable number of crystal pills, we cannot afford such waste," Yi Feng urged. -5 degrees, while still cold for ordinary people, would at least prevent them from freezing to death. Good. After a while, the temperature stabilized around -5 to 6 degrees. "Zhihai, how is it? What is the rate of crystal pill consumption?" Yi Feng called out from a distance. "It's manageable. As long as it doesn't reach 0, the consumption rate isn't too rapid, but it still stings a bit." Wang Zhihai wiped the sweat from his brow. His baldness had become permanent, and no matter how much his strength increased, he could never restore his hair to a normal state. After a moment, Wang Zhihai glided over from the castle, landing steadily beside Bai Guoguo. "Bai Guoguo, please constrict the barrier to protect only our castle. As for the other areas, they are temporary workers, not citizens of our hot spring island, so we need not concern ourselves with their fates," Wang Zhihai stated. "No, let us protect the entire hot spring island. After all, top talents from various fields reside in those other areas. We cannot monopolize everything. We must allow others some breathing space," Yi Feng lamented. "Indeed, Brother Feng, but the dock district can be disregarded, as it is filled with shameful smugglers. I dispatched the enforcement team to cleanse it, yet they were met with violence. Wang Zhihai pointed to a large bump on his head. Smugglers are still human. Their willingness to risk everything to reach our hot spring island signifies their acknowledgement of our system. Thus, starting today, I decree that anyone who manages to reach Hot Spring Island, regardless of their methods, will be granted permanent residency after 3 years. We must offer them a glimmer of hope. After all, it is crucial not to drive anyone to despair. Yi Feng continued. Bai Guogua, who had been engrossed in arranging the formation, looked up and gazed intently at Yi Feng. Brother Yi, may I become a citizen of Hot Spring Island? I find your system quite comfortable and relaxed, she inquired. Of course, but the decision does not rest solely with me. I can provide you a nomination, and the citizens of Hot Spring Island will collectively vote. As long as you receive more than 51% of the votes, you will become a citizen. Yi Feng replied gravely. The significance of the voting rights must never be underestimated, even if Bai Guogua's presence could impact the safety of the entire island. He could not disregard this principle. If he were to arbitrarily grant citizenship, it would imply that the citizens had no authority, which would undoubtedly dishearten them. If they felt that citizenship did not confer the privilege to absolve others, why would they risk their lives for Hot Spring Island? Brother Feng, Bai Guogua is a master of formations. Can't you make an exception? Wang Zhihai urged. Indeed, Bai Guogua, as a master of formations, is akin to a savior for our island. Only she possesses the ability to control the formation, Susan added, showing her support. Brother Yi, please grant Bai Guogua this privilege. Allowing her to become a citizen without a vote, Ding Tuanshuan chimed in, maturing in her demeanor. With a deep sigh, Yi Feng looked up at the sky and then down at Bai Guogua. Guogua, I can only assure you of my support in the voting process. I cannot compel others to vote in your favor. If citizens are stripped of their voting rights, what significance does their citizenship hold? Why would they fight for Hot Spring Island? Yi Feng spoke earnestly. Me? Bai Guogua struggled to comprehend this advanced system, feeling somewhat disgruntled. I am a master of formations. The entire island relies on my protection. Do you not afford me any consideration? The others fell silent, their expressions complex. Let me clarify. If I forcibly declare Bai Guogua a citizen today, it would imply that Hot Spring Island belongs solely to me, making me its sovereign ruler. However, if I respect the voting rights, then Hot Spring Island belongs to all citizens. Only when the island faces calamity will they fight wholeheartedly for it, even at the cost of their lives. Do you understand? The island of Hot Springs belongs to all citizens. It is not solely mine, Yi Feng's, nor Wang Zhihai's. Nor is it the possession of any individual. Yi Feng found it necessary to elaborate once more. The others fell silent, their mental horizons slightly elevated by his words. Yet they required time for adaptation. This was particularly true for the indigenous locals, who had long existed within a rigid hierarchy where the strong could act with impunity while the weak were left vulnerable. They had grown accustomed to that world. But Yi Feng proposed an entirely novel system. Feng, I comprehend your intentions. Susan approached and grasped Yi Feng's hand. Suddenly, Lillian pushed through the crowd. Raising her hand in solidarity, Uncle Yi, I understand you too. With a leader to follow, others began to nod in agreement. Chapter 858, Why follow her example? Excellent. I did not anticipate your level of awareness. It brings me joy. Bai Guogua, I shall grant you a recommendation position. In 3 days, we shall hold a voting assembly within the castle, and I believe the majority will cast their votes in your favor. By the way, could you enlighten me on the use of this formation plate? Yi Feng extended his hand with a smile. Oh, Bai Guogua rolled her eyes and did not reciprocate his handshake. In the distance, several massive ships belonging to the Duoyin people approached. Given that the comprehensive strength of the island of Hot Springs had far surpassed that of Eternal City, Wang Zhihai lifted the ban, permitting the Duoyin to construct large vessels. Albeit with limitations, only 5 for the Duoyin, 10 for Nanxing, 12 for the Huangsha tribe, and 15 for Giant Stone City. Aware that food was paramount, Wang Zhihai had linked food supplies to the hot spring currency, fearing that it might be undermined by other currencies. Hey, people at the dock. It seems our ships are obstructed by something. What is happening? A Duoyin captain shouted, his vessel laden with vast amounts of cargo, including a dozen stowaways hidden among the goods. Is it legitimate? Yi Feng inquired of Wang Zhihai. Yes, it is legitimate. He is indeed engaging in trade with our island of hot springs. Wang Zhihai affirmed with a nod. Miss Guogua, Please lift the restrictions and allow those ships to enter the protective barrier, Yi Feng requested courteously. Humph. Although Bai Guagua felt displeased, she nonetheless released the restrictions. In the hall of the Gorge Lord, a meeting was underway. It had been ascertained that Yi Feng was responsible, as someone had discreetly witnessed the entire affair. The Grand Elder spoke slowly. He was a fourth-tier power emperor, second only to the Sword Gorge Lord and the Holy Matron. From which tribe does Yi Feng hail? The Sword Gorge Lord inquired coldly. Presumably from south of the temple. We shall mobilize our forces immediately, advancing directly southward to uncover Yi Feng's tribe, retrieve the formation plate, and leave no trace, the second elder declared through gritted teeth. Not merely leaving no trace, the Sword Gorge Lord interjected, rising to his feet as he produced a token bearing a golden small sword. I, Rue Changfeng, in my capacity as Sword Gorge Lord, hereby announce the mobilization of the Sword Gorge Army, led by the Grand Elder, to unearth Yi Feng's tribe. At your command, everyone rose in unison. At once, the entire Sword Gorge mobilized. In order to eliminate Yi Feng, they employed overwhelming force, dispatching the Grand Elder, the Fourth Elder, and the Fifth Elder, all of whom were formidable powerhouses. Alongside them, they mustered an army of 20,000, all composed of mighty warriors. It is worth noting that such a substantial force of 20,000 warriors could only be summoned by Sword Gorge. After consuming a fortifying fruit wine, they mounted their steeds and gallantly rode southward. However, after traversing nearly 1,000 miles, some of the warriors began to tremble uncontrollably, for the temperature had plummeted to over 70 degrees below zero. The Grand Elder remarked, "If this continues, I fear that before we even reach the south, these ordinary warriors will all perish from the cold. We must devise an alternative strategy." The Fourth Elder suggested, "Let us construct horse-drawn carts, igniting charcoal within them. This way, we can reach south of the temple and locate Yi Feng's tribe." The Fifth Elder, displaying his wit, agreed, "Indeed. Let us procure materials from a nearby tribe to build these carts. No, they should be referred to as charcoal carts, as we will need to burn charcoal inside them." The Grand Elder chuckled. For nearly a millennium, Sword Gorge had dominated the vast desert, and they had never before dispatched such a multitude to assault a mere tribe. Therefore, at this moment, the Grand Elder felt an exhilarating sense of triumph, relishing the role of a general. Time passed, and eventually, Sword Gorge came upon a smaller tribe. Maintaining a semblance of dignity in front of outsiders, they refrained from outright theft, instead exchanging worthless crystal elixirs for timber and compelling the tribesmen to labor in constructing the charcoal carts. After a month, when all the carts were completed, the temperature had once again plummeted, and even the mighty warriors could only endure outside the carts for 2 hours. "Let us depart from this place," commanded the Grand Elder. And with a single order, 2,000 charcoal carts set forth from the small tribe in grand procession. However, the small tribe faced dire straits, with coughs echoing throughout, as they suffered from a lack of clothing and food, with 1 in 10 afflicted by a parasitic disease. "Hurry, Chief, I implore you for more crystal elixirs. I have heard that in the city south of the temple, there exists a remedy for the parasitic disease. I must procure more," one leader urged. "Very well. Take these crystal elixirs. This is our savings accumulated over 20 years. You must return with the medicine," responded the chief. After more than a month, the army of Sword Gorge reached the temple, where several hunting teams remained. The Grand Elder hesitated for a moment, then pulled out a small vial from his robes and gulped it down. "Is that holy water?" one leader exclaimed, envy etched upon his face. "Indeed. Haha. We of Sword Gorge can now refine holy water, although the materials are rather elusive. We manage to produce only a small quantity each year, and as the Grand Elder, I receive 15 vials annually," he boasted with a satisfied grin. This exemplified the advantages of privilege. For him, consuming holy water monthly was a reality, while for the other elders, being able to drink 2 vials a year was already commendable. For those of the royal strength, holy water was a rare treasure. For Sword Gorge was a place that esteemed status and hierarchy. In the early stages, holy water indeed enhances longevity. However, this does not imply that it loses its efficacy later. Holy water not only facilitates swift recovery of vitality, but also augments one's cultivation. If one possesses a sufficient quantity, it can even revive the deceased from mere bones. When advancing in rank, consuming a vial increases the probability of breaking through significant bottlenecks. Within the temple, A group of beast-hunting teams observed the troops of Yijian Gorge and promptly stood respectfully to the sides. In contrast, the soldiers of Yijian Gorge held their heads high, unabashedly displaying the intricate embroidery adorning their garments. Almost every individual bore the embroidered insignia of a longsword, while those of a higher rank showcased a small sword embroidery on their cuffs. Consequently, these inner disciples rolled up their sleeves, allowing the beast-hunting teams flanking the path to view their embellishments clearly. Oh, Yijian Gorge, how I wish to be one of its ranks, to ride in a chariot and revel in such prestige, one of the strength masters remarked enviously. I too aspire to join Yijian Gorge, yet I aim to become an inner disciple. Do not be deceived by the small size of the swords on their cuffs. The craftsmanship is exquisite and the embroidery is done in gold, another strength master added. Let us return to the Iron Tower. There, the charcoal is burning. We, as strength masters, should not linger outside for too long, lest we risk infection from the cursed insects, a voice called out, prompting a group of strength masters to head back towards the Iron Tower. On Hot Spring Island, Yifeng strolled alongside Xiao Yexing and Duo Yanhina. Under the protection of the clan's Great Formation, the temperature of Hot Spring Island had risen to a manageable -5 degrees, allowing common folk to don fur and take leisurely walks. Duo Yanhina wore a pristine white mink coat that accentuated her slender figure perfectly. This exquisite garment was the result of 30 Duo Yan people working diligently for a month, with meticulous attention to detail in both design and stitching. Even the placement of each thread was deliberate, such as the power of currency. Hina, how much did this coat cost? Yifeng inquired. 50,000 hot spring coins. Duo Yanhina replied casually. What? 50,000 hot spring coins. As the island master, my monthly salary is only 60,000, and you spent 50,000 on a single garment? Yifeng felt a pang of anguish. Do not worry, it was a gift from Wang Zhihai. It did not cost you anything, Duo Yanhina stated flatly. Tomorrow, you must return the coat to Wang Zhihai. As a woman, cannot you sew your own clothes? Come, let us go to the Eastern District to select some materials. Upon returning home, you can create your own garments. Wealth should not be squandered so recklessly, Yifeng admonished. Do not bully my mother, Xiao Yexing exclaimed, leaping up to deliver a punch to Yifeng. Meanwhile, Chunan ambled along with Qiu Shui, their relationship having devolved into mere formality, though they had not yet divorced. On another street, Wang Zhihai cradled a child in each arm, followed by 7 women. First wife, second wife, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and 7th wives. Choose whatever you fancy. Wang Zhihai, have ample wealth, he proclaimed, eyeing the expensive garments at the market, each costing no less than 10,000 hot spring coins. Although Bai Guoguo had become a citizen of Hot Spring Island, she found no joy in her new status, because she felt that Yifeng did not value her. She never imparted the knowledge of controlling the Grand Formation to others. Brother Feng, look, it seems that Yu Jiao and the others have returned. Chunan pointed to a military vessel outside the barrier. Oh, Yifeng stepped forward and focused his gaze. On the deck of the ship stood Yu Jiao, Jin Quan, Yi Xiao Chao, and Xiao Chao's grandfather, along with several unfamiliar faces. Hey, Yifeng, I'm here. Yu Jiao waved excitedly at him. Having spotted the hemispherical barrier of Hot Spring Island from afar, she was pleasantly surprised that Yifeng had indeed managed to reclaim the formation disk. Since they had leisurely traveled back to Hot Spring Island, their journey was 2 to 3 months slower than Yifeng's, which is how they finally inquired and found the island's location. Bai Guoguo, quickly, open the barrier. Yifeng shouted towards the back. Bai Guoguo reluctantly opened the barrier. Hina, you're quite clever. Take some time to improve your relationship with Bai Guoguo and learn a bit about her formation knowledge. Otherwise, she will be the only one capable of controlling the protective formation of Hot Spring Island, and it will inevitably lead to chaos, Yifeng remarked as he turned around. Why should I learn from her? I already know all this knowledge, Duo Yanhina replied with indifference. Ah, my dear wife, is that true? Yifeng exclaimed with joy. Duo Yanhina did not seem to be one for jokes. If she said she could, then she certainly could. At this moment, Yu Jiao and the others had rushed into the barrier and were approaching Yifeng. Chapter 859. It was just a misunderstanding initially. Yu Jiao led the way, but Qiu Yin'er quickened her pace and directly lunged towards Yifeng, as if wishing to leap into his embrace. Yifeng's expression changed, and he hastily moved to embrace Jin Quan instead. Ha, brother Jin Quan, long time no see. I didn't expect you all to arrive at Hot Spring Island so late. Welcome. From now on, this will be your home. And you can live well within the barrier, Yi Feng said cheerfully. When it came to Yu Jiao, Yi Feng merely shook her hand symbolically, and similarly greeted Qiu Yin'er and the other women without any embrace. Let me introduce you. This is my legitimate wife, Duo Yin Hina, and this is my son. Yi Xing, Yi Feng stated. What? Yu Jiao was left dumbfounded. Qiu Yin'er's expression also darkened slightly, while Yi Xiaochao's eyes brimmed with tears. All this time, Yi Feng had already taken a legitimate wife, and during their journey, she had begun to feel jealous. Pondering over who would hold the primary position and who would be secondary upon entering Hot Spring Island. Yi Feng, you can entertain them. Son, let us go. Duo Yin Hina, annoyed by Yi Feng's reserved demeanor, immediately pulled Yi Xing away. On the walls of Eternal Life City, a soldier from Duo Yin was on duty in the Arrow Tower. Inside the tower, not only was charcoal burning, but he was also clad in 3 layers of thick animal hides. Even so, the temperature inside the tower still plummeted to -40 degrees, leaving him shivering and his nose running. At that moment, his expression shifted, and he slightly opened the wooden window. Am I hallucinating? So many carts? After rubbing his eyes, he picked up the telescope crafted in Hot Spring Island. It really is a convoy of carts? Moreover, there are over 2,000 carriages. Could it be that the Hot Spring Island has acquired some formidable weapon? As time elapsed, the 2,000 carriages halted at the city gates. Whoosh! A figure soared into the sky, landing precisely beside the Arrow Tower. Hiss! With such strength, could it be that you are of the master level? The Duoyin soldier gazed in astonishment at the 5th elder. Indeed, the folks from small places lack experience. I ask you, is this the Eternal Life City? The 5th elder inquired. Yes, which tribe do you belong to? The Duoyin soldier responded. Did I permit you to question me? It is I who is inquiring. Is Yi Feng present in the Eternal Life City? The 5th elder reiterated. He had already sought information, but the news was somewhat distorted, leading them to believe that Yi Feng resided in the Eternal Life City. Yi Feng, are you referring to the Island Master Yi? He is not in the Eternal Life City. Are you here to seek him for trade? The Duoyin asked. Then I ask you, where exactly is Yi Feng? The 5th elder became agitated, as the locals recognized Yi Feng. Whoosh whoosh. 2 more figures descended upon the city wall. The 1st elder and the 4th elder also made their appearances. Below, numerous masters from the Sword Gorge emerged from the carriages, akin to locusts crossing the land. They leaped onto the towering city walls and dispersed towards the Eternal Life City. This is Yi Feng's Eternal Life City. Leave no one alive. The 1st elder stated coldly. Understood. Immediately, the experts from the Sword Gorge infiltrated various stone houses, unleashing a massacre. No, please don't kill me. Why are you doing this? Spare me. Spare me. The once tranquil Eternal Life City erupted into chaos, as those Duoyin hiding in the stone houses fled in terror, blood staining the snow a deep crimson. My lords, why are you doing this? The Duoyin soldier was taken aback, staring in shock at the carnage within the city. Isn't Yi Feng one of the Eternal Life City's people? He dared to steal the formation plate of the Sword Gorge. I shall eradicate his kin. The 5th elder replied coldly. No. Yi Feng is not one of us from the Eternal Life City. He is from Hot Spring Island. Why do you wish to kill my people? The Duoyin soldier pleaded anxiously. The 3 elders exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Yi Feng truly is not one of the Eternal Life City's people? The 1st elder spoke up personally. Indeed not. Yi Feng is from Hot Spring Island, and he has had conflicts with our Duoyin people. The Duoyin soldier, being astute, realized that this group harbored enmity towards Yi Feng. Thus he too forged a hatred against Yi Feng. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Surely this group would refrain from indiscriminate slaughter. Halt. Indeed. The 1st elder bellowed within the city, and the Sword Gorge experts ceased their carnage. Meng Yin Mingxin, upon hearing the unusual sounds from within the city, led a contingent of golden armored guards, only to behold the multitude of masters within. Master level, king level, particularly the 3 old fellows standing on the city wall. Their strength was unfathomable. Seeing this, she cast aside her weapon and hastened towards the city wall. I am Meng Yin Mingxin, a junior, and I have met the 3 esteemed lords. May I ask, what grievance does my Eternal Life City have with the esteemed lords? Her eyes flickered with fury. A multitude of individuals recently unleashed a torrent of violence, resulting in the tragic demise of tens of thousands. It was merely a misunderstanding. I mistakenly believed Yi Feng to be from Chongqing City. Young lady, I now inquire, where is Yi Feng? The Grand Elder lowered his gaze, observing Meng Yamingson in the corner. A misunderstanding? 3 of you have slaughtered countless souls from Chongqing City, and you call this a mere misunderstanding? Meng Yamingson seethed with indignation. And what of it? Do you intend to seek revenge for them? It was the 5th elder speaking, showing no regard for the insignificant Chongqing City. Me? Meng Yamingson's chest heaved, her silver teeth clenched tightly. It appeared she was truly incapable of avenging them. Alas, who could blame her for her weakness? She would have to swallow this bitter pill. Now I ask you, where is Yi Feng? The Grand Elder demanded. He is in that direction. You must take a ship to reach Hot Spring Island. Meng Yamingson replied coldly. Excellent. How many ships do you possess? I shall commandeer all of them from Yijian Gorge, declared the Grand Elder. However, we need these ships for fishing. Otherwise, how will the hundreds of thousands of citizens in Chongqing City sustain themselves? Meng Yamingson protested. Hundreds of thousands of citizens? The Grand Elder raised an eyebrow. If there were merely tens of thousands, would that suffice for sustenance? His words dripped with menace, implying that should Meng Yamingson continue to defy him, he would reduce Chongqing City to a mere remnant of its former self. I shall obey. The younger generation will immediately summon the great ships. After a brief interlude, all the soldiers of Yijian Gorge boarded the grand vessels. 20,000 men in total occupied 110 ships, varying in size, all powered by the Hot Spring Island's energy system. Quite advanced, indeed, astonishingly. There were no rowers in the lower decks. Observe, though this place may be weak, their tools are quite remarkable. Once we have annihilated Yi Feng's kin, we shall return with these advanced implements, the Grand Elder mused, gazing from the flagship. Understood, a chief nodded in acknowledgement. Grand Elder, Yi Feng hails from a small island. If he were the island lord, it would be one matter, but if he is not, it implies that there are even more formidable warriors residing there. We must exercise caution, the 4th elder spoke slowly. What? Are you afraid? The Grand Elder inquired, tilting his head. It is not fear but caution, consider this. The 3rd elder is a 3rd-tier power emperor, and even he fell to Yi Feng. This Yi Feng is quite formidable. We must proceed with care, for he may possess a weapon as devastating as the Long Rainbow, remarked the 4th elder. Indeed, your caution is warranted. Ah, what is that ahead? The Grand Elder suddenly focused on the distance. A vast light screen enveloped a small island. This is dire. Yi Feng has a master of formations who has already set up a grand array. What should we do? The 5th elder's expression shifted dramatically. They frequently monitored the crafting of formation plates and were acutely aware of the formidable defensive capabilities of such arrays. They had presumed that even if Yi Feng were to establish a grand formation, it would take at least several years. To their astonishment, it had been completed in just a few months. Regardless, I shall take the initiative to test it. The Grand Elder, after concluding his words, grasped a finely crafted iron spear in his hand and hurled it towards the distant luminous barrier with great force. The air seemed to explode, akin to a cannonball being discharged. Upon striking the barrier, a significant portion of it trembled violently. In an instant, chaos erupted across the entire Hot Spring Island. Yi Feng was the first to soar from the castle, landing firmly on the dock, his gaze gravely fixed on the multitude of over 100 ships in the distance. Has the inevitable finally arrived? Yi Feng murmured to himself, as Wang Zhihai and other high-ranking officials also gathered at the dock. Brother Feng, has the Sword Gorge arrived? My goodness, they have mobilized such a large force, Chunin exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. In the distance, the Grand Elder seized another finely forged iron spear and once again launched it towards the luminous barrier. Boom! The barrier shook within a radius of 100 meters. But after a brief moment, it stabilized once more. The spear, after violently colliding with the barrier, was reduced to a lump of burnt metal. Impossible. A strike of my full strength should at least have embedded the spear into the barrier, yet it didn't even breach it. The Grand Elder, unwilling to accept defeat, picked up another spear. Channeling the entirety of his energy as a 4th-level force sovereign, he threw it with might. Boom. This time, the barrier quivered over a radius of several hundred meters, revealing a small black dot upon the shield. However, after a moment, the crystals at the core began to function, continuously replenishing energy to the black dot. Even so, it took a full minute to repair that minuscule blemish. The barrier regained its transparency, and Yi Feng locked eyes with the Grand Elder aboard the warship. You little brat, I refuse to believe this. The Grand Elder panted, once again lifting a spear. The previous 3 throws had drained him significantly, and even he felt the fatigue settling in. Boom. This time, the spear's power was halved. The barrier merely quivered slightly before returning to its original state. Zhihai, go check the core. See how much material the formation has consumed, Yifeng instructed without turning back. Understood. Wang Zhihai, now a second-level force warrior, swiftly dashed back to the castle. Moments later, he returned with a darkened expression. Brother Feng, this time, we have exhausted 500 8th-level crystals. I never anticipated that old fellow would be so formidable. Just 4 spear throws have drained so much of our energy. If he continues to throw spears like this, our crystals may not withstand the strain, Wang Zhihai reported. At that moment, Bai Guogua also arrived at the dock. Her expression solemn as she held the formation disc and gazed intently at the fleet in the distance. Guogua, stabilize the barrier. It is now our turn to strike. Yifeng commanded. All right, wait a moment. I'll adjust the Xian flag, Bai Guogua replied, swiftly manipulating the formation disc. The Xian flag in the distance emitted a brilliant glow. We can now shoot arrows from within the barrier to the outside. Their power will be doubled, Bai Guogua announced. Excellent. I shall take the lead, Yifeng declared, leaping beside a siege crossbow, aiming its head directly at the Grand Elder's flagship. Boom. A 2-meter-long crossbow bolt was launched, reaching an impressive speed of approximately 10 kilometers per second while still within the light barrier. However, upon exiting the barrier, its velocity doubled dramatically, with a thunderous explosion. The flagship was left with a gaping hole, yet the seasoned veterans at the bow exhibited remarkable reflexes, deftly evading the bolt's trajectory. Brother Feng, let us test our artillery, Bai Chuxue suggested as she approached. Certainly, Yifeng replied, seizing the artillery and recalibrating his aim at the flagship once more. The result was astonishingly similar. The projectile, once beyond the light barrier, experienced a sudden increase in speed, yet the rate of fire of the artillery paled in comparison to that of the crossbow. Another resounding blast echoed as the flagship's prow was once again compromised. The elder at the bow swiftly maneuvered back onto the auxiliary ship. What manner of weapon is this? It possesses explosive power. The elder wiped the seawater from his face, gazing in astonishment at the device in Yifeng's grasp. I cannot ascertain its nature, but its potency is formidable. Fortunately, its velocity is relatively slow. Otherwise, even we, as formidable warriors, might sustain injuries, remarked the 4th elder, his arm dampened by the blast. With a tremor, he dried the beast hide that covered his arm. By my command, battleships 5 and 6, charge directly into the shield and accelerate. The Grand Elder suddenly recalled something. Understood. With that, the 2 warships roared forth, colliding with the light barrier. Boom, boom. 2 deafening crashes resounded as the prow of the warships crumpled, and a few unfortunate souls tumbled into the sea. While they remained unscathed in the water, the moment they emerged, they were instantly frozen into statues. Even those of the strength class could not withstand the frigid temperature of minus 120 degrees. This is dire. Our ship is taking on water. The other warriors gasped in shock, swiftly leaping to the neighboring vessel. Before long, the 2 warships began to sink slowly into the depths of the ocean. Strange, why does the seawater not freeze at such low temperatures? The Grand Elder observed the ocean below with intrigue. I cannot explain it either, the 4th elder replied, shaking his head. Hurry, battleships 10 to 20. Continue to ram the light barrier. The Grand Elder commanded, brandishing a long spear. Immediately, 10 warships surged toward the protective formation. As they collided with the barrier, the Grand Elder's spear followed suit. Boom. A terrifying spectacle unfolded as the Grand Elder's spear pierced through the light barrier, creating a breach. Once inside, the spear accelerated toward Yifeng with alarming speed. Yifeng's expression shifted, his fists clenched tightly as a Sanskrit symbol emerged from his body. With a swift motion, he grasped the spear firmly. Thanks to Bai Guogua activating the mystical formation, the spear lost its momentum after breaching the barrier and was further diminished in power by the mystical flag, allowing Yifeng to catch it single-handedly. Even so, the onlookers turned pale with fear. This is bad. Quickly, transport the crystal core to the formation's center. We are running out. The mournful voice of Wang Zhihai echoed from within the castle. Yes, hasten. Do not allow the crystal core at the formation's center to be depleted, otherwise, the barrier cannot withstand his spear. A group of individuals was taken aback, hastily rushing to transport the crystal essence. Chapter 861. The possibility of total annihilation. Fortunately, Wang Zhihai had previously acquired all the tribes south of the temple using the hot spring currency, nearly storing all their crystal essence in the hot spring bank. With a continuous supply of crystal essence, the luminous barrier, previously pierced by a spear, gradually began to mend, regaining its earlier transparency. On the flagship, the Grand Elder was panting heavily. Each thrust of his spear was a full-force strike, and his strength had now diminished by nearly half. We cannot remain passive and endure this assault. Everyone, heed my command. Sink all ships outside the Grand Formation. Yifeng commanded. Within the protective dome, on the deck of Hot Spring No. 1, Teng'er and his deputy seized the machine cannons. Boom, boom, boom. The ships of the Duoyan people were constructed entirely of wood, unable to withstand the onslaught of the machine cannons. In mere moments, over 30 enormous vessels were obliterated. A cacophony of screams filled the air. Some of the strong men who fell into the sea never resurfaced, instead becoming trapped in the icy grip of the water. The Grand Elder's expression shifted, and he leapt back hurriedly. The massive vessel he had just occupied was shot through by the cannon fire and was slowly sinking toward the ocean floor. Swish! The fourth and fifth elders landed beside him. What shall we do? Yifeng's weaponry is quite formidable. If we linger outside the barrier, we are likely to face total destruction. The Grand Elder inhaled deeply and decisively issued orders. All giant ships, turn around and retreat 6 kilometers. Understood. Immediately, the remaining 70-odd colossal ships began to maneuver away. Thinking to flee? Yifeng personally took hold of the crossbow, launching a volley of bolts toward the distance. Several more giant vessels were sunk. The masters from Yijian Gorge were compelled to leap onto the still-floating ships, resulting in overcrowding aboard the remaining vessels. 10 minutes later, only 40 giant ships remained from Yijian Gorge, positioning themselves 6 to 7 kilometers away in a standoff with Hot Spring Island. Brother, what shall we do? The 3 elders huddled together. Let me consider. You all summon the leaders of the tribes here. I wish to hear everyone's opinions. In any case, Hot Spring Island must be eliminated, and the protective formation must be reclaimed for Yijian Gorge. Otherwise, we shall not survive this catastrophe that occurs once every 80 years, declared the Grand Elder. Understood. Meanwhile, Yifeng could temporarily breathe easier. The crossbow's power could not reach 6 kilometers. The artillery, having recently been developed, was effective, yet its range paled in comparison to previous naval cannons, limited to 5 kilometers. As for the machine cannons, they had only 5 rounds left. Yifeng decided to reserve them for true masters, such as the leader of Yijian Gorge. Brother Feng, look outside the barrier. Chun and suddenly pointed toward the waters beyond. Yifeng's expression shifted, his eyes widening in disbelief. To his astonishment, the once unfrozen tumultuous sea began to slowly solidify. With a chilling gust of wind, the waters above the furious ocean were directly frozen. Moreover, this icy layer is expanding outward from the epicenter of the light curtain, spreading across the vast ocean. In a mere moment, the surrounding waters spanning several dozen kilometers have completely frozen over. What on earth is happening? Yifeng furrowed his brow. If the furious sea has turned to ice, how are we to fish for sustenance? Wang Zhihai asked anxiously. No. It seems that only the waters outside the Grand Formation have frozen, while those enveloped by it remain unchanged, still in liquid form. Bai Guoguo pointed towards the bay adjacent to the dock. As Yifeng approached to take a look, he found it to be true. The temperature within the formation is maintained at a chilling -5 to 6 degrees, which is why it has not frozen. Outside the formation, however, the temperature has likely plummeted to a staggering -150 degrees. Even with the geological activities beneath the furious sea, freezing is inevitable. This implies that in the future, we will only be able to fish within the formation. Other areas will be permanently encased in ice, unless they resort to ice fishing. Yet, under such frigid conditions, it is likely that they would barely manage to carve a hole before it refreezes. Of course, they could catch some fish, but the efficiency would be drastically low, and the risk of freezing to death would loom large. Wait, our formation is centered around the epicenter, forming a sphere that encompasses several kilometers, making it impossible for other sea fish to swim into the protective barrier. Bai Guoguo suddenly had a realization. Indeed, if the formation remains, it means that fish from other sea areas will be unable to venture into the protective domain of our hot spring island. Thus, even if our waters do not freeze, we will be unable to capture fresh sea fish. Chenin also grasped the situation. The others immediately darkened in expression. casting pleading glances toward Yifeng. Don't look at me. I am not a master of formations. Yifeng's expression soured. In a flash, everyone's gaze shifted back to Bai Guogua. Sister Guogua, can you retract the shield covering the lower hemisphere? Yijian suddenly inquired. I could. But what if I withdraw the light curtain beneath sea level, and a swordsman from Yijian Gorge submerges into Hot Spring Island? What then? Brother Yi, you might manage to deal with an ordinary Force Emperor, but the Grand Elder of Yijian Gorge is a 4th-tier Force Emperor. Not to mention the 4th and 5th Elders as well, Bai Guogua replied. Yifeng's expression shifted as he directed his gaze towards the hot spring bay. The area of the water there is merely a few thousand square meters. Right, let us aim all our crossbows and artillery at that bay. If those 3 old fellows dare to dive in, we shall unleash a barrage upon them, ensuring their demise, Yifeng declared. This plan is indeed sound, but the soldiers operating the crossbows must possess lightning-fast reflexes. Otherwise, before they can even launch the crossbows, the 3 Force Emperors might already emerge from the sea. Bai Guogua responded. Yifeng felt a surge of frustration. Let it be. For now, our frozen fish should last us over a year. From this point forward, everyone shall consume only 2 meals a day, and food will be rationed among all the inhabitants of Hot Spring Island, thus extending our supplies for several more years. Yifeng could only propose this, as the citizens and ordinary laborers of Hot Spring Island already number nearly 200,000. On this small island, a population of 200,000 poses a significant challenge in terms of sustenance. However, Brother Yi, there is no need for excessive concern. The elders lack the gift of foresight. Should we find ourselves short of provisions, we can discreetly lower the shield beneath sea level during the night, allowing us to replenish our food supplies, Bai Guogua remarked. Indeed, given the frigid conditions, they would likely hesitate to dive. After all, even a powerhouse of royal strength cannot withstand such low temperatures. Yifeng nodded in agreement. Does this mean we need not scrimp and save? Shi Zhengliang asked joyfully. Yes. Let us maintain our customary 3 meals a day, but let us also avoid wastefulness. I declare that today, having repelled the forces of Sword Gorge, Hot Spring Island shall host a grand feast, ensuring that not only our citizens enjoy food and drink, but also our laborers, allowing everyone to partake in our joy and solidify their allegiance, Yifeng declared loudly. At this moment, he feared not external foes, but rather potential dissent from within. Chapter 862. She turned over. If, at this time, the citizens of Hot Spring Island were to dine more lavishly than the laborers, it could incite unrest among them, perhaps even leading to sabotage of our formation. 6 kilometers away, on the icy surface of the sea, the elder swiftly landed on the frozen layer. He stomped his right foot, and the ice emitted a cracking sound. What has caused this layer to suddenly thicken to over 10 meters? The elder exclaimed in astonishment. The others disembarked from the warship, traversing the ice. A gust of cold wind swept through, causing the mightiest to shiver. The lesser warriors felt the chill as well, but managed to endure. For the royal class, this slight cold posed little threat. Elder, we still have over 10,000 troops. We could have relied on fishing for provisions. But now, as you can see, the sea has frozen over, making our quest for food exponentially more difficult, while the terrestrial creatures have largely perished from the frost. The 4th elder stated, no matter, once I devise a plan, within a month, we shall breach Yifeng's formation. Moreover, with the sea now frozen, we need not rely on massive ships to wreak havoc around the barrier, the elder replied calmly. Very well, let us return to convene. We must devise a means to dismantle Yifeng's shield. What about employing fire attacks? The 4th elder suddenly suggested. That is indeed a commendable idea. The formation consumes energy. Should we employ fire, Yifeng would be compelled to continuously use crystal cores to replenish the formation, and over time, even if his island is brimming with crystal cores, he would struggle to maintain the formation's integrity. The elder nodded. Let us proceed to Changxing City, enlisting the help of the Duoyin people to gather timber. Once we have the wood, we will compel them to stack it around the shield, and then, Hahaha, a towering inferno will surely deplete their crystal cores, the 5th elder chuckled. Everyone disembarked, walking back to Changxing City, for we have significant matters to attend to. With a command, the remaining 18,000 soldiers disembarked, advancing through the biting wind toward Changxing City. On Hot Spring Island, Yifeng stood atop the castle, raising a toast to all. Despite their lack of citizenship, everyone indulged in a lavish feast, relishing the delectable cuisine as if they were equals in this moment. For food was plentiful. Long live Yifeng! Long live Yifeng! Someone shouted amidst the revelry. The cheers echoed, resonating across the landscape for miles. The bulk of the forces from Yijian Gorge had already departed for Chongqing City, yet a contingent remained to oversee the activities on Hot Spring Island. Captain, I am so hungry. What are they eating? One of the warriors lamented, eyeing the frozen and grilled fish, while they themselves gnawed on ice remnants. Endure a little longer. Once the Grand Elder breaches Hot Spring Island, we shall feast in front of them, another nine-tiered warrior replied, swallowing hard as the rumbling of his stomach betrayed him. Though a nine-tiered warrior could withstand hunger for an extended period, such endurance came at the expense of energy. If deprived of sustenance for half a month, his prowess would diminish to that of a five-tiered warrior. The biting cold exacerbated their hunger, hastening their decline in strength. The banquet on Hot Spring Island persisted into the deep hours of the night before gradually dispersing. 6 kilometers away, several warriors could no longer withstand their hunger. Seizing their curved blades, they began to strike at the icy surface. If Yifeng had not flaunted the food within, they might have remained oblivious to their hunger. Now, they were tormented like spectators of a culinary show, yearning for what they could not have. Reluctantly, they resorted to chiseling through the ice to fish, even if it meant consuming raw fish, simply to silence the grumbling of their stomachs. After laboring tirelessly for half the day, they finally breached a depth of several meters into the ice by dawn. Huh, so many fish, one warrior exclaimed, but just as he laughed, a gust of frigid wind swept in, sealing their hard-earned hole once more. Quickly, one person must stir the ice water while another fishes. We must act swiftly, or it will freeze over again. A flurry of activity ensued among the group. Exhausted but determined, they toiled until noon, finally managing to catch a dozen small fish. I feel these fish barely compensate for the fat we've burned. I shall never chisel ice again, lamented one of the warriors, before collapsing onto the ice. Do not sleep here. Do you wish to freeze to death? In such frigid temperatures, once you close your eyes, you may never reopen them. Wake up. The others rushed over, delivering firm nudges to rouse him. Within the castle, Yifeng lay bare-chested upon the bed, embraced by Duoyenhina. After much persuasion the previous night, he had finally succeeded in bringing her to his side once more, rekindling their connection. Cognizant of the heavy psychological toll he had inflicted on her during their first encounter, he was exceedingly gentle this time, striving to spare her from the shadows of unpleasant memories. Little Yeshing was being cared for by dedicated attendants, ensuring that his affairs would remain undisturbed. Although the temperature on Hot Spring Island hovered around -5°C, the castle was warmed by underfloor heating and fortified by protective enchantments, maintaining a comfortable climate of around 25 to 26 degrees. It must be said, it has grown rather warm. Duoyenhina, in her slumber, kicked off the covers, revealing a slender and fair calf. She turned over, exposing her pristine back to Yifeng. Swallowing hard, Yifeng leaned closer, his face flushed with embarrassment. In her drowsy state, Hina experienced yet another sensation. Did you do something again? Why do I feel so constricted in my haze? Finally waking, she gazed at Yifeng. Let us not dwell on unpleasant matters. It is midday. Let us take the children for a stroll. It has been ages since we returned home, and I wish to inspect the various departments of Hot Spring Island, such as Hot Spring University, the Hot Spring Armory, the Hot Spring Shipyard, and the 4 great granaries of the north, south, east, and west. Yifeng playfully brushed her delicate nose. Very well. I shall change into a lighter outfit. I am positively sweltering. Today, I shall wear this garment that Sister Susan crafted for me. Before long, Hina emerged from the fitting room clad in a low-cut, deep dress. After a moment's hesitation, she spun around before Yifeng. Having chosen to forgive, she resolved to adopt a more relaxed mindset, striving not to dwell on her first encounter with Yifeng. Hina, you are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. Truly, after all these years, I have encountered countless women. Do not misunderstand. I mean merely to observe. Yet, you surpass them all, not only in outward appearance, but in inner beauty as well. I experienced this last night, Yifeng declared sincerely. Let us go see our son. Thus, the two set out with little Yixing to inspect their duties. In Chongqing City, Meng Yamingxin was ousted from her seat, which was claimed by the Grand Elder. Flanked by numerous masters of Yijian Gorge. With such meager strength, you dare to call yourself the Heavenly Khan? How amusing. I now command you to gather all the people of Chongqing City and transport all the fuel and timber across the frozen sea to Hot Spring Island. Can you accomplish this? The Grand Elder inquired nonchalantly. Moments ago, he had effortlessly demonstrated a fraction of his power, instilling fear in all the masters of Chongqing City. Me? As you command. A flicker of humiliation crossed Meng Yanmingxin's face. Yet for the survival of her race, she had no choice but to comply. It was evident that he possessed the capability to obliterate her people with ease, leaving her with no alternative. Immediately, hundreds of thousands of Duoyan people, along with the stranded Huangsha and Jushi city inhabitants, commenced the arduous task of transporting various flammable materials to Hot Spring Island, their line stretching nearly 100 miles. Among them were numerous overseers from Yijian Gorge, ready to whip anyone lagging behind. Some ordinary individuals succumbed to the frigid temperatures, freezing to death upon traversing less than 10 kilometers across the icy surface. Yet, the overseers remained indifferent, carelessly discarding the bodies aside as they pressed onward toward Hot Spring Island. After another 10 kilometers, the sound of coughing arose from the ranks. The coughs seemed to be contagious. In mere moments, the cacophony melded into a chorus, ringing in their ears. Is the contagion this severe? One of the mighty warriors mused, glancing at the Duoyan people. Should we consider isolation? Another powerful figure inquired. Isolation is nonsense. Let them hasten their pace. As long as the fuel reaches Hot Spring Island. That is all that matters. Under the pressure of Yijian Gorge, the Duoyan people had no choice but to quicken their steps. Those of weaker strength soon collapsed, their bodies stiffening rapidly. The elders and other high-ranking officials, of course, did not need to walk. They rode on steeds draped in animal hides. For the frigid temperatures would be unbearable otherwise. Stop. With a wave of his hand, the elder commanded the entire procession to halt. They were now a mere 6 kilometers away from Hot Spring Island. That so-called Tian, order your kin to rush forward. Stack the firewood outside the shield, and douse it in fuel, the elder commanded. Are you intending to incinerate Yifeng's grand formation? Meng Yanmingxin gasped inwardly. Enough of your prattling. Do as instructed. Or else Longxing City will be left with nothing. The fourth elder approached and delivered a sharp slap to Meng Yanmingxin's face, causing her to spin on the spot. But if I instruct my people to ignite the barrier, Yi Feng and his men will show no mercy and will unleash heavy machine gun fire upon us Duoyan. She continued to protest. Having studied the governance of Hot Spring Island, she was now known for her benevolence towards her people, earning high regard among the Duoyan, who hailed her as a remarkable woman, despite her lesser strength compared to her father. The fourth elder unsheathed his curved blade with a sharp sound. Will you give the order or not? I. Meng Yanmingxin slowly turned to face the hundreds of thousands of citizens behind her. Ultimately, she gritted her teeth. Duoyan people, heed my command. Arm yourselves and resist the invaders. Even if it leads to death, you must inflict heavy damage upon them. With a swift motion, the curved blade struck, sending a beautiful young head soaring into the air. The fourth elder sheathed his blade and pointed towards the protective formation of Hot Spring Island. Stack the firewood around the shield. Those who disobey will meet the same fate. Upon finishing his words, the fourth elder lifted Meng Yanmingxin's head triumphantly. Mingxin, Mingxin, my Mingxin. In a flash, a woman rushed forward. It was Baidwa, the former Khan's consort. I will fight you. Baidwa roared, drawing her curved blade with a snap. Foolish. The fourth elder swung his blade once more, halting Baidwa in her tracks. She glanced down at the gaping wound in her abdomen and staggered backward. Mingxin, my daughter. Baidwa collapsed to the ground, but unwilling to surrender, she crawled towards her daughter's lifeless body, yearning to join her in death. Die. The fourth elder struck again, and Baidwa's body lay still. The Khan's consort. Several elders gasped, covering their mouths, but refraining from crying out. Obey my command. Immediately stack the firewood outside the shield. The fourth elder felt his authority challenged. I will fight you. Two more figures leaped forward. One was the Duoyan commander, while the other was the high priest. Bang! Bang! 2 punches landed, and both high-ranking Duoyan officials fell dead. Is there anyone else? The fourth elder's cold gaze swept over the crowd. The Duoyan people felt a profound sense of despair as their leader was lost. Is there no one else? The fourth elder inquired once more, and the atmosphere fell silent. Very well, now, bring me the wood, immediately, at once. The remaining Duoyan people, having lost their leader, could only obey orders. They staggered towards Hot Spring Island, clutching fuel and timber. At the dock, Yifeng gently lowered his telescope. He first closed his eyes, reminiscing about his acquaintance with the great Khan's consort, and silently traced a cross over his heart. What are they doing coming over with firewood? Yifeng asked, perplexed. I don't know, but it seems they intend to use it to burn through the barrier, Bai Guoguo replied. Can it actually burn through? Yifeng inquired again. Certainly not, but it will consume the energy of the formation. I fear we may lose dozens of crystal pills, Bai Guoguo responded. By the way, can't this barrier be adjusted at will? Once they place the firewood, you can simply enlarge the barrier to encompass all the wood, thus preventing them from igniting it. Yifeng proposed. How did I not think of that? Let's do it, Bai Guoguo said. Picking up the formation plate and keeping a vigilant watch on the densely packed Duoyin people. These Duoyin individuals trudged laboriously, stacking bundles of firewood outside the protective shield. A few of them also brought over fuel barrels to join the wood. 6 kilometers away, nearly 1,000 archers at Sword Gorge bent their bows and nocked arrows, urging the Duoyin people to labor. Should anyone lag behind, they would be pierced by an arrow. Brother Feng, should we shoot down those Duoyin people? Shui Ma suddenly appeared, seemingly harboring a strong disdain for them. Let it be. We had some grievances with the Duoyin people in the past, but now they have adopted our voting system from Hot Spring Island. Technically, they are our subordinates now, and there is no need to eradicate them completely. Yifeng replied nonchalantly. Well, all right then, I'll follow Brother Feng's lead. Shui Ma nodded. He and Ding Tuanshuan were both second-tier power masters. Once everyone had piled the firewood, the elder smiled slightly. Clearly, he had to handle this display himself. Elder, please take the bow. A chief handed over a massive bow, while another disciple ignited the arrowhead. 6 kilometers was a distance only this iron wooden giant bow could reach. After a brief calculation of the trajectory, the elder drew the bow skyward. With a whoosh, a flaming arrow soared to a height of 100 meters, arcing towards the wood pile. The timber, already doused in fuel, required just a spark to ignite into a roaring blaze. Everyone craned their necks, eagerly watching the flame in the sky. 1,000 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters. The arrow was about to land on the wood pile. The elder's mouth even broke into a grin. Chapter 864. What are you still dawdling for? However, in the next moment, the barrier of Hot Spring Island flickered, expanding outward by 5 or 6 meters, perfectly encasing the firewood within the formation. Bang! The flaming arrow struck the shield and was extinguished instantly. What? This shield has such a function? The fourth elder exclaimed. Astonished. Though they possessed a superficial understanding of formations, they were leagues behind Bai Guoguo. Have we toiled in vain on this journey? Yifeng, come forth and face me like a true man in single combat. The fifth elder was the first to lose his composure. Yifeng, are you still a man? Why do you cower within your shell? Step out and challenge me. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I shall retreat my forces and spare your Hot Spring Island. The Grand Elder, blinded by fury, uttered such foolish words. Hahaha, I beg your pardon, but I have no inclination to display bravado. Yifeng replied coldly, his voice resonating 10 kilometers away. Yifeng, do you truly believe that by hiding, I can do nothing against you? If I were to besiege this place for a year, even a decade, do you think your provisions would sustain you until then? Heed my words, emerge now for a duel, and perhaps I might spare your life. But if I must drag you out a decade from now, Hot Spring Island shall be left desolate, the men exterminated, and as for the women, including your wife, Hahaha, the Grand Elder's voice thundered forth. Yifeng's expression shifted as he seized the ballista. Boom. With the enhancement of the Xuanqi, the ballista's power had doubled. Quick dodge. With a resounding crash, ice shards splattered across the Grand Elder's head and face. Old scoundrel Zhu He, if you wish to encircle, then continue, but be wary. I may very well shoot you dead with this ballista, Yifeng remarked coldly. Indeed, the Grand Elder was named Zhu He. Yifeng, Yifeng, Yifeng. I, Zhu He, swear upon the divine sword that one day, I shall raise Hot Spring Island to the ground. The Grand Elder, left with no recourse, could only roar in place. After his outburst, he turned to address the more than 10,000 troops under his command. Relay my orders. Establish 4 military camps around the icy perimeter of Hot Spring Island, divided into east, west, south, and north, and encircle the entire island, allowing not a single ant to escape. The Grand Elder's voice boomed. Understood. Time passed swiftly, and soon half a month had elapsed. Yifeng, with one arm wrapped around Duo Yanhina's slender waist and a telescope in hand, mused on Zhu He's stubbornness. Even knowing he could not breach my formation, He still insisted on erecting 4 military camps around. However, their camps appeared rather rudimentary. Yi Feng lowered the telescope. A Feng. It is rather uncomfortable to let them encircle us. Why not stir up some chaos for them? Duo Yin He Na suggested with a slight smile. My dear, whatever you say shall be done. I shall heed your every word. Now, come, give me a kiss, my little horse. After the kiss, Yi Feng, in broad daylight, set up a grand feast within the light curtain, insisting that all sit beside it, deliberately eating in view of the people of Yijian Gorge. Several miles away, a few powerful warriors from Yijian Gorge, armed with telescopes, observed Yi Feng's hot spring island. The telescopes had been seized from Chongqing City, which was now a city without a master. They could do as they pleased. How fragrant. The food from Chongqing City has also been consumed. Quickly. Send someone to break the ice and fish. We must eat as well, commanded one of the powerful warriors. Immediately, several strong men set out to execute the order. However, the current temperature has plummeted to over -160 degrees. The mighty warriors have exerted themselves to chisel through the ice, only for the frigid temperatures to immediately freeze the openings they have created. Their tireless efforts yield no catch, leaving them utterly famished. One third-tier warrior, overcome by exhaustion and despair at the failure to secure any fish, collapsed lifelessly onto the icy surface. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder was patrolling his eastern camp, which housed a total of 5,000 soldiers from the Sword-One Gorge. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of something enticing. Yi Feng had manipulated the mysterious flag to allow the aroma of food to waft far and wide. Gurgle. Even at the level of a force emperor, one could endure an entire year without sustenance, without succumbing to starvation. However, the absence of food exacts a toll on energy. He found himself increasingly tempted. Yet as the supreme commander of the 3 armies, he had to restrain himself. Just then, a warrior coughed, quickly covering his mouth in terror. 3 days prior, the first warriors had begun to succumb to the cursed insect disease. Consequently, Ancestral River had decreed that anyone infected would face immediate cremation on the spot. What are you still standing there for? Take him out and incinerate him. No, Grand Elder, I'm not infected. I merely have a cold. Spare my life. The voice faded away, and soon the warrior was reduced to a pile of ashes. Nearby, a group of individuals huddled around a fire. I never imagined my junior brother's flesh would be so enticing. Several of them exchanged glances, seemingly grasping each other's intentions. They extinguished the flame and dragged the charred remains into the shadows. The biting cold wind howled, particularly on the frozen sea surface, where it penetrated to the very bones. Even the force masters could no longer endure, retreating into their tents for warmth. Meanwhile, within the protective array of Hot Spring Island, the people feasted and celebrated, engaging in song and dance. Host Wang Zhihai, holding a mock microphone, stepped onto the stage. Before him sat all the citizens of Hot Spring Island, along with some technical staff who were non-citizens, totaling over 40,000 spectators. They munched on dried fish snacks and jerky, with fruit wine and other beverages adorning the tables. I, Wang Zhihai, hereby announce the commencement of the first edition of Survivor-S Voice. The sound of flesh colliding echoed within the shield of Hot Spring Island. Let the first group of contestants take the stage, Yi Feng and Nireli Maisie. Upon finishing his announcement, Wang quickly covered his ears and retreated to the side. Yi Feng adjusted his attire and strode confidently to the stage. Sister, you sit at the bow, while I walk along the shore, our love flourishing as we drift along. Sister, you sit at the bow, while I walk along the shore. Pardon me, I forgot the lyrics. Yi Feng, red-faced and embarrassed, stepped down from the platform, only to be met with a chorus of ridicule. Now, please welcome our second contestant, Nireli Maisie. Upon Wang Zhihai's cue, he promptly removed the leather covering from his ears, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Nireli Maisie grasped the mock microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, this song is dedicated to my parents, titled Thank You. I miss them dearly and wonder how they are faring now. Upon hearing Rimiko's words, the individuals hailing from a civilized society suddenly wore expressions of despair. They had been stranded on this desolate island for several years, and it was likely that their families believed them to be deceased. I shall begin, Rimiko proclaimed, clearing her throat. Chapter 865. Do not incite panic. The wind caressed the sorrowful hearts of those longing for home. Gazing up at the sky, thoughts of you emerged from the distance. How is your health at present? On that fateful morning when I departed from Hanmachi in pursuit of my dreams, you watched me leave during that spring in Dabin City. You told me, Despite my shortcomings, I have never regretted giving birth to you. You are my everything. Your gentle admonitions and warm smile have comforted my insecure heart. I have always held your words close, never to forget. Now, from the depths of my heart, I wish to express my gratitude. Thank you. Throughout my mischievous youth, I often brought you distress. There were numerous occasions when I witnessed tears in your eyes. My candid nature subjected you to the scorn of our neighbors. It is only now that I truly comprehend the profound meaning behind your words. When weary or troubled, do not force yourself. You can always return home. You have always stood by my side, concerned for me, silently supporting me. Thus, I solemnly convey my thanks to you. Your kindness is a debt I shall never fully repay. Allow me to express my heartfelt appreciation and respect. I, the unreliable child, am gradually maturing. From this point forward, let me take on the responsibility of supporting our family. You must be of considerable age now. Please enjoy your golden years with ease. I have grown up, and I am now capable of earning my own livelihood. How fortunate I am to be your child. Today, I can finally stand tall and declare, am I now the person you envisioned? It is only until now that I have begun to ponder these matters. Please permit me to sincerely thank you. As the final note faded, the audience remained transfixed. Yifeng discreetly wiped away the corners of his eyes. Rimiko's voice was clear and her breath steady. Particularly during the final segment, her emotional crescendo and release showcased her extraordinary vocal prowess. Yifeng, who placed great importance on lyrics, was deeply moved. Turning to look around, he noticed that both the individuals from civilized society and the local natives were in tears. Some of the natives, at a loss for how to express their feelings, resorted to banging their heads against the light screen. While the island of Onsen hosted its own version of The Voice, what awaited beyond its shores? Heavy snow fell as the residents of Yijian Gorge huddled together for warmth. 5 strong men squeezed into a single space. The laborers fared slightly better, not needing to crowd together for warmth. Yet they had to retreat to tents periodically to warm themselves by the fire. As for food, it was a scarce resource, strictly rationed. Originally, Chongqing City had stockpiled some provisions, but they were completely consumed by those loyal to Meng Yamingson. Just when they were on the verge of advancing into a voting-based tribe, tragedy struck as the ruthless Yijian Gorge not only claimed the life of the esteemed Tiancong, but also extinguished the lives of those leaders who supported the voting system. The ordinary Duoyan people, having long awaited their moment to rise, in a fit of fury, ignited the grand warehouses of Chongqing City, leaving nothing but ashes. If we must perish, let us do so together. Now, let us welcome the next pair of contestants to the stage. Allow me to introduce Miss Ilian, and alongside her, Yifeng reclined slightly, his gaze intoxicated by the vibrant scene that surrounded him. Was this not the miniature society he had always yearned for? A place where everyone had food to eat, where equality reigned, devoid of any privileged class. Behind them, 2 young men stood beside Ding Tuanshuan. Sister Tuanshuan, I adore you. I would sacrifice everything for your hand in marriage. My father is an elder of the Huangsha tribe. I am a noble, and our family possesses great wealth. 1 million hot spring coins deposited in the hot spring bank. The other young man scoffed. What use is 1 million? Can you even purchase a villa in the East District with that? I have a villa there, a modest 80 square meters. Do you comprehend what 80 square meters signifies in the East District, where every inch is precious? It's worth 50,000 hot spring coins per square meter. Are you intentionally trying to provoke me? The first young man retorted. And if I am, don't think I'm oblivious to your intentions. You merely wish to marry Sister Tuanshuan and become a citizen of Hot Spring Island, don't you? As the music played above and a brawl erupted below, Ding Tuanshuan furrowed her brow and quickly shifted her seat to be beside Yifeng. Hina, please keep an eye on your son while I step away for a moment, Yifeng remarked. Moments later, Yifeng arrived at the core of the Castle S formation, where a plethora of crystal cores lay scattered. For citizens were diligently removing the depleted cores and replacing them with new ones. Brother Feng is here, they exclaimed, quickly standing to greet him. Do not be so formal. I ask you, under normal circumstances without any attacks, how many crystal cores does the formation consume in a day? Yifeng inquired. That's difficult to ascertain. If we're using cores of around level 5, we would need over 100 per day without any attacks. If attacked, it varies greatly. Sometimes, we might deplete over 1,000 cores of level 10 or higher within half an hour, one of them responded. Oh, how many crystal cores do we currently possess? Yifeng's expression shifted, for while he had plundered Chongqing City's century-long savings, The expenditure was proving overwhelming. You should check for yourself. The warehouse is just over there. One of them opened the warehouse, and after a brief count, Yifeng emerged with a grim countenance. The protective formation was indeed formidable, yet its maintenance costs were exorbitant. Even the basic upkeep of warmth and shields would consume a considerable amount. Listen carefully. All 4 of you. No one is permitted to retrieve crystal cores for cultivation from here, including Nudo and Baichushua. Yifeng pronounced with grave seriousness. What about our citizens' daily cultivation? They protested. Let us pause that for now. I've estimated that these crystal cores will only suffice for the formation's basic operation for a year. If we face an attack, I fear these cores would barely last a month. At that point, we will have to rely on our strength, the strength of the warriors and the kings. To channel our energy into the core, Yifeng stated nonchalantly, if energy is to be conveyed artificially, it necessitates that all the superior warriors of Hot Spring Island engage in relentless shifts at the focal point, tirelessly laboring, only to return for recuperation before resuming their duties the following day. How does this differ from servitude? Moreover, such prolonged practices could undermine the very foundation, stunting one's cultivation. Brother Feng, perhaps we should maintain the temperature around -20 degrees. This way, it will not be lethal, suggested one citizen. Are you merely aiming to conserve a bit of crystal essence? Such frugality is unwarranted. Let us keep the temperature at -5 degrees within the formation to prevent any panic. Yifeng replied nonchalantly. Indeed, Brother Feng. The 4 nodded in agreement. Yifeng proceeded to inspect 10 formation flags, each positioned distinctly, with a military camp constructed around each flag, housing 500 personnel overseen by a 1,000-man commander to ensure no one could remove the flags. At that moment, a large dark figure surged through the icy expanse, leaping directly onto Yifeng. Little liquor, my word, you've grown so much, Yifeng remarked, patting the creature's stout head. This being had amassed nearly 5 tons in weight. Its fur glossy and black. By its aura, it was evidently a 5th-level sand beast. Such wealth on Hot Spring Island, with a continuous supply of crystal pills and essence. Even their pets had reached this caliber. I must find a way to acquire some crystal essence, but with the one-sword gorge surrounding us, what channel could I utilize? Brother Feng, come quickly. At that juncture, a citizen shouted from atop the watchtower. Yifeng squinted and, with a few swift movements, ascended to the watchtower. The participants of the Voice of the Ice had momentarily abandoned their performance, crowding the watchtower. In the biting cold, 7 figures approached them, their attire unmistakably belonging to the One-Sword Gorge. However, the leader held aloft a white flag. Stop! If you do not halt, I will shoot. Chunin raised his crossbow menacingly. Wait, they bear a white flag. They must have something to say, Yifeng replied calmly. Very well. Chunin lowered his weapon slightly, but remained poised for action. The 7 halted 200 meters from the light barrier, gazing eagerly at Yifeng and the others. Did the Grand Elders send you to negotiate? Yifeng called out. No, lower your voice. The 3 elders have returned to Eternal Life City, which is why we dared to approach you for a trade. Could you spare us some frozen fish? The leader inquired. Frozen fish? Do you think that is feasible? We are currently adversaries, Yifeng retorted coldly. But you flaunt your feasting and drinking in the formation daily. We are utterly craving it. Just 2 carts of frozen fish would suffice to satisfy our cravings, the gaunt warrior pleaded, his eyes filled with hunger as he gazed longingly at the barrier. Why waste time with these people? We should simply eliminate them, Chunin proposed, raising his crossbow once more. Very well, let us do just that, Yifeng nodded, his expression turning icy. Wait, if you provide us with frozen fish, we are willing to exchange it for something of value. I possess a substantial amount of spring coins, which I acquired from Chongqing City. One individual presented a thick stack of spring coins. Chongqing City had little cash on hand, as most nobles had deposited their wealth in the spring bank. When Wang Zhihai contracted the concession, he moved all the funds as well. Thus, the entirety of Chongqing City's currency amounted to very little. Even if one were to scour the pockets of every citizen, it would barely reach a mere 1,000,000 spring coins. After all, the Duoyan people are astute enough to understand the benefits of depositing their money in banks to earn interest, often carrying only small denominations, with even 1,000-coin note being a rarity. Haha, using spring coins? Chunin was about to mock, but Yifeng interrupted him. All right, how many spring coins do you have? Step closer to the light screen. I want to see you count them clearly. Yifeng suddenly declared. Brother Feng, spring coins are practically worthless now. Why do you care? Chenin, are you questioning me? Not at all. Chenin promptly sealed his lips. Yifeng approached the light screen, and the 7 individuals followed suit, standing across from each other through an imposing 1-meter array. Let me count. The person lifted the stack of spring coins, enumerating them one by one. In total, there are 30,000 spring coins. May I inquire how much frozen fish can be purchased with this amount? The leader inquired. Previously, frozen fish was priced at 10 coins per pound. However, the circumstances had changed. The entire ocean was frozen, and land-based meat was riddled with parasites. Therefore, I declare that 100 spring coins can buy 1 pound of frozen fish. How many pounds do you desire? Yifeng asked. The others appeared hesitant. Only Wang Zhihai's expression shifted, as he seemed to sense Yifeng's ulterior motive. Let us buy it all. 30,000 spring coins should suffice for 300 pounds of frozen fish, correct? The leader suggested. Very well. Chenin, prepare 300 pounds of frozen fish. Remember, do not adulterate the fish. We must uphold integrity. Understood. Before long, 300 pounds of frozen fish were ready. And Yifeng instructed Bai Guoguo to open a hole in the array measuring 1.5 meters square. Toss the coins through this opening, Yifeng called out. All right. The individual promptly tossed the 30,000 spring coins into the grand formation. After Yifeng confirmed the count was accurate, he directed that the 300 pounds of frozen fish be pushed through the opening. Seal the array, Yifeng instructed. Bai Guoguo swiftly maneuvered, restoring the array to its original state. Hahaha, splendid. Let us return and inform the great chief that spring coins can indeed be used for transactions. The Duoyan people did not deceive us. The 7 individuals joyfully carried the frozen fish home. Upon returning to their tent, they encountered a 9th-tier power king. With the 3 senior elders having retreated to Chongqing City for the winter, the command here had fallen to the 8 great chiefs, all of whom were 9th-tier power kings. Great chief, spring coins can truly be exchanged for goods. Behold, this is the frozen fish personally provided by Yifeng. However, it requires 100 coins per pound, which I find quite reasonable, considering the ocean is frozen, and only within the protective array of Spring Island can we fish. The leader pointed to the frozen fish behind him. Oh, the words of the Yanshuren proved to be truthful. The hot spring coins indeed hold the power to procure numerous items. Henceforth, I require you to escort 50 individuals back to Chongqing City. Do not inform the other chieftains. We shall covertly amass all the hot spring coins and subsequently use them to purchase frozen fish. It is said that with an abundance of hot spring coins, even sand carts and cannons can be acquired. Expedite your efforts, scour the land thoroughly, and gather every last hot spring coin to bring here. Understood. Immediately, 7 individuals set forth to execute the task. Unbeknownst to them, one of the strong men discreetly departed from the tent and hurried to report to another chieftain. While the Yijian Gorge appeared impervious, internal strife brewed beneath the surface. Today, one would plant a pawn beside another, only to place a spy in return on the morrow. The competition for supremacy continued, and Yifeng felt himself succumbing to drowsiness. Brother Feng, they are coming again. Oh, Yifeng's heart leapt with delight. He had already surmised the unfolding events. A multitude of high-ranking figures surged toward the light screen, their gazes fixed upon the 10 approaching silhouettes in the distance. The leader raised a white flag, followed by a horse-drawn cart. Ye Island Master, we come to trade, do not shoot. The 10 soon arrived before the light screen, exchanging glances with Yifeng across the divide. What do you offer in exchange for our food? Yifeng inquired. I possess hot spring coins. Here are 10,000 hot spring coins, and we intend to fill this cart with frozen fish, the strong man replied with a grin. Are you jesting? 10,000 hot spring coins for an entire cart of frozen fish. You could carry 100 pounds back single-handedly, Chenin scoffed. No, I have something brought by my master that should yield a considerable amount of fish. Look. The man then discreetly retrieved a piece of black cloth from his sack and unfolded it layer by layer. Crystal cores? Yifeng's eyes lit up with interest. Indeed. This is a crystal core from a level 21 sand beast. How much can it be exchanged for? The strong man inquired. Yifeng maintained a stoic expression, though internally he was elated. Just as he was about to drift off to sleep, fortune appeared before him. He had been lamenting his lack of crystal cores to sustain the array. Chapter 867. Hesitation ensued. A level 21 sand beast's crystal core is worth the equivalent of 500 level 5 crystal cores, meaning that this single core could sustain the array's consumption for 5 days. Name your price. Let us see if it is acceptable. Yifeng initially contemplated a price of 100,000 hot spring coins, but fearing that these individuals might storm off in anger, he decided to relinquish the power to name the price to them, intending to negotiate judiciously thereafter. 50,000, not a penny less. The strong man extended 5 fingers. What? Yifeng's mouth fell agape. How so? This is a level 21 crystal core. Does it not warrant 500 pounds of frozen fish? The strong man spoke with less conviction. When he proposed 50,000 hot spring coins, uncertainty loomed in his heart, fearing that Yifeng might refuse to exchange. Very well, as this is our first transaction. Let us settle on 50,000. Rimai Z, bring me 50 banknotes of 1,000 denominations, Yifeng commanded. All right. Rimai Z rejoiced. The entire population of Hot Spring Island understood the significance of crystal cores, especially given the insatiable demand of the protective clan array. Before long, a breach appeared in the Grand Formation, and the transaction commenced with the exchange of currency for goods. The stout man, known as Li Shi, counted the 50,000 yuan bills in his hand, a broad smile stretching across his face. We have been dispatched with a mission. Let us do this. I'll provide you with 50,000, along with an additional 10,000 we brought. So you can trade it for 600 pounds of frozen fish. I wish to take it all back with me, he stated earnestly. Not a problem. Someone, prepare the frozen fish. Remove the ice debris and ensure it looks presentable, Yifeng commanded. Immediately, individuals set to work preparing the fish. Just then, Wang Zhihai suddenly stood up, his expression shifting. Gentlemen, have you received your money only to invest it all in frozen fish? Have you not considered pocketing a little for yourselves? Wang Zhihai inquired. What do you mean by pocketing? One of them asked, puzzled. With the 50,000, upon your return, you could claim that the 21st grade crystal pill only sold for 40,000. We will assist you in maintaining this facade. The remaining 10,000 can be evenly divided among your 10 members, giving each 1,000. Should a food crisis arise in your military camp, this 1,000 thermal coins could very well prevent starvation. Wang Zhihai responded, a mysterious smile gracing his features. Li Shi furrowed his brow and exchanged glances with his 9 companions. In that single glance, they perceived the resolve reflected in each other's eyes. This complicates matters. Let us settle for 500 pounds of frozen fish, Li Shi nodded. He then counted out 10 bills from the stack and handed the remaining money to Yifeng. All right, 500 pounds of frozen fish it is. However, as a gesture of goodwill, I, Yifeng, shall also gift you a starfish, Yifeng proclaimed with magnanimity. The transaction swiftly concluded, and the 10 men, riding on a horse-drawn cart, made their way back to the military camp, their faces gleaming with satisfaction. Each of them held a 1,000 yuan bill close, a potential lifeline for sustenance in dire times, thus securing a modicum of leverage. Zhihai, your strategy is commendable. You've infiltrated the enemy's camp with corruption. However, this tactic must not be employed on Thermal Spring Island, understood? Yifeng remarked with measured gravity. Rest assured, Brother Feng, Thermal Spring Island belongs to us. I would never entertain corruption there, Wang Zhihai replied, somewhat sheepishly touching his nose. In the military camp of Yijian Gorge, a chief gazed upon the cart brimming with frozen fish, a crooked grin adorning his face. Excellent. This certainly alleviates our food concerns. Initially, I intended to quote you 50,000, which was indeed inflated, as sand beasts are plentiful in the great desert, and a 21st grade crystal pill is not worth that much. 40,000 will suffice. Do not dwell on it too heavily. The chief consoled the 10 individuals of questionable integrity. Chief, I believe that if we are to trade, we ought to acquire more frozen fish. If you have any crystal pills left, it would be prudent to sell them for cash and convert all that money into frozen fish. Other chiefs will likely come to the same realization, especially since the sea is frozen. How much frozen fish can Yifeng's modest Thermal Spring Island possibly have? We must act quickly to stockpile some, and later, we can sell it to other chiefs at double the price, allowing us to earn a significant profit, Li Shi suddenly proposed. He was enlightened by Wang Zhihai, instantly unlocking the door to a new world, his intelligence soaring above the passing mark. Excellent, Mazasu, you truly are my capable aide. Now, summon the 5 leaders of the Strength Kings under my command. Let us ascertain how many crystal pills they possess, so we can consolidate them and sell them all at once to Hot Spring Island. As you command. Mazasu promptly set to work. At that moment, it was certain that these esteemed leaders of the Strength Kings would be too wary to transact before the screen, given their noble status. which rendered them vulnerable to being targeted by Hot Spring Island. Consequently, the responsibility for the transaction would rest entirely upon him, allowing him to reap a portion of the profits as well. Before the screen, Yifeng gazed suspiciously at the 20 horse-drawn carriages behind Masasu. Do you truly have sufficient funds to purchase frozen fish? 20 carriages, indeed? Yifeng inquired. Rest assured, bring the sacks over here, Masasu commanded. And 50 members of his team approached, 20 of whom bore sacks upon their shoulders. Open the sacks and reveal the crystal pills for Mr. Yi to see, Masasu instructed. Understood. One by one, the sacks were opened, and heaps of crystal pills emerged beneath the screen. Behold, these are level 20 crystal pills, the most valuable among them. The level 29 crystal pills, of which only we at One Sword Gorge possess such a stock, Masasu continued. The rest are all at least level 10, totaling 700 pills. Could you assist us in calculating their worth? Raimai, please assist with the calculations. My head feels a bit dizzy, Yifeng said, his heart brimming with joy, yet he maintained an air of calmness. Let me see. 1 times 3 equals 3, 2 times 3 equals 6, 3 times 3 equals 5. Mr. Masasu, the total value of your crystal pills amounts to 7 million hot spring coins. Would you prefer to exchange them for frozen fish, or take the cash instead? Raimai inquired earnestly. 7 million? Haha. Masasu chuckled knowingly. I understand, 7 million. Of which 1 million is yours, Mr. Masasu, and the remaining 6 million you may take back to your superior, Raimai cleverly remarked. Very well, let it be 7 million. And please convert 1 million into frozen fish. The rest, our grand leader and the other leaders have decided, shall be exchanged for hot spring coins, as they are more convenient to carry, Masasu stated. For Masasu's superior, 1 million worth of frozen fish would suffice to meet the daily provisions of the army. There was no need to purchase all in frozen fish, lest it incite envy. Mr. Masasu, 1 million hot spring coins would roughly equate to 1,000 bills, which is rather cumbersome to carry. Would you be interested in depositing it in the hot spring bank? Wang Zhihai suddenly interjected. Deposit in the hot spring bank? Masasu hesitated, as his trust in the bank was not yet robust. Chapter 868. I believe you do not wish to starve, do you? You may be unaware of the credibility of our hot spring bank. Upon your return, simply inquire with any member of the Duoyan tribe whether their funds in the bank accrue interest. Confirm this upon your return, then come find me. Bring forth the money. After Wang Zhihai concluded his remarks, several bank staff commenced the laborious task of counting the substantial sum of 7 million. Given the magnitude of the amount, it required a considerable span of time to tally. An hour later, the 7 million hot spring coins were finally accounted for, while Masasu had also poured countless crystal pills into the breach of the Grand Formation. Farewell, Master Yi, President Wang, and Miss Raimai. I shall return after clarifying the situation to decide whether to deposit the funds in the hot spring bank, Masasu declared before departing with his team. Upon walking 5 kilometers, Masasu halted, distributing the rebate among his 50 companions, granting each one 10,000 hot spring coins. He, however, retained a lavish sum of 500,000 hot spring coins for himself. Initially, his subordinates remained content, but as time passed, doubts regarding fairness would inevitably arise, sowing discord among them. Consequently, the group returned home in high spirits, akin to victorious generals. Meanwhile, Yifeng began to meticulously sort the crystal pills. The more advanced pills would be strategically placed in the heart of the formation during enemy assaults, while the lower-grade pills would serve to maintain the daily operation of the Grand Formation. Understood, Brother Feng, they responded in unison. Wang Zhihai promptly took charge of escorting the crystal pills to the core of the formation. This particular batch, under conditions of no assault, could sustain the Grand Formation for over a year. Yifeng, feeling the need for flexibility, decided to withdraw 2 advanced crystal pills to fortify the Van Saint Demon technique. At the eastern camp of Yijian Gorge, cheers filled the air as the crowd set up large pots and casually tossed in chunks of massive ice. In no time, the water began to boil, and they added a palm-sized frozen fish along with a pinch of salt and seasoning. Hahaha, our great leader truly possesses skill, managing to barter for so many frozen fish from Yifeng. Today, let us indulge, exclaimed a junior leader, feigning generosity. Come on, with such a large pot of water. How much flavor can that tiny frozen fish impart? Those leaders feast extravagantly in their tents, oblivious to the plight of us laborers, another lamented. I heard Masasu traded crystal pills for frozen fish. Perhaps we should also attempt to procure some? But do you possess any crystal pills? Queried another. I do, albeit of a lesser grade. Very well, when time permits, let us venture to Hot Spring Island and see if we can exchange our crystal pills for frozen fish. The group swiftly resolved to pursue this plan. Crystal pills, when consumed, did not satiate hunger. Rather, they required the body's heat to refine the medicinal essence within, precluding their use as sustenance. Thus, the significance of frozen fish became apparent. Have you heard? Chongqing City has resorted to cannibalism. But those who partake seem to fall victim to a peculiar affliction. Is it a parasitic disease? No, it is an entirely new ailment, indescribable in nature. Afflicted individuals alternate between laughter and tears before succumbing 3 days later. How frightening. Have any consumed horse meat? Indeed, but shortly after slaying the horses, the meat began to manifest hair-thin parasites. What? Is it not plausible to consume thoroughly cooked horse meat? Logically, this seems sound. However, who would dare to attempt it? This implies that only fish from the sea are deemed safe, presumably because seawater eradicates those parasitic organisms. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us venture forth tomorrow to ascertain how much frozen fish our crystal elixirs can procure. Within the pyramid of eternal life, the Grand Elder, wrapped in thick hides alongside 2 other elders, engaged in grave discussions. Grand Elder, should this predicament persist, we may endure hunger ourselves, but what of our laborers and warriors? In their state of starvation, they may revolt, expressed the 4th Elder. What alternatives do we possess? Encourage them with promises that once we vanquish Hot Spring Island, a bountiful supply of frozen fish will be at our disposal. They must endure for a while longer, replied Zuha, who had been deeply troubled in recent days, even feeling unworthy to face the soldiers in the camp. He perceived their discontent etched on their faces. Empty promises will not suffice. They are laborers and warriors, requiring tangible sustenance. I have resolved to dispatch individuals to scour every tribe for provisions, requisitioning supplies on site. However, it seems there are no sea fish in the desert, and the terrestrial creatures are too frightened to consume them. The 5th Elder also wore a troubled expression. Perhaps we could enlist the Gorge Master to transport food from One Sword Gorge? Another suggested. You are unaware. While food may be available at One Sword Gorge, once it reaches the frigid environment, the meat becomes infested with parasites. I cannot fathom why this is occurring. It appears this calamity is a dual catastrophe, extreme cold coupled with a parasitic epidemic. The group's countenance darkened in unison. Would they truly return in such a dismal state? Yet, what would returning achieve? When the cold wave descends upon One Sword Gorge, they would still face starvation or succumb to infection. Those of the sovereign strength might endure a bit longer, but if the cold persists for more than a decade, even they shall perish. Their only hope lies in reclaiming the formation plate. I have made my decision. Mobilize all the Duoyan people to fish through the ice in the frozen Fury Sea. Whatever they catch shall sustain my 20,000 troops, declared the Grand Elder, rising abruptly. Grand Elder, the Duoyan people are notoriously slow. By the time they manage to break through the ice, the frigid temperatures will refreeze the seawater. This means they must continuously break the ice, and the fish they catch may not suffice to replenish the energy expended in their efforts, countered another voice. You understand nothing. The loss of the Duoyan people is inconsequential. Their primary purpose is to supply our troops at One Sword Gorge. For this, I am willing to sacrifice the entire populace of Eternal Life City. Even at the cost of tarnishing the reputation of One Sword Gorge, the Grand Elder exclaimed, unable to suppress his frustration, feeling overwhelmed and emotionally charged. Very well. The assembly could only nod in agreement. The following day, countless Duoyan people were dispatched to the icy Fury Sea, each wielding tools such as pickaxes and shovels. Listen well. Break the ice and catch the fish. Surely, you do not wish to starve, a leader urged from behind. The Duoyan people trembled from the cold. Some suffered from frostbite. Their hands swollen like dumplings, rendering them unable to grasp their tools. The chieftain approached and glanced at the man's hand. Without any warning, he unsheathed a cleaver and plunged it into the back of the man's hand. A splatter of blood and pus erupted, releasing a foul stench. Your hand is now useless. Hence, you may leave, he declared. The chieftain, however, did not resort to indiscriminate slaughter. Thank you, my lord. The man of the Y and people joyfully took his pickaxe and departed. What are the rest of you dawdling for? Move, and you will not feel the cold. Immediately, 100,000 YN people began to labor vigorously on the icy expanse of the furious sea, excavating through the 20-meter thick ice. The ordinary pickaxes barely penetrated 10 meters before breaking, forcing them to replace their tools. Chapter 869. What are you trying to accomplish? After laboring tirelessly for half the day, one of the ice holes was finally excavated. Quick, insert the torches. Do not let the seawater freeze again, the chieftain urged. A multitude of torches was promptly thrust into the ice hole. This tactic indeed proved effective, as the freezing of the seawater slowed somewhat. Nevertheless, just as they had caught a few dozen fish, the sea mercilessly froze once more, with some workers' feet trapped within the ice, rendering them immovable. Help me, help me. A YN person cried, extending his hand toward the 20-meter-high opening. Should we assist? Assist what? Hurry, continue digging. Night fell swiftly, and the ice holes painstakingly created during the day were completely frozen over, with the ice layer extending deeper into the sea, reaching a thickness of over 10 meters. The Grand Elder stepped onto the icy surface of the furious sea under the cloak of night, gazing at the meager pile of frozen fish before him. Is this all the frozen fish we have? It seems to be less than 5 carts. What have you all been doing? Grand Elder Zuhu's fury was palpable. It must be noted that he had mobilized hundreds of thousands from the Eternal Life City for this ice excavation, only to yield such a meager catch. We had no choice, Grand Elder. To break through the 20-meter thick ice, we had to replace tools 2 to 3 times, consuming the better part of the day. And by nightfall, the holes refroze, a foreman lamented. Humph. Very well, let them continue digging tomorrow. As overseers, you must be strict. Those who work slowly shall be whipped. And occasionally, a couple of the slowest workers shall be executed as a warning to prevent laziness, Zuhu commanded with ruthless intent. Understood. That night, only those within the pyramid were able to partake of the frozen fish, all of whom were high-ranking members of the Sword Gorge. Meanwhile, the hundreds of thousands of YN people, exhausted from a day of toil and deprived of food at night, were now both weary and hungry. Some succumbed to the parasitic disease, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. The following noon, Zuhu returned to inspect the ice excavation efforts. However, he discovered that the number of YN people working had been halved. Where are they? Zuhu's wrath erupted. Grand Elder, those individuals labored all day yesterday and received no frozen fish at night. They have all fallen ill, leaving only half of them, the overseer quickly explained. Nonsense. How dare they feign illness? Inform those who feign illness that if they do not rise to break the ice, I shall strip them of their garments and hang them upon the walls of Eternal Life City, allowing them to perish from the cold. Grand Elder Zhu, he declared with ferocity. As you command, esteemed elder. At Hot Spring Island, overlooking Hot Spring Bay, Yifeng stood with a group of high-ranking officials. Guogua. It is time, Yifeng nodded at Bai Guogua. I shall now deactivate the lower protective shield. Upon saying this, Bai Guogua elegantly maneuvered her slender fingers across the formation. After a brief moment, the spherical light barrier enveloping Hot Spring Island faded, its lower half diminishing until it vanished entirely. Countless fish, previously encased in ice and deprived of oxygen, frantically rushed into Hot Spring Bay, all surfacing with their mouths agape, gasping for air. Brother Feng, I have a bold idea. Chunin suddenly interjected with a mischievous grin. Then let us proceed. Though some of those fish appear to possess teeth, Yifeng replied. Disgusting, Susan remarked, observing the two conversing with annoyance before departing. During this period, Yifeng had been residing closely with Duoyan Hina, which had left her, the primary wife, quite displeased. What are we waiting for? Cast the nets and catch the fish, Yifeng commanded. Instantly, a colossal net was drawn up from the depths of the sea, ensnaring the fish in one fell swoop. Oh no, it's too heavy. The fishing net cannot withstand this weight, exclaimed a citizen, and with a resounding snap, the net tore apart. Had I known, I would not have been so greedy. I should have opted for a smaller net, Yifeng lamented loudly. After 3 successive hauls, the upper layer of fish was completely depleted, yet immediately, the fish from below leapt several meters into the air, some even landing on the shore, mouths wide open, gasping for fresh air. They've been suffocating for too long. They finally get to breathe. Chunin swiftly scooped up a half-kilogram fish and hurried off to the restroom. His intentions unclear. All the fish within a 10,000-mile radius flocked towards the oxygen-rich area, resulting in an overabundance in Hot Spring Bay. Just as they cleared one layer, another emerged, and after hundreds of attempts, the pit remained brimming with fish, seemingly endless. Hahaha, Brother Feng, we are bound for wealth. These fish could sustain us for a millennium. I believe we can dispose of those nearly spoiled fish in the warehouse. When I received your message, I hastily constructed these warehouses without proper planning, Wang Zhihai remarked. You have a point. How shall we handle this? Yi Feng inquired, reluctant to exert his intellect. As Wang Zhihai was notably clever, and he preferred to delegate such taxing matters. Let us sell the nearly spoiled fish at a low price to the residents of the 8 districts and the dock district, earning their gratitude towards Hot Spring Island. Wang Zhihai suggested. No, Yi Feng shook his head. There is no longer a distinction between citizens and non-citizens, for we all reside within a grand formation. If we create excessive hierarchies, the common folk may harbor discontent, potentially undermining the formation's stability. Everyone within the Great Formation must consume only fresh sea fish. The moldy ones can be sold to the people of Yijiangxia, Yi Feng stated. Brother Feng, I understand, came the reply. Just then, Shi Zhengliang approached. Brother Feng, it is time to develop my new food, which I shall call herring canned fish and blackfish ham. Rest assured, I will employ natural fermentation to fully unleash the flavor of the fish, ensuring you will devour a pound of it. Old Shi, since we have an abundance of fish, feel free to do as you please, Yi Feng responded, making his way towards the geothermal plant. Brother Feng, I was just looking for you. Come with me to the Research Institute. I have something to show you, and Charlie is there as well, Chung Libin said as he led Yi Feng to the institute. Here, most individuals hailed from a civilized society. See, Brother Feng? Allow me to demonstrate, Chung Libin declared, beginning to turn a hand-cranked windmill. After a short while, the windmill spun rapidly, and a faint electric current was observed coursing through the 2 golden wires at its center. What are you attempting to accomplish? Yi Feng inquired. Electricity. Brother Feng, do you not comprehend? With so many advanced devices at our disposal, we must generate electricity. Moreover, since Wind Spring Island has natural gas, we can utilize thermal energy to produce power. First, we need to construct an engine. Once we have that, we can develop even more advanced weaponry, perhaps even aircraft. Chung Libin explained. Excellent. Hurry with the development. If you require funding, just ask Sister Maisie for the allocation. After all, we have ample resources, Yi Feng exclaimed in delight. Although he had anticipated the need for electricity to be developed, he had not expected it to occur so swiftly. Charlie from Notching could manufacture various machines, having achieved remarkable progress in mechanics. To advance further, they must focus on electricity. Chapter 870. Come, I wish to see your performance. Simultaneously, they needed to seek out silicon, a material that might not be immediately useful, yet would undoubtedly dominate their lives in a century's time. Upon leaving the Research Institute, Yi Feng's gaze was drawn to a fleeting figure. Before him stood a woman clad in a revealing bikini, Qiu Yenner, likely having purchased her bikini from Susan. Qiu Yenner? You? Yi Feng nervously touched his nose. Brother Feng, there is an abandoned factory over there. Come, no one will know. I wish to leave your seed. Qiu Yenner said, pulling Yi Feng into the dilapidated building. Yi Feng initially resisted vehemently, yet for reasons unknown, Qiu Yenner possessed extraordinary strength, overpowering even his advanced skills. Half an hour later, Yi Feng adjusted his pants and stealthily exited the factory. After another 10 minutes, Qiu Yenner also emerged, her cheeks flushed. On the 7th day, some strongmen in the military camp, unable to withstand their hunger, raised white flags and approached the light screen, clutching their scant supply of crystal pills. However, the next moment, their eyes widened in astonishment. Outside the light screen, several signs had been erected, proclaiming, Wind Spring Island presents a grand promotion. Frozen fish inventory clearance, all at half price. Last day. At that moment, several strong men rushed over, eagerly exchanging their low-grade crystal pills for a substantial quantity of frozen fish. Wang Zhihai generously gifted them some dead crabs as well. Hahaha, we have succeeded. Quickly, return and inform the others. Hot Spring Island is hosting a grand promotion. A few strongmen hurried back to the military camp. Amidst the severe cold and scarcity of supplies, the morale within the 4 military camps of Sword One Gorge was waning, to the extent that even higher-ups began to indulge their subordinates in exchange for frozen fish. After all, these were the soldiers they had brought along. They couldn't allow them to starve. Human emotions are inherently tender. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Yi Feng's group was now fully enjoying the fresh frozen fish, while the spoiled and moldy fish were all sold to Sword One Gorge. The voice of the deserted island continued. With Yi Feng listening to several natives wailing on stage, yet his gaze was fixed beyond the light screen. Approximately 5 minutes later, a thunderous sound erupted outside the light screen. Not good, enemy attack. The soldier on the watchtower was the first to react, immediately sounding the horn. Yifeng was taken aback and quickly moved to the side of the light screen. In the distance, a dark army was charging towards the light screen, led by the 3 esteemed elders. Prepare the cannons, ready the crossbows, and get the heavy machine guns ready as they enter range. Yifeng commanded loudly. Instantly, various weapons were all aimed at the area beyond the light screen. Bai Guagua grew tense as well, her right hand swiftly maneuvering across the array plate, activating 6 out of the 10 array flags. However, the army halted when it was still 4 kilometers away from Yifeng. The Grand Elder rode forward, coldly gazing at Yifeng. Yifeng, I will say this for the last time. Hand over the array plate. Otherwise, my army will encircle you for 10 years. If you surrender the array plate now, I swear by my reputation as the Grand Elder of Sword One Gorge that I will not harm a single blade of grass on Hot Spring Island. Zuha was speaking sincerely this time. He could no longer endure the hardships. With nothing to eat and the cold biting during this period, Long Life City had witnessed more than a dozen uprisings, and the Duoyin people were slaughtered incessantly. Now, the remaining Duoyin in Long Life City were all elderly and weak, unable to break ice or catch fish, thus deprived of their privileged treatment. Zuha, after living for so many years, how can you utter such childish words? Do you think I would hand over the array plate to you? Yifeng scoffed. Yifeng, Sword One Gorge has treated you well. The Gorge Master even took you as his closed-door disciple. Is this how you repay him? The Grand Elder found himself at a loss for words. Closed-door disciple? If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have gotten angry. Yifeng's anger flared. Why should you be angry? Zuha asked, feigning ignorance. Do you not know what Sword One Gorge has done to me? Yifeng raised an eyebrow. I truly do not know. Please enlighten me. If you have been wronged at Sword One Gorge, I will certainly help you seek justice. Rest assured, I am the Grand Elder. And I am a man of my word. Zuha continued to deceive. The people of Sword One Gorge do not allow me to enter the library to read, nor permit me to stay in a guest house, insisting I reside in the foot house. Yet upon arriving at the foot house, the proprietors arbitrarily increased the prices. Are you unaware of all this? Yifeng narrowed his eyes. I am truly at a loss. Rest assured, upon my return, I shall thoroughly investigate who is responsible for this and ensure justice is served on your behalf. Zuha declared with an air of feigned integrity. There is no need for that, Elder. It would be best for you and your companions to depart. I will not be returning the formation plate to you. Yifeng replied, shaking his head. The Elder's expression shifted. Yifeng, do not mistake my patience for weakness. I have yet to exhaust all my means to confront you regarding this grand formation. Do you truly believe that hiding within it renders you invincible? Elder, please allow me to speak with Yifeng. The 4th Elder interjected, placing a hand on the Elder's shoulder as he stepped forward. Fenger, on behalf of the entire canyon, I apologize for the actions of Yijian in the past. Rest assured, from this moment forth, I shall personally escort you to the library. You seek tomes concerning the heart demon, do you not? Worry not. I possess knowledge of such texts and will guide you there. For the guardians of the library would not dare obstruct your passage. Yifeng found the situation somewhat tedious. These individuals were treating him like a fool. Old man, be gone swiftly, or else, he declared before unleashing a powerful blast. Dodge. Boom. The 3 elders managed to evade the attack. Yet the 2 warriors behind them were reduced to mere fragments. The 4th elder brushed the ice shards from his head, glaring at Yifeng in the distance. Yifeng, it seems you are truly intent on opposing Yijian. Are you aware that we have dominated the Great Desert for over 20,000 years? 20,000 years. Then today, I shall put an end to your reign. Yifeng responded, loading another explosive round. The 3 elders were taken aback, their thigh muscles tensed, ready to evade at a moment's notice. Do you not think? Yijian's dominance for 20,000 years is not merely due to superficial skills. While we may not breach your protective formation, do you think we lack cunning? The 4th elder retorted coldly. What cunning? A feigned act of self-sacrifice? Very well, show me. I am eager to witness your performance, Yifeng replied, crossing his arms and adopting a posture of amusement. Hahaha. Ding Tuan could not contain her laughter. The 4th elder's face darkened with anger, yet after a moment of contemplation, a mysterious smile crept upon his lips. Yifeng, I understand the nature of the heart demon well. Once it manifests, it grows increasingly fierce. You may not feel its effects now, but as your cultivation strengthens, you will come to understand its severity. However, within Yijian, there may be methods to resolve the heart demon's affliction. Would you desire such knowledge? The fourth elder proposed, his demeanor shifting. Yi Feng's expression darkened, but he soon burst into laughter. Not to worry, I find being a fifth-order power master quite satisfactory. Henceforth, I will allow others to advance while I remain stagnant in my progress. Chapter 871. Restlessness. The fourth elder fell silent, exchanging glances with the other two elders. Yi Feng, you are far too naive. The heart demon is not deterred by your refusal to cultivate. Its severity only intensifies with time, unless you relinquish all your powers. Otherwise, within a year's time, even if you do not utilize the energy within your body, you shall inevitably succumb to the delusions of the heart. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's expression shifted slightly as he turned to the most accomplished practitioner, Yu Jiao. Sister Yu Jiao, is this true? He inquired. Indeed. Yu Jiao nodded affirmatively. Though his words may be somewhat exaggerated, the essence of what he says is accurate. Once the demons of the heart take root within you, over time, even if you remain stagnant, they will come to claim you. Why not lay a solid foundation while you are still strong? I am but a wild card. At that time, no one guided me. Let us not dwell on such disheartening matters. Yi Feng waved his hand dismissively. Yi Feng, what say you? Am I speaking without basis? Are you now willing to exchange the formation plate for permanent access to the library? The fourth elder chuckled and discreetly cast a look of approval at Yu Jiao. I shall not exchange it. Let the heart demons come as they may. At worst, I shall forsake my cultivation. After all, my island has already flourished and others can protect me. Living as an ordinary person is quite agreeable, Yi Feng declared, harboring unwavering confidence in the citizens of Hot Spring Island. For each citizen is a master of the island. They would have to be completely irrational to betray their home. This is the very reason Yi Feng clings to his right to vote. Even if one day he were to become disabled and devoid of any mobility, as long as he holds the identity of a Hot Spring Island citizen, others would care for him. His past experiences with internal betrayal had instilled in him the resolve to uphold voting rights, distributing power among the citizens. Indeed, you are quite stubborn. The Grand Elder once again emerged from the throng. The next moment, his voice resonated powerfully. To those within the light barrier, from this moment forth, whoever can breach a gap in the Great Formation shall be personally accepted as my disciple and trained into an unparalleled genius. Monthly, I shall provide them with crystal pills and grant them permanent reading rights. As his words fell, the audience was left in a state of buzzing astonishment. Yi Feng let out a cold laugh, surveying the expressions of everyone on Hot Spring Island. A few citizens could not suppress a chuckle. Ever since they understood the system of Hot Spring Island, they had effectively become its masters. Would an emperor betray his own nation? Certainly not. As for the laborers from other districts, they might feel a stir within, yet they lacked weapons, equipment, and power, and were forbidden from entering the castle or approaching the formation flags. Even if they dared to cause trouble, Yi Feng was confident he could eliminate them swiftly. If you comprehend my intent, I now command you collectively to take action against Yi Feng, to slay him and create a breach in the formation to allow me entry. The Grand Elder's voice continued. An eerie silence enveloped the light barrier as time passed. Eventually, Chunin stepped forward. Oh, the Grand Elder's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed, no matter how formidable a team, they cannot be entirely unified. Just like that, I have exposed the vulnerabilities of Hot Spring Island. Grand Elder, is what you said earlier true? Chunin inquired loudly. Of course. Very well, but I have an additional request. Chunin revealed a hint of hesitation. Regardless of your requests, I shall acquiesce, the Grand Elder remarked nonchalantly. Do you have a wife, daughter, or perhaps a granddaughter? I, Chunin, seek a spouse. If you could send one over for a month's amusement, I shall discreetly create a breach in your grand formation. Chunin's voice resonated across the entire Hot Spring Island. Hahaha, how amusing. Is Chunin jesting with him? Obviously, if Chunin truly intended to betray, he would do so quietly, not proclaim his intentions to all of Hot Spring Island. The Grand Elder's face flushed crimson, his piercing gaze sweeping over Chunin. Chunin felt as if his very fur was shedding under that oppressive stare. The might of the powerful was indeed formidable, exuding such a palpable pressure. All citizens of Hot Spring Island, heed my words. I remain steadfast. Whosoever retrieves the formation plate for me shall be rewarded with all resources at my disposal. Elevating them to the status of a proud canyon dweller, the Grand Elder continued. Proud. Canyon dweller? Can your canyon even compare to Hot Spring Island? The Sword Canyon is but a heap of refuse. The crowd erupted in curses. At this juncture, Yifeng raised his hands to silence the crowd. As citizens of Hot Spring Island, must we not exhibit a modicum of decorum? He then cast his gaze upon the dense army of Sword Canyon outside. To the warriors of Sword Canyon, beginning now, whoever delivers the tomes on heart demons to Hot Spring Island shall receive 10 million hot spring coins. Though I, Yifeng, lack the authority to mobilize such funds, I can arrange for installment payments with the Hot Spring Bank, even if it takes millennia. Yifeng's proclamation held a different weight. The warriors had already witnessed the credibility of hot spring coins. In an instant, their expressions shifted. Hahaha, Yifeng. We of Sword Canyon pride ourselves as the Supreme Canyon. Do you truly believe they will be swayed by your words? The Grand Elder chuckled heartily. Yet, he soon noticed the glint in the eyes of the warriors. As a creature of ancient years, he had long discerned the nature of humanity and understood the implications of those gazes. Turning to the over 10,000 soldiers behind him, he declared, "Whoever dares deliver the tomes on heart demons to Hot Spring Island, I, representing Sword Canyon, shall annihilate their entire lineage, leaving not a trace behind." The Grand Elder's words still bore a semblance of intimidation, causing the restless warriors to lower their heads. However, at that moment, Yifeng's voice resonated through the luminescent barrier. "Fear not. Upon acquiring the tomes on heart demons, you may bring your families to Hot Spring Island. I have a protective formation to shield you from the ravages of Sword Canyon." You? The Grand Elder felt a tightness in his chest, unable to release the tension building within him. For so long, he had acted with impunity under the guise of his esteemed title, garnering applause even for the most ludicrous acts, leading him to believe that all his actions were justified, never encountering dissent. Yet now, the tables had turned. Yifeng had repeatedly placed him at a disadvantage, leaving him with a tumultuous heart. Within the barrier, Yifeng continued unabated. "Brothers of the One Sword Gorge, I, Yifeng, lay my credibility before you. As long as you can procure the heart demon-type techniques, I shall grant you entry into the Grand Formation. Observe, the temperature within is merely 5 or 6 degrees below zero, and we are clad in light garments, while you, on the other hand, resemble spheres in your heavy attire. Furthermore, a cold wave will inevitably engulf the entire world. Those of the imperial and monarch ranks may endure, but what of you? How will you withstand the impending chill? When temperatures plummet to -30 or 40 degrees, even flames shall succumb to freezing." Yifeng's words struck a chord deep within the hearts of the One Sword Gorge brethren. Chapter 872. I have always been wary of him at that moment. Not only were the warriors stirred, but even the masters of strength exchanged glances filled with concern. Perhaps the energies of the monarchs and imperials could stave off such extreme cold, yet for them, survival beyond a month would be impossible. Just then, Ochin emerged, leading Tuba's child. "Brothers of the One Sword Gorge, one more thing. If you can procure holy water, ample amounts of it, we at Hot Spring Island will offer you sanctuary." Yifeng slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting this crucial detail. Such a fortuitous opportunity presented itself to enlist the aid of the One Sword Gorge in the search for holy water, and regardless of the chances of saving Tuba, he felt compelled to attempt it. Not only holy water, but any valuable items such as crystal pills or rare herbs. Did you not collect a tax of 60% last time? Bring forth the herbs from the secret realm, and I shall evaluate their worthiness before deciding whether to allow you into the Grand Formation to evade the impending calamity. Yifeng's voice resonated like thunder. In the distance, the forces of One Sword Gorge remained steadfast, yet various schemes began to unfold. In the face of survival, what need is there for loyalty and honor? The paramount concern was, indeed, survival. A few masters of strength began to devise plans on how to feign injury and return to One Sword Gorge to pilfer knowledge. Yifeng, you are quite amusing. Do you truly believe that the people of One Sword Gorge can be so easily deceived? I command everyone to return to the camp. No one is permitted to linger nearby. Those who dare approach the light barrier shall face execution without mercy. The Grand Elder, startled, swiftly issued the order to retreat. Consequently, the army gradually vanished into the snowstorm, leaving behind only 3 venerable figures of the monarch rank. Yifeng, your verbal prowess is commendable. I have heard that my subordinates have recently sought to trade with you for frozen fish. Is there any truth to this? Inquired the Grand Elder. What? Do you wish to trade as well, Grand Elder? Yifeng raised an eyebrow. Preposterous. I, the esteemed Grand Elder of One Sword Gorge, would engage in transactions with your humble hot spring island. Old 4, Old 5, we withdraw. With that, the Grand Elder turned his steed and rode back. Upon returning to the military camp, he discovered many warriors huddled together, whispering darkly. What are you doing? The Grand Elder bellowed, causing the warriors to hastily cover their mouths and obediently take their posts. However, after a brief period, they were rendered numb from the cold. Though clad in 7 layers of beast fur, the frigid air penetrated to their very bones. Observing that he had subdued these young soldiers, the Grand Elder strode confidently into the central command tent. There lay a massive charcoal fire, ensuring that the temperature within the tent remained around -40 degrees. Upon shedding their 3 layers of coats, the 3 old men appeared somewhat elongated. Old 4, this Feng is impervious to both soft and hard approaches. Do you possess any alternative methods? The Grand Elder remarked, taking a bite of a roasted fish. Although a strength emperor-level warrior could subsist for an entire year without sustenance, it did not imply that they were devoid of desire for food. Perhaps we should invite the Gorge Master to intervene personally? The 4th Elder suggested slowly. What? I, the esteemed Grand Elder, must seek the assistance of the Gorge Master to deal with a mere hot spring island? Where shall I place my dignity? The Grand Elder flung the roasted fish outside the tent. The guard stationed at the entrance, witnessing this, rushed over eagerly to consume it, leaving not even a bone behind. However, the formation set by Feng is as impenetrable as a copper wall. Any further assaults would only result in needless casualties. The 5th Elder sighed. Is that so? The barrier indeed resembles a copper wall, but what if we were to dig a tunnel? Surely, this formation cannot encompass the depths beneath? The Grand Elder suddenly exclaimed. Upon uttering this thought, he could not help but laugh heartily, delighted by his own cleverness. Indeed, how did we not consider this? Yet, we must execute this covertly, ideally commencing our excavation from 20 kilometers away. Otherwise, should Feng observe us drilling ice from 5 or 6 miles out, he may suspect our intentions. The 4th Elder cautioned. Digging from 20 kilometers away. That undertaking is rather monumental, is it not? It could take several months, perhaps even half a year. The 5th Elder expressed his reservations. Precisely because the endeavor is substantial, Feng will never suspect that we would employ such a foolish tactic to assault the hot spring island. Huh. I eagerly anticipate the astonishment that will grace his face months hence, the Grand Elder proclaimed, basking in his contentment as if he had already infiltrated the hot spring island. Grand Elder, however, the Doyan people are utterly incapacitated in such frigid weather. Shall we resort to employing our own men? The 4th Elder suddenly pondered. Of course. They too are part of the One Sword Gorge. Contributing to our cause is a trivial matter. Inform them to craft pickaxes in Chongqing City, and summon all strength masters and warriors to partake in this tunneling effort. Discretion is paramount. No one must be informed. Old 5, you shall personally oversee this grand project. I expect you to inspect the progress in the tunnel daily. Otherwise, these strength warriors of the One Sword Gorge, accustomed to their arrogance, may indulge in laziness. Should anyone falter, there shall be no mercy. Do not concern yourself with brotherhood, the Grand Elder commanded. Understood. Immediately, the 3 men set about their tasks. On the hot spring island, Feng luxuriated in the hot water. Their current stock of crystal pills was sufficiently abundant, if not utilized for cultivation. It could sustain the formation for 2 to 3 years. In that span, the external temperature might plummet to absolute zero, compelling the One Sword Gorge to withdraw their forces. By then, Feng could seek means to procure crystal pills once more or acquire energy-laden materials, such as herbs aged over 100 years, or materials aged over 1,000 years, or alternatively, recruit additional strength masters to artificially maintain the formation's power. Behind Feng, Susan was gently rubbing his back. Put some strength into it. Have you not eaten? I haven't bathed in a month, and it feels as if I am encased in armor. Feng remarked without turning his head. All right. Susan produced a meat cleaver and began to scrape his back. Shaner, I've been sharing a bed with Hina lately. You aren't upset, are you? Feng asked casually. Ouch. Feng exclaimed, you're scraping so hard. It's nothing. I'm not upset, Susan replied with an impassive expression. That's good to hear. Rest assured, your position in my heart will always be paramount. Additionally, keep an eye on that Wang Zhihai. Although he is exceptionally clever, I have a nagging feeling he might attempt to restore a feudal society, turning our hot spring island into an autocracy, Feng stated. I've always been wary of him. Susan nodded in agreement. In the second training room of the castle, Yijian trembled slightly. In the next moment, her aura surged forth, astonishingly reaching the level of a first-tier warrior. Yet the transformation did not cease. Her eyes shifted from a brilliant blue to an abyssal black, seemingly capable of devouring the surrounding light. Is this the first layer of the Shura Eye? Yijian rose, casting her dark gaze from the castle to the outside of the light screen. Beyond the screen, heavy snow fell, blanketing the desolate ice layer. However, when Yijian fully unleashed the power of the Shura Eye, she finally caught sight of a scene 20 kilometers away. Chapter 873. Can you wait that long? A group of warriors busily worked in a snow pit, extracting large amounts of crushed ice, which had already formed a small mountain at the entrance. What are these people from Yijian Gorge up to? Yijian tilted her head, deciding to report this matter truthfully to Yi Feng. After bathing, Yi Feng returned to his office, where several important documents awaited him. Now that he, as the island lord, had returned, many official documents required his personal review and signature. Yi Feng opened the first document, which had been sent over by Chung Li Bean. Approval for the establishment of the Hot Spring Power Company, requiring a budget allocation of 500 million hot spring coins from the finance department. Without hesitation, Yi Feng affixed his name. Electricity was crucial for the future development of Hot Spring Island, and this expenditure was indispensable. He then opened the second document. Approval for the establishment of a women's army, requiring a budget allocation of 100 billion hot spring coins. This document had been delivered by Ding Tuanchuan. Yi Feng immediately marked it with an X. As he prepared to open the third document, a sound of hoofbeats echoed from outside. Chase Ma had successfully become Yi Feng's personal guard. Strictly speaking, Yi Feng did not require protection, but as the island lord, he was entitled to 4 guards as per the council's decision, so he did not refuse. Lord of the island, Duoyin Hina wishes to see you, Chase Ma announced. Is there an appointment? Yi Feng inquired. No. Fine, let her in. Before long, Duoyin Hina entered. What brings you here, Miss Hina? Yi Feng assumed a businesslike demeanor. Lord Yi, you have quite the air about you. Do I need an appointment to see you? Did you think I didn't hear that? Duoyin Hina replied flatly. Ha ha ha. It is beyond our control. The regulations of our hot spring island are thus. Even if you are the wife of the island master, shortcuts are not permitted. Now, pray tell, what brings you here? I am unable to indulge in casual conversation during work hours, Yi Feng said with a forced smile. Since I have come to your office, it is certainly not a matter of domestic concern. I discreetly placed a curse on those individuals with whom we traded last time. Through my clairvoyant sorcery, I have witnessed certain occurrences, Duoyin Hina revealed. What did you see? Yi Feng's heart leaped with joy as he nearly forgot that his precious wife possessed the art of clairvoyance. The people from Yijian Gorge are drilling ice 20 kilometers away. Drilling ice? That is quite ordinary. They must be without food and are likely fishing through the ice. Not fishing, I can sense it. The shards of ice they have excavated have already formed a small mountain. They are digging a tunnel, Duoyin Hina stated calmly. Digging a tunnel? They are tunneling? Yi Feng furrowed his brow, then instantly comprehended the situation. It seems our concerns were not unfounded. Those from Yijian Gorge have finally lost their composure and intend to infiltrate our hot spring island from below. However, they are overestimating their capabilities. Yi Feng chuckled coldly. It is of no consequence now. You may return to care for the child. Yi Feng waved his hand dismissively. Very well, Duoyin Hina departed the office. Yi Feng turned to the door. Shui Ma, summon Wang Zhihai, Bai Guagua, Haltet, and Tinger to my office. Yes, Island Master. Before long, Yi Feng's conference room was filled with people. After closing the door, they began to discreetly discuss significant matters. 2 hours later, they finally finalized the details, and the room reverberated with the sound of flesh colliding with flesh. Once everyone was dismissed, another visitor arrived uninvited. Xiao Yijian, I apologize, I hardly recognize you now. Have you grown so much? Yi Feng gazed at Xiao Yijian in astonishment. By my calculations, she should be 17 years old. Uncle Yi, I have successfully refined the first layer of the Shura Eye. Just now, I saw something 20 kilometers away, Xiao Yijian reported truthfully. Splendid. Now our hot spring island possesses 2 living radars. Can you see up to 20 kilometers at most? Yi Feng politely poured Xiao Yijian a cup of hot water. Currently, I can see up to 20 kilometers. Strictly speaking, I can see a straight line distance of 20 kilometers, but I can maneuver freely within 10 kilometers, Xiao Yijian explained. Excellent. Xiao Yijian, you shall also serve in the military. I will arrange 100 household position for you, Yifeng declared. All right, Uncle Yi, I shall take my leave now. Xiao Ilian tucked her golden hair behind her, and despite her young age, there was already a hint of allure on her face. European and American women mature so quickly. Yifeng sighed. I wonder what kind of husband she will choose in the future. If she opts for a Caucasian, it seems there is only Charlie among my ranks. Is there not? Strictly speaking, Charlie can only be considered a descendant of both Caucasians and indigenous people. 20 kilometers away from Hot Spring Island, a 1-kilometer-long underwater tunnel has emerged. Elder Wu is personally overseeing operations at the tunnel's base. Everyone, pick up the pace. You are all masters of the strength level. Do not hold back. Once we breach Hot Spring Island, we shall feast extravagantly and seize the protective array for our clan. I shall commend each of you to the Gorge Lord, intoned Elder Wu gravely. Within the cramped tunnel, over 2,000 strength masters and warriors gathered, and upon hearing his words, they were invigorated, perspiring profusely as if fueled by a surge of adrenaline. Indeed, once we conquer Hot Spring Island, we can plunder their provisions entirely, and there are many beautiful women there. How fair their skin, they exclaimed, laughter echoing through the passage. I've heard Yifeng has several women inside. I must savor the experience of being with one of them. During my last trade with Yifeng, I noticed his first wife was quite lovely, particularly with those piercing eyes that could ensnare a man's very soul. Enough of your fantasies, dig faster, Elder Wu commanded. And in unison, the 2,000 experts exerted themselves, their spirits aflame with determination. Elder Wu stroked his beard, nodding in satisfaction. The excavation team was comprised of elite members. He believed that within a month, they would breach the subterranean depths of Hot Spring Island and emerge to unleash chaos. However, Yifeng must not perish just yet. He must be brought alive to One Sword Gorge. Only after enduring a decade or more of torment shall my resentment subside. Suddenly, the tunnel reverberated with the echoes of their labor. Although these diggers were skilled, their strength waned, and hunger gnawed at them. Elder Wu, we are famished. Could we procure some fish? Without sustenance, this endeavor may come to a halt, one strength master implored, unable to suppress his hunger any longer. Elder Wu furrowed his brow and surveyed the leading diggers. Indeed, without food, their pace had diminished drastically, and if this continued, it might take them over a year to complete the tunnel. But could they afford to wait that long? In a year's time, the outside temperature might plummet to -200 degrees, making it perilous for even strength masters to venture outdoors. Wait here. I will inform the Grand Elder and the Fourth Elder. We must procure food by any means necessary, Elder Wu declared urgently as he hurried outside. Upon reaching the military camp, the 3 elders mobilized all soldiers to begin ice fishing. However, the frigid temperatures made their task arduous. As soon as they broke through the ice, a chilling wind swept in, re-freezing the seawater. What shall we do, Grand Elder? Elder Wu questioned anxiously. The ice fishermen were also exhausting their energy, and the fish they caught provided little to replenish their strength, a meager return for their labor. The Grand Elder's countenance was grim, pacing back and forth on the ice at over 100 degrees below zero. There is no other option. Those 2,000 men will need at least a month to finish the tunnel, and their food supply must not be interrupted. Let us seek a trade with Yifeng. His array must be consuming energy, and I will barter crystal pills for frozen fish, the Grand Elder proposed. Are we not inviting danger by bargaining with a tiger? It is essential to acknowledge that we are currently in an adversarial relationship with Yifeng, the Fourth Elder remarked with evident reluctance. Indeed, we are at odds. However, I firmly believe that Yifeng must require crystal pills to sustain the operation of the Grand Array, while we, in turn, are in need of frozen fish. Rest assured, as long as we can exchange sufficient provisions to sustain 2,000 individuals for 2 months, I shall refrain from supplying him with any more crystal pills or crystal pellets. At that juncture, we shall procure the resources ourselves. The Grand Elder's eyes glinted with a frigid light. Come, let us bring along several prominent leaders and retrieve an ample supply of frozen fish. Before long, a group of elderly figures made their way toward Yifeng's Hot Spring Island, comprising approximately 200 individuals and 100 carts, possessing crystal pills of a high caliber. Their potential for exchanging a considerable quantity of frozen fish was substantial. The throng halted 5 kilometers from the light barrier. The Grand Elder hesitated momentarily. The convoy shall remain here. The Fourth and Fifth Elders, let us 3 proceed to negotiate with Yifeng. Very well, Grand Elder. The two nodded in agreement, preparing to approach the light barrier. Just then, a Force Master emerged, dutifully offering a white flag to the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, holding the white flag will ensure your safety, the Force Master suggested. Preposterous. How dare you, the esteemed Grand Elder of Sword Gorge, be reduced to waving a white flag? With a thunderous strike, this Force Master was dispatched. The others who had intended to present the white flag were instantly seized by fear, stealthily concealing the flag within their garments, anxious to avoid the Grand Elder's gaze. They had often engaged in clandestine transactions with Feng, and the white flag was their means of survival, thus they kept it at the ready. 3 riders cautiously advanced towards the hot spring island. Suddenly, alarm rang out, an enemy ambush. At the dock, dozens of cannons unleashed their fury, executing a sweeping barrage. Quickly, take cover. The cacophony of cannon fire reverberated, stripping away the thick layer of ice. Fortunately, the 3 elderly figures possessed remarkable strength and nimbly retreated to a distance of 5 kilometers. Even so, the 5th elder, slightly diminished in power, was grazed by 2 shrapnel fragments, blood trickling down his cheek, swiftly crystallizing into blood ice. 5th elder, are you injured severely? The Grand Elder inquired. It is but a scratch, the 5th elder replied, still shaken. He had not anticipated that the hot spring island would employ such a comprehensive offensive, leaving him with no option but to endure the onslaught physically. Who among you possesses a white flag? The Grand Elder's countenance darkened as he surveyed his subordinates. The 200 individuals fell into a hushed silence, bowing their heads in unison. I am addressing you. Where's the white flag? Prepare one for me. The Grand Elder pressed, suppressing his ire. I have one here, but do not misconstrue. I found it on the ground. A Force King stepped forward, presenting the white flag with both hands. Humph. The Grand Elder, astute as he was, recognized that this Force King had also been engaging in private transactions with Feng upon seeing the white flag. However, prioritizing the greater situation, he resolved to deal with Feng first before settling accounts later. Subsequently, the 5th elder brandished the white flag as he advanced ahead, while the Grand Elder and the 4th elder rode behind him. Within the light barrier, Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, ultimately refraining from issuing the command to fire. He discerned that the body of a Force Emperor was overwhelmingly powerful. Even when struck directly by cannon fire, it would merely result in some disarray, not inflicting any lethal damage. Brother Feng, what brings those 3 old fellows here, waving a white flag? Shannon inquired. There are 2 possibilities. Firstly, they might be here to persuade me to surrender the formation plate. Secondly, with the ocean frozen, they dare not consume the flesh available on land. So they may be seeking food from us, Feng replied with a cold smile. Before long, the 3 elderly men approached within a few hundred meters of the light barrier. Is Feng present? The Grand Elder asked. I am here. May I inquire what brings the esteemed Grand Elder to take such a risk? Feng stepped forward. Although we are at war, transactions can still occur during such times. I have heard that you possess frozen fish for sale. The Grand Elder endeavored to maintain his authority. Indeed, we do have frozen fish available, Feng nodded. Very well. I offer you a level 35 crystal pill in exchange for all the frozen fish on Warm Spring Island, enough to fill the 100 carriages behind me. The Grand Elder declared, carefully retrieving a crystal pill from his sack. This pill was a trophy from a past collaboration with the Gorge Lord in slaying a sand beast. I am not well versed in this matter. It would be prudent for Wang Zhihai to discuss it with you, as he manages the treasury, Feng replied, stepping back and pushing Wang Zhihai forward. Even from behind the light barrier, Wang Zhihai could feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from the 4th-tier Force Emperor. He took a deep breath and spoke with trepidation. I regret to inform you, Grand Elder, that due to the ocean's freeze, the price of frozen fish has skyrocketed to 10,000 warm spring coins per pound. As for the level 35 crystal pill, ordinarily, it would be highly valuable. However, the current circumstances have altered the situation. Warm Spring Island is the only place with frozen sea fish, rendering each fish more precious than a sand beast. I can offer you 10 million warm spring coins for your crystal pill. It is worth noting that a level 35 crystal pill, when placed in the formation's core, could ensure the normal operation of the Great Formation for an entire year. Wang Zhihai was reluctant to part with such a valuable item, but aimed to negotiate a lower price. Are you implying that my level 35 crystal pill can only be exchanged for 1,000 pounds of frozen fish? The Grand Elder's eyes twitched. Shifting his gaze to Feng, He realized that Yi Feng was the one manipulating the bald man to complicate matters for him. Yi Feng, must you be so ruthless? The Grand Elder questioned. I apologize, but the price is determined by the quantity of the goods. I am not knowledgeable in this regard. You may negotiate with Wang Zhihai. Yi Feng responded. The ancestor, he fell silent, retracting the level 35 crystal pill, his expression fluctuating between anger and uncertainty. Internally, he was seething with rage. Yet he could not breach the great formation of Warm Spring Island. Grand Elder, perhaps it is best to negotiate. We must secure food for those 2,000 people and not lose sight of the greater picture, the fifth elder advised from behind. Taking a deep breath, Ancestor, he attempted to temper his fury. Very well, you shall open a breach in the formation to allow the frozen fish to be brought forth. And then I will toss the crystal pill to you. Ancestor, he gritted his teeth and declared. It is not permissible. The rules of our hot spring island dictate that you must first cast the crystal pill within. Only after we have assessed the grade of the crystal pill shall we release the frozen fish to you. Ancestor, he, filled with rage, struck the luminous barrier with tremendous force. His powerful blow caused a significant portion of the barrier to shift in color and contort wildly. Chapter 875. A fragrance in the air. By Guogua's face paled in fear, and she hastily manipulated the array plate. At that moment, energy was drained from at least several hundred crystal pills within the array's core. The previously trembling barrier stabilized once again. Elder, are you here to trade or to brawl? Do you wish to exchange or not? Yi Feng stepped forward, casting a cold gaze at Ancestor He. Were it not for the immense value of the 35-level crystal pill to him, he would have commanded an attack by now. You? Very well, I shall comply. Ancestor He's gums bled from clenching his teeth. Guogua, create a small gap in the array, just large enough for a fist to pass through, Yi Feng instructed, then turned to the others. Everyone, maintain a distance of 100 meters from the gap. Should that brute channel his fist through it, even a gust of wind could shred you to pieces. What? The crowd of high-ranking individuals scrambled away, tumbling to a distance of 500 meters. Some even sought refuge within a sand cart, exposing only their terrified eyes. Bai Guog was similarly hid within the cart, commencing her manipulation of the array plate. The robust barrier began to twist and morph before them. Yi Feng hesitated for a moment, then clenched his fists decisively. Two Sanskrit characters emerged from his being, causing his form to enlarge, rippling with waves of water across his surface. To preempt any surprise attack from the elder, he had to invoke the second level of the sacred demonic art in advance. After a while, a fist-sized gap appeared in the barrier. Yi Feng quickly retreated 5 meters, warily observing the elder outside the barrier. Ancestor He's eyes glimmered as he scrutinized the opening. At this moment, he was tempted to thrust his fist through the gap. Yet rationality held him back. Here you go. Whoosh. A crystal pill shot in from the outside. Yi Feng caught the 35-level crystal pill in his grasp. He first inhaled its aroma, then employed his blood-sucking technique to draw a portion of its energy. Indeed, it was of superior quality, likely a 35-level pill. Although Yi Feng had never encountered such a high-grade crystal pill, the energy it contained suggested it was quite authentic. Bai Guogwa once more operated the array plate, gradually closing the gap and restoring the barrier to its former state. After some time, Yi Feng threw out 10 million hot spring coins from the array. This array has the peculiar feature of allowing items to be easily cast out from within, while casting items in from the outside is nearly impossible. What is this? The so-called hot spring coins? The elder glared at the piles of scrap paper on the ground, seething with anger. This amounts to 10 million hot spring coins. Now, you may use these coins to exchange for my fish, priced at 10,000 per pound. No negotiations, Yi Feng stated. Even at this critical juncture, he did not forget to promote his currency. Although it caused a slight delay, in light of the current achievements, this time spent is undoubtedly worth every moment. I demand 1,000 pounds of frozen fish. I have no use for this worthless paper. Zuhi kicked the money onto the luminous screen. Received, Guogua. Extend the screen outward just a tad to envelop that money, Yi Feng instructed, turning his head. Understood. The screen instantly expanded by 2 meters, perfectly encircling the money within the grand formation. Zuhi's expression shifted. He had indeed contemplated rushing into the luminous screen while it expanded, but his lack of knowledge regarding formations made him fearful of incurring great losses. Wang Zhihai, please tally the money. It's 10,000 per pound. Sold to us by our major client, Yi Feng remarked with a smile. Understood. Wang Zhihai promptly led a large group to begin counting the money, deliberately taking their time, counting bill by bill while examining the notes for authenticity against the sky. Outside, the biting cold made Zhu He's chest heave. He felt a torrent of suppressed anger coiling within him, desperate to be released. Hey, how long are you going to take? When will I receive my frozen fish? Zhu He pressed down his overwhelming fury on his chest. Huh, what did you say? This is hot spring currency. I must ensure it's all accounted for. What if you slip in a few counterfeit notes? Wang Zhihai replied indifferently. Damn you. Zhu He roared, striking the luminous screen once more. The grand formation consumed several hundred crystal pills to withstand this onslaught. Yi Feng's expression darkened. Elder, you have gone too far. The formation just consumed several hundred crystal pills. This expense will fall upon you. Mei Zi from the finance department, please calculate the losses and deduct some funds. All right, let me calculate, Li Meizi nodded. It will likely amount to a deduction of 1 million hot spring coins, and since he is provoking trouble, an additional 4 million in fines will apply. Thus, a total deduction of 5 million hot spring coins, which means that the 35-level crystal pill can only be exchanged for 500 pounds of frozen fish. Uffed. Zhu He could no longer contain himself, spewing a mouthful of blood onto the luminous screen. Add another million for sanitation fees. Chenin interjected at that moment. Soon after, 400 pounds of frozen fish were cast out of the luminous screen. Zhu He felt utterly withered, his complexion pale, lips cracked and peeling. With the support of the two elder figures, he returned to his group. Upon returning, 100 horse-drawn carriages headed back to the military camp, with only one carriage laden with goods. Elder, you were too impulsive. Let my fifth brother and I handle the next transaction, the fourth elder consoled. Very well. I entrust it to you. I am utterly exhausted and need to recuperate. Otherwise, my mental state may easily crumble. The elder nodded weakly. Yi Feng, gazing at the 35-level crystal pill in his hand, hesitated momentarily before tucking it securely into his bosom. This high-grade crystal pill might elevate the venerable Saint Demon technique to a new level. Of course, he did not expect to cultivate to the third layer of the technique. According to the records, even a prodigy would require a millennium to reach the third layer. With the support of the blood-sucking technique, he could undoubtedly compress that time infinitely. Brother Feng, should we place this 35-level crystal pill at the formation's core? Wang Zhihai suggested cautiously. Be silent. Chunin leaped forth, declaring, Brother Feng is our paramount strength on Hot Spring Island. Naturally, he shall cultivate with this advanced crystal elixir. Once Brother Feng surpasses the elder, we shall emerge from the barrier to breathe the frigid air. Very well, Wang Zhihai nodded. As the group prepared to return, they noticed the fourth elder approaching, brandishing a white flag. What is this old fellow up to now? Yi Feng squinted. Before long, the fourth elder arrived at the barrier, carrying a burlap sack. Yi Feng, I possess 4 30-level crystal elixirs and 2 32-level ones. Estimate how many frozen fish this could procure. I do not want money, only frozen fish, the fourth elder stated. Revealing the crystals from the sack, he was left with no choice. The Grand Elder had recently exchanged for 400 pounds of frozen fish. Yet there were 2,000 people digging the tunnel. With 400 pounds divided among 2,000, each would barely receive half a pound, insufficient to replenish their strength. Reluctantly, he returned to negotiate once more. By Guagua, open a gap in the formation to allow him to toss the crystals inside, and then we shall ascertain their level. Yi Feng instructed. Understood. Shortly, the formation was opened, and a sack was tossed in. Upon inspection, Yi Feng was greeted by a fragrant aroma. Indeed, these were high-grade crystals. Although not as impressive as the 35-level one, they were still quite rare. Approximately, we could exchange this for 600 pounds of frozen fish. Prepare 6 million hot spring coins, Yi Feng insisted, intent on promoting his currency rather than conforming to the fourth elder's expectations. What? Only 6 million hot spring coins. What about the crystal orbs? Do you accept those? The fourth elder inquired. Indeed, we accept crystal orbs. Their energy is pure, thus commanding a higher price, Yi Feng replied. Excellent. I have 10 high-grade crystal orbs. Take them as well, and exchange them for frozen fish, the fourth elder added, tossing out a vial. Yi Feng inspected it once more, confirming its authenticity. This can be traded for 1,000 pounds of frozen fish. Prepare the hot spring coins. Yi Feng exclaimed, elated. The fourth elder outside the barrier was taken aback. Crystal orbs were far more valuable than elixirs. And he had not anticipated such a meager return. Just 1,000 pounds of frozen fish, barely enough for 2,000 people for a day. Yi Feng, What about materials? The herbs from the illusory realm? The fourth elder pressed. Certainly, herbs from the illusory realm hold even greater value, Yifeng thought, thrilled at the prospect of acquiring truly useful items so swiftly. After rummaging through his belongings, the fourth elder produced a soul-severing stone and then a pale little herb. This is the soul-severing stone and the soul-fixing herb. I know you require these. Could you possibly exchange for more frozen fish? He asked. Of course. Prepare 5,000 pounds of frozen fish, Yifeng replied, his heart brimming with joy at the treasures in his hands. Soon enough, the fourth elder departed with a long string of frozen fish, all of which Yifeng had selected to be notably large, including a shark, sufficient for them to feast for quite some time. As the day's duties drew to a close, Yifeng declared his intention to return to his training. He gathered a few precious items and made his way to his cultivation chamber. Once seated in a meditative position, he grasped the 35th level crystal pill in his right hand. Truly, as a high-grade crystal pill, it took Yifeng the better part of the day to absorb all its energy, which he subsequently channeled into the Brahma Saint Demon art. By midnight, Yifeng opened his eyes and discarded the remnants of the crystal pill, his expression revealing his displeasure. Was the progress on the third level of training truly so sluggish? He had barely achieved 1/10,000th of the advancement he sought. With a heavy sigh, he quickly found solace in the realization that the Brahma Saint Demon art was indeed formidable, capable of vanquishing foes across 2 major realms. Thus, a slower cultivation pace was entirely reasonable. Such a body-refining technique, encompassing all aspects, could not be mastered hastily. Yifeng then produced the soul-severing stone and the soul-stabilizing herb. Regrettably, he had yet to master the art of concocting soul pills. Had he been able to refine these 2 items into a soul pill, their efficacy would undoubtedly surpass mere absorption. Island Master, are you ready? Came the voice of Chue Ma from outside. The fourth elder has arrived with a multitude of crystal pills. Excellent. It is time to conclude my retreat, Yifeng replied, making his way to the dock, where a group of high-ranking officials confronted the fourth elder. Is Yifeng present? Asked the fourth elder. I am here. Yifeng stepped forward. The fourth elder was accompanied by 2 large sacks, and in the distance, 10 horse-drawn carriages stood waiting. It seemed that the recent lesson had instilled in them a newfound respect for the value of frozen fish, dissuading them from bringing 100 carriages this time. How many crystal pills are there? Yifeng inquired. These contain crystal pills, herbs, and crystal pellets, along with some precious materials, all of which can supply energy to the grand formation. Please estimate their worth, the fourth elder replied, his expression impassive. Yet, within his mind, he had already resolved that once the underground passage was completed, he intended to eradicate all from Warm Spring Island, especially Yifeng's women, whom he envisioned capturing and bringing to Sword Gorge for the men to unleash their desires upon. The thought of binding Yifeng opposite them, forcing him to witness his beloveds in such a plight, brought an involuntary smirk to the fourth elder's lips. Wang Zhihai, please assess the value, Yifeng commanded. Understood. Allow me a moment. Altogether, I would offer you 100 million Warm Spring coins, which translates to approximately 10,000 pounds of frozen fish. Wang Zhihai promptly replied. What? This represents all the crystal pills and crystal pellets from our forces, and you propose merely 10,000 pounds of frozen fish? The fourth elder finally returned to reality from his fantasies. He had anticipated exchanging enough provisions for 2,000 individuals for 2 months, and 10,000 pounds of frozen fish was utterly insufficient. Regrettably, it is only 10,000 pounds of frozen fish. Will you accept the exchange? Wang Zhihai remarked nonchalantly. I shall forego the exchange. With that, the fourth elder seized the sacks and departed. Wait, ha. Everything is negotiable, Yifeng called out to the fourth elder. Negotiate. These are all high-grade crystal pills and pellets, especially these rare materials that have become extinct in this world. I demand a flat price of 100,000 pounds of frozen fish, the fourth elder countered, making a bold demand. 100,000? No, 50,000. Yifeng retorted. 75,000. 55,000. 60,000. Ultimately, the two reached an agreement for 600,000 pounds of frozen fish. Yifeng devised a plan to first exchange all the goods from that side, thereby rendering the forces of Yijian Gorge incapable of cultivating. Additionally, after consuming the crystal pills, they would be able to fend off the invasion of the worm plague. Thus, Yifeng was determined to acquire all the crystal pills available. As the temperature dipped further, even those at the strength of warriors would be unable to resist the worm plague. At that point, they would resort to purchasing their own anti-worm medicine, allowing the true plan to unfold. Filled with ambition, Yifeng gazed into the distance. The sheer volume of 600,000 pounds of frozen fish could not be accommodated by the fourth elder's wagon, prompting him to return and summon additional carts to transport all the fish. Upon returning to the military camp, the fourth elder could not contain his laughter. "Elder, we now have 600,000 pounds of frozen fish, enough to sustain 2,000 people for 2 months. Once we dig through the tunnel, we can reclaim the formation plate." The fourth elder was quick to take credit upon his return. "Excellent. It seems that you excel in matters of communication, old fourth. Inform everyone that tonight we shall add an extra fish to the pot, ensuring a thicker fish porridge for all." A faint smile appeared on Zhu He's face as he cast a sinister glance towards the direction of Hot Spring Island. As time swiftly passed, more than a month had gone by. At Hot Spring Bay, Yifeng, clad only in his undergarments, leapt into the sea. He deftly avoided the dense shoals of fish before diving down to a depth of 20 meters. Meanwhile, on the shore, Bai Guoguo was meticulously adjusting the formation plate, her brow furrowed in concentration. After a while, Yifeng reached out to touch the shimmering barrier beneath the surface. Unlike before, the barrier no longer lay wide open but had transformed into a grid pattern. Each grid was roughly the size of a human head, allowing fish to pass through while preventing human entry. After confirming the grid pattern in other areas, Yifeng resurfaced with a splash, a large crab perched atop his head. "Brother Feng, did it work?" Bai Guoguo inquired anxiously. It was her first attempt at transforming the barrier into a grid, leaving her somewhat uncertain. "It has been successful. Each grid is head-sized, ensuring that sea fish can enter, yet it will not be so easy for humans to do the same." Chapter 877. This must be the place. Yifeng smiled as he climbed ashore, and Su Yun promptly draped a coat over him. Now a third-stage warrior and concurrently serving as the president of Hot Spring University, Su Yun held the position of authority on Hot Spring Island. "Hahaha, Brother Feng. This is splendid. I can hardly wait to see the expressions on their faces when that group, after exhausting their efforts to dig the tunnel, finds themselves unable to enter." Chunin exclaimed with joy, leaping into the air. "Nevertheless, we must remain cautious. In the coming days, activate the other formation flags as well. Do not fear wasting energy. Our current crystal pills and crystal orbs are sufficient to sustain the grand formation for a decade," Yifeng advised Wang Zhihai. "Very well. I shall promptly place those 232-level crystal pills in the formation eye," Wang Zhihai replied before hastening to his task. "All right, it is getting late. You all should return and rest. Nuo Duo, please come to my office. There are matters I wish to discuss with you," Yifeng instructed. "Understood." Nu Duo is now the director of the Hot Spring Hospital, while Bai Chu Shui serves as the deputy director, both holding esteemed positions within the institution. After a brief moment, Yifeng entered the office and gestured for Nu Duo to take a seat on the leather sofa. Nu Duo nodded and unexpectedly locked the office door. Yifeng furrowed his brow. "Nu Duo, could you please assist me in assessing the state of my soul?" Yifeng extended his right hand. Nu Duo nodded slightly, her slender fingers gently resting upon Yifeng's pulse. "It has improved significantly since our last examination. Yet the undeniable truth of your congenital deficiency remains unchanged. I fear you must seek a means to complete your soul, otherwise, it would be prudent to refrain from further cultivating your abilities. For immense power necessitates a correspondingly robust state of mind, which, in turn, embodies both the soul and one's innate potential," Nu Duo remarked. "Very well then. How unfortunate it is. Why is my spirit so lacking?" Yifeng sighed. "Not at all. In truth, every individual's soul is incomplete, and in this world, there exists no one whose soul is entirely whole. It is through the gradual process of daily cultivation that one seeks to refine and mend it. However, your soul is indeed considerably weaker than that of an ordinary person," Nu Duo elucidated. "Alas, it seems to stem from a lack of nourishment during childhood," Yifeng lamented. "By the way, with your current soul state, you should no longer be bound by the taboos of gender. So what do you say?" When Nu Duo reached this point, she gently lowered the animal skin draped over her shoulders, revealing a delicate glimpse of her snow-white shoulder. "Is this appropriate? I am indeed a married man," Yifeng replied with a shake of his head, yet his eyes could not help but linger on the alluring shoulders of Nu Duo. "Rest assured, I possess the discretion to keep my thoughts to myself, and as a pharmacist, I have an intricate understanding of the male anatomy. Would you care to experience sensations beyond your imagination? Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. After uttering these words, Ongwa leaned forward, allowing the contents within her neckline to partially reveal themselves before Yifeng's eyes. In truth, she harbored her own intentions. Although Hot Spring Island appeared to be equitable and just, it was solely supported by Yifeng's efforts. As a prominent apothecary, she naturally sought a reliable ally. Furthermore, she had heard that nearly every woman of some allure on Hot Spring Island had entangled herself with Yifeng. Thus, to establish her footing on the island, she could not evade this particular challenge. Moreover, after Yifeng advanced to the second layer of the Brahmin's sacred demon art, his fair complexion became increasingly appealing. She was, after all, a woman of normal desires. If she was to be subjugated by a man, why not choose Yifeng, who was undeniably the most pleasing to the eye? Are you truly serious? Surely, this cannot be a jest. Yifeng retorted, I would never jest about such matters. Moreover, the likelihood of your spirit being struck is exceedingly low. Hence, there is no need for you to wear the sheepskin. You may proceed without it. I assure you, I shall not disclose this to anyone, nor will I pursue any form of acknowledgement, for as a strong woman, I have no need for titles. After finishing her statement, Nu Duo pulled her trousers up, revealing a portion of her fair, slender calf. Although her skin was not pale, it possessed a healthy, wheat-like hue. You mentioned this yourself? So I shall not hold back, Yifeng declared, and with a fervent cry, he lunged forward. An hour later, Yifeng rose to his feet, a contented expression adorning his face. Meanwhile, on the desk, Nu Duo was striking an alluring pose, her body partially concealed by fragments of beast skin. Indeed, you possess a remarkable understanding of the male physique. Yifeng playfully pinched her cheek. You mischievous one, I must admit, I underestimated you. How robust you are, it hurts. Nu Duo pressed her delicate face into Yifeng's palm, signifying her discomfort. No, I am exceedingly comfortable. This sensation is unprecedented. Since there is still ample time, if you are not in a hurry, shall we? A flirtatious smile graced Nu Duo's face. With a sudden exclamation, Yifeng lunged toward her once more. The duration of their second encounter felt remarkably lengthy, with melodious singing filling the office, harmonizing with the creaking of furniture. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of bright eyes in the shadows observed their intimate moment. De Fu, her face flushed crimson, quickly shielded her eyes and fled. She had initially come to inform Yifeng about a labor company enforcing a 12-hour workday, seeking his opinion on whether to impose a hefty fine on them, but was met with this mortifying scene. The inhabitants of Hot Spring Island worked merely 5 hours daily, while the higher-ups, including Yifeng, were required to labor for 8 hours. The Labor Bureau of Hot Spring Island also held the authority to supervise non-island labor companies, mandating strict adherence to labor laws. However, most outsourcing firms merely paid lip service to regulations, implementing their own countermeasures. A 6-meter-wide icy passage extended deep underground. Within this corridor, another laborer was being hoisted out. Long-term exposure to this environment, with only one passage providing oxygen, often resulted in individuals fainting from asphyxiation. The fifth elder stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the laborers being extracted. Stop, he commanded, then swiftly approached the end of the passage and pressed his hand against the icy wall. It is nearing completion. I can sense the energy field of the formation. Go, inform the first elder and the fourth elder. Have them summon all the elite warriors of the king level. We shall shatter the final ice layer in one concerted effort and breach the light barrier. The fifth elder issued his orders. Understood. A laborer dashed toward the exit of the passage. Time passed, and soon over 40 individuals emerged from the icy corridor, led by the first elder and the fourth elder. Old 5, has the passage reached the depths of Hot Spring Island? Zuhi inquired, his voice laced with a menacing tone. He had calculated the distance, confirming it to be 20 kilometers. Indeed, I can sense the energy field of the formation. This must be the location, replied the fifth elder. Excellent. Now, the three of us will strike together to break the final ice layer with all our might, leaving no opportunity for Hot Spring Island to react. Zuhi then turned to the nearly 40 king-level warriors behind him. You are the backbone of our forces. When we charge in, eliminate any ordinary individuals, spare the women. I intend to transform them all into maidens, and as for Yifeng, do not kill him. I want him to witness his women being made into maidens, slaughtered before thousands. Zuhi issued his cold command. Chapter 878. Would Yi Feng show mercy? Indeed. 40 powerful warriors nodded in unison, simultaneously drawing their long swords. Unbeknownst to them, the entirety of Hot Spring Island had already mobilized, with various crossbows and cannons aimed at the Hot Spring Bay, awaiting the emergence of their quarry. Yi Feng sat in a grand armchair. Beside him was Duoyen Hina, who at that moment was rolling her eyes, seemingly attuned to some unseen force. After a minute, her eyes returned to normal. Now, Duoyen Hina nodded at Yi Feng. With a subtle gesture, Yi Feng released the safeties of the weapons, each now aimed directly at the waters below. Boom! The entire Hot Spring Island trembled as the waters of the bay surged nearly 100 meters high, with some fish being reduced to mere pulp by the terrifying force. Inside the tunnel, a torrent of seawater rushed in. Do not fear the encroaching waters. As long as you surge into the Great Formation, the temperature shall not be so frigid. With that, Zuhi was the first to charge into the oncoming wave. In an instant, all within the passage found themselves submerged in seawater. The warriors of the king level fared better, while those of the master level were rendered stiff with cold. The waters continued to flood forward, rushing toward the tunnel's exit with the vigor of a river flowing to the sea. Hurry, hold your breath, swim forth. The passage soon became entirely submerged, as those of the king level gritted their teeth and propelled themselves forward. Through the water, they caught sight of a luminous area above, revealing Hot Spring Bay. Bubbling with excitement, a group of them blew bubbles, their eyes gleaming with joy. Zhu He, with his legs rapidly kicking, surged toward the source of light. Bang! In the next moment, he collided with a solid object, a trickle of blood spreading through the water. What happened? Zhu He was taken aback, but found himself unable to speak underwater. Thus, he extended his hands, beginning to explore the depths around him. To his astonishment, he discovered a transparent wall separating him from the light source, perceptible only by touch, invisible to the naked eye. Wait a moment. As he continued to probe, he found that this transparent barrier was riddled with numerous head-sized openings. Joy surged within him. These must be windows. He eagerly thrust his head into one. However, after several struggles, he found his shoulder wedged tight. Others too encountered the translucent barrier, swirling in a panic beneath the waves. Bubbling. A fifth-tier master exhaled a multitude of bubbles, his lungs depleted of oxygen. In ordinary water temperatures, he might have lasted longer. But the current frigid conditions were both chilling and excruciating. He paid no heed to anything else, and hurriedly swam toward the tunnel's exit. Yet, the seawater had inundated the entire passage, meaning he would need to swim 20 kilometers to catch his breath. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Zhu He's eyes as he swung his long sword forward. The master was cleaved in two, a surge of crimson spreading through the tunnel, further diminishing visibility within. Others quickly followed suit, mimicking the actions of Zhu He as they groped around the luminous screen, hoping to discover a larger aperture through which they might escape. However, after a prolonged search, it became apparent that these openings were precisely measured, just wide enough for a small head to slip through, yet too constricting for shoulders to follow. Gurgling, Zhu He released a stream of bubbles from his lips. Panic surged within him, and he struck the luminous screen with a powerful fist. The entire screen trembled, shifting from complete transparency to 80% opacity. Everyone beheld the uniform grid pattern displayed upon the screen. This was dire. The formation was formidable, effectively sealing off even the lower regions. Zhu He's heart raced as he gritted his teeth and struck the grid once more. Unfortunately, Yi Feng had already anticipated their desperate attempts to break free and had activated the functions of 10 formation flags. The powerful warriors were paralyzed with fear, relentlessly battering the luminous screen, which flickered in response to their assaults. Meanwhile, at the core of the formation, a 30-level crystal core rapidly dimmed, soon rendered useless. Wang Zhihai remained unperturbed, casually tossing another 30-level crystal core into the fray. The previously trembling formation instantly stabilized. Boom, boom, boom. Below, all were desperately throwing punches into the seawater, yet their fists became swollen, and the luminous screen remained impervious. Zui seemed to grasp something and quickly turned to the fourth and fifth elders. We must flee. The three of them kicked their legs and swam towards the exit. 20 kilometers away. Along the way lay the drowned power masters and warriors. The 40 power kings were left aghast. Their lung capacity was vastly inferior to that of the power emperors, and swimming such a distance would likely lead to drowning mid-journey. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. A 9th-level power king squinted his eyes and suddenly unleashed a punch against the ice layer above. They had excavated this tunnel to a depth of 20 meters, meaning the ice layer above was 20 meters thick. At temperatures exceeding 100 degrees below zero, this ice was nearly as hard as iron, approaching the density of profound ice. Boom. The ninth-level Power King was sent hurtling back into the deep sea, as he could not leverage his body on land. Most of his strength was absorbed by the water, with only a fraction impacting the ice layer. A few chunks of ice fell, but this was insignificant against the 20-meter-thick barrier. The other Power Kings, terrified, resorted to every means at their disposal. Some wielded swords, others struck with their fists, and some even attempted to headbutt the ice. Bang, bang, bang. On Hot Spring Island, Yifeng felt a series of vibrations beneath his feet, akin to an earthquake. Except for Yifeng, the others wore expressions of anxiety, fearing that the three power emperors might breach the luminous screen. There is no need for concern. The formation is operating at full power, and even a ninth-level power emperor cannot break through it, Bai Guohua confidently asserted. Only then did the others exhale in relief. Sensing that the time was ripe, Yifeng abruptly stood, clad only in a thin garment. I will dive down to investigate. You all remain on guard above. With that, he plunged into the water, swiftly descending to a depth of over 20 meters. Through the transparent light curtain, he immediately beheld 40 formidable warriors outside. Alongside the lifeless bodies of several elite fighters who had succumbed to drowning, at least 200 or 300 corpses lay strewn about. The warriors noticed Yifeng and hastily began to pound against the light curtain, their eyes betraying sheer terror. Some clasped their hands together, as if in supplication, while others incessantly nodded at Yifeng, bubbles frothing from their mouths. A few resorted to sign language, their expressions rife with desperation. Yifeng hovered in the water, coldly observing this assembly. As time inexorably passed, approximately 20 minutes later, a first-tier warrior began to struggle in the water, akin to a dying fish. After a minute of futile thrashing, his body became still, his pupils gradually dilating. The remaining warriors were paralyzed by fear. Some bashed their heads against the light curtain, while others mouthed silent pleas to Yifeng. Although he could not decipher their lip movements, he surmised their intentions, pleas for release from the curtain, assurances of good behavior once they reached the island, and so forth. But this was war. Yifeng had no intention of showing mercy. His descent into the water was solely to ascertain whether all of them had indeed drowned. Chapter 879. A glimmer of fury. It was evident that the three sovereign-level masters had escaped, leaving behind only warriors and elite fighters. Following the incident in the passageway, the ranks of over 10,000 troops from Yijian Gorge would experience significant attrition. Henceforth, only sovereigns and elite fighters would remain, with no warriors left to be found. Suddenly, a ninth-tier warrior retrieved an object from his waist and extended it through the grid towards Yifeng. Upon closer inspection, Yifeng discerned it to be a bottle. He swam closer, intending to accept the bottle, but in the next moment, the ninth-tier warrior seized his wrist, his formerly terrified expression morphing into one of cunning. A smirk graced his lips as he rapped on the light curtain with his left hand, gesturing above his head, implying that Yifeng should lower the curtain to permit him passage, or else he would eliminate Yifeng on the spot. Yifeng regarded the warrior with an impassive countenance. In the next instant, two symbols of ancient script burst forth from his body, effortlessly liberating him from the grip of the ninth-tier warrior. As hope dwindled, the oxygen in the ninth-tier warrior's lungs rapidly depleted, and soon his eyes took on the lifeless gaze of a fish. After 20 minutes, having confirmed the demise of the last ninth-tier warrior, Yifeng resolutely swam back to the surface. Brother Feng, what transpired? Shunan inquired. Yifeng took a deep breath before responding. Aside from the three sovereigns, everyone else in the passageway has drowned. I counted 41 warriors. It seems Yijian Gorge had a total of 60 warriors, and now their upper echelon has been nearly wiped out. Having spoken, Yifeng emerged onto the shore with a splash. Duo and Hina and Susan rushed over, each clutching a coat, eager to drape it over Yifeng. Ultimately, it was Susan who, with greater determination, managed to wrap the coat around him. Hahaha, splendid. We have triumphed. A chorus of excitement erupted from the group. Shunan, in particular, leaped in exuberance, celebrating their victory. I hereby declare that the Hot Spring Island will host a grand banquet for half a month. Not only the citizens will partake, but also individuals from the 8 districts and the Dock District shall join. However, those from the 8 districts and the Dock District will dine on the periphery. while the citizens of Hot Spring Island will indulge in feasting at the East Square. I, Yi Feng, will hold a personal concert to enliven the atmosphere. Yi Feng stated earnestly. The crowd had initially prepared to cheer, but upon hearing the latter part, their expressions fell in unison. With a tumultuous sound, 3 figures finally emerged from the passage, immediately clutching their stomachs and coughing loudly, expelling seawater as they did so. Ah, Grand Elder, you did not enter Hot Spring Island? Several power masters approached. Quickly, quickly, fetch us the dry coats, hurry. Elder 5 exclaimed, trembling. Yes, yes, bring the dry coats here. And assist the 3 elders in removing their icy armor. A throng of individuals brandished swords, wildly striking at the icy armor of the 3 elders. Once the beast skins became wet, they froze instantly upon contact with the cold air. After considerable effort, they finally draped the dry coats over the 3. Let us return to the military camp swiftly and ignite all the charcoal fires. Zuha commanded before darting into the main tent with lightning speed. It took a full 2 hours for the 3 elders to regain their composure, and they inhaled deeply the steaming fish porridge. Grand Elder, what of the others? Could it be? A 9th-tier power master asked tearfully, for his father was among the missing. Is that even a question? The passage is filled with seawater. They have all drowned, Zuha replied, forcing calmness into his voice. In truth, they had narrowly escaped. The farther they were from Hot Spring Island, the colder the water became. And just as they were about to swim out of the passage, they encountered ice debris, rendering their swimming akin to maneuvering through mud, drastically reducing their speed. There is no need to ponder. The seawater in the passage has now completely frozen over. The individuals from Yijian Gorge within that passage are surely encased in ice. The power master gasped in astonishment, retreating several steps, his eyes turning a deep crimson. My father, he too perished within. Alas, you must restrain your grief. In war, there are always casualties, the 4th elder admonished, his expression strained. They had committed a grave error, resulting in the drowning of over 40 power kings from Yijian Gorge due to their misjudgment. It is important to note that there were only slightly more than 60 power kings in total from Yijian Gorge. This catastrophe may well lead to a significant fracture within their ranks. Another 9th-tier power master stepped forward. So, does this mean that 2 of our family's 9th-tier power kings also perished within? Though this power master was not particularly formidable, he hailed from the Rue family, making it difficult for even the Grand Elder to dismiss him lightly. Rue Ming, I share in your sorrow, but now is not the time for such discussions. The 4th elder remarked. Not discuss? Haha. Rue Ming laughed heartily. You 3 old fools have made such a colossal mistake. And yet you wish to silence any discussion about it? In this recent passage plan, over 40 powerful warriors perished, along with thousands of skilled fighters. They were all individuals with families. I wonder how you will justify this to the orphans and widows upon your return. Truly, it is commendable that the Rue family dares to confront the 3 esteemed elders. Rue Ming, I have stated that war inevitably incurs casualties. You must leave now. I have urgent matters to discuss with the 2 elders. The 4th elder, barely restraining his fury, spoke. They themselves were in the wrong, thus. In the presence of a mere fighter, their resolve faltered. Urgent matters? Are we to discuss yet another plan that will cost thousands of lives? Rue Ming questioned. At this moment, Zhu finally raised his head, casting a frigid gaze upon him. I shall not repeat myself, leave. His voice was laced with an ominous threat. Me? Rue Ming was taken aback. Why should I leave? At that instant, with a resounding thud, Rue Ming was struck upwards, meeting his end. Remove the body and clean the floor, Zhu commanded coldly. The other fighters, witnessing this, exchanged glances of indignation but complied, removing the body while no one dared to return and clean the blood-stained ground. What shall we do? We have lost a significant portion of the powerful warriors of Yijian Gorge. Upon our return, both the Holy Moon and the Gorge Master will surely seek retribution, perhaps even targeting the 3 of us. The 4th elder spoke with evident concern. Chapter 880. I share your mother. Humph. What is there to fear? I am the Grand Elder of Yijian Gorge, and you too are elders. How many true powerhouses does our entire Yijian Gorge possess? As long as we 3 unite, neither the Gorge Master nor the Holy Matron can do anything against us. The critical issue now is that we must devise alternative methods to enter Hot Spring Island. Zui stated coolly. Alternative methods? It seems our only option is to forcefully break the formation, but that array is far too formidable. Not even a 9th-level powerhouse could breach it, let alone us. Unless, of course, we could summon a legendary true martial realm expert. Yet such beings have not been seen in the great desert for millennia. The fifth elder lamented. Alas, Rue Tian has misled us. Had he not lost the long rainbow in the secret realm, a single sword strike would have sufficed to cleave through the protective array of our clan. But now we find ourselves wasting so much time. The Grand Elder rose and began pacing within the tent. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. To hell with you. Hand over the money. Why should I? That money was exchanged with spirit stones. The three elders' expressions darkened as they stepped outside. They beheld two factions of fighters in a standoff. Leading one group was a 9th-level fighter, clutching his bag tightly. While confronting him were his subordinates, 5 fighters and over 40 warriors. You pocketed a kickback of 500,000 and expect us to settle for just 10,000 each? What kind of logic is that? Hand over the money. We shall divide it evenly. I share your mother. Instantly, the 9th-level fighter was besieged. Not only in their eastern camp, but disturbances began to arise across other camps as well. Earlier, they had believed that the Grand Elder could stealthily infiltrate Hot Spring Island, thus momentarily suppressing their anger. The current situation has become quite clear. In the absence of sustenance, they are all desperately yearning for the hot spring currency, enabling them to procure food from Hot Spring Island. Following a significant strategic failure, the lower ranks have descended into a mode of mutual harm. Such behavior is utterly unacceptable. Are you also idle? The voice of the Grand Elder resonated powerfully. The two factions immediately parted ways, yet they still exchanged hostile glances, preparing for another confrontation on a later date. 4th Elder, you shall maintain order in the western camp. 5th Elder, you will oversee the northern camp. Ensure they do not come to blows, commanded Zhu He. Understood. Very well. Consequently, the 3 Grand Elders were compelled to take their respective posts. With the King of Strength having perished, controlling these power wielders now relied solely on these 3 sovereign-level masters. Such is the nature of war. A victory will invariably dissolve internal conflicts, as they unite against a common adversary. Conversely, in the wake of a defeat, high-ranking officials will begin to cast blame upon one another. The lower ranks will also lose their sense of unity, and when hope fades, they will start to consider their own interests, such as accumulating wealth or securing tangible benefits. In the southern camp, devoid of a sovereign or a king of strength, it has turned into a lawless encampment. Within, there are over a dozen 9th-tier power wielders, each casting disapproving glances at one another. Some have even taken to horseback, fleeing towards the Sword Valley, intent on pilfering tomes related to the Heart Demon in exchange for entry into Hot Spring Island. The situation has become increasingly dire. A catastrophe looms over the entire world, and only the protective ancestral formation can ensure their survival. Within a mere afternoon, half of the over 4,000 individuals in the southern camp had fled. The Grand Elder donned the garb of an ordinary person, concealing his face with animal hide, and stealthily infiltrated the southern camp for reconnaissance. He discovered that the remaining 2,000 individuals were engaged in gambling, using hot spring currency. Come, let us settle this with a single wager. After all, we are all destined to starve. Might as well allow the victor to amass sufficient funds to enter the great formation of Hot Spring Island, a 9th-tier power wielder proclaimed within the tent. Surrounding the table were over 40 power wielders and warriors, each clutching their currency, deliberating on where to place their bets. Soon enough, a frenzy of gambling ensued. With both losses and gains, Zhu He's expression shifted as he suddenly removed the animal hide and forcefully pinned the 9th-tier power wielder onto the bed. Are you suggesting that as long as one possesses enough hot spring currency, they may enter the Great Formation? Zhu He inquired. Ah, Grand Elder, what brings you here? The 9th-tier power wielder gasped in surprise. Do not concern yourself with that. Merely tell me the truth, Zhu He pressed on. Indeed, I have heard from others that possessing 1 million hot spring currency grants eligibility to enter the Great Formation, with a certain chance of becoming a citizen of Hot Spring Island. Even if one does not attain citizenship, it is of no consequence. 1 million hot spring currency secures permanent residency on Hot Spring Island, thus preventing us from freezing to death outside, replied the 9th-tier power wielder. Nonsense. If I had 1 million hot spring currency, would Yifeng also allow me entry into the Great Formation? Zhu He was no fool. Oh, I almost forgot. 1 million hot spring coins is the prerequisite. To enter the Grand Formation, not only must one possess this sum, but one must also pass various evaluations, such as character assessment, sincerity verification, and merit review. Only upon successfully navigating these assessments can one gain entry to the grand formation of Hot Spring Island. The 9th-tier Power Master exclaimed in terror. Humph, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. By the way, what do you mean by character assessment, sincerity verification, and merit review? Ancestor, he loosened his collar. The character assessment likely evaluates our conduct and the decisions we make under extreme circumstances. The sincerity verification entails demonstrating one's earnestness. Perhaps by eliminating a few high-ranking members of the Sword Gorge, which might increase the chances of entry into Hot Spring Island, the Power Master replied. His heart racing as he cast a fearful glance at Ancestor He. How outrageous. Yi Feng is clearly trying to sow discord among our ranks, leading us to self-destruct. And what exactly is this merit review? Ancestor He seethed with anger. The merit review involves assisting Hot Spring Island in locating holy water or procuring materials for its refinement, or providing texts related to inner demons, or offering confidential intelligence from our side. That constitutes the merit review, the 9th-tier Power Master stammered, hastily crouching down, fearful of the elder's wrath. I understand. What is your name? Ancestor, he asked, his hands clasped behind his back, his tone calm. I am called Xiaofeng. The young man replied. Very well, Xiaofeng. I shall remember you. Perhaps in a few days, you will prove to be of great use. Ancestor, he remarked before swiftly returning to the eastern camp, instructing to summon the 4th and 5th elders from the other 2 camps. Half an hour later, Ancestor, he concluded his discourse. Elder, are you suggesting that we offer something precious to Hot Spring Island, and then have a 9th-tier Power Master infiltrate the island to steal the formation plate? The 4th elder inquired. Indeed, we have no other recourse. In recent days, we have witnessed Hot Spring Island's credibility. Despite their malevolence, they honor their word, and they are fervently maintaining the credibility of the Hot Spring coins, which signifies their importance to them. Therefore, we can send someone to test the waters. Let us gather all the Hot Spring coins from everyone to total 1 million and entrust them to a 9th-tier Power Master. Furthermore, I possess a tome that I believe will suffice for the sincerity verification. Ancestor, he concluded, producing a book. The 4th elder gazed at it in astonishment. Chapter 881. Brother Feng, are you mad? For emblazoned on the cover were the 5 characters. Sanskrit Holy Demon Technique. It is known that this is a genuine top-tier technique. It is said that the spear god rose to prominence through this method, ultimately attaining divinity and departing this realm. Elder, how can you possibly offer such a divine technique to Hot Spring Island? The 4th elder protested, visibly reluctant. Hahaha, the Sanskrit Holy Demon Technique is utterly untrainable. Even the 1st level is beyond our grasp, no matter how hard we try. It is relatively useless. Moreover, I have a handwritten copy with me. So what is there to fear? I plan to give it to this child, Xiao Tian, allowing him to take the 1 million Hot Spring coins along with the Sanskrit Holy Demon Technique to seek allegiance with Yi Feng. He can first infiltrate the Grand Formation, then seize the opportunity to sabotage the Formation Eye or create an opening in the Grand Formation. Ancestor, he explained. Very well, the 5th elder inquired. Did you not mention there would be a character assessment and a merit evaluation? Character assessment? Huh. Who truly understands the essence of character? Zua scoffed. I am confident that as long as Xiaotian gathers the 3 requisite items, he will seamlessly infiltrate the Grand Formation. And what of the merit evaluation? The 5th elder pressed. Are we to allow Xiaotian to present the severed head of a high-ranking individual to Yi Feng? Zuha fell silent, his piercing gaze sweeping over the faces of the 2 elder figures. The 4th elder's heart raced. He sensed a palpable aura of menace. Surely the Grand Elder wouldn't. The 5th elder's expression shifted, instinctively resting his hand upon the hilt of his blade. Yet, an idea flickered in his mind. How about we simply slay a strong man, sever his head, and send Xiaotian to Warm Springs Island? After all, the man is already dead, and Xiaotian could claim that the head belonged to a 9th-level Power King. Yi Feng would be none the wiser. Zuha remained silent, bowing his head as his eyes darted back and forth. He had become consumed by madness, having suffered greatly at Yi Feng's hands. If he did not annihilate Warm Springs Island, his mental state would surely shatter, leaving him trapped in the 4th-level Power Emperor realm for eternity. Yi Feng was no fool. Thus, only one course of action remained. A faint smirk graced Zuha's lips as he fixed his gaze upon the 5th elder. Grand Elder, you wouldn't dare? Indeed, Yi Feng has seen your face. You are the 5th elder. It is time for you to sacrifice yourself for the clan. Suddenly, Zuha rose, a formidable aura erupting from him. Boom. The entire tent was torn asunder, the thunderous sound reverberating throughout the camp. 5 minutes later, the battle concluded. Zuha unsheathed his curved blade, first bowing deeply before the corpse of the fifth elder before delivering the fatal blow. He lifted the severed head triumphantly. The fourth elder gritted his teeth, his entire being trembling, whether from fear or fury remained uncertain. The warriors of the Sword Gorge began to encircle, gazing at the Grand Elder, who now appeared as a harbinger of doom. A chill ascended from their feet, piercing through to their very souls. The Grand Elder has killed the fifth elder? Xiaotian, step forward. Zuha called, his disheveled hair framing his face as he directed his attention to the crowd. After a prolonged silence, the ninth-level Power Master, Xiaotian, cautiously emerged. Take the head, along with this tome and 1 million Warm Springs coins, Zuha commanded, tossing the 3 items to Xiaotian's feet. Grand Elder, am I truly to go to Warm Springs Island? Xiaotian's voice trembled, shaken by the sight of a fallen Power Emperor for the first time. Hurry. This is the only way for you to penetrate the Grand Formation, Zuha urged, waving his hand. Yes, as you command. Xiaotian picked up the Warm Springs coins and the sacred tome. Yet, upon beholding the grim visage of the fifth elder's severed head, he trembled uncontrollably, too fearful to grasp it. Xiaotian, once your task is accomplished, I shall report to the Gorge Master, advocating for you to become his inner disciple. And I will also reward you with a highly pure crystal pill, Zuha added, his concern evident. Xiaotian took a deep breath, finally lifting the head of the fifth elder, staggering towards the location of Hot Springs Island. The frozen sea stretched out flat, and the gale intensified without any hindrance. Reaching what seemed to be a force of 8 on the Beaufort scale, the fourth elder glanced at the headless corpse on the ground. Then his gaze flickered towards Zhu He. Elder, I propose that I return to Sword Gorge to fetch reinforcements. You can remain here to hold the fort. Once I summon the Gorge Master, he will undoubtedly have a way to breach the Grand Formation, the fourth elder said dryly, his heart pounding incessantly. Do you intend to flee in the midst of battle? Zhu He tilted his body slightly. No, it's not a retreat, if the elder does not agree. Then I will stay here, the fourth elder replied nervously. That's more like it. Old Four, I was compelled to resort to such drastic measures earlier. Do not take it to heart. This is a critical time, and we must obtain the formation plate to survive this once-in-80 years calamity. Therefore, although my methods were somewhat ruthless, from a broader perspective, I was not in the wrong. Do you understand? Zhu He tossed aside his curved dagger, gathered his disheveled hair behind him, and resumed his facade of propriety. Yes, the elder is correct. Your broader perspective is indeed valid. The fourth elder could only nod in acquiescence, his politeness bordering on absurdity. Yi Feng observed the figures outside the light screen, his eyes flickering uncertainly. Mr. Xiaofeng, there is no issue with the Hot Springs coins. Indeed, there is 1 million. The Fan Sacred Demon Art is also no problem, but I would like to inquire how you managed to slay the fifth elder. As far as I know, he is a power monarch, and you are merely a 9th-rank Power Master. Are you truly so formidable as to defeat an opponent across 2 realms? Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Xiao Feng's breathing quickened, his entire being shrinking back. The truth is, the fifth elder was gravely injured, and I managed to behead him through a surprise attack. Xiao Feng's voice was somewhat hoarse. Since witnessing the elder slay a fellow clansman, his pride as a member of the Canyon people had been shattered. Previously, he had considered himself a part of Sword Gorge, which had instilled in him a sense of superiority over other races. But now, he felt that his own kin were the most terrifying. The fifth elder could be killed at will, let alone someone like him, a 9th-rank Power Master. What if he failed to complete his task? Would the elder not kill him too? Boasting. Do you think you are Fenggu? You can't possibly defeat an enemy across 2 major realms. Chenin scoffed disdainfully. Yi Feng scrutinized Xiao Feng's eyes, and after a long moment, he slowly nodded. Very well. I believe you. Come, open a gap in the light screen and let this brother in. Fenggu, are you mad? He's clearly. Chun's words were cut off as Wang Zhihai covered his mouth. Wang Zhihai was more astute than Chenin. He understood that Fenggu was about to enact some scheme. Before long, the light screen opened, and Xiao Feng felt a wave of warmth emanating from within, instantly causing every pore in his body to open, as if he had plunged into a hot spring. Come in, Yi Feng gestured invitingly. Are you really letting me in just like this? Xiao Feng hesitated. Chapter 882. On such a cold day indeed, my hot spring island is known for its integrity. You have fulfilled 3 conditions, 1 million hot spring coins, a sincere review, and a merit assessment. As for the subsequent character evaluation, it can be conducted slowly within the light screen, Yifeng remarked with a smile. Me? Very well. Xiao Feng's eyes flickered as he hesitantly stepped into the light screen. The next moment, the screen gradually closed. Hey, what is this? Xiao Feng was startled, instinctively taking a step back, fearing that Yifeng might eliminate him. Do not be afraid. If I intended to kill you, I could have shot an arrow at you right within the formation earlier. Come, let us walk and talk. Chunin, toss that head into the formation's center. After all, it belongs to the Power King, and there might still be some residual energy within. Yifeng tossed a severed head into Chun-An's arms. Oh my! Chunin was terrified by the ghastly visage, instinctively delivering a flying kick that sent the head flying onto Wang Zhihai. Get lost! Wang Zhihai retaliated with a kick, sending the head to Harder. Oh dear! Harder responded with another kick, propelling it into the castle. Mr. Xiaofeng, I am aware you were sent by the Ancestor River to steal my formation disc. Yifeng's first sentence left Xiaofeng utterly shaken. His eyes darted, and he swiftly drew his sword. Yet, in the next instant, Yifeng deftly grasped the sword and returned it to its sheath. Xiaofeng was momentarily frozen in place, his face alternating between shades of green and red. Do not worry. I have stated that if I wished to kill you, I could have acted within the formation earlier. The reason I allowed you to enter is to showcase the system of my hot spring island. Come, let us explore our castle. After saying this, Yifeng strode ahead. Xiaofeng suddenly turned around, only to find a sixth-tier Power King woman gazing intently at him. She was Yu Jiao. Mr. Xiaofeng, allow me to introduce this lady. This is Yu Jiao, a sixth-tier Power King. Why do you not inquire why she has lived on my hot spring island for so long without becoming the leader? Yifeng chuckled. Why? Xiao Feng's expression mirrored his confusion. In his understanding, strength dictated respect. Why was a sixth-tier Power King not the leader of Hot Spring Island? Yu Jiao began to speak. Because the system of Hot Spring Island is one of equality. Here, the strong cannot act at will, and the weak need not live in fear, for there exists a fair system that allows everyone to become a master of Hot Spring Island. For instance, there is a voting system, a balance of power against the island master, and a just judiciary. Yu Jiao quickly elaborated, completely overturning Xiao Feng's worldview. In summary, Hot Spring Island treats outsiders with unscrupulous tactics. However, it is generous and compassionate towards its own, exhibiting a remarkable degree of tolerance. Even if a person commits murder, they will not face execution. Even if the victim is Yifeng, the most severe punishment would be a mere 200 years of imprisonment, offering the murderer a glimmer of hope. Xiao Feng then recalled their Grand Elder, who had unhesitatingly eliminated the fifth Elder of Sword Gorge for the sake of a nebulous plan. It can be said that the Sword Gorge does not belong to him, but rather to the powerful monarch, and even more accurately, it is not solely his, but rather the domain of the Gorge Master, the Holy Maiden, and the Grand Elder. As the three of them possess the greatest strength, they are free to act as they please, enjoying a slight sense of superiority in the presence of foreign clans. However, if this ninth-tier Force Master dares to confront the members of the Rue family, he too shall face annihilation. All right, Yu Jiao, please escort Xiao Feng to the Eastern District and arrange for a room. In a month, I shall grant him a position for recommendation, and the citizens will then vote to determine whether he may become a resident of Hot Spring Island, Yifeng declared. Understood, Master Yi. Yu Jiao nodded in compliance. 5 kilometers away, Zuhi retracted his telescope, a sly smile creeping across his face. Hahaha, Hot Spring Island is rather unremarkable, allowing easy access. Xiao Feng, being a 9th-tier Force Master, will undoubtedly achieve notable results within the Great Formation. With that, Zuhi turned to the dozens of 9th-tier Force Masters behind him. Relay my orders. The 4 major camps must be prepared at all times. Should the Great Formation be breached by Xiao Feng, we shall storm in directly. Remember, Yifeng and his woman must be captured alive. I shall not allow him to perish so easily. Zuhi commanded, fueled by the grievances he had suffered at Yifeng's hands. He felt compelled to capture Yifeng and subject him to torment for a decade or more to quell the resentment within him. Otherwise, his very mindset might falter. Understood, came the scattered responses from below. These 9th-tier Force Masters, having endured prolonged hunger, had seen their strength diminish to that of 6th-tier Force Masters. That very night, Zuhi did not return to the military camp, but instead continued to observe the distant Great Formation through his telescope, waiting for the slightest opportunity. Unbeknownst to him, Hot Spring Island was hosting a grand banquet that evening, featuring an array of grilled fish, fish head soup, and sashimi, all served up in abundance. Gulps. Zui swallowed hard. In this frigid weather, there is sashimi to be had? Is it possible? Can Hot Spring Island truly catch fresh fish ceaselessly? His stomach began to echo its desperate hunger. In resignation, he could only chew on a piece of frozen pomegranate to stave off the terrifying pangs of hunger. As the Grand Elder, he certainly enjoyed certain privileges, with 3 meals of fish and meat guaranteed. Yet, given the current state of the military camp, where morale was faltering, any display of privilege on his part could lead to insurrection. In the military, the concern is not for scarcity, but for inequality, even if food is limited. It suffices as long as he, the Grand Elder, shares the same hardships and joys with his subordinates. They would not complain, but rather support him. This strategy proved somewhat effective, as Zhu He managed to win over 80% of the force masters with below-average intelligence. Yi Feng raised a cup of fruit wine. Addressing the crowd, "Come, everyone, raise your glasses to welcome Mr. Xiaofeng." Though the crowd was uncertain of Yi Feng's true intentions, they nonetheless lifted their cups. Xiaofeng's face flushed with embarrassment, for he was well aware that he had come to cause disruption. After everyone drank heartily, Xiaofeng took a seat, when unexpectedly, Chunin appeared from behind. "Ha, brother Xiaofeng, in such frigid weather, you still wear such thin clothing? Here, wear mine." After Chunin finished speaking, he removed his coat and draped it warmly over Xiaofeng. "Look, brother Xiaofeng, with his already remarkable and imposing stature, instantly showcases all his virtues upon donning this outfit valued at 9,999 hot spring coins." Chunin lavished praise upon Xiaofeng, leaving him questioning his very existence. Thus, Xiaofeng cast his gaze towards several female citizens. Indeed, upon seeing him adorned in the exquisite attire, they immediately bestowed upon him looks of admiration. This was genuine adoration. For the pricier the clothing, the better the cut, which conceals imperfections while accentuating one's strengths. Xiaofeng's posterior was slightly larger in proportion to his physique. However, once clad in this coat, that flaw was effortlessly obscured. Chapter 883. This bed is so soft. How marvelous. How are these clothes crafted? Xiaofeng inquired in astonishment. It was his first encounter with the concept of tailored garments in a civilized society, and he couldn't help but spin around in delight. "Handsome." Chunin gave a thumbs up. "Dashing." Yi Feng also raised his thumb in approval. "Beautiful." Ding Tianxuan raised her middle finger in jest. "Ah, how is this clothing made? I feel that every citizen of Hot Spring Island is a paragon of beauty. Could it be related to these garments?" Xiaofeng was astounded. "Haha. This is what we call tailoring. It's quite intricate and requires the collective effort of everyone on Hot Spring Island to create such garments. But should Hot Spring Island ever cease to exist, the concept of tailoring would vanish as well," Su Yun remarked nonchalantly. "No, Hot Spring Island cannot disappear. If it does, who will craft such splendid attire?" Xiaofeng instinctively replied, and as soon as he spoke, he felt a chill run down his spine, startled by his own words. "Moreover, your fruit wine has a remarkably high alcohol content, and it's sweet and tangy. How is it brewed?" Xiaofeng asked once more. "Well, that also relies on the seamless operation of the entire production line on Hot Spring Island. If the island were to vanish, you would no longer be able to savor the hot spring fruit wine." This time it was Shi Zhongliang who spoke. "Oh." Xiaofeng fell silent, torn within. On one hand, he was a resident of Sword Gorge, intent on undermining Hot Spring Island. On the other hand, he was unwilling to see such fine treasures fade into oblivion. Furthermore, the people of Hot Spring Island were so amiable, all praising him. Even Yi Feng, the island lord, mingled freely with everyone, casually linking arms with them. It was imperative to note that he was indeed the lord of the island. Xiaofeng couldn't help but begin to reflect. What would be the consequence if he were to casually link arms with the island lord? He feared he might be struck down on the spot. The banquet continued until the deep hours of the night before finally dispersing. Yu Jiao approached him. "Mr. Xiaofeng, let us go. I will arrange accommodations for you at the edge of the castle." "Very well. I appreciate your kindness, my lady," Xiaofeng replied. "Do not call me an adult. Simply refer to me as a lady. There is no need for excessive reverence. Here on the Hot Spring Island, as long as you abide by the law, you can live with dignity and confidence. It is not akin to the savage tribes of Sword Gorge." After Yu Jiao finished speaking, she led the way towards the castle. Xiaofeng swallowed hard and hurriedly followed her. 10 minutes later, Yu Jiao brought him to the guest room, which spanned 80 square meters. "This bed is so soft." What is it made of? Xiao Feng sat on the bed, experiencing an unprecedented comfort, discovering its remarkable elasticity. This is a Simmons mattress, equipped with springs beneath. The technology is quite intricate, developed by the Hot Spring Iron Factory. I will show you how to use the flush toilet. After using it, see that string? Pull it firmly. With a whoosh, a jet of hot water surged forth, effortlessly sweeping away the waste, leaving no trace of unpleasant odor in the restroom. Xiao Feng caressed the pristine stone tiles of the bathroom and took a sniff. There was not a hint of odor, unlike the places he had previously inhabited, where a chamber pot sat at the foot of the bed, and he would fall asleep inhaling the ammonia-laden stench. Particularly during the heat of summer, the smell was unbearable. Where are the stones? Xiao Feng searched around, but found nothing suitable for wiping. Who uses stones anymore? It is utterly unhygienic. Here, this is hygienic paper. Yu Jiao pointed to a roll of light yellow tissue beside him. I understand now. I use this for wiping? How marvelous. In my former residence, we had to share a stick for that purpose, which often left us feeling unclean. Now, with this, it seems one can achieve perfect cleanliness. All right. Let us not dwell on such distasteful topics. I must take my leave. With that, Yu Jiao, wearing a look of disdain, moved to the adjacent room. Yi Feng, naturally concerned about Xiao Feng, dispatched Yu Jiao to monitor him around the clock. After she left, Xiao Feng took a moment to assess the temperature of the room. How is it possible that it is so warm without any coal fire? Indeed, it felt somewhat hot. Xiao Feng removed his coat and carefully placed it on a nearby chair, admiring its exquisite design, for he was reluctant to damage it. That night, Xiao Feng enjoyed a splendid slumber, dreaming of building a snowman with his wife and children on Hot Spring Island. He chuckled softly in his sleep when suddenly, a figure appeared at the foot of his bed. Ah, you're awake? Yi Feng smiled gently. Xiao Feng, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, unexpectedly knelt before Yi Feng. Island Master, I wish to join Hot Spring Island. Please grant my request. It is so comfortable here, and I do not feel tired at all. He gazed up at Yi Feng with pleading eyes. Do not kneel, and do not call me master, Yi Feng said, helping him to his feet. On Hot Spring Island, kneeling is not permitted. It is against our customs. If you kneel at every opportunity, how are we any different from those savage tribes? Master of the island, allow me to speak candidly. I have come here under the orders of the Great Elder. The situation is as follows. Xiao Feng recounted his intentions with unreserved honesty. I understand that the moment you arrived carrying the head of the Fifth Elder, I was already aware of your motives. However, that is inconsequential. In a place like our Hot Spring Island, anyone who stays for 3 days will inevitably become enchanted. Now, would you prefer to reside in the Sword Valley, or would you choose to stay on my Hot Spring Island? Yi Feng inquired. Naturally, I would choose Hot Spring Island. I once thought highly of Sword Valley, but now, merely the thought of it makes me feel quite uncomfortable, even nauseous, Xiao Feng replied with candor. Excellent. I promise you that upon the successful completion of our endeavor, I shall recommend you for citizenship on Hot Spring Island. However, your loyalty must first be tested, and thus, I require you to undertake the following actions, Yi Feng whispered, his tone shifting to one of secrecy. I understand. I comprehend fully, Xiao Feng responded earnestly, rising to his feet. Within the luminous barrier, Yi Feng observed Xiao Feng's receding silhouette, a sly smile creeping across his face. Is there not a principle to guard against thieves for 1,000 days? Although the Great Elder could not breach the formidable defenses of Hot Spring Island, his persistent presence outside was indeed bothersome. Therefore, one cannot afford to remain on the defensive. Proactive measures must be taken to disturb the old man's peace. As the saying goes, prolonged vigilance invites loss. Even if Hot Spring Island is as solid as an iron barrel, enduring life under the constant siege of an army will inevitably alter one's psyche. They have emerged. They have emerged. Ancestor, he exclaimed, peering through a telescope amidst the swirling snowstorm towards the ethereal barrier of Hot Spring Island. While he was not entirely ignorant of the grand formation, his knowledge was limited. He speculated that as long as Xiao Feng emerged alive, he would surely have achieved something significant. Before long, Xiao Feng arrived at the East Camp. Great Elder, after a night of careful observation, I have discovered that the formation of Hot Spring Island is safeguarded by 10 array flags. Last night, I stealthily destroyed 5 of those flags, rendering them powerless, Xiao Feng reported with gravity. Then why did you not destroy all 10 flags? Such useless things, Ancestor, he chastised. His tone sharp. Xiao Feng's expression darkened. Indeed, Sword Valley was a far cry from Hot Spring Island. A minor error on his part had drawn the ire of the Great Elder. Speak. What use is it to have only destroyed 5 flags? Ancestor, he demanded. The 4th elder beside him remained silent, his expression complex. By eliminating 5 flags, the power of the formation has been halved. With the Great Elder's strength, a full-force assault would surely breach the formation and reclaim the arrayed disc, Xiaofeng stated slowly, his demeanor suggesting a facade of confidence, performing excellently in his role. Oh, Ancestor, he paused, seemingly weighing the implications. At that moment, the 4th elder interjected, he speaks truthfully. With your prowess, a single spear could pierce the formation's defenses. Now that its power is diminished by half, I believe you can accomplish this. The 4th elder's words instilled a sense of unwavering confidence in the Great Elder. Indeed, that is the case, yet we must deliberate further, the Great Elder replied, still somewhat hesitant. Elder, cease deliberating. My intention is to have everyone simultaneously bombard the Grand Formation. Coupled with the full force strikes from both you and the 4th elder, the relentless assault will inevitably lead to its collapse. Otherwise, there exists a prodigy of formations on Hot Spring Island, and should he succeed in repairing those 5 formation flags, we may be at a disadvantage. Time is of the essence. I implore you to make a decisive choice. Xiaofeng urged urgently. This ancestor he's gaze flickered, sensing an underlying issue. Yet he could not articulate it at that moment. Brother, the situation is as it stands. Let us unite our strength. The longer we delay, the colder it becomes outside. And many will flee. Last night alone, over 300 people escaped northward, unable to endure the frigid temperatures. The 4th elder echoed the sentiment. Ancestor he's fingers rhythmically tapped against the armrest. With a resounding crack, the armrest shattered. Very well. Transmit my orders to the barracks. Let us prepare all the frozen fish and cook them into porridge. Once we have satisfied our hunger, we shall collectively strike to breach the hot spring formation. Understood? Yes. The 9th tier power masters rose in unison, unable to endure any longer. Eager to indulge in the feasts of Hot Spring Island. Regardless of victory or defeat, they wished to end the standoff swiftly. In an instant, the barracks erupted in jubilation. The warriors of Sword Cliff had never experienced such hardship. They devoured food in quantities they usually dared not approach. The elder donned his attire meticulously, layering 3 undergarments and 2 outer garments, finally draping a black cloak over himself, resembling a robust orb. Warriors of Sword Cliff, I command you to eat heartily and fill your bellies, for soon I shall require all of you to unleash your utmost strength against the Grand Formation. Rest assured, I shall not remain idle either. Everyone must contribute. Trust me, with united effort, we shall celebrate our victory on Hot Spring Island before nightfall. Upon hearing this, the warriors of Sword Cliff erupted in enthusiastic cheers. At that moment, the 4th elder also stepped forward to speak. Esteemed companions, once you have feasted, surely you shall seek some amusement? Hahaha. Hot Spring Island is replete with enchanting women, especially Yifeng's wife, who is utterly captivating. Fear not. After I have taken my turn with the elder, you may line up behind me. The 4th elder's words undoubtedly invigorated everyone. Ha. Indeed, after feasting, how could there be no merriment? Yifeng's wife, finally, we can indulge. Yes, let us eat to our fill, and afterward, pursue the pleasures of Yifeng's wife. On Hot Spring Island, Yifeng stood at the formation's core. Feng, Wang Zhihai was accompanied by 10 bank managers, each carrying a box filled with all the spiritual pills and crystals from the Hot Spring Bank. Yifeng nodded. Immediately, the 10 bank managers opened their boxes and poured the contents into the formation's core. Feng, this represents all our bank's savings. Wang Zhihai lamented. No matter. As long as we can exhaust Ancestor He, I would not hesitate to deplete our entire fortune. Yifeng responded coldly, holding the formation plate in her hand. Bai Guoguo sat atop the highest level of the castle, where the expansive view allowed her to gaze upon the luminous veil enveloping the entire Hot Spring Island. After surveying the formation's focal points, Yifeng proceeded to the main camp at the dock, which housed 2,000 soldiers. In total, there were 9 major camps on Hot Spring Island, each accommodating over 2,000 troops. Although these soldiers lacked citizenship, those commanding over 100 men were required to possess it. Otherwise, Yifeng would remain uneasy. Particularly, the elite Central Army camp consisted of 2,000 individuals, all natives of Hot Spring Island, equipped with the most advanced handguns and rifles, their projectiles forged from tungsten steel. They were also outfitted with the latest generation of sand vehicles. How prepared are we? Yi Feng inquired, glancing at Qianhu Kelsu. In response to Brother Feng, all artillery has been aimed beyond the luminous veil, poised for immediate action, Kelsu replied. Excellent. Remember to heed commands. You shall only fire when I instruct you to do so. Can you maintain control over the rhythm? Yi Feng asked, concerned about the possibility of reckless firing. Absolutely. I will maintain control, Kelsu saluted. Guda, let us proceed to inspect the other camps. Just then, a soldier atop the watchtower sounded the horn. Yi Feng slowly raised his binoculars towards the south. Through the swirling snow, he beheld a mass of soldiers approaching. They formed square formations, each comprising around 100 men, brandishing a variety of weapons. Intriguingly, several outdated first-generation sand vehicles were interspersed among these formations. There was no doubt, these vehicles had been seized from Chongqing City. Yet, Yi Feng felt no apprehension, for the sand vehicles were armed solely with machine guns and lacked artillery, posing no threat to the formation. Over 18,000 soldiers finally halted 5 kilometers away from the luminous veil. Zhu He and the fourth elder, mounted on horseback, surveyed Hot Spring Island with disinterest. Haha! Daring to challenge me, I shall make you aware of my might. Advance all sand vehicles, and let the men take cover behind them, commanded Zhu He. With a thunderous rumble, hundreds of first-generation sand vehicles began their advance, the sound reverberating beneath their feet. The soldiers of Yijian Gorge crouched behind the vehicles, gripping their long swords, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty glint. Xiaofeng, you too shall join. I want you at the forefront, Zhu He suddenly declared. Xiaofeng looked utterly stunned. What? Are you afraid? Zhu He narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent flickering about him. Very well, I will go, Xiaofeng gritted his teeth, following closely behind the sand vehicles. Meanwhile, Yi Feng sat comfortably in a grand chair, flanked by the higher-ups of Hot Spring Island. Observing the gradual advance of the sand vehicles in the distance, he leisurely took a sip of chrysanthemum tea. Brother Feng, may we deploy the city crossbow now? Chenin asked, visibly anxious. Not yet. Those charging forward are all at the strength level. If we unleash our heavy weaponry immediately, it may cause a rout among the rear ranks, Yi Feng instructed. Relay my orders. First, let the artillery fire a volley, but do not strike too fiercely. We must allow the Yijian Gorge soldiers to glimpse the hope of victory. Chapter 885. Strive, give it your all, understood. Halt stood atop a height, crossing 2 green flags in a graceful arc. 33rd generation sand carts elevated their cannon muzzles in unison. With a resounding roar, all 30 cannons unleashed their fury, impacting directly upon the icy surface. Instantly, snowflakes danced wildly in the air, yet the majority of the force was intercepted by the sand carts, leaving the Sword Gorge warriors sheltered behind them unscathed. In that fleeting moment, their fear dissipated, replaced by a piercing glimmer in their eyes. Hahaha. Is this the artillery of Hot Spring Island? Merely trivial, they scoffed as the sand carts advanced further. A 9th-tier force master commanded with authority, serving as the overall commander of the vanguard. At last, the sand carts reached a distance of 1 kilometer from Hot Spring Island. The 9th-tier force master smiled faintly, directing his long sword towards the island. Machine guns, fire. With a creaking sound, countless gun barrels aligned against the shimmering barrier. A cacophony of gunfire erupted, causing the barrier to shudder. Until now, Bai Guoguo had only activated the power of 2 battle flags. Otherwise, the barrier would not have trembled at all. Hahaha. Complete the strikes with iron nails. The 9th-tier force master positioned himself between 2 sand carts, pointing his long sword again. A flurry of ripples appeared on the barrier, as if it were on the verge of collapse. The 9th-tier force master sensed something amiss and suddenly swung his sword. A sweeping blade of energy shot towards the barrier. Bai Guoguo raised a finger, ultimately refraining from pressing down. The 2 battle flags should suffice to withstand the assault of a force master. Other force masters emerged, wielding their long swords to strike at the majority of the barrier. In that moment, the grand formation encompassing Hot Spring Island began to waver. The iron nails are finished. We shall cut through with our swords. Do you see? The barrier is about to crumble, declared the 9th-tier force master, channeling all his energy. The barrier erupted with countless dark spots, yet the energy at its core slowly restored it. In the distance, the elder lowered his telescope, suddenly drawing forth a spear. Behold, he pulled back, his muscles rippling with power. With a thunderous impact, the spear struck the barrier. Not good. Bai Guoguo exclaimed in shock, hastily activating the formation plate. In an instant, for battle flags were ignited, but it was too late. Boom. The spear pierced through the barrier, hurtling towards the dock. Boom. A violent explosion erupted at the dock, claiming the lives of at least a dozen laborers. Ha 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 ha. Ancestor, he laughed heartily, producing another spear. Everyone, heed my command. The grand formation of Yi Feng can no longer sustain its energy. With that, he hurled another spear. Boom. The spear successfully penetrated the barrier, landing in the dock area. Alas, the dock area was adjacent to the forces of Sword Gorge, resulting in the most catastrophic losses. Onward. We are close. Strike the barrier with our long swords. Everyone, exert your strength. His energy cannot be replenished in time, commanded the fourth elder. With a crack of the whip, he galloped ahead. Old Four, do not race ahead. Let us advance together. The great elder urged, spurring his steed forward. As the formidable forces of the Sword Valley surged forth, they raised their long swords in unison. Charge! The Spring Island lies just ahead. Strike with all your might and cleave through the great formation of Spring Island. The ground trembled as nearly 20,000 warriors advanced. A dark cloud looming over the city, threatening to obliterate it. Within the protective barrier, the high-ranking officials instinctively took a step back. Despite their knowledge that the attackers could not breach their defenses, the overwhelming sense of pressure was enough to instill fear and astonishment in anyone. Only Yi Feng remained composed in his grand chair, taking another sip of chrysanthemum tea. What is there to fear? They cannot penetrate our defenses, Yi Feng remarked nonchalantly. Wang Zhihai, should we retaliate? We must not allow them to approach the barrier. Wang Zhihai trembled with anxiety. They all understood the implications of the Sword Valley warriors entering the Great Formation. No, we cannot attack just yet. If we strike now, they may retreat halfway and regroup at a distance, like bothersome flies. I intend to defeat them decisively, Yi Feng declared, slamming his teacup down on the table. Very well. You are the leader. Your word is final, Wang Zhihai gasped for breath. At last, all the soldiers of Sword Valley had reached the vicinity of the barrier. Those capable of unleashing sword energy did so, while others resorted to striking the barrier with their swords. In that moment, the barrier flickered ominously, as if on the brink of collapse. Zuha and the fourth elder remained cautious, hiding behind a sand cart 100 meters from the barrier, exposing only their heads. Should Yi Feng decide to attack with a crossbow, his reflexes would allow him to evade easily. The sounds of clashing swords echoed as the near 20,000 elite warriors relentlessly struck the great formation, which emitted a mournful sound, reminiscent of a sand beast on the verge of demise. With a smirk, Zuha gripped a spear tightly and exchanged a knowing glance with the fourth elder. Old Fourth, let us both hurl our spears, aiming for Yi Feng. Indeed, they affirmed, firmly grasping their weapons. Inside the formation, Yi Feng's gaze swept over the crowd. Except for Duo and Hina, everyone else wore expressions of dread, their faces ashen with impending doom. Guogua, activate the power of another formation flag, Yi Feng instructed, turning towards the castle above where Bai Guogua stood. Understood. Bai Guogua deftly activated the sixth formation flag. Just then, two spears soared through the air, striking the barrier with precision. The impact caused a significant tremor across the barrier, yet this time, the spears did not penetrate. They left behind two indelible dark marks on its surface. Haha, I see it now. The Spring Island is on its last legs. Relay my orders. Kill, kill, kill. Zuha could no longer contain himself. With a sharp exclamation, he unsheathed his sword and joined the fray. Each swing of his blade sent ripples through the formation. The fourth elder, not to be outdone, followed suit, striking the barrier until its flickering intensified. Do not slack off. Channel all your strength. Zuha urged the soldiers beneath him. Exhausted, the warriors of Sword Valley felt ready to collapse. Yet the elder's command forced them to muster their energy and continue striking the barrier relentlessly. After enduring relentless bombardment for hundreds of times, the inhabitants of Yijian Gorge found themselves nearly depleted of strength, their power waning by more than half. Guogua reduced the power of one of the formation flags. Yi Feng fixed his gaze on the shimmering barrier, tightly controlling the rhythm of the battlefield. Bai Guogua swiftly dismantled the function of one formation flag. Indeed, under the continuous assault, the barrier trembled once more, igniting a flicker of hope within Zhu He. Remarkably, he had almost considered retreating moments ago. Push harder. Do not relent. If we pause, the barrier will automatically mend itself, We must strike while the iron is hot. Zui gasped, making another decisive strike. Clang. The once formidable sword, riddled with nicks, shattered into 2 pieces. Quick, bring me a spare sword. A retainer hastily presented another long sword. The reason Yijian Gorge was named so was due to their swords being infused with iron essence, rendering them not only sharp but also resilient. Chapter 886. The path to paradise you refused to walk. It was unclear how long they had been battling. Nearly everyone had replaced their weapons at least once. Yet, the protective formation remained on the verge of collapse, refusing to yield. Zui felt that 90% of his energy had been expended, his grip on the sword beginning to tremble. Something was amiss. Why had it not broken through yet? His eyes flickered as they caught sight of Yi Feng within the formation, who, at that moment, also turned to meet his gaze. Now, all ballistae and cannons, fire together. Ensure every enemy is covered. Yi Feng abruptly hurled his teacup to the ground. Creak. Rumble. A cacophony erupted. Nearly 1,000 ballistae aimed at the barrier's exterior. Bai Guogua also timely adjusted the mystical flag. A fierce southern wind howled over Wengchuan Island, heralding the onset of a battle for annihilation. Fire. Pew 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 pew. Boom 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 boom. Not good. Take cover. The front row of warriors was pierced through by the ballistae. The rear ranks, caught unawares, were engulfed in a torrent of cannon fire. In an instant, blood flew and dismembered bodies danced in the air. Cries of despair, roars of fury, and wails of anguish echoed across half the sky. The ballistae and cannon operators hastily reloaded. Heavy machine guns now? Nearly 100 heavy machine guns revealed their dark muzzles. Tat 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 tat. Those warriors were obliterated, showered in a spray of crimson blossoms upon the snow. The agile warriors quickly sought refuge behind the sand carts. At this moment, the second wave of ballistae was ready. Fire. Puff 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 puff. The first generation of sand carts was pierced through by the city ballistae, taking down the warriors behind them as well. Clang. Zui swung his sword forcefully, deflecting one ballista, yet more were on the way, causing him to flounder in desperation. Run. One warrior exclaimed, tossing aside his long sword and hastily fleeing into the distance. The ripple effect sparked a mass exodus among the other warriors, each wishing they had been born with 2 more legs. However, the bloodbath instigated by Yi Feng had commenced. He would not allow them to escape as they wished. 100 cannons adjusted their angles. Boom boom boom. Those who attempted to flee were instantly annihilated. Zui swallowed hard and abruptly began to run in a zigzag pattern toward the distance. Wait for me, brother. The 4th elder gritted his teeth and followed closely behind. Thud. A crossbow bolt pierced through his back. The 4th elder collapsed onto the ice. Old 4th. Zui glanced back, his eyes instantly bloodshot. As a formidable sovereign-level warrior, the 4th elder gritted his teeth, bandaged his wound with his coat, and continued to flee. However, his speed and reflexes had diminished tenfold. Thud. Another crossbow bolt struck him, nearly pinning him to the ice. Thud, 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 thud. The 4th elder struggled to extract the bolt, swaying unsteadily as he pressed on. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, bolts found their mark on his body. Within a mere minute, the weight of his injuries became unbearable, and he collapsed onto the ice with a resounding crash. Even so, he continued to claw at the ground, desperately trying to escape. Zui had already fled 5 kilometers away, gazing in shock at the battlefield ahead. Old 4th, old 4th. Zui stamped his foot in frustration. After a while, some of the warriors began to return, and Zui counted roughly 100 remaining. Near the luminous barrier, corpses lay strewn about. 18,000 had fallen, and now only 100 survived. Thud. Exhausted and enraged, Zui spat out a mouthful of blood. Elder, don't fall. What do we do next? A warrior supported him. Zui, as if revived, pushed the warrior away and pointed his sword toward Hot Spring Island. Yi Feng, if you're a man, come out and fight me to the death. Don't cower behind the formation. Do you have the courage? His voice echoed across dozens of kilometers, ensuring everyone within the formation could hear. Old fellow, our brother Feng isn't T1 to flaunt his strength. If you dare, come in yourself. Chunin stepped forward, his voice booming back. His power had now reached the 7th tier of strength. After all, Hot Spring Island was affluent. Otherwise, with Chunin's aptitude, he would never have reached even the 1st tier in his lifetime. Yi Feng, you dare not come out yourself, sending the smaller ones to face me instead? Zui continued to hurl insults from a distance. Zui, if you're so capable, then come in yourself. Ha ha. Brother Yi, am right here. Waiting for you within the formation, Ding Tuanchuan also stepped forward. In this situation, Zhu He had lost the qualification to challenge Yi Feng. It was up to these lesser warriors to issue the challenges. Haha, Yi Feng, do you hide beneath the skirts of women? Zhu He deliberately sought to provoke Yi Feng, for it was the only method he had left. As for returning, he had lost over 20,000 troops here, upon return. How could he face the Gorge Master or the Holy Maiden of Qinghua? How could he bear to confront the orphans and widows? At that moment, Yi Feng slowly rose, casting aside the grand chair beside him. Zuha, previously, you relied on your numerous followers, which is why I refrained from confronting you directly. However, the circumstances have changed. Today, I shall witness the qualifications that grant you the esteemed position of the Grand Elder. With that, Yi Feng strode purposefully toward the luminous barrier. What? Wang Zhihai exclaimed in surprise, hastily grasping Yi Feng's arm. Brother Feng, are you insane? That is a fourth-order power sovereign. And what of a fourth-order power sovereign? Yi Feng retorted. He has been starving and freezing outside. His strength has likely diminished to that of a third order. Furthermore, after exhausting his energy earlier, he is now little more than an ordinary power sovereign. With a swift motion, Yi Feng pushed Wang Zhihai aside and dashed out into the open beyond the barrier. A chilling wind swept through, causing Yi Feng to shiver. Splendid. The Grand Elder, Yi Feng, has emerged, cried an eager Force Master. Grand Elder, capture Yi Feng alive. Use him as a hostage to compel Wengquan Island to lower the Great Array. Another Force Master approached with urgency. However, Zuha's expression darkened. His earlier bravado stemmed from a belief that Yi Feng was too timid to face him. Yet now, Yi Feng had indeed stepped forth from the barrier, leaving Zuha momentarily hesitant. He recalled the demise of the Third Elder. If a third-order power sovereign had perished at Yi Feng's hands, what could he, now merely at the level of an ordinary power sovereign, hope to achieve? As Yi Feng approached, Zuha's breath quickened. The surrounding Force Masters, on the other hand, were filled with anticipation, directing their hopeful gazes towards Zuha. Grand Elder, Yi Feng is only half a mile away. Hurry, do not let him slip back into the barrier. Grand Elder, act swiftly. For the brothers who fell at Sword Canyon, charge. The throng of Force Masters, exhausted and feeling utterly inadequate against Yi Feng, could only place their hopes on Zuha. Taking a deep breath, he tightened his grip on his sword. Yi Feng, you choose not to tread the path to heaven, yet boldly invade the gates of hell. Very well. Today I shall capture you alive and compel them to open the Great Array. With that declaration, he soared into the sky, his sword aimed directly at Yi Feng. Clang. Without hesitation, Yi Feng unsheathed his curved blade. Clang. The weapons clashed, both shattering into fragments. Utterly fragile. Seizing the opportunity, Zuha lunged forward, grasping Yi Feng by the collar. In a swift counter, Yi Feng seized Zuha's collar as well, and they began to grapple, each striving to lift the other. Grand Elder, exert yourself. You are a dignified fourth-order power sovereign. Why is it so challenging to subdue a mere Force Master? The people from Sword Canyon were truly alarmed. If even the Grand Elder could not best Yi Feng, they would have no chance to escape. Ripping sounds echoed as both collars were torn apart, finally releasing them from their struggle. Gasping for breath, Zuha felt his strength waning rapidly, while Yi Feng merely appeared slightly flushed, lacking heavy breaths. Die! Zuha planted his feet firmly and struck with his right fist. You first. Yi Feng retaliated with a powerful punch of his own. Amidst the icy expanse, a golden sun ascended majestically, only to explode with a resounding roar. The reverberations cascaded, and a gaping chasm was cleaved into the 20-meter-thick ice, unleashing a torrent of seawater that erupted from the depths. Yet, as the water surged 5 meters skyward, it was instantly crystallized into a magnificent ice formation by the frigid temperatures. Yi Feng retreated 5 steps, entirely unscathed, while Zhu He remained steadfast, though a trickle of crimson seeped from the corner of his mouth. Once more, Zhu He grounded himself, his fists clenched tightly. Yi Feng offered a subtle smile. At last, you are prepared to unleash your full might? With that, he tightened his fists, his body rippling like water. Simultaneously, 2 golden runes spiraled around him, emanating a radiant golden aura. You? The celestial demon art? And at its second level, Zhu He gasped in astonishment, his keen intellect swiftly piecing together the implications. I understand now. It was you who dispatched Ruetian in the illusory realm? He exclaimed, shock evident in his voice. Correct. Now, prepare to join him, Yi Feng declared, thrusting his fists forward. A profound hum resonated, and Zhu He felt a deafening force surging towards him, a relentless wave of power that built upon itself with each crest. Huh. He gritted his teeth, retaliating with a simultaneous strike. Inside the hot spring island, everyone closed their eyes. 5 kilometers away, a pillar of light soared into the heavens. As torrents of seawater burst forth from beneath the ice, sending sprays soaring over 1,000 meters, before transforming into chunks of hail that plummeted from the sky. This cataclysmic explosion endured for a full 30 seconds before subsiding. As the snowflakes gently descended, only a solitary figure remained amidst the chaos. Zhu He, like a statue, stood motionless, his garments obliterated. After a long pause, he slowly raised his head. With a sudden cough, he expelled a copious amount of blood, his vitality plummeting to the level of a lesser warrior. In stark contrast, Yi Feng's runes dissipated simultaneously, leaving only a faint golden glow surrounding him. Truly, the celestial demon art is formidable, Zhu He acknowledged, raising his thumb in admiration. Yet, in the next heartbeat, his body crumpled to the ground. Alas, the Grand Elder has been defeated. We must flee. Instantly, the remaining 100 scattered in desperation. Attempt to escape? Yi Feng swiftly closed the distance, delivering a fatal blow to the leader. The remaining onlookers stared in terror, their eyes wide with disbelief. Brother Yi, please spare us. We are innocent. Innocent? Yi Feng chuckled, feeling the world around him shift. One moment, it transformed into a desert, the next, an icy realm, then, a primordial forest. Shaking his head vigorously, he sought to stabilize his perception. Everyone, hands on your heads. Move toward the hot spring island. If you dare flee again, I shall annihilate you all. Yi Feng's voice was chilling. The nearly 100 remaining warriors hesitated, for reason dictated they should submit. Yet, as proud denizens of the Sword Gorge, unconditional surrender was not an option they were willing to entertain. Disregarding their fears, they fled in all directions, doubting that a single Yi Feng could annihilate them all. Immediately, 2 9th-tier power masters dashed away in separate directions. Seeking death? Yi Feng was truly enraged this time. The ancient script upon his body shimmered as he leapt forward, swiftly catching up to the man fleeing to the east, lifting him effortlessly. Die! The 9th-tier power master desperately struck at Yi Feng's abdomen, each punch shattering a bone in his fingers. After 7 consecutive strikes, his fists were utterly ruined. Yi Feng, however, would not grant him further chances. He swung the man's body around and hurled him towards the fleeing 9th-tier master to the west. Boom! The two bodies collided, erupting into a cloud of crimson mist. The remaining power masters, who were contemplating their escape, were taken aback, halting in their tracks, their eyes wide with terror as they gazed at Yi Feng. Did they truly believe that Yi Feng relied solely on that grand formation? Lacking genuine skill, how could he have ascended to the position of Lord of Hot Spring Island? With that, Yi Feng bellowed, "Everyone, form a line and proceed towards the grand formation of Hot Spring Island. Should even one of you dare to flee again, I will ensure the complete annihilation of all 100 of you power masters." As he spoke, he unleashed a mighty roar, leaving the other masters' ears ringing. In truth, if all 100 power masters were to strike together, Yi Feng might not be able to eliminate them all. There was even a chance of being counterattacked. Yet, human nature dictates that none would dare to lead the charge. The recent retreat of the 2 9th-tier masters exemplified this, leaving no one willing to take the initiative. Before long, the 100 power masters marched towards the grand formation of Hot Spring Island, as if herded like ducks. Meanwhile, Yi Feng held the unconscious elder aloft. Upon reaching the shimmering barrier, Yi Feng waved his hand. By Guogua, open a breach in the grand formation. Wang Zhihai, prepare the chains from Na City. Cheng Li Bin, construct a prison near the formation's core, using Na City steel, ensuring it is at least 5 meters thick to completely seal the surroundings. Begin immediately, and have all the craftsmen from Hot Spring Island assist. Yi Feng commanded loudly. Brother Feng, these are all masters from the Sword Cliff. Are you truly going to let them in? Bai Guogua hesitated, clearly influenced by her long life in the vast desert, harboring an innate fear of the Sword Cliff. Akin to a mouse encountering a cat. Fear not, they are half frozen and half starved, their energy depleted from the assault on the barrier moments ago. They are unlikely to pose any significant threat, Yi Feng reassured her. Brother Feng, I believe it would be wise to deliberate further. Keeping these individuals on Hot Spring Island poses a risk. My suggestion is to eliminate them all, Wang Zhihai opposed. Upon hearing this, the nearly 100 power masters outside the barrier changed their expressions simultaneously, lowering their hands. Some clenched their fists tightly, while others rested their hands on their sword hilts. Chapter 888. What scheme are you plotting that I am unaware of? No, heed my words, allow them entry. Though they hail from the sword cliff, they are not the principal offenders. Therefore, I shall offer them a chance to work, allowing them to survive within the formation. Yi Feng's voice resonated, deliberately audible to all those from the sword cliff. At that moment, the mighty practitioners released their grips on their swords, their gazes flickering with uncertainty. Hahaha, that foolish Yi Feng dares to allow us to live within the luminous barrier. Once I regain even a fraction of my strength, I shall rally hundreds of my fellow disciples and seize Hot Spring Island. Most of the other practitioners harbored similar thoughts. After all, who would not aspire to become the master of the Grand Formation? They had no desire to exist under Yi Feng's protection, for they were proud denizens of the canyon, the sovereigns of the vast desert. Bai Guogua let out a long sigh and ultimately opened a breach in the formation. Hart was taken aback and swiftly waved his command flag. Instantly, countless crossbows aimed at the practitioners of Yijian Gorge. After the last of Yi Feng's group entered the formation, he swiftly darted in, carrying the Grand Elder. Bai Guogua adjusted the array plate once more, and the gap gradually sealed. Stand in formation, all of you. There are 96 of you. Arrange yourselves into 10 rows, with 10 individuals in each row, and the last row should consist of 6 individuals. Eyes must not wander. Yi Feng commanded coldly. After exchanging defiant glances, the practitioners reluctantly complied with Yi Feng's orders. After all, they had yet to recover their strength. But if provided with ample sustenance for 3 or 4 days, they would regain their peak abilities. At that time, it would mark the end for Hot Spring Island and, indeed, for Yi Feng himself. Contemplating this, they cast their eyes toward the Grand Elder, whom Yi Feng was carrying. They believed that once the Grand Elder awoke, he would undoubtedly endorse this course of action, thereby securing an extraordinary accomplishment for Yijian Gorge. In the Western District, 500 meters from the formation's eye, Cheng Li Bin was overseeing the construction of a prison with 2,000 craftsmen. He was aware that Yi Feng intended to confine all individuals from Yijian Gorge within this prison, so he dared not cut corners. With ample steel plates remaining from the previous batch, he assembled them meticulously. The plates were interconnected by clasps and sliding locks, transforming them into a singular entity upon fastening. Their efficiency was remarkable. In less than half a day, a steel villa covering 2,000 square meters was completed. Cheng Li Bin, still uneasy, further reinforced the connections using forged fire to seal the joints. The construction continued unabated, while Yi Feng remained vigilant at the dock area, keeping a watchful eye on nearly 100 individuals from Yijian Gorge. The soldiers stationed at the dock also remained on high alert, aiming their crossbows at the group, fearful of any insurrection. As for the Grand Elder, being a 4th-tier force monarch, he awakened several times during his confinement. However, each time he opened his eyes, Yi Feng would swiftly render him unconscious again, ensuring that he could not speak before the prison was completed. Brother Feng, you're nurturing a tiger for potential trouble. They are all from Yijian Gorge, the rulers of the entire desert. Such sovereigns cannot be tamed, Wang Zhihai cautioned from the side. He understood the gravity of the situation. Historically, why were city lords spared when a city fell, while generals and minor officials were often not? It was because the city lord had once held power and ruled. They would never willingly submit to another. Indeed, Brother Feng, on this matter, I side with Wang Zhihai. Chen nodded in agreement. He had spent time in the One-Sword Gorge and was acutely aware of the pride that emanated from its inhabitants. Taming this group was akin to leading a horse with a tether or forcing it to retreat. Only death could quell their fervor. Who said I intend to tame them? Yi Feng chuckled, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Not taming them? Then why keep them at all? Wang Zhihai exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Brother Feng. What purpose do they serve? Just then, Cheng Li Bin approached, drenched in sweat. After 3 days and nights of tireless labor from 2,000 craftsmen, the iron prison had finally been completed. Brother Feng, as per your request, their villa has been constructed, comprising 2 levels, with exterior walls fashioned from 5-meter-thick Nanching steel, impervious even to a nuclear blast. Cheng Li Bin wiped his brow. Excellent. Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze towards the One-Sword Gorge individuals seated cross-legged on the ground. Obey my command, line up, and follow Cheng Li Bin. The inhabitants exchanged glances, their eyes flickering before they rose, seemingly docile as they trailed behind Cheng Libin. They had spent 3 days within the Grand Formation, where the temperature was remarkably comfortable. Merely 5 degrees below zero, a stark contrast to the hellish conditions outside. Consequently, most of them had regained 80% of their strength. The remaining 20% would require a steady supply of food and rest for full recovery. For the past 3 days, Yifeng had provided them with neither food nor even water. At last, the 2,000-square-meter prison loomed before them. Yifeng led the way inside and gestured invitingly to the foremost 9th-tier Power Master. The 9th-tier Power Master's expression shifted slightly as he obediently entered. Yifeng tapped the exterior wall to gauge its thickness. Indeed, it was 5 meters, entirely composed of Nanching steel, meticulously interlocked and then fused with molten iron. Even if he perfected the 3rd layer of the divine demonic art, he would struggle to breach it, let alone these insignificant figures. After a while, all the Power Masters had entered the prison. At that moment, they began to grasp the gravity of their predicament. Yifeng, what do you mean by this? Is this your hospitality? One 9th-tier Power Master inquired. Hospitality? Yifeng raised an eyebrow. Is it not so? You, Yifeng, have a penchant for subduing experts from various clans. Have you not considered us your guests? The Power Master's hands trembled. I apologize, but to become my guests, you will need to work for me for a while. Upon finishing his sentence, Yifeng kicked Ancestor He into the midst of the group and, in a flash, appeared outside the door. This is bad. He intends to imprison us in this iron monstrosity. The few Power Masters in front were taken aback and rushed toward the entrance, unsheathing their swords without hesitation. However, in the next moment, Yifeng thrust his fists forward. Boom. Several individuals were sent flying 10 meters away, their bodies crashing heavily against the city wall. With a thunderous sound, the 30-ton steel door began to descend slowly. Hey, old chum, is this prison airtight? How am I supposed to communicate with them if needed? Yifeng was taken aback. Ha. Rest assured, I consider myself one of your most trusted confidants. Feng, do you think I am unaware of your schemes? Cheng Libin chuckled, feeling around the wall. Unbeknownst to him, he triggered some mechanism. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a section of the wall collapsed, revealing a 20-meter-long steel barrier. Each bar was as thick as an arm, crafted entirely from the finest steel. Moreover, the bars were not positioned vertically. Rather, they were constructed in a grid pattern, ensuring that those inside could not bend them. Through this barrier, Yifeng immediately spotted nearly 100 strength masters within. They approached the barrier, glaring fiercely at him. Yifeng, do you intend to imprison us here? Asked a 9th-tier strength master. No, I would never do that. I have left you here primarily out of consideration for the frigid conditions outside. Thus, out of humanitarian spirit, I wish to offer you all a job, Yifeng replied, gesturing towards an iron pipe in the center of the cell. Chapter 889. Don't consume it all, leave some for us. Do you see that pipe? It is made from energy conducting ore. In the days to come, I expect you to work in shifts, channeling your energy into that pipe and transmitting it to the focal point of the array, Yifeng stated coldly. What? Yifeng? Do you mean to enslave us? A master from the valley exclaimed in outrage. How dare you? Let me out. I, a swordsman of the valley, cannot be humiliated. You might as well kill me. The valley warriors erupted in fury, drawing their long swords, some striking the iron bars, while others slashed at the walls, creating a cacophony of clanging sounds. Feng, this is troublesome. The people from the valley are quite difficult to tame. Perhaps it would be better to kill them. Wang Zhihai advised. No, let them go hungry for a few days. In time, they will become docile. My only concern is whether this iron barrier can withstand a 4th-tier strength sovereign. Yifeng lamented, feeling a headache coming on. Ha. Feng, actually, I have a plan. Do you see those golden wires atop the iron bars? Cheng Libin pointed to the side of the barrier. Oh, could it be that you have already? Yifeng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Cheng Libin. Indeed, we have developed the first generator. Although it produces direct current, that is of no concern. Direct current delivers a more potent shock. We are currently devising a method to convert it into alternating current, Cheng Libin replied with a smile. Excellent. I shall give it a try, Yifeng said, preparing himself. Wait, Feng. With a sudden zap, Yifeng's hair stood on end, and the area where his palm made contact with the iron bars turned a deep shade of black. What on earth is this voltage? How high is it? Yifeng turned to Cheng Libin, his expression bewildered. I do not know. I lack a multimeter to measure it. but I estimate it is at least over 10,000 volts, with a current reaching 5, Cheng Li Bin cautiously explained. Very well. Yifeng nodded, preparing to return and tidy himself up, replacing the clothes damaged by the electric shock and smoothing down his hair. Time passed, and gradually, Zhuhe stirred awake. Upon regaining consciousness, he immediately assumed an offensive stance. The Grand Elder exclaimed, "No, no, we are all on the same side." The Strength Masters had surrounded him completely. With a sigh of relief, Zhuhe sensed the temperature around him. "Ah, have you captured Hot Spring Island?" His face lit up with joy. "Captured? We are imprisoned." One of the Strength Masters lamented. "Imprisoned?" Zhuhe pushed through the crowd, striding toward the iron bars. "Hahaha, such slender bars. Do they think they can confine this elder?" After declaring this, he grasped 2 iron rods. In the next moment, a powerful electric current surged through him. After a minute, Cheng Li Bin finally pulled down the power switch. Zhuhe broke free from the current's grasp, falling heavily to the ground. He opened his hands to reveal that they were bruised from the electric shock. "Grand Elder, don't attempt it. During the time you were unconscious, we tried countless times. We do not know what kind of sorcery Yifeng has employed, but the moment we touch it, we feel a jolt throughout our bodies," one person remarked. "Indeed, Grand Elder. Yifeng even had us place our hands on these iron rods, channeling energy through them to sustain the protective array for Hot Spring Island." How outrageous. Zhuhe suddenly rose to his feet. "Stand back." He then firmly planted his stance and tightened his fists. Boom. 2 gusts of energy surged towards the iron bars. In an instant, dust and debris flew, snowflakes scattered, and the ground was stripped bare. "It's useless, Grand Elder. Their steel is exceptionally strong. Both its strength and toughness are the finest we have ever encountered. Moreover, there are steel plates beneath us that seal us in here." One of the Strength Masters could not help but wipe away tears. Zhuhe gasped heavily. His strength had diminished to the level of a 9th-rank power king. Compounded by days without sustenance, his stomach growled with hunger. At that moment, Yifeng stood at the array's center, his face dark as coal. Previously, to confront the nearly 20,000 troops of Sword Cliff, he had exhausted 90% of the crystal pills and essence. The remaining supply would only sustain the array for about a year. There was no choice but to tame the Sword Cliff people to provide energy for the array manually. Otherwise, their future would be grim. "Where is Sure? Inform him to prepare some delicious food and bring it to the prison," Yifeng commanded. "Yes." Chueimon nodded in agreement. Zhuhe sat cross-legged on the ground, clandestinely discussing matters with around 100 Strength Masters, when suddenly, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. A multitude of Hot Spring Island people approached the iron bars, baskets in hand. The fragrance emanated from the baskets. Zhuhe smiled slightly. Since Yifeng has asked us to provide energy for the array, he certainly would not allow us to starve. Now, we shall eat what they bring. But we will not provide energy for the array. Let us see what he can do. We are people of Sword Cliff. We must carry the pride of Sword Cliff. Preferring death to submission. Just as Zhuhe finished speaking, his stomach began to growl audibly. Others appeared to be infected as well, hastily clutching their stomachs. Ding Tuanshuan was the first to approach, yet she concealed half her body behind the sand cart. She unveiled the gauze covering her basket, revealing a whole braised fish and a starchy tree heart bread. Little girl, quickly pass the food over before it cools," scolded Zhuhe. "Apologies. The food is not for you," Ding Tuanshuan replied. "Brother Yi has instructed us to eat outside the fence to alleviate your hunger." Upon finishing her sentence, she took a piece of fish and closed her eyes, making delightful noises. The warriors of Yijian Gorge crowded around the iron bars, gazing longingly at Ding Tuanshuan and the braised fish within her basket. Others hastily opened their baskets, performing a 3-bite act on their fish. To their annoyance, a bear approached, devouring a bluefin tuna with such speed and gusto that they wished they could take its place. "Hey, don't eat it all, leave us some," a warrior yelled from inside the fence. However, the bear paid no heed, crunching even the fish bones and swallowing them whole. "Enough," Zhuhe fumed, planting his stance firmly and tightening his fists. With a powerful surge, an immense force erupted from the bars, wreaking havoc outside. Dodge! Ding Tuanshuan and her companions had long been prepared, swiftly retreating behind the sand cart. Nevertheless, the force generated by his punch sent their food soaring into the sky. "Run!" Ding Tuanshuan led nearly 100 workers in a hasty retreat. Just then, Zhuhe narrowed his eyes. A piece of food had been propelled back by the force. Landing beside the iron bars, it was a whole fish head. Without thinking, he drew his sword, attempting to hook the fish head closer. Chapter 890. The hunger becomes unbearable. No. The sword is too short. He wedged his arm against the bars, exerting all his strength to extend the sword forward. Just as his sword was about to pierce the fish head, a large foot suddenly stomped down upon it. With a squelch, the fish head was crushed and mingled with the dirt. Feng made a grand entrance. "Elder, it's been several days. I trust you have been well?" he inquired politely. Yun beside him couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Humph." He snorted coldly, discarding his sword. "Feng, if you intend to kill, then do so. Do not toy with me. The moment I was defeated by you, I foresaw my fate. Come, spare me the pretense of kindness." He turned his head aside, avoiding Feng's gaze. "That's not how it is. Victory and defeat are common in battle," Feng replied earnestly. "In truth, I have always admired you, fighting countless battles, facing defeat, yet rising again. Thus, we have passed the 566th act. If you work for a year on Hot Spring Island, I shall grant your return to Yijian Gorge." "Hahaha. Feng, do I look like a fool to you? Do you think I would believe your deceitful words?" Zui scoffed relentlessly. The words were not spoken in that manner. "I, Feng, am a person of my word. If you doubt it, you may inquire with the guards. If I were indeed untrustworthy, how could the value of the hot spring coin remain so robust? You may also ask those around you whether I have delivered the frozen fish during our transactions." Feng continued, and Zuha paused slightly. He had indeed heard of the credibility of the hot spring coin, and as the commander of the three armies, he was well aware of the small maneuvers of his subordinates. If Feng were truly a man lacking integrity, would his subordinates take the risk of violating military law to engage in trade with him? At that moment, he felt a measure of belief. However, as the Grand Elder, he found it difficult to relinquish his pride. "Spare me your smooth words, Feng. I am not like those subordinates below. I cannot be easily deceived, unless you can present me with a glimmer of hope." Zuha continued, though his tone had softened. "Very well, you are a total of over 90 individuals. I require you to divide into 3 groups, each working for 4 hours, continuously providing energy to the grand formation. We will operate in 3 shifts around the clock, and no one is permitted to be absent. As long as you perform your duties honestly, I will provide you with sustenance and ensure your subsequent cultivation. Furthermore, should you excel, I may even accommodate you within the grand formation, allowing you to endure this severe cold calamity. My rise from humble beginnings to my current achievements is not solely attributed to strength, but rather to my integrity, is it not, Zhihai?" Feng turned to Wang Zhihai beside him. "Indeed, Brother Feng's integrity is unquestionable. Once you become citizens, we shall overlook all your past transgressions and grant you the status of masters of Hot Spring Island. Let me enlighten you about the advantages of citizenship." Wang Zhihai, a gifted orator, captivated at least half of the strength practitioners with his eloquence. Moreover, his words were grounded in reality, offering tangible benefits. For instance, they had observed citizens of Hot Spring Island strolling freely around the island, adorned in finely crafted fur coats, while non-citizens received considerably lesser treatment. Zua, too, felt a stir of interest. After all, who does not fear death? As he transitioned from a fervent state to a more composed one, his fear of death intensified. "Feng, is this truly the case?" inquired a 9th-tier strength practitioner. "I, Feng, swear by the name of Chun and that it is indeed true." Feng raised his right hand. "Brother Feng, why do you invoke my name in your oaths again?" He chuckled. "Do not take offense. I do this out of affection for you." Feng offered a sheepish smile. "Feng, please provide us with food." Zuha finally relented, having decided that restoring their strength to its peak would pave the way for potential escape from this iron cage. "Apologies, you must first work before receiving food. From now on, you shall divide into 3 groups. Wang Zhihai, I leave this to you. I will observe from the back." After speaking, Feng stepped back. When it comes to taming, Wang Zhihai was the adept one. Wang Zhihai nodded and immediately stepped forward. "Everyone, heed my command. Stand up and form 3 lines. I will call your names. You, and you. Gather together. You are the afternoon shift." Instantly, 30 power masters obediently clustered together, representing the class from 8 in the morning until 4 in the afternoon. "Now, you, and you, group together. You are the evening shift, from 4 to midnight. Zhu, you and your 33 subordinates, gather as one. You are the morning shift." Zhu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately joined his subordinates. a flicker of humiliation crossing his eyes. Excellent. Wang Zhihai clapped his hands. Good afternoon, everyone, he bellowed. However, no one acknowledged him. How audacious. You lack basic manners. I am your leader, your provider. When I greet you, you are expected to respond accordingly. Very well, splendidly so. Wang Zhihai remarked coldly. Yi Feng and Chun exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as their angry gazes turned towards Su Yun. Memories of unpleasant meetings with Wang Tao flooded Yi Feng's mind. Recalling the absurdity of the situation, a mere few thousand yuan a month, and yet he insists on this farce of pleasantries. At that moment, silence enveloped the iron bars. All eyes coldly fixed on Wang Zhihai. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The pressure from nearly 100 powerful masters was no trivial matter. Yet, upon seeing Yi Feng behind him, he regained his confidence. How dare you stare at me like that? Do you wish for your demise? Let me make it clear. If you do not follow my orders today, do not expect any food. Wang Zhihai thundered. One second-tier power master. Unable to endure his hunger any longer, muttered, Good, very good. But before he could finish, Wang Zhihai interrupted, picking at his teeth with a bamboo skewer. Very well. Splendidly so. I require you to recite it back to me in its entirety. Wang Zhihai emphasized. The power master glanced at his companions and then at the food scattered on the ground, gritting his teeth. Good. Very good, splendidly so. Gouda, do you see this? He is your example. I hope you all abandon your obstinacy. Otherwise, there will be no food for anyone, Wang Zhihai declared, hands on his hips, subtly inching closer to Yi Feng to avoid being crushed by the group's fury. Now, let's do it again. Good afternoon, everyone, Wang Zhihai shouted. Good, very good, splendidly so. The responses from the group began to trickle in, as they gradually succumbed to his conditioning. Chapter 891. This accursed weather could cause heat stroke. Yi Feng quickly retreated to a distance, keeping clear of Wang Zhihai. Zhihai, this is your domain now. Shinin, let us head to the hot spring bay to fish. We must provide food for the staff here, he proposed. Understood. Moments later, only Wang Zhihai remained. Alarmed, he hastily concealed himself behind a sandcart, revealing only his bald head. When Yi Feng and his companions returned with a considerable catch of fish, he was greeted by an astonishing sound. From the direction of the iron bars, a rhythmic noise resonated. Excellent, splendid, truly remarkable. Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction and handed several carts of fish to Shi Zhengliang. Master Shi, prepare a simple meal with the fish. It is the prisoner's dinner. No need for extravagance, Yi Feng instructed. Rest assured. He, I will not be overly attentive with the prisoners, Shi Zhengliang replied with a sinister grin. However, do refrain from adding any condiments. We must adhere to the Geneva Convention and avoid mistreating the captives, Yi Feng cautioned once again. Very well. I was initially planning to add some of my own saliva, Shi Zhengliang remarked, directing his apprentices to transport the fish to the kitchen. Yi Feng's expression darkened considerably. Shinin, when Shi Zhengliang is cooking for us, arrange for someone to keep an eye on him, to ensure he doesn't spit in our meal. I am feeling a bit nauseated, Yi Feng commanded. Brother Feng, don't worry, I will personally supervise, Shinin replied, appearing equally distressed. While he trusted that Shi Zhengliang would not engage in such repulsive actions, the thought of it was still unsettling. At that moment, Yi Feng's gaze shifted to the snow nearby. He noticed that the snow on the hot spring island was gradually melting. What is happening? Brother Feng, I feel a bit warm, Chunin remarked, removing his coat. Yi Feng quickly led Chun and towards the prison cells. Wang Zhihai stood at the iron gate, his hands clasped behind his back. Peering inside, Yi Feng observed 30 strong men gripping conduction rods. Their expressions strained as they transferred their internal energy to the core of the formation. From their demeanor, it seemed they were exerting every ounce of their strength. It's too hot, Chunin exclaimed, shedding his second layer of clothing until he was left in a single garment. Yi Feng similarly felt the heat and removed his 2 leather coats, tossing them to Chun and for safekeeping. Hahaha, Brother Feng, under my guidance. These people from Yijian Gorge have finally come to understand. They are prepared to exert their utmost to ensure our well-being. Wang Zhihai approached eagerly. Can they sustain such a high level of energy output? Yi Feng inquired skeptically. No need to worry. Their energy can last a full 8 hours. After that, the next shift will take over. During their transition, the temperature within the formation may decrease slightly, but it will not drop rapidly, allowing for a seamless handover. Wang Zhihai chuckled. Very well. Yi Feng nodded, suddenly pulling Wang Zhihai aside behind the sandcart. Now speak. Why have the people from Yijian Gorge become so obedient all of a sudden? What trick did you employ? Yifeng feigned curiosity. It's simple. I instituted a performance evaluation. The individual who exerts the most effort each day will be rewarded with a lavish meal, luxurious hot spring baths, and even the opportunity to find a companion in the dock area for some enjoyment. As there are plenty engaged in that profession, Wang Zhihai explained with a grin. Oh, I see. You have fostered healthy competition among them through a system of rewards and consequences. Yifeng responded with a look of approval. Moreover, I have set a goal for them, to become model workers, with one being selected each year. Those honored will be granted the privilege of leaving their confines, allowing them to leisurely wander around Hot Spring Island for a full week. Just imagine, in pursuit of this 7-day respite, they will undoubtedly strive with fervor, and soon, we shall enjoy a prosperous life. Alas, it is unbearably hot, Wang Zhihai exclaimed, shedding his shirt and standing bare-chested. Yifeng turned his gaze towards the entirety of Hot Spring Island. Indeed, men and women alike had stripped down to their lightest attire. The temperature had soared to over 20 degrees and continued to rise. Brother Feng, what if the hot spring reaches boiling point? Won't we all be cooked alive? Shunan inquired anxiously. Rest assured, run swiftly to find Guagua and instruct her to double the protective shield around Hot Spring Island, expanding its diameter to 10 kilometers. As the barrier enlarges, the temperature will naturally decrease, Yifeng replied. In the brief moment he spoke, the temperature had already surged another 5 or 6 degrees, surpassing 30 degrees. It is so hot. Inside the castle, Susan wiped the sweat from her chin. With a splash, the little pup, known for its resilience to cold, could hardly endure the sudden heat and leaped into the sea. It is worth noting that the combined effort of 30 Force Masters generated energy equivalent to that of a 35-level crystal pill, resulting in a rapid increase in temperature. The most encouraging aspect is that as long as the Force Masters are well fed, they will continually produce energy, unlike the one-time use energy of crystal pills, which depletes after consumption. Chase Ma, notify the swimwear factory to custom-make a batch of swimming trunks, and also order some bikinis for in a few days. I plan to take my wife and children to the beach to show off our figures, Yifeng instructed. What is a bikini? Chase Ma asked, puzzled. Go ask Susan. She will understand, Yifeng replied, patting Chase Ma on the shoulder. All right. Just as Chase Ma departed, the protective shield around Hot Spring Island trembled and slowly expanded outward. Some damaged warships were quickly enveloped by the shield. The shield continued to grow, soon forming a colossal barrier with a diameter of 10 kilometers. Indeed, the temperature dropped slightly, settling around 7 or 8 degrees. Keep it up. Our brother Feng has instructed the kitchen to prepare a grand feast for you all. Work hard and channel your energy to the heart of the formation. Wang Zhihai rallied the 30 Force Masters. The Force Masters of Yijian Gorge are not to be underestimated. They possess the ability to defeat foes beyond their level. Having trained under esteemed mentors since childhood, they have invested significant time in building a solid foundation, endowing them with greater energy than ordinary Force Masters, which flows endlessly. Gritting their teeth, these Force Masters intensified their energy transmission once more. Within the 10-kilometer barrier, the temperature began to rise again. 10 degrees, 15 degrees, 25 degrees, 30 degrees, 34 degrees. Finally, the temperature stabilized around 34 degrees. Yifeng, drenched in sweat, hastily removed his shirt, revealing his robust torso. Old Wang, it seems we must urge the garment factory to expedite a batch of short-sleeve shirts, or else this sweltering weather might lead to heatstroke, Yifeng remarked. I too find it somewhat warm. However, this sensation is truly delightful, and I wish for them to continue their work, Wang Zhihai responded, gesturing towards the melted snow on the ground, revealing the soil beneath. It has been ages since I have seen genuine earth. With the snow thawing, the soil is finally exposed. Brother Feng, I have an idea. Why not plant some edible vegetation inside? Breadfruit trees could be cultivated in abundance, Wang Zhihai suddenly exclaimed. Very well, you may arrange for this endeavor. Prepare the documents and place them in my office, and I shall sign off on the budget. 100 million. Is that sufficient? Yifeng inquired. Quite ample, indeed. Wang Zhihai laughed heartily. At the military camp dock of Hot Spring Island, the thermal flag emitted a brilliant glow, having been activated to approximately 20%. Bai Guogua's expression shifted, and she hurriedly controlled the thermal flag, capping its energy at 20%. With sufficient energy, the flag could potentially reach full activation, transforming the entire hot spring island into a blazing furnace. All right, you may return to your tasks. I too have matters to attend to, Yifeng stated, making his way towards the castle's training chamber. As he entered, a wave of heat enveloped him. Goodness, is the boiler still running in this heat? Someone, please inform them to grant those 2 boiler workers paid leave. Yes, I shall arrange it, a guard replied, rushing towards the basement. Upon entering, he found the 2 boiler workers emerging, drenched in sweat and clad only in their undergarments. We can't continue. It's unbearable. Let someone else take over the boiler duties, they exclaimed, hastily fleeing the basement and plunging into the sea with a splash. Yifeng settled into the training chamber, each hand grasping a crystal elixir. In mere moments, steam began to rise from his head. 2 streams of energy surged into his body, circulating through a complete cycle before sinking into his dantian, becoming an integral part of his energy. The divine holy demon technique truly deserves its title as a divine-level practice. Each incremental advancement is fraught with difficulty. Yet, the benefits are remarkably evident, not only strengthening the physique, but also slightly replenishing the spirit. In the icy, furious sea, a sand cart sped forth, carrying 7 individuals. At the helm was the esteemed apothecary Qinglan from Eternal Life City. She had learned of the situation on Hot Spring Island, where Yifeng had vanquished the forces of Sword Cliff. Thus, she was determined to seek him out to convey significant news. Through the storm of wind and snow, the sand cart finally reached the edge of the luminous barrier. Qinglan peered through the gaps of the cart, astonished at the interior of Hot Spring Island. Good heavens! Within the island, a group of people swam in the sea, while several individuals even lounged on the beach in short sleeves. The protective family array is truly remarkable. Just how high must the temperature be inside? Qinglan could not help but tighten her fur coat. Even though she was slender, after donning 7 layers of fur, she resembled a puffed-up ball. With a determined grit, she maneuvered the sand vehicle closer until it collided with the shimmering barrier, coming to a halt. Subsequently, the 7 apothecaries exited the vehicle one by one, clasping their hands within their sleeves, gazing enviously at the inhabitants of the hot spring island through the translucent veil. Halt! Who approaches? A voice called out. Ah, is that not the esteemed apothecary Qinglan? Mondem approached, clad only in shorts, accompanied by his wild consort and their illegitimate child. Mondem, might we seek refuge from the cold? It is frigid, especially upon the icy sea, with the biting wind seeping into our very bones, Qinglan stammered. Her lips tinged with a deep blue from the chill. Mere meters separated them, yet the contrasting environments felt worlds apart. What a misfortune! For the sake of our shared endeavors, I shall petition Wang Zhihai on your behalf, Mondem declared, hastily departing to find Wang Zhihai. What do you mean by enter? What if she refuses to leave once inside? Wang Zhihai outright rejected the notion. With Yifeng in seclusion, Wang Zhihai reigned supreme. Well, I can't help but feel pity for her, Mondem chuckled awkwardly. Thus far, aside from Yifeng, Wang Zhihai wielded the most authority on Hot Spring Island. Apothecary Qinglan. President Wang has declined your request for entry. Here, take this, Mondem said, tossing a steaming grilled fish through the barrier. The protective array had its advantages. Items could be easily passed out, yet entry was forbidden for outsiders unless by Guogua opened a breach. The fish, still warm within the array, transformed into a frozen lump the moment it landed outside. Ah, let it be. Mondem, inform Yifeng that the current ruler of Changxing City is I, Qinglan. Elected by popular vote, Qinglan asserted. There's no need to inform Brother Feng, is there? You all can decide for yourselves in Changxing City. After all, we are not of the same kin. Mondem raised an eyebrow. No. Although Hot Spring Island has not embraced us as kin, we have always regarded it as our elder brother. Thus, I must relay this to Mr. Yi, Qinglan replied humbly. At that moment, a clear voice resonated, Guogua. Open a gap in the array. They have traveled far. Is this how we treat our guests? With that, Yifeng strode forward. Mr. Yi. Qinglan's eyes brimmed with tears, only to freeze instantly. Indeed, Hahaha, Guogua, quickly open a breach in the array. Brother Feng is magnanimous, unlike Wang the Bald. Who is so stingy? Mondem exclaimed in delight. Yifeng shot a glare at him. Wang Zhihai is the deputy island master. Is it appropriate for you to speak of him so in my presence? Yifeng stated coldly. Yes, I shall refrain in the future, Mondem replied, leading his wild consort away. Before long, the array trembled, and a breach appeared. A gust of cold wind rushed in, causing Yi Feng to retract his neck. Qinglan hurriedly ushered her companions through the barrier. Quickly close the array. Yi Feng gritted his teeth, feeling the chill upon his bare torso. After securing the grand formation, Yi Feng invited Qinglan to the dining hall, ensuring that the unfortunate seven sisters were well fed and satisfied. After all, they were guests. And given that the Duoyin people had adopted the voting system from Hot Spring Island, they were, in essence, no different from its inhabitants. After consuming 7 grilled fish in succession, Qinglan finally patted her chest, shedding her outer garments one by one until she was left in a single layer. Suddenly, with a playful glint in her eyes, she removed that layer as well, leaving only a wrap around her torso. Yi Feng swallowed hard. He had emerged from his seclusion, not because he had mastered the sacred demon art, but because he had run low on crystal pills. Mr. Yi, I have a rather unreasonable request, and I hope you will grant it, Qinglan said, clasping Yi Feng's hands. Madam Qing, please conduct yourself with decorum, Yi Feng replied, inadvertently pulling away from her grasp. If you have something to say, just speak plainly. It is like this. I wish to live within the light screen. May I? She implored. Rest assured. My character is impeccable. If you doubt me, you may inquire with New Duo. She used to be our chief pharmacist. Upon hearing this, the 6 sisters behind her simultaneously knelt. What? Are you not the newly elected Heavenly Khan of Chongqing City? Are you truly willing to forsake such a position? Yi Feng countered. What is the Heavenly Khan to me? The power of 10 Heavenly Khans pales in comparison to being a citizen on Hot Spring Island. Nay, it does not even match the status of a laborer there. Furthermore, Chongqing City is devoid of food. The Duoyin people will consume whatever they can find, even using their coats to brew soup. Qinglan lamented. I am sorry, but I must refuse your request. As the Heavenly Khan, you cannot abandon your people. And there must still be hundreds of thousands of Duoyin people in the city, correct? Can you bear to leave them to freeze and starve? Yi Feng said. But our current situation is such that even if I return, I would be unable to save them. Moreover, there may not be hundreds of thousands left in Chongqing City. Perhaps even 10,000 would be a stretch. Qinglan shook her head. Since the temperature had dropped, the Sword Cliff had isolated them from Hot Spring Island, leading to a lack of food and fuel. Some had perished from the cold, others from hunger, and many had succumbed to the infection of the parasitic disease. This is a tragedy. Here is what we shall do. Yi Feng turned to Wang Zhihai beside him. Zhihai, organize a group to prepare 50 of the most advanced sand vehicles, filled with fuel and provisions, to deliver to Chongqing City. After all, our seas are teeming with fish, more than sufficient to sustain the 100,000 citizens of Chongqing City. Why should we concern ourselves with them? We must first look after ourselves. Wang Zhihai expressed his reluctance. No, since the Duoyin people have emulated our voting system, they are akin to our little brothers. Can we, as elder brothers, stand by and watch them starve? Yi Feng urged kindly. Very well. I shall notify Duo Meng to lend a hand. Wang Zhihai conceded, striding off into the distance. The 7 sisters were already in tears. In that moment, Yi Feng was their savior, their deity. Mr. Yi, I am willing to comply with any request you may have. Please, tell me what you need us to do. Qinglan raised her head, gazing resolutely at Yi Feng. In this moment, even if Yi Feng commanded her to sacrifice her life, she would undoubtedly obey. Not so severe. For you, food and fuel are essential, but for me, I lack neither. I possess natural gas and a bountiful sea for fishing. However, there is one matter I must trouble you with, the crystal elixirs and crystal pills. Please scour Chongqing City for any remaining resources. Regardless of the quantity, I will exchange them for currency at a favorable rate. Yi Feng said as he helped Qinglan to her feet. At present, the remaining crystal elixirs and pills were insufficient for his own cultivation. Moreover, with over 20,000 citizens on Hot Spring Island requiring these elixirs for their training, he had to cancel the bi-weekly distribution of crystal elixirs. However, he resolved that the benefits for Hot Spring Island should never be revoked. As the island's leader, he must ensure that everyone shares in the prosperity. Very well. There should still be some crystal elixirs to be gathered in Chongqing City, though certainly not in abundance. However, I can mobilize the 100,000 citizens of Chongqing City to disseminate this news throughout the vast desert, encouraging those tribes lacking food to trade their crystal elixirs and pills for currency. They can then exchange that currency for food and fuel, Qinglan proposed, showcasing her resourcefulness. Which surprised Yi Feng. Excellent. You and your sisters should take a dip in the sea now. I will also provide you with several garments made from seal skins. Leave your old clothes here. I will have them washed for you to collect on your next visit, Yi Feng said with consideration. With that, Qinglan and her 6 sisters leaped into the ocean. The water was perfectly temperate, around 20 degrees. They soaked in the seawater to soften the grime on their bodies before beginning to scrub each other's backs. As they did so, a long strip of black substance appeared in their palms. Yi Feng took a moment to inspect the power room, where 30 energy workers seemed to be competing against one another, tirelessly channeling a continuous flow of energy into the core of the formation, all appearing to be on the verge of exhaustion. Dinner is served, dinner is served. At that moment, Shi Zhengliang arrived with a large group of disciples, carrying heavy loads. As he lifted the cloth covering the load, it revealed an assortment of boiled sea fish, their flesh already beginning to soften. Come, each of you take a wooden bowl and serve yourselves, Shi Zhengliang said as he distributed bowls to everyone. Is there food? The 30 or so energy workers on duty gathered around eagerly. Hey, no leaving your posts, or there will be no food for you, Yi Feng admonished. Instantly, the workers resumed their grip on the conductive rods, though their gaze remained fixed on the food. After an hour, the group devoured the entire heap of fish, then returned to their duties. Buzz. In the distance, the thermal flag emitted a brilliant glow, and the temperature rapidly rose, stabilizing around 34 degrees. Indeed, once satisfied, they worked with renewed vigor. All right, those who were just on duty, proceed to the second level to rest. Beds have been prepared for you, along with a restroom where waste will automatically be disposed of into the abyss, Yi Feng added. Understood, Island Master Yi. After one of the Power Masters tasted the sweetness of success, he unexpectedly began to show respect towards Yi Feng. Very well, depart now. In 16 hours, you shall return to take over. Yi Feng waved his hand dismissively. Exiting the power chamber, Yi Feng proceeded to inspect the newly established hot spring power plant. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the hum of the engines. He noticed Cheng Li Bean standing alongside Charlie, both meticulously comparing blueprints to enhance the generator. A slight smile of satisfaction graced Yi Feng's face as he quietly retreated, careful not to disturb the two. After a while, Qinglan approached Yi Feng to bid farewell. Donning a thick coat, Mr. Yi Feng, Daman will accompany the sand convoy back to Eternal Life City, so you need not worry, he will return shortly. Additionally, I will assist in spreading the word among all the tribes in the desert, exchanging crystal elixirs and pills for your provisions, Qinglan stated. Rest assured, Brother Feng, I will successfully transport food and fuel to Eternal Life City, Daman added. Go ahead. A smile broke across Yi Feng's face. Moments later, dozens of the latest sand vehicles emerged from the formation, immediately basking in the icy expanse of snow. At Sword Cliff, over 600 Power Masters and warriors finally returned home. Indeed, they were the deserters from earlier, and after 2 months of arduous travel, they beheld Sword Cliff once more. The temperature in this region hovered around -30 to 40 degrees, which was not unbearable. What shall we do, Chief? We have returned as deserters. If the Cliff Master captures us, we shall surely face severe punishment, a 5th-tier Power Master inquired of a 9th-tier Power Master. What is there to fear? We shall send a group to explain the situation to the Cliff Master, stating that the Grand Elder's command was ineffective, leading to the needless loss of so many clan members. Another group will infiltrate the library, seeking tomes on inner demons. If the Cliff Master insists on punishing us, we shall take the books and seek refuge on Hot Spring Island, the 9th-tier Power Master replied, feeling the biting cold. This extreme weather will sweep across the world. The Great Desert will become a frozen hell. Only within the formation can we evade disaster. It is an inevitability. You are correct. I observed that the 3 elders were unable to breach the formation, and should the Cliff Master attempt it, he will likely return empty-handed. Thus, our only recourse is to seek refuge on Hot Spring Island. Enough talk. Let us split into 2 groups. I will search for the tomes, while you, Monica, will honestly report to the Cliff Master. What? Why can't we swap roles? Monica exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. At this moment, the green field had transformed into the snow field, with half a foot of snow blanketing the ground. Inside a castle within the green field, a pure-hearted maiden sat upon the main throne, surrounded by 4 elder power kings and over a dozen 9th-tier power kings. Sister Haoyue, at this juncture, our only option is to head to Hot Spring Island. Yi Feng possesses considerable skill. He managed to steal the formation disc painstakingly crafted by Sword Cliff, one elder remarked. Do not rush. Sword Cliff will surely act before us. It is said that ancestor he has already departed. If we go now, we may clash with Sir Cliff. Another elder cautioned. The Grand Elder, I implore you to personally journey to Birch City, seek out Lord Luo, and engage in discussions regarding the One-Sword Gorge. After acquiring the formation disc, let us two great clans share the protective array, ensuring the preservation of our bloodline at the very least, the pale moon spoke softly. Very well, time is of the essence. I shall depart at once. The third-tier power emperor rose swiftly, hastening towards the castle exit. In Giant Tree City, Green Xiangtian slammed his palm upon the table with great force. How outrageous! Have we truly recognized the thief as our own for so long? And allowed that scoundrel Yi Feng to gain such immense advantage? This cannot stand. He has slain my beloved Kuanger. I shall demand his life. Inform the troops. Summon the entire army of Giant Tree City to Longxing City and find Yi Feng. I will use his head to honor my Kuanger. Green Xiangtian was beside himself with rage, pacing back and forth within the room. However, his legitimate wife, the White Fox, hesitated. Could it truly be that Fenger did this? Why do I feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity upon seeing him? What else is there to say? It is because he has killed Kuanger, bearing her lingering aura. Do not be confused any longer. Summon the forces, march to Longxing City. In the Manchu clan, a dignified elder sat upon the high seat. Although he was not the clan leader of the Manchu, he was undeniably a third-tier power emperor. Apart from the three great clans, the Manchu ranked fourth in the vast desert. Is this truly the case? Has our Changyin been slain by Yi Feng of Hot Spring Island? It is indeed true. Many witnessed the fierce battle that raged on for quite some time. However, at that time, Yi Feng was not well known. It was only after he set fire to the One-Sword Gorge's library and stealthily acquired its formation disc that I recognized his visage from the illustrations. Humph. Those who dare to harm my Chang family shall find that I must personally visit Hot Spring Island for this matter, Changgu stated nonchalantly. In truth, Changyin was merely an inconspicuous member of their clan. The real reason Changgu sought to make a grand effort was not solely for Yi Feng's formation disc. Once acquired, and the great array established, no one shall ever hope to infiltrate the Manchu clan's domain. Chapter 894, Brother Feng, come to my chamber. In Naxing City, the streets were laden with snow, nearly blanketing the ground entirely, as temperatures plummeted to over 80 degrees below zero. Adolf stood by the window, gazing outside with a heavy sigh. Had I known, I too would have immigrated to Hot Spring Island. Look at the predicament now. If I were to venture to Hot Spring Island now, I would likely freeze to death halfway there. At that moment, Adolf suddenly heard the thunderous roar of sand carts. Hadn't our fuel been completely depleted? Who is operating the sand carts? Contemplating this, he cracked the window slightly to peer at the street below. 3 sand carts rumbled towards his position. Adolf, have you frozen to death yet? A figure emerged from the cart, none other than Demandi. During Adolf's business trip to Hot Spring Island, he had naturally passed through the Longxing City concession, having met Demandi a few times. Mr. Demandi? Has Lord Yi sent you to fetch us? Adolf, filled with excitement, felt a rush of urgency, contemplating whether to roll up his bedding and leap down to the first floor. Do not misunderstand. On the precious land of Hot Spring Island, our brother Feng stated that if you wish to survive, you must bring all the crystal pills and crystal balls from the tribe. Indeed, anything imbued with energy should be taken to Hot Spring Island in exchange for frozen fish and fuel. After conveying this, Duoming dove back into the sand vehicle. Wait for me. Take me with you. Adolf's voice thundered down the street. Time passed, and eventually, Adolf summoned the high-ranking members to a room. Relay my orders. All survivors of Nanxing must form a team to journey to Hot Spring Island. Bring the crystal pills, crystal balls, and various warm clothing. Speed is of the essence. As you command, Your Excellency, came the immediate response, and the people of Nanxing mobilized en masse. While a few individuals might perish on the way to Hot Spring Island, a collective effort from the entire tribe would ensure mutual support, significantly increasing their chances of survival. Not only Nanxing, but the Huangsha tribe in Giant Stone City also received the decree for Hot Spring Island, instructing them to gather all energy-laden items for exchange for food and shelter. Yi Feng cast a glance at the last box of crystal pills, reluctant to use them any further. If the group in the iron prison decided to strike, he would be left without any crystal pills, and the temperature on Hot Spring Island might plummet to -200 degrees. Brother Feng, hurry to the bay. There's a spectacle to behold. Chenin rushed into the fray. What could possibly be so fascinating in such a tiny place as Hot Spring Island? Yi Feng replied, feeling utterly disinterested. His only desire was to procure some crystal pills, even the most basic ones, as he harbored distrust towards the people of One-Sword Gorge. They represented an uncontrollable variable. Let us go. I assure you it will be worth your while. Without waiting for a response, Chunin dragged Yi Feng out of the castle. In the next moment, Yi Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. The beach was filled with bikini-clad beauties, particularly Ding Tuanshuan, whose youthful charm stood out among the crowd. Simultaneously, another woman caught Yi Feng's attention. Meng Yanle? It seems I haven't paid her much mind since she arrived at Hot Spring Island with her mother, Jinyu. I never expected her to appear so remarkably alluring in a bikini. Brother 5. Yi Feng sighed, noticing Long Wu, who was bathing in shorts, utterly alone within a radius of several dozen meters. Brother 5. How do you find life here? Yi Feng observed Long Wu's robust physique, though strong. His skin bore a ghastly purplish hue, reminiscent of that of a corpse, sending shivers down his spine. Long Wu turned his head, stammering a few words. Feng. All right, I understand. Brother 5, you may enjoy your twilight years here on Hot Spring Island. It became evident to Yi Feng that although Long Wu had regained some semblance of his wits, he likely only remembered the most significant people from his past, forgetting all others. Nonetheless, there was hope. With an adequate supply of crystal balls or holy water, perhaps Long Wu's memories could be fully restored. Brother Feng. At that moment, Meng Yanle approached. Her once delicate demeanor had faded, revealing a touch of humility. Quite commendable. She has matured significantly. Yi Feng nodded in approval. Brother Feng, are you free this evening? My room's drain is clogged. Could you assist me in clearing it? As Meng Yanle finished speaking, her fair cheeks flushed crimson. Yi Feng regarded her with suspicion, discreetly glancing into the distance. Indeed, her mother, Jinyu, was offering her an encouraging gaze. Clearly, this was a lesson imparted by Jinyu. Otherwise, how would the young girl comprehend it? At that moment, Chunin suddenly appeared. I'll help you clear it, don't worry. I'm quite adept at it. I'll get the tools shortly. Upon seeing Chunin, Lure's blush faded rapidly, and her demeanor turned aloof. No, in this regard. Only Brother Feng can manage it. You're certainly incapable. Who says I can't? I was involved in the design of the drainage system. How could I possibly be unable? Leave it to me. Go away. You shouldn't be here. I need to speak with Brother Feng privately. Lure became anxious. Chunin, go accompany Wu Ge and have a chat with him. Help him regain his memories, Yi Feng stated indifferently. All right. Chunin took Long Wu and moved to a distance. The protective formation not only enveloped the entire hot spring island, but also began to warm the surrounding waters. However, on the other side of the wall separating the formation, the world remained frozen, a stark contrast of ice and snow, with the howling wind creating a scene that was half paradise, half hell. Some Duoyan people gradually gathered outside the light screen, their longing gazes fixated on the opulent life within. The compassionate ambassador, Ding Tuanshuan, took the initiative to approach and tossed some grilled fish from the light screen, instantly inciting a commotion. Miss Ding, I recognize you. Please let us into the light screen. It's so cold, truly too cold. A middle-aged man, icicles hanging from his nose, knelt outside the screen, weeping profusely. There is nothing I can do. Although Brother Feng said to try to shelter the refugees outside, Wang Zhihai disagrees. If you harbor resentment, direct it towards Wang Zhihai, Ding Tuanshuan remarked. Digging a pit for Wang Zhihai. What? That scoundrel Wang Zhihai. I curse his ancestors for 18 generations. In an instant, the crowd outside erupted in fury. Oh! Lure slipped and fell directly into Yi Feng's embrace, her entire form landing against him. How clumsy of you. Yi Feng helped her to her feet, peering down to see the abyss of darkness below. Let us go to my room, Brother Feng, Lure said, taking his hand. Yi Feng initially intended to send a worker with her, but reconsidered. After all, workers needed rest too. As the island's master, he couldn't be too aloof. Learning to clear a drain was also a necessary skill. At that juncture, Xiao Feng suddenly emerged from behind. Brother Feng, may I visit the iron prison to see my former fellow disciples? He inquired. He was the only one from Yijian Gorge not confined within the iron prison. You betrayed them. Are you not afraid that the river of ancestors, in its wrath, might obliterate you? Yi Feng questioned. Chapter 895. There must be a price. What will you offer in exchange? I harbor no fear. Ultimately, I must confront them, for they are my fellow disciples, remarked Xiaofeng. You are rather sentimental. Very well. For that reason alone, I shall personally escort you. Chunin, Accompany lure her to her quarters and assist her in clearing the drainage. Very well, understood, I shall comply. Shonen exclaimed, rushing over and leaping around in front of lure. Before long, Yifeng arrived alongside Xiaofeng at the iron prison. It was now the middle of class, and 30 individuals were tirelessly channeling energy into the formation, each drenched in perspiration. If this continued for an extended period, their foundations would deteriorate, resulting in a lifetime of stagnation in their advancement. Fortunately, the disciples of Yijian Gorge possessed solid foundations, allowing for greater endurance. Is that you, senior brother Xiaofeng? Yes, indeed, it is me, Xiaofeng, senior brother Xiaofeng. I thought you had perished. A few among them recognized Xiaofeng. Yes, how have you all been? Xiaofeng awkwardly greeted them. Are you blind? One of the strength practitioners pointed towards the iron bars. At that moment, Zhu suddenly raised his head, scrutinizing Xiaofeng from head to toe. Why are you outside the iron prison? Zhu inquired calmly. Although a prisoner now, the aura of the Grand Elder still lingered. Me? Xiaofeng hesitated to respond. Just then, Zhuema stepped forward. Do you not know? Xiaofeng deliberately lured you into this trap, exhausting all your strength, allowing us from Hot Spring Island to reap you one by one. Zhuema, Yifeng scolded. Zhu fell silent, slowly lowering his head as if suppressing his fury. After a lengthy pause, he sighed deeply and looked up at Xiaofeng. Why? Xiaofeng, I have treated you well. Why do you betray me? Moreover, I, Yijian Gorge, am the sovereign of the vast desert. And you choose to be a mere lackey of a small tribe? Zhu believed his words could pierce Xiaofeng's heart like a sharp blade. The others turned their furious gazes upon Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, filled with shame, lowered his head. Xiaofeng, you great traitor, Yijian Gorge has nurtured you for all these years. Indeed, how has Yijian Gorge wronged you? Xiaofeng, how could you conspire with outsiders against your own kin? Do you not possess a conscience? Amidst the chorus of accusations, Xiaofeng gradually lifted his head, the shame fading from his countenance, replaced by a hint of cold laughter. Yijian Gorge has nurtured me for so many years. I apologize, but I was not raised by Yijian Gorge. It was my parents who raised me. They toiled for Yijian Gorge, using their merits to secure my entry into the inner sect. Furthermore, the crystal pills I utilized for my cultivation were earned through my own efforts against the sand bandits. Most infuriatingly, Yijian Gorge even took 40% of my earnings. The remaining 60% was mine, and even that was subjected to layers of exploitation. Essentially, if I earn 10 crystal pills, the amount that truly reaches my hands barely exceeds 3. Xiaofeng retorted without reservation. At this moment, he intended to sever ties with Yijian Gorge, clarifying matters to boldly align himself with Yifeng. Otherwise, harboring a sense of guilt will inevitably give rise to inner demons during subsequent cultivation. Xiaofeng, how can you utter such words? Have you not received the protection of the One-Sword Gorge? Without its safeguarding, would you have grown to this age? You would have surely perished at the hands of the sand bandits long ago, a reprimand issued by a 9th-tier power master. Indeed, the One-Sword Gorge has sheltered me. Yet I have also purged a number of sand bandits for its sake, thus balancing the scales. Moreover, the crystal elixir was acquired through perilous encounters with exotic beasts. It was not bestowed upon me by the One-Sword Gorge. The only merit it holds for me is the fond recollection of a blissful childhood. A gift from my parents, not from the One-Sword Gorge. At this juncture, Xiaofeng raised his head to meet the gaze of Zhu. Zhu, gritting his teeth, looked as if he could kill with his glare. Were it possible, Xiaofeng would have already faced a gruesome fate. Xiaofeng, a traitor is a traitor. No amount of excuses will suffice. I shall ensure you live a life steeped in guilt, Zhu stated coldly. No. Yifeng suddenly stepped forward. He has already severed ties with you at the One-Sword Gorge and become a resident of my Hot Spring Island. Henceforth, he may even attain citizenship. Isn't that so, Xiaofeng? Yifeng tilted his head slightly. Indeed, the treatment on Hot Spring Island is unparalleled. Once one becomes a citizen, all are equal. This is the sanctuary I have longed for. I apologize, esteemed elder, but in the One-Sword Gorge, where the strong prey upon the weak, only you powerhouses and your kin enjoy any semblance of fairness. As for us, the unprivileged without connections, we are merely at your mercy. You incessantly feed us the notion that the One-Sword Gorge only takes 40% from its own, while outsiders are subjected to a 60% toll, fostering a sense of superiority among us. Yet, it appears that, although I may be a child of the One-Sword Gorge, I too have suffered from brutal exploitation. Xiao Feng nodded in agreement. He was nearly apoplectic, yet as a prisoner, he found it inconvenient to unleash his fury. In truth, from the perspective of the elder, he genuinely believed he was not an exploiter. He even considered that he and the other elites were the guardians of all ordinary people. Thus, in the eyes of predators, consuming cattle and horses seemed entirely justifiable, with no sense of wrongdoing. Well then, you may converse at your leisure. I am off to conclude my shift. As I only work 8 hours each day, Yifeng declared before turning on his heel and departing without hesitation. The establishment of Hot Spring Island had been for this very purpose. Should it falter, the island would hold no significance. Brother Feng, here they come. Just then, Harder rushed over, pointing toward the shimmering light barrier. Yifeng squinted, observing a throng of figures migrating towards them through the swirling snow, reminiscent of a horde of zombies besieging a city. From a distance, these individuals were clad in layers resembling spheres, at least 7 or 8 thick pelts of beast hide, predominantly from sand beasts, which provided superior warmth. Let us go investigate, Yifeng said, swiftly maneuvering to the side of the light barrier, casting a cold gaze upon the approaching foreign tribesmen. Which tribe do you belong to? Yifeng called out loudly. The newcomers, still reeling from shock, seemed as if they had stumbled upon a new world. Is this, indeed, the fabled sanctuary of salvation, the island of hot springs? An elderly man removed his mask, and the steam from his beard instantly crystallized into ice. Sanctuary of salvation? Yifeng wore a puzzled expression. We were informed that the island of hot springs is a sanctuary, and that its lord, Yifeng, would provide us with a continuous supply of food and even fuel. Is this true? The elder inquired with eager anticipation. If that is the case, I shall concede that the island of hot springs is indeed a sanctuary. However, the provision of food and fuel comes at a cost. What do you offer in exchange? Yifeng responded. Yes, of course. The elder removed his 2-layered deer hide gloves and retrieved several crystal pills from a burlap sack at his waist. Chapter 896. Who has suffered such a great loss? Yifeng glanced at them and estimated they were above level 10 crystal pills. These are the crystal pills our Moku clan hunted in the desert. Many sand beasts perished in the cold. Look, how much food can this procure? The elder asked. Here, we do not exchange food. We utilize hot spring coins as currency. You may use these coins to purchase our food and fuel, Yifeng replied. Wang Zhihai appropriately tossed out a sheet of paper detailing the values of various crystal pills and the prices of food and fuel. The elder hastily summoned his kin, pointing and gesturing at the chart. A level 5 crystal pill can be exchanged for 1,000 hot spring coins, but a pound of frozen fish costs 10,000 hot spring coins. This means I would need 10 level 5 crystal pills to acquire a pound of food. The elder was incensed. After all, he was a tier 3 power master and had never suffered such a significant loss. Do not be so quick to anger. First, look below. The purpose of hot spring coins extends beyond mere sustenance. You can even purchase the right to enter the island of hot springs. But it comes at a steep price, 1 million hot spring coins. Moreover, once inside, daily expenses can be considerable. Accommodations, hot water, food, all require funds. However, fret not. In a few days, I will have the island's perimeter opened with numerous mesh gaps. This would allow the warmth within to escape, creating a secondary sanctuary, which would be relatively cheaper to access. Indeed, Yifeng harbored such intentions. Since Bai Guogua had previously arranged the grand formation beneath the island of hot springs in a grid pattern, it proved feasible to establish a similar grid above, allowing some warmth to escape. Consequently, this would enable the formation of 4 sanctuaries in the east, west, south, and north of the island of hot springs. He could not accommodate everyone within the island's confines, as such a gathering could lead to chaos. The 4 sanctuaries would be distinct. While they could receive warmth from the island, no one could infiltrate the island itself. The elder swiftly finished reviewing the price list. Are you saying that with sufficient hot spring coins, one can settle on the island of hot springs? Indeed. Very well. Convert these crystal pills into hot spring coins for me. Upon finishing his request, the elder gestured behind him. Immediately, his kin approached with a cart. They opened the cart to reveal the savings of our Moku clan for the island lord to inspect. Upon finishing his words, the carriage was drawn away, and numerous crystalline pills tumbled onto the ground, providing a visual feast for Yifeng. Initially, he believed this display would intimidate him. However, Yifeng remained impassive. While the quantity was considerable, the quality was lacking, with the most superior being merely a level 15 crystal pill, the majority falling below level 10. Nevertheless, I shall acquire these items according to their value. Yifeng remarked coolly. Zhihai, I leave this to you. It is now my off-duty time. Understood, Wang Zhihai. Eager for authority, was diligent and did not shy away from working 12 hours a day. In the office, Yifeng summoned by Guogua. Guogua, can we create 4 openings on Hot Spring Island? Then, extend a gas pipeline from these openings to provide warmth to the 4 cardinal directions, ensuring that at least the inhabitants of Chongqing City, Na City, and Giant Stone City can survive, Yifeng inquired. It is indeed possible, but this will deplete the heat of the Grand Formation itself. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Bai Guogua questioned. Certainly. I will only save those who show reverence toward Hot Spring Island. As for those who wish to oppose me, I shall not offer them assistance. I have my methods to ensure their demise, Yifeng replied calmly. Very well, we shall use pipes to transmit the thermal energy of Hot Spring Island outward. Bai Guogua concluded before returning to her duties. Yifeng then sought out Cheng Li Bin, instructing him to forge 4 pipes, each 500 meters in length, to facilitate the transfer of natural gas heat beyond the luminous barrier. Thus, the inhabitants of Chongqing City would also be able to survive outside the protective screen. His actions were driven by a desire to prevent the extinction of humanity in this world. At the very least, he aimed to preserve 10%. Moreover, he required the assistance of these individuals to gather numerous materials, such as those needed to concoct soul pills to complete his spirit. He also needed materials for the creation of holy water, which similarly required a substantial workforce. Furthermore, he could potentially gather additional resources to reformulate a simplified version of the protective clan formation. Rest assured, Brother Feng, you truly are a benevolent ruler. I, Cheng Li Bin, have finally aligned myself with the right person, Cheng Li Bin declared seriously after hearing Yifeng's words. It is fortunate I did not follow Ma Si Kong back in the day. Otherwise, with his selfish character, this world might very well have crumbled. Yifeng responded with a smile and a nod. Upon exiting the castle, Yifeng gazed beyond the luminous barrier. Amidst the swirling snow and wind, throngs of people were converging upon Hot Spring Island. Among them were the Duoyin people, the Huangsha people, the inhabitants of Na City, and individuals from various small tribes south of the temple. Due to its proximity to Hot Spring Island, the temperature was slightly warmer, supported by the island's immense heat source, maintaining an approximate temperature of over 100 degrees below zero. In contrast, other regions, including the temple, now face temperatures plummeting to 180 degrees below zero. Brother Feng, shall we personally welcome them? Shui Ma inquired. Let us go. It is not yet off-duty time, and this is my responsibility. Yifeng replied determinedly as he strode towards the crowd that was pressing against the luminous barrier. Near the luminous barrier, the group of individuals clad in animal hides suddenly erupted with enthusiasm. He has arrived. It is Yifeng. I have laid eyes upon him before. A middle-aged man, his face marred by a scar resembling a blade, spoke fervently. Yifeng, quickly, allow us passage into the Grand Formation, or we shall be compelled to launch a forceful assault. If you intend to attack, then by all means, come forth, Yifeng responded coolly. Should you comply, I shall permit you to construct a fortified shelter adjacent to Hot Spring Island. In a few days, I will create an opening for the natural gas to flow into your refuge. Utter nonsense. Open the Grand Formation and let me in, or I shall slay you. The scarred man raged, momentarily losing his composure as he unsheathed his curved blade and struck fiercely against the luminous barrier. The barrier remained unyielding, while his blade rebounded and struck his own forehead. Ouch! He exclaimed, clutching his bleeding brow and emitting a series of pitiful cries. Yifeng merely chuckled at the spectacle, too disinterested to employ the mechanisms of Hot Spring Island against him. Someone, put an end to this wretch, Yifeng commanded loudly. Yet, the others hesitated, reluctant to engage. For the bandit was a formidable second-order power master. Whoever slays him shall be rewarded with 5 genes of frozen fish, Yifeng added, presenting a fish weighing around 5 to 6 genes. Oh, is there food? In an instant, dozens of power masters converged, their eyes narrowing menacingly upon the bandit. Are you all fools? The bandit exclaimed, a flicker of fear in his voice. Our true enemy is Yifeng. Do not be manipulated by him. Yifeng crossed his arms, observing the unfolding drama, keen to see how the onlookers would react. Manipulated? To be utilized by the master of Hot Spring Island would be our fortune. You, a bandit who has plagued this region for so long, are overdue for retribution, declared a second-order power master, drawing his curved blade with a swift motion. The others followed suit, unsheathing their weapons in unison. The encirclement tightened, and combat soon erupted. The bandit, seasoned in battle, managed to slay 2 power masters, but he was swiftly overwhelmed and reduced to mere pulp by the remaining dozen. Feng nodded in satisfaction, tossing the frozen fish towards them. Here, a reward for your efforts. Immediately, 10 power masters began to scramble for the fish. Though they possessed some dried meat from sand beasts, the parasites that infested the bodies of land creatures rendered such sustenance undesirable. Only the sea fish was deemed fit for consumption. As the group divided the meager 5 genes of frozen fish, their hunger only intensified. Feng, do you have any more? One of the power masters inquired. As a denizen from south of the temple, he was well aware of Feng's legendary encounter with the forces of Sword Gorge. The 2 armies of Sword Gorge had failed to breach Feng's grand formation, and thus he recognized the futility of his situation. Now, all he could do was plead for sustenance from Feng. Feng slowly shook his head. One must not overfeed dogs, for they would come to expect it as their due, and should they be denied, they might turn on their masters. Thus, even if Feng acted out of compassion, wishing not to let these individuals starve, there must be a price to pay. Speak, Feng. Who do you find displeasing? Just point them out, and we shall eliminate them at once, provided you grant us some frozen fish in return, said Li Shi. At present, there is no one. However, our frozen fish is priced in hot spring coins. I sell to Yijian Gorge for 10,000 per pound, but since you are not from Yijian Gorge, I shall offer it to you for 100 per pound. How many hot spring coins do you possess? Feng inquired calmly. I do have some. Hahaha. When hot spring coins were first introduced to us, I scoffed at the idea, never imagining they would come in handy. Here, I have 500 hot spring coins. Upon finishing his sentence, Li Shi rummaged through his bag and finally retrieved 5 crumpled hot spring coins. Very well, Zhuema, have someone bring the fish cart over. Yes. Shortly thereafter, the fish cart arrived, laden with numerous fish, interspersed with ice to stave off decay in the sweltering temperatures of Hot Spring Island. This should weigh around 5 pounds, and I shall gift you the excess, Feng declared, tossing the fish out. As they exited the protective barrier, the fish transformed into solid ice. However, Li Shi, famished, clutched the frozen fish and began to gnaw at it, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds. The others could no longer contain themselves. Quick, grab it. A throng of individuals surged forward. Feng's expression shifted as he raised his hand crossbow. Do not engage in a scramble, otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of civility. Faced with the imposing presence of the hand crossbow, the would-be looters recoiled several steps. Ah, yes, we shall abide by the rules and exchange fairly. I have 200 hot spring coins. Indeed, let us purchase with money. I also possess 100 hot spring coins. Those with wealth immediately produced their hot spring coins, initiating transactions with Hot Spring Island. What about us? We have no money. Some without any reserves of hot spring coins found themselves at a loss. No money? Then you shall starve, Zhuema replied coldly. Oh. A wave of regret washed over the crowd. Had they known to gather more hot spring coins when President Wang advocated for their use, they would not be in this predicament now, resorting to ice fishing. Are you foolish? The ice is at least 20 meters thick. Not to mention whether you can break through it. Even if you do, the few fish you catch will hardly suffice to replenish the energy expended in chopping through the ice. What shall we do then? Are we to perish from hunger? The crowd murmured, filled with despair about their future. Seeing the moment ripe, Feng pressed his hands downwards. Fear not, my friends. You may exchange crystal cores instead. 1 pound of crystal core can be traded for 100 hot spring coins, meaning 1 pound of crystal core can be exchanged for 1 pound of frozen fish. However, crystal cores of level 10 and above will be valued differently. Upon hearing Feng's words, those outside the barrier began to ponder. They had encountered unscrupulous individuals before, but none as avaricious as this, demanding 1 pound of crystal core in exchange for a mere pound of frozen fish. It is important to note that each crystal pill is acquired at the peril of their lives through fierce battles with the sand beasts. Meanwhile, the sea fish, once deemed worthless, have been inflated to exorbitant prices by Feng. At this moment, a member of the Duoyan tribe appeared to be on the brink of starvation. Trembling, he withdrew 2 crystal pills from his bosom. Island Lord, could you please exchange these crystal pills for fish? The man implored, his hand extending pitifully from the gap. Upon a cursory examination, Yifeng noted that the 2 crystal pills weighed a mere 9 taels, still a tael short of a full pound. Very well. Though it falls short of a pound, I shall count it as such. By the way, would you prefer to exchange for spring coins or directly for frozen fish? Yifeng inquired once more. Is there a difference, Island Lord? If I take the spring coins, I would still need to purchase frozen fish, the Duoyan man lamented. It does not work that way. Spring coins serve more than just to procure food. Possessing 1 million spring coins grants you entry into the grand array, Yifeng elucidated. Oh, such a benefit exists? Wait, 1 million. Never mind. Please just exchange it for frozen fish. All right. Yifeng tossed a piece of frozen fish weighing 1 pound and 2 or 3 taels into the crowd. This time, no one dared to scramble for it. Their previous frenzy stemmed from a lack of hope, driving them to desperate measures. Yet, the rules articulated by Yifeng instilled a glimmer of hope within them. Humans, after all, tend to behave with restraint when hope is present. Island Lord, do you only accept crystal pills? What about crystal balls? A strength master inquired. Clearly a member of the Yellow Sand tribe. Certainly, crystal balls are more valuable than crystal pills. 1 pound of crystal balls can be exchanged for 2 to 5 pounds of frozen fish, depending on the purity of the balls. Yifeng's heart soared with delight, though he maintained an air of composure. Very well, I have 5 crystal balls here. Gouda, summon someone to bring 12 pounds of frozen fish. Shortly thereafter, the transaction was complete. Others began to gather around to trade, some offering crystal pills, others crystal balls. The line extended nearly a kilometer. Yifeng chose not to engage directly in trading, but stood aside, allowing his 4 guards to handle the exchanges. Sensing the opportune moment, Yifeng suddenly produced a piece of paper. Everyone, take note. This paper lists various materials and herbs that I require. If you assist me in gathering these herbs, I shall also exchange them for spring coins. With that, he cast the paper into the crowd. A 5th-tier strength master promptly seized it. Ah, this spring grass. I have seen it before, and this red fruit. I encountered it years ago in the Bays Oasis. The 5th-tier strength master's knowledge was extraordinary, and he quickly recognized several of the herbs listed. The paper, rolled up, was over 5 meters long, and when fully unfurled, it covered several square meters. Other strength masters gathered around, committing the shapes, scents, and colors of the herbs firmly to memory. Ladies and gentlemen, Yifeng clasped his hands together. I kindly ask that you transcribe this paper several hundred times and disseminate it widely. As long as you can locate these herbs, I will exchange them for spring coins. If you find those rare herbs, I can even offer 1 million spring coins. 1 million spring coins? Does this imply that whoever discovers the rare herb can gain entry into the hot spring array? The 5th-tier power master inquired with skepticism. Precisely. However, the price I set for the first individual who locates the rare herb will be quite steep. Subsequent finders of similar herbs will face a lesser price. As rarity dictates value, Yifeng decided to instigate competition amongst them. Otherwise, the speed of material collection would significantly diminish. After exchanging glances, 2 power masters promptly produced animal skins to transcribe the required materials. With their lead, others hastily retrieved paper and pens to begin their own transcription. Each few strokes required them to puff air onto their feathered pens to coax the ink to flow. The barbarians' ability to replicate was formidable. Their acquaintance with written language had been brief, primarily relying on pictographs. Yifeng, with his hands clasped behind his back, observed the flurry of activity outside. His thoughts lingered on resurrecting tuber, for the materials inscribed were predominantly those necessary for concocting holy water. Moreover, if he were to immerse 5th brother in the holy water, it might just restore his complete memory. Tuber, Longwu, Yifeng regarded them as true brothers. Previously, he had been unable to attend to them due to limitations in his abilities. However, the situation had shifted. The hot spring island was destined to become the sole sanctuary in this realm, and he intended to wield his authority to revive his brothers, ensuring a life of ease and joy for the living. Father. At that moment, little Yixing dashed from behind, clasping Yifeng's leg. He had now embraced Yifeng, and despite his tender age, he could sense the love emanating from him. My son, come here, let me hold you. Yifeng exclaimed as he lifted him into his arms. In the Sword Gorge, the Gorge Master, Yijian, sat upon his throne, while 2 9th-tier power masters knelt before him. The situation is as such. The Grand Elder has led us into chaos, resulting in our suffering from hunger and cold. We could endure no longer and have returned. Please judge us fairly, esteemed Gorge Master. The two ninth-tier power masters bowed their heads in submission. So you admit to being deserters? Rue Yijian cared little for other matters. His primary concern was whether these individuals obeyed orders. Yes, but boom. Before they could finish their statement, they were struck down in an instant. Dispose of the corpses to feed the dogs. Rue Yijian was enveloped in a heavy aura of malice. The library had been set ablaze by Yi Feng, and the array discs crafted by the foremost array masters of the desert had also been pilfered by him. To not avenge this offense would be a disgrace to his title. Senior brother Rue, what shall we do next? I suspect the ancestral river will be unable to breach the protective clan array, spoke the Saintess of Qinghua. What do you think, Saintess? Rue Yijian retorted. After a moment of contemplation, the Saintess finally spoke. While I am not well versed in formations, I am aware of the formidable power of the protective clan array. Alas, even if all power emperors from Sword Gorge were to join forces, it would likely remain unbroken. Our only recourse now is to devise a way to forge divine weapons. Divine weapons? Yet, we have exhausted our supply of iron essence and fallen meteorites in our last attempt to forge the Changhong, resulting in over 9,000 failures before we finally succeeded in creating one. Do you believe we have sufficient time remaining? Even if we were to assume, hypothetically, that time were abundant, what are the materials? Iron ore can be refined with a modicum of time, yet celestial meteors are resources that cannot be regenerated. Rue Yijian sighed, regretting that he had permitted Rue Tian to lead Changhong into the secret realm. That wretched creature, how could he have lost Changhong? Alas, Qinghua let out a sigh, choosing to remain silent thereafter. At that moment, the second elder, seated at the lower end, displayed a flicker of interest. Qinghua Saintess, it is said that your senior brother has ascended to the 9th stage of the Power Sovereign, breaking through the Gale Zone and venturing to the far north. Do you possess any means to contact him? The second elder inquired. Alas, I cannot reach him. Moreover, each entry and exit from the Gale Zone is fraught with peril. Even if I could establish contact, my senior brother may not return to the Great Desert, as the spiritual energy here is scant, making cultivation difficult. Only in the region north of the Gale Zone is there a faint chance of advancing to the true martial realm, Qinghua replied, shaking her head. What a pity. Both the second elder and Rue Yijian expressed their disappointment in unison. Since the cataclysm that transpired 10,000 years ago, the Gale Zone has isolated our great desert from other regions, while simultaneously draining all spiritual energy from our area. Were it not for this, with my innate talent, I would have long since attained the 9th stage of the Power Sovereign. Rue Yijian lamented. Indeed, the soul-devouring calamity from 10,000 years ago severed our region, resulting in a dearth of spiritual energy, rendering many primary materials for array formations unable to survive here. Otherwise, we would not be unable to even establish a protective array for our clan. The second elder sighed in agreement. These secrets are known only to us at Yijian Gorge. Do not disclose them to the Greenery Tribe or Birch City, Rue Yijian instructed. Rest assured, but one must also express gratitude for that great disaster from 10 millennia ago. Without it, how could our Yijian Gorge, with such limited strength, ever hope to dominate the Great Desert? The second elder revealed a trace of pride. Now, the primary concern is how to reclaim the protective array. Rue Yijian redirected the conversation. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had elapsed. Yi Feng, clad in swim trunks, was instructing his son Yi Xing in the art of swimming. Outside the luminous barrier, the refugees had constructed 4 shelters of their own, while 4 pipes extended from Hot Spring Island, transporting heated natural gas into their shelters. Consequently, the temperature within the shelters had risen to approximately -50 to 60 degrees. Outside, the biting cold winds howled at a frigid -200 degrees. The most comfortable environment, of course, lay within the luminous barrier, where the temperature remained around 30 degrees. After a while, 100 citizens of Hot Spring Island appeared, clutching frozen fish, standing side by side beside the luminous barrier. The occupants of the shelters, unable to contain their anticipation, hurriedly emerged. Guogua, open 100 small apertures. We are ready for trade. Wang Zhihai called out to the above. Understood. By Guogua, a rare genius in array formations, adeptly manipulated the protective array, skillfully controlling its shape. In no time, the luminous barrier trembled, revealing 100 small windows, each precisely the size of a head. After 2 months of diligent collection, a considerable quantity of crystal pills and crystal elixirs had accumulated on Hot Spring Island. In Chapter 899, Numerous Methods at Hand, Yifeng employed his blood-sucking technique once more, purifying a portion of the high-quality crystal elixirs to perfection. As a result, Susan and Duoyan Hina both ascended to the first-tier Strength Master level. The elixirs were remarkably pure, allowing their cultivation to progress at an extraordinary pace. At that moment, a figure flashed by, and Shunan leaped over. He too had reached the first-tier Strength Master level. Brother Feng, there's someone in the iron prison who is on the verge of collapse. After 2 months of continuously providing energy to the formation core, his foundation has deteriorated, and he can no longer perform his duties, Shunan said solemnly. Very well, I shall take a look, Yifeng replied, tossing Yixing back to the shore and striding toward the iron prison. Upon reaching the iron bars, Yifeng squinted his eyes. He saw Zuhi, his face lined with weariness, supplying energy to the formation core, his complexion a ghastly pale. Anyone who exerted energy continuously for 2 months would struggle to endure. The others were not faring much better, most displaying signs of exhaustion. What a tragedy! Yifeng's gaze shifted to a strength master lying on the ground. His eyes tightly shut, hair wilted, and complexion waxy and yellow. Open the door, Yifeng said indifferently. Brother Feng, there is a 4th-tier strength sovereign inside, Shunan said, his face tense. Huh, a 4th-tier strength sovereign. Yifeng scoffed, personally opening the iron prison. With a whoosh, dozens of gazes simultaneously turned toward Yifeng. Zui hesitated several times, but ultimately dared not strike at Yifeng, although his strength had indeed returned to that of a 4th-tier strength sovereign. In his current mental state, he could barely manage a single attack before collapsing. Yifeng lifted the strength master and tossed him outside the iron prison. Shunan, throw this person beyond the light barrier. Upon finishing his instructions, Yifeng strode out of the iron prison. With a rumble, the gates slowly descended, sealing Zhu He and the others inside once more. Understood. Soon after, the strength master from Yijian Gorge was unceremoniously discarded onto the icy ground, and within moments, he had become a frozen corpse. His foundation has been ruined. Even with rest, he will not recover. Hot Spring Island shall not harbor the worthless, Yifeng remarked with a cold smile. For others, Yifeng might gradually assimilate them into the system of Hot Spring Island. But the people from Yijian Gorge were different. Having endured such suffering, they would certainly be unmanageable. Moreover, having been accustomed to being leaders, how could they remain subservient for long? Brother Feng, we must find a way to supplement our manpower. Otherwise, if we exhaust all those in the iron prison, we will deplete our crystal pills, Shunan said. I am aware. In the future, anyone who causes trouble outside the sanctuary shall be captured and made into formation slaves, Yifeng replied with a slight smile. He understood that it would not be long before the army from Yijian Gorge would arrive, along with the Green Grass Sect and Birch Tree City. Yifeng was resolute in not allowing these individuals into the Hot Spring Great Formation. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be unable to maintain order against the Strength Sovereigns. However, Strength Masters could be freely admitted, as he was confident in his ability to keep them in check. However, if Yifeng does not permit the entrance of the 3 great clans, they will undoubtedly instigate a war. In such a scenario, Yifeng will be inundated with captives to provide energy for Hot Spring Island, no matter how formidable the captives may be. Even a 9th-tier force monarch may find it impossible to breach the 5-meter-thick steel plates of the city, thus they will be constrained to serve as mere pawns within. In Eternal Life City, Fu Zheng and his companions, clad in a manner reminiscent of a ball, finally approached the dilapidated city gates. Senior Brother Fu, something feels amiss. This does not resemble Hot Spring Island, nor is there any energy fluctuation from the formation, remarked Qing Qian, who stood beside Fu Zheng. The Greenfield Sect and Birch Tree City had already formed an alliance, allowing the younger generation to advance first, with the main forces to follow shortly after. Behind them was Qing Jun, accompanied by over 40 power masters from both clans. At this moment, Qing Jun could not restrain herself any longer and spoke up. Senior Brother Qing Qian, must we truly proceed in this manner? Upon their departure, they had received the Moonlight Fairy's instructions to leverage their ties with Yifeng to infiltrate the grand formation of Hot Spring Island. Once the armies of their clans arrived, the 3 would seize the Formation Master and activate the Grand Array. The Moonlight Fairy seemed to have considered the trio's feelings for Yifeng, promising that once they entered the formation, they would not drive Yifeng away and would allow him to remain with them. Alas, given the impending calamity that occurs once every 80 years, We have no choice but to act thus. If we were to truthfully inform junior brother Yi, do you believe he would gamble the lives of his entire clan? Qing Qian stated with a hint of melancholy. Fu Zheng, however, was stirred by a thought. How about this, junior sister Qing Jun? Once we infiltrate Yi Feng's grand formation, you should marry him. In that case, when our army arrives, Yi Feng will willingly open the formation to welcome the elites of our two clans. Me? Marry junior brother Yi? Qing Jun's fair complexion flushed slightly. Are you unwilling? Fu Zheng raised an eyebrow. I fear junior brother Yi may not find me worthy. Qing Jun murmured softly, her heart racing like a fawn. Having witnessed Yi Feng's prowess in the illusory void, she doubted that even an ordinary force monarch would stand a chance against him. Marrying Yi Feng was certainly something she would welcome. Then it is settled. Let us find someone to inquire about the location of Hot Spring Island, Qing Qian declared. Kicking the door open. Inside, darkness enveloped the room, but through the reflection of the snowlight, he vaguely discerned several corpses. The bodies were completely frozen, with remnants of charcoal still smoldering in the brazier. Alas, we must search the other rooms. We must find survivors. The trio immediately began their search for the living, moving from house to house. After scouring over a dozen residences without finding a single soul, Fu Zheng was left dumbfounded. Just then, 3 power masters approached, followed by several strength warriors. Upon seeing Fu Zheng and his companions, their expressions shifted simultaneously. Clearing her throat, Qing Jun stepped forward slowly. Excuse me, esteemed brothers. Are you also on your way to Hot Spring Island? Upon noticing the beauty before them, the power masters relaxed their guard. We have just returned from the location of Hot Spring Island and are heading elsewhere to gather crystal pills and herbal remedies, the leader of the power masters replied. Gathering herbs? In this frigid weather, why do you not seek refuge in Hot Spring Island? Qing Jun inquired further. Which tribe do you belong to? The warrior suddenly narrowed his eyes. I am Qing Jun from the Green Lawn tribe, and this is my elder brother Qing Qian. As for this one, he is brother Fu Zheng from Birch Tree City, Qing Jun introduced. The warrior's face darkened in shock. He had certainly heard of the illustrious names of the Green Lawn tribe and Birch Tree City, but never expected to encounter such nobility in Eternal Life City. Hold on. I must ask you something. Fu Zheng stepped forward, exuding an air of dominance. Is the Hot Spring Island currently accommodating refugees? In response to your inquiry, the internal capacity of Hot Spring Island has reached saturation, yet the island master Yi is benevolent and willing to provide us with sustenance. Furthermore, he has erected 4 immense shelters outside the formation, heated by Hot Spring Island itself, the warrior replied honestly. Although he and Fu Zheng were both warriors, the latter hailed from a prominent family, possessing numerous cunning tactics, while he felt utterly outmatched. Oh, indeed, brother Yi is magnanimous. Back in the illusion, he deliberately turned the coin over. It appears we have not misjudged him. Chapter 900, Simply Paradise. Qing Jun felt a surge of joy within, already envisioning the scene of marrying Yi Feng as his rightful spouse. Shelters? Heating? What might the temperature inside the shelters be? Can it ensure we do not freeze to death? Fu Zheng inquired. Well, it ranges from -60 to around 100 degrees, with the highest warmth near the heating pipes reaching -10 degrees, the warrior replied truthfully. Not too shabby. And what about the interior of Hot Spring Island? Qing Qian interjected. The interior of Hot Spring Island is akin to paradise. They bathe in shorts inside. The 3 gasped in unison, their mouths agape as if to swallow an apple whole. Please point us in the direction. We wish to find brother Yi on Hot Spring Island. The island master is your junior? Of course, we share a bond of life and death. Very well, head northeast, and just walk in a straight line. The sea surface is perfectly flat, and no mountains will obstruct your path. Many thanks. The 3 immediately led their companions toward Hot Spring Island. At that moment, the plaza of Hot Spring Island was filled to capacity with 2 entire thousand people, having arrived with their families. Under Yi Feng's persistent insistence, the island master commenced the voting for the new election. Meanwhile, countless non-citizens observed from the periphery, gazing enviously at the citizens seated within. The host, Chung Li Bin, ascended the podium. I, Chung Li Bin, hereby announce the commencement of the 3rd election for the island master of Hot Spring Island. Through the votes of all districts, a total of 10 candidates have been selected. The first candidate is Yi Feng, the former island master. Should he be re-elected this time, he will not assume the title of island master again, regardless of how many votes he receives in the next election. The second candidate is Wang Zhihai, the former deputy island master. concurrently serving as the president of the Hot Spring Bank, the Grand Marshal of the Army, and the Internal Affairs Chief of Hot Spring Island, as well as an honorary professor at Hot Spring University. The third candidate is Susan, the former Secretary General of the Island Master. The fourth candidate is the janitor Helishuan, who, during his tenure as the head of sanitation, significantly improved the cleanliness of Hot Spring Island, as witnessed by all. The fifth individual, Wenquan Electric, Charlie, though a recent addition, has already acquired citizenship and made remarkable contributions to the field of electricity. The sixth person, Park Hong, a sewer repairman, is well known for his swift assistance in unclogging our toilets whenever needed, a fact acknowledged by all. The seventh individual, Sean, currently serves as the first mate on the deck, ensuring the maintenance of the battleships of Wenquan Island, a feat recognized by our naval friends. The eighth person, Arlaw from the Wenquan Armory, is credited with the development of the third-generation sand vehicle and bullet molds. The ninth individual, Naire Maisie, a singer and the financial director of Wenquan, brings joy to us with her melodious voice, a sentiment shared by everyone. The 10th person, Chiu Shui, also a cleaning supervisor, has maintained the castle's hygiene impeccably. Upon concluding his remarks, Chung Li Bin, along with 10 others, ascended the stage, each carrying a box. Soon, the citizens would cast their votes into these boxes, and the individual with the most votes would become the leader of Wenquan Island. Now, candidates, please solicit your votes, Chung Li Bin declared before confidently stepping back into the audience. The crowd surrounding the square was momentarily taken aback. Is this just? A cleaner can run for the island's leadership? They murmured. The island leader possesses control over hundreds of billions of Wenquan coins and holds dominion over the formations. This is utterly absurd. What is so absurd about it? A resident who had lived on Wenquan Island for 3 years scoffed. Now you comprehend why so many are eager to come to Wenquan Island? Even a cleaner has a chance to become the island leader. Who wouldn't desire citizenship? An older resident interjected, revealing he had entered the island clandestinely, reaping the last wave of benefits. Had he arrived any later, he might not have been able to live within the warmth of the Grand Formation. Clearing his throat, Yi Feng began his self-promotion. Greetings, everyone. I believe you all recognize me. I am Yi Feng, the former leader of Wenquan Island. Should I be re-elected? This term will be my last, as each term lasts 2.5 years. If I am fortunate enough to serve again, I will lead us toward a brighter future, ensuring that every citizen enjoys 3 opportunities weekly to taste the crystal pellets, thereby enhancing our collective strength. Upon finishing, Yi Feng retreated to the back, standing obediently with his box, a mask-like smile adorning his face. Go, Dad. Little Yi Xing cheered, shaking her fist below. Hello, everyone. I am Wang Zhihai. If I am elected as the leader of Wenquan Island, I will guide us to become the sovereign rulers of the vast desert, attracting nations to our shores, ensuring that every citizen of Wenquan Island ascends to greatness. Wang Zhihai's succinct yet powerful words ignited the ambitions of all, surpassing Yi Feng's speech by a considerable margin. The square erupted with thunderous applause. Seated among the crowd was Chunin, flanked by Yuzhan and her daughter Lu'er. Chunin, having followed Yi Feng for so many years, why haven't you become a candidate? Jinyu couldn't help but inquire. There is truly nothing to be done. For those citizens believe that I have already become a favored individual in the presence of Feng Ge. They would rather elect an ordinary person than someone of high status and power. Take Chung Li Bin, for instance, or Sister Chu Xue, or Su Yun. They inherently possess authority. Thus, the people of each district refrain from further embellishing their positions. Human nature is inherently self-interested, and the candidates they endorse this time are predominantly ordinary individuals, perhaps with the hope that they too might one day become candidates. Chunin provided a definitive answer, ensuring that the entirety of Hot Spring Island was immaculate. The speech by the cleaner Helixuan concluded, met with rapturous applause. Let Hot Spring Island's industry lead the world. Let us host the next edition of the island's voice. After a prolonged 2 hours, all candidates had finally presented their pitches. Their voices resonated with confidence and pride. After all, this is Hot Spring Island, where as long as one does not contravene the law, every individual can live with dignity, unafraid of offending any powerful figure. For on Hot Spring Island, there are no aristocrats. All identities are equal. Strictly speaking, those in higher positions rank slightly lower, as they work 8 hours a day, while the lower tiers may only toil for 4 or even 3 hours at times. Now, let us commence. Please line up to cast your votes. Li Bin stepped aside after his remarks. Unsurprisingly, Feng garnered 2,900 votes, 500 more than the second-place Nairei Meizi, securing his continued reign as the island master. The second place, Meizi, amassed over 2,400 votes, becoming the vice master of Hot Spring Island and concurrently the financial director. Astonishingly, Helixuan claimed third place, becoming the Grand Marshal of the island's military and the general manager of the cleaning department. Chapter 901. Why are you dressed so lightly? Aren't you cold? In fourth place was Wang Zhihai, who, due to his lower vote count, would no longer serve as vice master but would hold the position of president of Hot Spring Bank, as well as the vice marshal of the island's military. After all, Helixuan lacks military knowledge, and at this juncture, Wang Zhihai's assistance is required. The eyes of the populace are keen. They acknowledge Wang Zhihai's capabilities, yet they do not endorse his character. Thus they felt compelled to temper his influence. Now, let us welcome the master of Hot Spring Island, Feng, to the stage. Li Bin concluded and invited Feng forward. Feng ascended the stage slowly, resting both hands upon the table, his gaze sweeping over the more than 20,000 people gathered in the square. After enduring countless hardships, I have finally constructed the ideal society of my dreams. The sensation is exquisite, even more exhilarating than the company of 100 women. I, Feng, master of Hot Spring Island, hereby announce that Susan shall continue as my chief private secretary, while other positions will be elected collectively by the members of the council. Feng stated succinctly. He had ascended to a godlike status on Hot Spring Island, needing not the embellishments required by others to stir the atmosphere. Simple, straightforward proclamations were sufficient to elicit enthusiastic responses. The sound of flesh colliding resonated for a full 2 minutes before gradually subsiding. Feng Gu, will you ascend to power? At that moment, Chenin stepped forth. To Brother Feng, you may reign, and we shall refer to you as the King of Hot Springs. Wang Zhihai also stepped forward. Yes, the King of Hot Springs, the King of Hot Springs. Yet, Feng pressed his hands downward, shaking his head slowly but resolutely. Esteemed guests, the very purpose of creating this Hot Springs Island was to establish equality among all. If I were to ascend as king, would it still be called Hot Springs Island? Feng countered. Instantly, the crowd fell silent, a hint of shame flickering across their faces, as they seemed to recall that the very system Feng had established was designed to prevent anyone from claiming kingship. At that moment, Wang Zhihai stood up. Dear friends, although Brother Feng is reluctant to assume the title of king, I believe he is the king in our hearts, an uncrowned king. Wouldn't you agree? Yes, an uncrowned king, the king who resides in our hearts. The square erupted with enthusiastic applause once more. Outside the square, a resident knelt upon the ground, tears streaming down his face. Oh, I have lived for over 70 years, and it felt as though my life was in vain. I never imagined that such a pure land existed in this world. In the tribe where I once lived, the law of the jungle prevailed, where the strong dominated. And we, the weak, suffered under their exploitation. Yet, Hot Springs Island is different. Even the weak can earn respect, and no one seeks to exploit them, instead extending compassion. Oh, how I long to become a citizen. Feng, holding a speech manuscript, spoke extensively from the stage. After concluding, he tossed the manuscript aside. Tonight, we shall host a grand banquet. Every citizen is invited to indulge in sumptuous food, drink, and merriment. Brother Feng, you have hosted feasts for half of this month. Isn't that a bit too frequent? Wang Zhihai could not help but remark. If I cannot bring joy to the citizens, then what purpose does it serve for me to be the island lord? Since I am the island lord, it is my duty to ensure their happiness, to see genuine smiles on their faces, rather than forced or sycophantic grins. Wouldn't you agree? Feng gazed at all the citizens. The citizens responded with thunderous applause. Ding Tuanshuan, holding a wooden stick, randomly interviewed a citizen. Sir, may I ask why you would cast your vote for Feng? Ding Tuanshuan inquired with an air of professionalism. Because Hot Springs Island is exceptional, Brother Feng's island is unparalleled, beyond compare. I can assure you, if one day someone dares to invade our sanctuary and seek to taint our pure land, I will fight them fiercely, even to the death, to deliver a crushing blow to the enemy. If I perish, I shall ensure that my son and grandson continue to battle against the invaders. For Hot Springs Island is my domain, worth defending with my very life. The interviewee replied objectively, his tone slow and resolute. Clearly not a mere follower swept up by the atmosphere, but a person of independent thought. Thank you for your feedback. Ding Tuanshuan then approached a woman holding an infant. Madam, what are your thoughts on Hot Springs Island? Ding Tuanshuan asked. I find it truly remarkable. Hot Spring Island is a place of genuine fairness and justice. A sanctuary worth defending with all one possesses. Do you see the child in my arms? He is my firstborn son, and my love for him surpasses even my love for myself. Yet, if one day someone dares to invade Hot Spring Island, I would urge my infant to take up his pacifier and fight, even if it meant shedding the last drop of blood to protect my beloved island. That woman, however, showed no courtesy, treating Hot Spring Island as her own. Excellent. Thank you for your feedback. Ding Tuanshuan's eyes sparkled as she exited the square to interview the residents on the outskirts. Sir, what are your thoughts on the system of Hot Spring Island? Haha. I certainly have opinions. I believe Hot Spring Island is a paradise. I would rather be a citizen here than return to my tribe as a chieftain. But isn't the chieftain's power quite significant? What good is power? Every time I step outside, I must seek protection. Hot Spring Island is different. I can roam freely like an ordinary person, greet strangers, and if I have a bit of money, I can even visit the dock area in search of companionship. By the way, young lady, are there any women among the citizens? I am willing to offer 5,000 hot spring coins. Ding Tuanshuan stifled a laugh. As a stick was thrust into the elderly man's mouth, Feng was shaking hands with several council members when suddenly, wild grass rushed over. Brother Yi, how wonderful. Someone has come, an old acquaintance is here. Wild grass exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. An old acquaintance? Feng quickly followed Wild Grass. From a distance, he spotted Fu Zheng and others beyond the luminous screen. Brother Fu? Brother Qingqian, Sister Qingjun? How splendid that you have come to Hot Spring Island. Feng pressed both hands against the glowing screen. Brother Yi, you've become quite handsome. Haha, it's wonderful. Sister Qingjun and I were discussing you on our journey. We missed you dearly. How have you been? Fu Zheng joyfully inquired. In that moment, his heart was genuinely elated. I've been well. How about you? Feng responded with a smile. Just average, though it is a bit chilly, Fu Zheng replied. Brother Fu, I am Wild Grass, she chimed in, squeezing forward to greet them. Hello, Little Grass, you look well. Little Grass, why are you dressed so lightly? Aren't you cold? Sister Qingjun asked. Not at all. The temperature on Hot Spring Island reaches 30 degrees. Short sleeves suffice, Wild Grass proudly asserted, already identifying herself as a denizen of the island. At that moment, a figure flew swiftly from the castle. It was by Guagua, cradling a formation played in her arms. Chapter 902. This is simply hell. Brother Fu, Brother Qing, Sister Qing. She greeted them as if they were family, for they had shared life and death bonds within the hidden realm. Qiu Yin'er also squeezed in to greet the trio. All right, Brother Yi. Please open the grand formation, allowing us entry. I wish to catch up with you properly, Fu Zheng urged, his tone becoming somewhat urgent and unnatural. Feng hesitated. While camaraderie was significant, these individuals hailed from prominent families. What if they entered the grand formation and disrupted its core? Brother Fu, please take refuge in the shelter first. I shall speak with the director to arrange for you accommodations near the heating pipes. It is said that those rooms are quite expensive, costing 50,000 spring coins per night, but with my intervention, you may stay free of charge, Feng smiled. What? Brother Yi, have you no desire to acknowledge me as a friend? Qingqian could not help but interject. Feng suddenly found himself in a predicament. Brother, never mind. Brother Yi must have his own reasons, right? Qingjun quickly stepped in to ease the tension. Sister Qingjun is indeed astute. For we discussed yesterday that in order to admit anyone, a vote of 120 members must be secured, with a majority exceeding 51% for entry. As the Island of Springs is not solely under my jurisdiction, Feng forced a smile, feeling awkward. The expressions of Fu Zheng and the others darkened immediately. Let us not dwell on that. However, in the shelter, you may reside freely. I assure you, there will be no fees. Feng offered the three a way out. All right, then I shall not press Brother Yi any further. After Fu Zheng finished speaking, he strode toward the shelter. Feng hurriedly called after him. Director Niu, these individuals are my friends. Please arrange their rooms near the heating pipes and do not charge them. Understood? Understood. A plump head poked out from the window but quickly retreated as a gust of cold wind blew. The temperature outside the shelter was far too low. Even those without hats could hardly endure it. After the group departed, Yi Xiaoqiao turned to Feng. Brother Yi, have you chosen not to recognize those friends? Bai Guogua also chimed in. Brother Feng, I can see that Fu Zheng and the others truly regard you as a friend. Will your actions not chill their hearts? Yi Feng was well aware that Fu Zheng, Qing Jun, and Qing Qian sincerely considered him a friend. I understand, but the Island of Springs is not mine alone, and human hearts are fickle. I cannot gamble with the safety of 2,000. I trust they will comprehend my position in time, Yi Feng replied helplessly. Yi Xiaoqiao regarded Yi Feng intently, offering a candid assessment. Brother Yi, you are a good island master, but not a good husband, nor a good father. Yi Feng. Fu Zheng and his companions finally entered the shelter, and indeed, the temperature was nearly doubled, yet it still fell short of the Island of Springs' livable climate. A figure with a prominent nose approached. Gentlemen, since you are friends of Master Yi, everything shall be agreeable. Please follow me into the shelter, Director Niu said. Leading the way, Fu Zheng and the others promptly followed, ever vigilant in their unfamiliar surroundings. The exterior walls of the shelter were constructed from massive ice blocks weighing several tons, while the interior was made of wood and stone. The entire shelter had a rectangular shape, with the temperature rising the closer one got to the center. Furthermore, it was densely packed with refugees. Some slept against the walls and the corridors, others stood, and some lay down. Occasionally, rooms on either side of the corridor would open, revealing strong men or laborers emerging. Do not look any further. Those who rest in the corridor need only pay 5 hot spring coins each day. However, the situation is quite different within the rooms, where a night's stay costs no less than 300 hot spring coins, with prices escalating the closer one gets to the end of the corridor. Director Niu elucidated to a few individuals. Why is that? Fu Zheng inquired. Because at the end of the corridor lies a metal pipe, which reaches temperatures exceeding 100 degrees, rendering it warmer than the other rooms, Director Niu explained. Very well. The group navigated the crowd, treading carefully. Occasionally, they would step on the feet of refugees, provoking a chorus of curses in response. Along both sides of the corridor, clusters of 5 or 6 men could be seen. I bet 10 hot spring coins. I wager 50 hot spring coins. Hey, if you bet all your money, you'll be kicked out of the shelter. What do I care? While the people in the corridor are asleep, I will sneak a little back. It turned out that a few fellows were engaged in gambling. They were refugees below the strength of a warrior, incapable of collecting crystal elixirs or herbs, and thus resorted to gambling in hopes of winning 1,000,000, enabling them to become permanent residents of Hot Spring Island. Here it is. This room is very warm. I almost hesitate to let it go. It's typically reserved for the wealthy, costing 5,000 hot spring coins per night, Director Niu remarked, rubbing his hands together. As the director of the shelter, wouldn't you wish to reside there? Why not? Fu Zheng questioned. When I initially led my kin to construct this shelter, my goal was to amass 1,000,000 and become a millionaire, thus gaining entry to that place, Director Niu replied, gesturing toward the interior of the luminous screen. Through the window, Fu Zheng and the others glimpsed the interior of Hot Spring Island. Every inhabitant donned shorts, splashing joyfully in the sea, their faces radiating with delight. Hot Spring Island is truly a paradise, Qing Sun could not help but exclaim. However, when she withdrew her gaze and glanced back at the shelter, her expression darkened instantly. This is nothing short of hell. All right, junior sister Qing Sun, refrain from complaining. Since Yi Feng seeks 1,000,000 hot spring coins, once the armies of our 2 clans arrive, we can report truthfully. Is it not simple for our 2 great races to exchange for 1,000,000 hot spring coins? Qing Qian said with a gentle smile. Indeed. Qing Sun replied, her face brightening with a smile. At that moment, a thunderous voice resonated from outside the shelter. Yi Feng, you dog of a scoundrel. Come out and face your doom. The voice caused the shelter to tremble slightly. Oh my, who possesses such a loud voice? Do not bring my shelter down. You must know it is a shoddy construction, Director Niu exclaimed as he rushed outside. Yet, in the next moment, he quickly covered his mouth. Standing outside the shelter were 2,000 soldiers, each of whom possessed strength no less than that of a first-tier warrior. He had some understanding and recognized that they must belong to a significant clan. Otherwise, a mere small clan could not muster even 100 warriors. The leader was a middle-aged man. Fu Zheng and the others squeezed to the doorway, directing their keen gazes outward. Amidst the swirling snow and wind, 2,000 leather balls stood in perfect alignment, yet the hands of those ordinary warriors gripping their spears trembled slightly. Green Xiangtian stood before the luminous screen, coldly gazing at the interior of Hot Spring Island. With a swift motion, numerous crossbows aimed at the exterior of the island. Chapter 903. Unaware of the consequences. Dare to challenge me? Yi Feng and the senior officials stood resolutely before the light screen, coldly observing Green Xiangtian's formidable army of 2,000. Master, what brings you here? Yi Feng suspected something was amiss. You wretched cur, you have deceived me for too long. Open the light screen at once and confront me like a man. Green Xiangtian's eyes, filled with wrath, turned bloodshot, resembling a ferocious tiger ready to pounce. Master, what has transpired? Why such a great commotion? Yi Feng feigned ignorance, hoping to discern whether Green Xiangtian was aware of the truth. How dare you ask? Did you not slay my beloved Kuang? Green Xiangtian exclaimed in fury. Master, this is an injustice. Which scoundrel has spread such vile rumors? Clearly, it is an attempt to sow discord between us. Yi Feng raised his hands in protest. Green Xiangtian's bloodshot eyes suddenly cleared, yet he quickly reaffirmed his conviction. Still attempting to deceive me? You bear the essence of Kuang, a truth that cannot be concealed. At first, I thought you were the reincarnation of Kuang, only to discover that it was you who took his life. Green Xiangtian's gaze reddened once more. Master, I fear there has been a misunderstanding. Someone must be envious of my status as the young lord of Giant Tree City, seeking to usurp my place as your disciple. This is the truth. Tell me, who has spread these lies? Yi Feng, undeterred, resolutely denied the accusations. Green Xiangtian inhaled deeply, momentarily suppressing his fury. Very well. I shall trust you. Now, open the light screen and allow us entry. Master, you are currently in a volatile state. I fear that upon entering the light screen, you may act irrationally. Therefore, it would be wise for you to reside in the nearby shelter until you have calmed down. After you regain your composure, we can discuss matters thoroughly. Yi Feng replied cleverly. Hahaha, splendid. It is indeed you. Green Xiangtian, no longer polite, pointed forward. Puppets, attack. At once. 3 puppets advanced, bombarding the light screen with relentless force. The current formation had only activated 2 of the formation flags. Even so, it was not something mere puppets could breach. The 3 puppets continued to strike for half an hour, their fists nearly shattering, yet the light screen remained impervious. All puppets, charge! Green Xiangtian commanded, and over 20 puppet warriors surged forward. Their simultaneous assault caused the light screen to tremble slightly, yet it remained unyielding. Even with only 20% of its power activated, the light screen could not be shattered by these mere puppets, which had previously failed against an army of 20,000. Master, do not waste time. It would be best for you to retreat to the nearby shelter. By the way, there is a fee for the shelter, and I have 2,000 hot spring coins to express my gratitude for your past assistance. Yi Feng concluded, tossing out 2,000 coins from his own pocket. Hot spring coins. What on earth are those? In a fit of rage, Lu Xiangtian hurled 20,000 hot spring coins into the sky, where 20 crisp banknotes danced in the wind. However, in the next instant, Lu Xiangtian was taken aback. From the shelters on either side surged a throng of refugees, resembling a horde of zombies, all rushing towards the fluttering coins. Hahaha, mine. I've snatched 1,000 hot spring coins. Finally, I can have a hearty meal. One refugee cried out, only to have his precious bills snatched away by another. Immediately, these refugees staged a chaotic battle for the money before Lu Xiangtian, spilling blood like a river. The corners of his eyes twitched slightly. He had a nagging feeling that he had made a foolish mistake. The frenzy surrounding what he had dismissed as mere scraps of paper indicated that they were, in fact, tremendously valuable. At that moment, the chief of his faction approached him. City Lord, what should we do? This protective barrier is formidable. It seems we cannot breach it easily. The chief exclaimed. Do not fret. Let us take refuge in the shelter first. This is a protective array, and I believe it won't be long before the strong from the vast desert gather here. I refuse to believe that we cannot shatter a mere protective barrier with the combined strength of the desert's mightiest warriors, Lu Xiangtian replied, making his way towards Director Nyo's shelter. Hey, Director Nyo and his kin blocked the entrance. What do you want? A good dog doesn't block the road. Lu Xiangtian narrowed his eyes. Who was howling just now? You shattered one of my rooftops. Now, you owe me 1,000 hot spring coins, not a penny less. Director Nyo retorted. How dare you challenge me? Lu Xiangtian was ready to strike, but the chief beside him restrained him. Let it go. Our primary enemy is Yi Feng. The others can be potential allies. Indeed, Lu Xiangtian nodded, turning his gaze back to Director Nyo. What are you staring at? I know you are a formidable force, but it's of no use here. If you dare to cause trouble or seize my shelter, the hot spring island will cut off your heating, leaving you to freeze in the biting cold. Do you know why? Because 20% of my monthly income is paid as tax to Hot Spring Island. Director Neo declared proudly, confident that this group would not dare to act recklessly. Now, tell me, how many crystal pills do you require to compensate for your damaged roof? Lu Xiangtian took several deep breaths, managing to suppress his anger at last. Here's the deal. If you possess crystal pills of level 25 or above, I shall repair the roof myself. Director Neo began to negotiate. You must understand that level 25 crystal pills are highly priced by Yi Feng's side. They could easily equate to 10,000 hot spring coins, with some left over. With a smirk, Lu Xiangtian pulled a level 27 crystal pill from his sack. Is this sufficient? Yes. Esteemed lords, please. Director Neo transformed into a servile figure upon receiving the benefit. Lu Xiangtian strode inside confidently. However, when his chief tried to follow, he was halted by Director Neo. Hey, you lot need to pay. If you have no coins, then crystal pills, crystal pellets, or herbs of equivalent value will suffice, Director Neo insisted. How audacious. Forget it. Let us extract a bit of the crystal essence. After all, this substance is inexhaustible in the vast desert. The chief, wishing to avoid complications, promptly instructed everyone to form a queue to pay. Before long, over 2,000 individuals had crowded into the southern refuge, and Director Neo earned a handsome profit in a single day, his smile stretching wide. As night fell, Director Neo, accompanied by several aides, approached the light screen with 5 or 6 boxes in hand. Is anyone there? We have crystal essence and crystal pills for sale. Shortly thereafter, Wang Zhihai appeared. Being the head of the institute, albeit from the periphery, he was personally tasked with receiving them since they possessed crystal essence. Show me the crystal essence, and I shall assess its worth, Wang Zhihai said, picking up a feather quill. With a flurry, the boxes were opened, and the crystal essence and pills scattered across the floor. Wang Zhihai, peering through the light screen, evaluated their value based on their colors. Within the refuge, Lu Xiangtian was closely monitoring the situation, flanked by several elite masters of the chief level, all at the 9th tier of power. Chapter 904. Are there any young ladies that catch your eye? Patience. Let us observe how that fellow Neo manages to insert the crystal essence into the grand formation. In due time, we shall uncover the formation's vulnerabilities and strike decisively, Lu Xiangtian remarked. Indeed, let us not blink. Meanwhile, Wang Zhihai had finally appraised the total value of the crystal essence. Excellent. The crystal essence below the 10th tier weighs in at 57 pounds, amounting to 5,600 spring coins. For the essence above the 10th tier, the total value is 19,000 spring coins. Particularly, for that 27th tier crystal essence, I shall offer you 30,000 spring coins. In total, that amounts to 54,600 spring coins. After deducting 20% in taxes, you shall receive 34,680 coins. Bring forth the money. In a short while, a manager counted the 40,000 plus spring coins twice before tossing them beyond the light screen. What followed was a momentous occasion. Lu Xiangtian widened his eyes in anticipation. He was eager to witness how Director Neo would maneuver the crystal essence and pills into the grand formation. Suddenly, the formation twisted, revealing a hole the size of a head. Director Neo and his kin began to insert the crystal essence one by one through the aperture. What? Lu Xiangtian exchanged bewildered glances with the other chiefs, utterly astonished. How can we fit through such a small hole? Hahaha, splendid work, Director Neo. Your earnings for the day have exceeded 40,000. At this rate, within 20 days, you could cultivate a millionaire. Soon enough, you could reside within the confines of Hot Spring Island with $1 million in hand, Wang Zhihai remarked as he and Director Neo exchanged pleasantries. After all, the temperature inside Hot Spring Island was exceedingly high. However, Director Neo, unlike the others, was shivering and stamping his feet in the cold. As the leader of my clan, I cannot be so selfish. I must ensure that all my kin enter the grand formation. Calculating it, I fear it may take several hundred million to suffice. Director Neo stated. Fear not, take your time. Brother Feng has entrusted the authority of the refuge to you, so feel free to amass wealth, came the encouragement. Ah, yes. Yes, enough talk. I must return home. It is far too cold here. With that, Director Neo hurriedly led his kin back to the refuge. As night fell, the temperature outside the luminous screen plummeted to a chilling -200 degrees, drawing ever closer to absolute zero. Within the cultivation chamber, Yi Feng once again grasped 2 crystalline pills. With his enhanced strength, this grew increasingly potent. In mere seconds, the 2 level 15 crystalline pills shattered into dust. Yi Feng, undeterred, swiftly seized another pair of crystalline pills. Time ticked away, and soon it was evening. Yi Feng slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the scattered fragments of crystalline pills surrounding him. Truly, the proved its worth. After expending 5 to 600,000 yuan worth of crystalline pills, he had only made minimal progress. It seemed he could no longer rely on inferior crystalline pills for advancement. Only the superior ones could yield any significant results. With this thought, Yi Feng clenched his fists tightly, and two symbols emerged from his body. Simultaneously, a faint golden halo radiated from him. The had grown slightly larger, and the hue of the halo deepened. Yi Feng then seized his curved blade and struck fiercely against his own body. Clang! The blade shattered, ricocheting 5 meters away, crashing against the steel wall. This must be the protective divine light. But would it withstand bullets? Contemplating this, Yi Feng picked up a newly developed handgun. Bang! The golden halo effortlessly deflected the bullet. Clang! A heavy tungsten steel bullet clattered onto the iron floor. I wonder if it can withstand a heavy machine gun. Should I test it? With this thought, Yi Feng strode out of the cultivation chamber. His 4 bodyguards, including Chasing Horse, rose in unison and closely followed behind him. All 4 possessed strength exceeding that of a, particularly, Chasing Horse, whom Yi Feng had fed 300% pure crystalline pills, had reached the 4th level of, nearly catching up to Yi Feng. However, in terms of combat power, Yi Feng could easily outpace him. The 5 entered the military camp at the dock in silence. Who goes there? Commander Taixu stood vigilantly by the wall, as the dock camp housed a flag formation that required military protection. It's Brother Feng, Chasing Horse replied. Oh, so it is Brother Feng. Taixu sighed in relief and quickly ordered the gates to be opened, allowing Yi Feng and his companions to enter. Once inside the camp, Yi Feng pointed at a heavy machine gun. Chasing Horse, fire the machine gun at me. Upon speaking, he clenched his fists, fully activating and a layer of golden halo enveloped him. Chasing Horse was taken aback. Brother Feng, that's a heavy machine gun. One shot could obliterate even a standard warship. Are you certain? Chasing Horse's face bore a look of fear. Don't shoot at my center. Aim the gun at the edge of the golden halo and see if you can penetrate it, Yi Feng instructed. All right. Chasing Horse lifted the heavy machine gun, positioning the muzzle against the side of the golden halo. Brother Feng, I'm about to shoot. Yes. Thud. The golden halo trembled violently, yet astonishingly. It indeed blocked the bullets from the heavy machine gun. Phew. Yi Feng let out a long sigh of relief. With his current physical strength, he had already reached a level comparable to that of a 5th tier. However, in terms of reaction speed, mental computation abilities, and endurance, one cannot possibly compare to the 5th-order Power Monarch. If the 5th-order Power Monarch were to engage in a war of attrition with me, I would surely succumb to exhaustion in no time. Feng Gu, you are truly remarkable. I hold you in such high esteem. Kuersu exclaimed as he clung to Yi Feng's thigh. Hey, mind your image. After all, you are the commander of Wenshui Island. Yi Feng said as he helped him up. Oh, right. Kuersu quickly regained his footing. Fortunately, I made the right choice back then by aligning myself with you. Feng Gu. Otherwise, not only I but my entire clan would have perished outside the light barrier in the cold. Now, I, Kuersu, am already a 3rd-order warrior, and several 1st-order warriors have emerged from my clan. In terms of overall strength, we are exponentially superior to how we once were. Though the night has deepened, the temperature on Wenshui Island remains pleasantly warm, around 20 to 30 degrees. Dressed in 2 layers, Yi Feng patrolled the perimeter of the light barrier, ensuring that no one was slacking off or gambling. After all, Wenshui Island is only a small area, merely a 10-kilometer radius. With the speed of Yi Feng and his companions, they could complete the patrol in half an hour. Chase Ma, now that you've been a citizen for quite some time, have you found any young lady who piques your interest? Yi Feng casually inquired, his hands clasped behind his back. Not yet. As one of the 4 guardians of the island, I must devote all my energy to you. Feng Gu, Chase Ma replied. You should really consider finding a girl to marry and have children, Yi Feng suggested. The policies on Wenshui Island are quite favorable after having a child. You won't even need to support them, as the island will take care of your child until they are 18. Chase Ma gazed at the leisurely figure of Yi Feng ahead, feeling an inexplicable sense of security. The atmosphere was simply delightful, reminiscent of childhood nights spent wandering the wilderness with his master, the croaking of frogs by the riverside, the starry sky, and the luminous moon. Just then, Chase Ma's expression shifted as he spotted a figure outside the light barrier. Feng, there is someone, he exclaimed. Chapter 905, Tonight. Yifeng had already sensed the presence and stepped closer to the light barrier, observing a silhouette amidst the swirling snow. Master, what brings you out here in this frigid temperature? Yifeng recognized Lu Xiangtian immediately. Lu Xiangtian paused for a moment, slowly lowering his cloak, only to promptly don his hood once more. Though a power monarch can largely disregard the cold, the discomfort still lingers. Fenger, I forgive you. Even if you were to slay Kuanger, I would still be willing to acknowledge you as my disciple, Lu Xiangtian said, his tone steady yet tinged with a hint of menace. Ah, that's splendid, master. The hour is late. You should return and rest. Tomorrow, I shall bring you 50,000 Wenshui coins, for you have aided me greatly in the past, Yifeng replied slowly. During his time in the library of the Great Tree City, he had acquired much knowledge. Why speak of that? Open the great array and let me in. We need to have a proper discussion, just the two of us, Lu Xiangtian insisted. Yifeng thought to himself, it seems this old man is still unwilling to give up. Master, it seems you are unwilling to let me go. Since that is the case, I shall emerge. Chasing horse, bring me 50,000 hot spring coins. Yifeng extended his hand. Brother Feng, are you truly going out? Chasing horse's heart tightened. Why not go out? Hand it over. No need. I will hold it for you. Chasing horse, willingly accompany Brother Feng outside, he declared with determination. Yifeng ceased to speak. His figure flickered, and he stepped through the luminous veil, confronting green sky directly. In a flash, chasing horse followed suit, clutching the 50,000 hot spring coins. BRR. It's so cold. Chasing horse tightened his clothing, shivering uncontrollably. Green sky, I have come out. What do you intend to do? Yifeng inquired indifferently, no longer addressing him as master. Hahaha, you truly seek the path to heaven yet refuse to tread it, and now you intrude upon the gates of hell. Yifeng, you shall pay for my son's life. Green sky trembled, and a cloak flew 10 meters away. With a sharp sound, a curved blade was drawn, striking towards Yifeng with an unparalleled force. Is this all you can muster? Yifeng clenched his fists and let out a thunderous roar. A layer of golden radiance emanated from him, and 2 Sanskrit symbols swiftly spiraled around his body. Clang! The curved blade struck fiercely against the aura, only to be repelled 10 meters away. Green sky felt a numbing sensation in his wrists, instinctively gripping his arm with his other hand. What is this technique? He exclaimed in astonishment. No comment, Yifeng replied, then unleashed a punch towards Green Sky with 80% of his strength. Seeking death? Green Sky retorted defiantly, delivering a punch of his own. A miniature sun gradually rose between them, rapidly melting the surrounding ice layers. Chasing horse, terrified, crouched on the ground, dodging the ice shards flying from all directions. Some ice chunks were as large as heads, while others resembled grinding wheels. The fierce battle between the two awakened everyone on Hot Spring Island, causing them to crowd at their windows in flimsy nightclothes, astonished by the clash between Yifeng and the Lord of Strength. Not only on Hot Spring Island, but a multitude of figures also surged from the shelters on either side. Yifeng is incredibly strong. He can actually contend with our city lord at the level of a master. A chief exclaimed in shock. Buzz. The miniature sun finally extinguished, and Green Sky fell to one knee. In contrast, Yifeng was enveloped in swirling Sanskrit, his golden shield radiating brilliance. He inhaled deeply and strode thunderously toward Green Sky. What now? Do you wish to continue? Now towering at 2 meters, Yifeng's voice rumbled as if a demonic deity had descended upon the earth. Uft. Green Sky opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to lift his head, gazing at Yifeng with an expression of unwillingness. After 5 seconds of mutual gaze, Green Sky seemed to have lost all strength, his head drooping heavily in submission. Humph. Yifeng relaxed his muscles, and the golden aura dissipated. Chasing horse, bring the money. Yes, Brother Feng. Chasing horse scampered over like an eager disciple, presenting the 50,000 hot spring coins into Yifeng's hands. Yifeng received the hot spring coins and counted them, raising them towards the heavens with a flourish. 50 bills danced in the wind. These 50,000 hot spring coins, once deemed worthless, could now obliterate all past debts of gratitude. From this moment forth, should you dare to cause any more trouble, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Having said this, Yifeng strode confidently towards the shimmering barrier, accompanied by Chui Ma. Bai Guoguo's eyes sparkled with excitement as she quickly created a half-meter square opening for them. Wait, Are you suggesting that Shui Ma and I crawl through like dogs? Yi Feng's expression darkened. Apologies, but that is the rule you established. In the future, only a half-meter square opening can be made for entry, lest enemies flood in. By Guoguo explained. Yi Feng promptly crawled with Shui Ma into the grand formation. After a brief flicker, the opening gradually sealed itself. Let us go home and rest, Yi Feng declared as he wrapped an arm around Duo Yanhina. However, Duo Yanhina broke free from his embrace. You should be heading to Susan's room tonight. She indicated towards Susan in the distance. Oh, I almost forgot. It seems you'll have to endure alone tonight. Hina, you truly are understanding, Yi Feng said sincerely. It's fine. You go ahead, Duo Yanhina replied, turning to head home. Yi Feng took a deep breath and approached Susan. My dear, rest assured. I shall be equitable in my affections. Huh, as if anyone would covet you. You can cool your heels outside tonight, Susan retorted angrily. Dismissing him and returning to her room. Yi Feng mused that women indeed have no reason when they are jealous. Just then, Su Yun, from a distance, fixed her gaze on Yi Feng and subtly beckoned him with a finger. Hee, where one door closes, another opens, she murmured to herself as Yi Feng stealthily followed her. Once inside the room, without uttering a word, they embraced each other. Soon, the room was filled with fluttering garments and the crescendo of Su Yun's melodic voice. Outside the barrier, LV Shangtian remained seated in silence, grappling with the humiliation of being bested by a mere strength master. Lord Mayor, you should return. It's quite cold outside, the four leaders urged, approaching him with gentle words. Noticing this, Director Niu also emerged. My lord, take heart. Brother Feng is no longer the same as he once was. Though he is now a strength master, he annihilated the forces of the Sword Cliff, which included 3 formidable strength emperors, one of whom was even a 4th-tier strength emperor. Consider yourself fortunate, at least you were not killed. As he spoke, Director Niu discreetly tucked several bills into his embrace. Come, let us return and wait for the forces of Sword Cliff to arrive, LV Shangtian declared, striding back towards the shelter. Chapter 906. This time, you have achieved great merit. At that moment, the 4 leaders gritted their teeth and gathered the bills from the ground, finally grasping the significance of the hot spring coins. In the shelter, all that echoed were the legends surrounding the hot spring currency. For instance, with 1,000 yuan, one could indulge with any woman in the sanctuary. With 10,000 yuan, one could reside in a luxurious high-temperature suite for 2 nights. And with 1,000,000 yuan, one could even secure a stay on Hot Spring Island. You scoundrel, daring to pilfer our money, which rightfully belongs to Lord Yi Feng, they demanded. Return it. Haha. I have not stolen your money. I was merely assisting you in collecting it. The elder director, with a flushed face, returned the funds. Within the shelter, Fu Zheng and the others hastily retracted their heads and closed the windows tightly. Just a moment of exposure had left their ears frostbitten. The temperature that night plummeted further. It seemed that Yi Shidi's prowess had truly reached a level capable of vanquishing the mighty emperor, even without the protective family array. It was doubtful that our Lord Luo could gain any advantage, Fu Zheng remarked, his face adorned with envy. Indeed, it is likely that our clan leader, Hao Yu, would also find himself outmatched by Yi Feng, Qing Qian sighed. In contrast, Qing Jun wore a bashful expression, still unaware that Yi Feng had a legitimate wife. As a prodigy of the green grass department, she would never settle for being a mere concubine. At this juncture, Chongqing City had morphed into a ghost town, as all the Duoyan people had migrated near Hot Spring Island, where sustenance was available. Naturally, they could also fish through the ice, but that depended on whether the catch could replenish the strength and energy expended during the labor. Nevertheless, within the pyramid of Chongqing City, remnants of around 10,000 individuals still lingered. Great alchemist Qing Lan held fort there. At the base of the pyramid, countless corpses were cast into a furnace, providing warmth to the entire structure. They had exhausted their fuel. All the wood available in Chongqing City had been consumed, leaving them with no choice but to burn bodies. Even so, these remains were in limited supply, with only a small quantity being incinerated each day to maintain the temperature at the pyramid's core. Heavenly Khan. These are the herbs we discovered in the desert oasis. Pray, do they correspond with the herbs sought by Hot Spring Island? A powerful figure approached, cradling several plants. Qing Lan extended her gloved hand to examine the herbs closely. It seems so. We should preserve these herbs until we have enough to exchange in one go at Hot Spring Island, she noted. Excellent. Great alchemist. I too possess a herb known as soul guide grass in our homeland. It appears to match the sought-after herbs as well. Indeed, it does correspond. Let us gather them. It is too cold. Ensure all doors and windows are tightly sealed to prevent a single breath of cold air from intruding. Qinglan's lips were pale, and her face darkened from the chill. Understood. Thus, everyone spread bedding on the floor of the grand hall. As it was the warmest place available, each person was wrapped in heavy blankets, nearly obscuring their entire forms. Men and women alike abandoned their sense of modesty. Huddling under a single blanket, their bodies pressed together, allowing those in the center to bask in a temperature of 20 to 30 degrees. 5 miles away from Chongqing City, tens of thousands formed a mass, slowly advancing towards the city at a snail's pace. Indeed, they belonged to the Yellow Sand tribe, the elite populace of the 3 great tribes, Giant Stone City, Na City, and others. These individuals do not ride horses, but instead, they traverse by pulling carts. As tens of thousands of them cluster together, those in the center manage to maintain a stable body temperature. When the temperature of those at the center rises excessively, they gradually shift formations, slowly moving towards the periphery. Through this swirling arrangement, they have remarkably journeyed from the desert to the vast grasslands. The sole drawback is that this formation is not suitable for combat. Should the formation disperse, the weaker individuals would succumb to freezing within 5 minutes. At this moment, Adolf found himself at the heart of the crowd, his steps leisurely advancing. His body temperature had surged to 30 or 40 degrees Celsius, and it was time to transition to the outskirts, gradually ushering those on the periphery into the center to experience the warmth. Otherwise, the individuals at the center would perish from heat, while those on the outside would freeze. Thus, this formation must continuously rotate while ensuring forward movement. Under such circumstances, marching speed cannot be guaranteed. Covering 10 miles in a day would be considered swift. Adolf exhaled a breath of warm air and gazed up at the feather-like snowflakes falling from the sky. Hahaha, Brando. It is fortunate that your grandfather once observed the survival strategies of penguins. Otherwise, we would never reach Longevity City. This time, you have made a significant contribution, Adolf chuckled. Well said, Brando replied with a proud expression. Beside them stood the chieftain of the Yellow Sand tribe and the lord of Giant Stone City. Quickly, let's move. The temperature at the center is too high. We must gradually shift to the outside to cool down, lest those on the periphery freeze to death, the chieftain urged. All right, let us rotate. Adolf waved the command flag. Instantly, the formation of thousands began to spin once more, slowly advancing towards Longevity City. On Hot Spring Island, Yifeng had just finished swimming in the sea and was now lying on the beach to dry off. Brother Feng, 5 more power masters have collapsed in the iron prison. Chung Li Bin approached him. I thought as much. Why has the temperature dropped to 32 degrees? It used to be 34. Yifeng gradually rose, and beside him, Duo Yanhina handed him a towel. We must find a way to replenish the personnel in the iron prison. Otherwise, their foundation will collapse. And we will have to use crystal pills to fill the gaps in the formation, Chung Li Bin remarked. Bai Guoguo had already taught him the basic operational methods of the formation disc. Very well. You go blow the whistle and gather the heads of the 4 major shelters. I need to see if there have been any disturbances from power masters outside lately, Yifeng declared, first donning 2 inner layers and then draping a coat over himself. Understood. Shortly thereafter, Yifeng stood beside the light curtain, observing the 4 shelter heads outside, shivering from the cold. Director Niu, have there been any troublemakers in your 4 shelters recently? Yifeng inquired casually. Yes, I've detained over 40 offenders here. I have over 30 here as well. I have 10. My eastern district is rather chaotic, with 100 offenders detained. The 4 shelter heads quickly nodded and bowed, fearful of offending Hot Spring Island. Among the offenders, are there any at the Power Master level? Yifeng asked again. In the eastern district? I have 10 practitioners who have committed crimes and are currently undergoing rehabilitation. In the northern district, there are 5 practitioners, while the western district hosts only 2. Among the inmates in the southern district, for our practitioners, the 4 responded affirmatively. Very well. Inquire with those practitioners to see if they are willing to enter Hot Spring Island and become esteemed array servants, Yifeng remarked nonchalantly. What is an array servant? Chung Li Bin interjected with an explanation. It entails utilizing their innate energy to provide power to the array eye, ensuring that the temperature of Hot Spring Island remains above 30 degrees. Chung Li Bin elaborated slowly. Is that so? Using their own energy? That could potentially ruin their foundations, rendering them incapable of cultivation, or worse, turning them into invalids. Director Nyo observed. Chapter 907. It could be worth a try indeed. Although their foundations may be compromised, they would gain entry to Hot Spring Island and enjoy the comfortable climate within. Moreover, do not underestimate the position of an array servant. It comes with a formal structure, requiring only 8 hours of work each day, with 3 meals guaranteed. During their sentence, they will receive wages amounting to 200 hot spring coins daily, resulting in over 5,000 coins monthly after tax deductions. Chung Li Bean continued. Very well, Director Nyo. Let us 4 old fellows escort those practitioner-level offenders and allow them to decide for themselves whether they wish to become array servants. With that, the 4 elders returned to their sanctuary. In merely half an hour, 21 practitioners were brought forth. Old Chung, please explain to them what an array servant is, and then elaborate on the benefits associated with it. Yi Feng instructed with a wave of his hand. Understood, Brother Feng. Chung Li Bean stepped forward, gazing at the 21 practitioners through the light barrier. After all, these practitioners hail from a small tribe, and in terms of foundational strength, they are vastly inferior to those from the Sword Gorge. Their only advantage lies in their sheer numbers. Listen closely, array servants enjoy 3 primary benefits: warmth, good meals, and early rest. Most importantly, you will receive a daily wage. If you are sentenced to 3 years, during that time, you will have accommodation and meals provided. After 3 years, you will receive your full wages in one lump sum. Let me do the math for you. Even at 5,000 coins a month, that amounts to 60,000 a year, totaling 180,000 over 3 years. I ask you, how many of you could earn 18,000 while engaging in reckless pursuits outside? Chung Li Bean commenced his earnest entreaty. Upon hearing that they would be required to provide energy for the Grand Array daily, the 21 practitioners initially resisted vehemently. However, upon learning that array servants would receive meals, lodging, and wages, they began to waver. On one hand, they were reluctant to risk their foundational integrity. On the other, they yearned to bask in the warmth of the Grand Array on Hot Spring Island. Very well. Yi Feng stepped forward. I shall add another condition. Should you complete 3 years of service, even after your release, you may remain on Hot Spring Island as honored residents. Yi Feng was compelled to soften his stance. He wished to avoid coercing them and preferred that this group willingly embrace the role of array servants. I'm willing. So am I. Instantly, 15 practitioners expressed their willingness. The remaining 6, all of the 5th tier or higher, were less inclined to compromise their foundational strength. Guogua, open a gap in the formation and let these 15 individuals in, came the command. Understood. Bai Guogua gestured at the formation plate, and a square opening half a meter wide appeared on the shimmering screen. A gust of cold air rushed in from outside, causing Chung Li Bean to jump back in alarm, keeping his distance from the opening. Haha, my dear brothers, how is the climate inside? Yi Feng inquired with a smile. It's wonderfully warm, my heavens, it's like paradise. This is my first time entering Hot Spring Island. Oh no, I have to take off my clothes. The 15 individuals hurriedly shed their layers, removing their garments until only their thin shirts remained, their figures instantly appearing more elongated. From now on, you shall provide the warmth for Hot Spring Island. I promise you. As long as you perform well and are recognized as outstanding employees, your sentences will gradually diminish. Originally sentenced to 3 years in a steel prison with diligent work, you might find yourselves released in just 3 months, provided you are consistently rated as exemplary workers or labor models for 3 consecutive months, Yi Feng stated earnestly. Upon our release, will we be expelled from Hot Spring Island? One of the laborers inquired. Not at all. I will arrange for you to have a job at the dock area. If your character holds up, I can even provide you with a recommendation, giving you the opportunity to become citizens. Yi Feng pointed toward the castle, where over 20,000 citizens of Hot Spring Island resided. What is the difference between a citizen and a resident? Another laborer asked. Hahaha, the distinction is vast. Lao Chung, please explain. Understood. Chung Li Bean stepped forward. Citizens work only 4 hours a day, and the minimum monthly wage for a citizen of Hot Spring Island is 30,000. Of course, money is not the most important aspect for citizens here. We offer free healthcare, education, and housing. Furthermore, you will receive unemployment benefits. This means that once you become a citizen, even if you do nothing every day, you will still receive a minimum of 10,000 in unemployment subsidies each month. For every child you have, Hot Spring Island will provide a sum to help raise your child until they turn 18. Moreover, there are year-end bonuses. As long as you do not make any major mistakes in your regular work, you will generally receive a year-end bonus, which is at least 3 months' salary. For instance, if your monthly wage is 30,000, then your year-end bonus will be 90,000. With this money, you can purchase crystal pills and elixirs. And even if you cannot consume them yourself, you can share them with your family. Additionally, on Hot Spring Island, there will be 3 days each week dedicated to distributing crystal pills and elixirs to ensure that every citizen's strength rapidly increases. Chung Li-bin elaborated for quite some time before finally finishing his account of all the benefits on Hot Spring Island. The 15 laborers were overwhelmed with excitement. Their faces flushed as they dashed toward the prison's location. In that moment, they were filled with hope, their futures illuminated with promise. Yi Feng then turned his gaze back to the shimmering screen outside. The 4 directors, please assist me in promoting the benefits of becoming a formation servant. Even those without any criminal background may apply, provided they possess at least the strength of a master. Yi Feng remarked nonchalantly. Indeed, indeed. Very well, no problem. Yi Island Master, as a master myself, may I apply to be a formation servant? Director Nyo inquired at last, his heart racing at the thought of the enticing benefits of such a position. No, you are a director and must help me manage the sanctuary beyond the light screen. However, if there are any masters in your clan, you may encourage them to try. Yi Feng replied. All right, we shall promote this for you right away. The 4 quickly retreated into the sanctuary. At the location of the formation eye, Ding Tuanshuan approached Bai Guogua. Sister Guogua, please hand me the formation disc. Of course. Sister Tuanshuan. Bai Guogua solemnly presented the formation disc to Ding Tuanshuan. Yi Feng was left speechless. In his memory, Ding Tuanshuan was merely 15 or 16 years old. How could 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye? Ding Tuanshuan had blossomed into a 20-year-old young woman, while Bai Guogua was still 3 years her junior. As for himself, he was on the cusp of entering his 30s, which would be next year. Under Yi Feng's guidance, Bai Guogua had imparted her knowledge of formations to Ding Tuanshuan, Chung Li-bin, and Ilian. He himself had also learned a bit. In terms of the path of formations, Yi Feng sensed that Bai Guogua's understanding had transcended the confines of textbooks. She could alter the shapes and sizes of formations at will, and even set maximum and minimum values for each formation flag. Chapter 908. Did you not hear my words? It was akin to a software engineer, where everything could be configured. At that moment, Chunin suddenly raised a telescope to the distance. Brother Feng, am I seeing correctly? That swirling black cloud appears to be composed of people. Is that so? Yi Feng also took hold of the telescope. In the next instant, his jaw dropped in astonishment. In the distance, a massive rotating formation made up of tens of thousands of people advanced towards Hot Spring Island at a speed of several hundred meters per hour. That seems to be Adolf. Yi Feng spotted Adolf at the forefront, but their mode of movement was peculiar. They did not advance in a straight line, but rather rotated slowly around the crowd, akin to a moving galaxy. Chunin, shall we step outside for some fresh air? Yi Feng chuckled. Absolutely. Being cooped up in this minuscule Hot Spring Island is driving me mad. Chunin promptly donned his coat. The two swiftly dashed out of the grand formation of Hot Spring Island, racing towards Adolf and his companions. Ha! Yi Island Master, Yi Island Master. Adolf broke away from the rotating formation, instantly feeling the chill. Yi Feng quickly removed his coat and draped it over him. Much better, Adolf stamped his feet. Wait a moment, your coat seems unusual. Why does wearing one of yours feel like I'm wearing 10 of mine? Adolf examined Yi Feng's coat, light as a feather. Ha! This is filled with down feathers. We call it a down jacket, Yi Feng replied with a smile. 6 months ago, these individuals from a civilized society devised the creation of down jackets. The insulating properties of the down are beyond dispute. Thus, they harvested the down from the dolphins and leopards, integrating it into the fabric. Given that the waters surrounding Hot Spring Island are often inundated with a plethora of seals, the sheer number is astonishing. Yi Feng, without hesitation, instructed his team to carefully pluck a bit of down from each seal, ensuring their lives were spared while enabling the inhabitants of Hot Spring Island to don down jackets. Naturally, when it comes to thermal insulation, goose down reigns supreme. But where could one find large geese nowadays? Lord Yi, may we now enter Hot Spring Island? Look, they are freezing. They must keep moving constantly, which depletes their energy. Inquired Adolf. I regret to inform you that only researchers may enter. Others must remain in the shelters outside. Yi Feng replied with a shake of his head. What? After our arduous journey from Nanching, you tell me we cannot enter the Grand Array? Lord Yi, is this not excessive? Adolf's expression darkened. Hot Spring Island is but a small expanse. If you wish to enter the Grand Array, You must possess exceptional talents. Researchers are the elite among you. I can allow them entry, but for ordinary individuals, I must apologize. Hot Spring Island is not a charitable institution. Yifeng's tone became equally frosty. Very well, then. Come forth. Researchers, step forward and accompany Lord Yi into Hot Spring Island. Upon Adolf's command, nearly 1,000 individuals emerged. Excellent. I trust you are true researchers. Now, this 1,000 may enter the Grand Array for a trial period of 1 month. I shall assess your research capabilities. If any of you are mere impostors, it is best you depart now. Otherwise, should I discover your deceit, you will find yourselves imprisoned in iron cages. Yifeng's voice echoed ominously. Immediately, over 700 individuals withdrew, leaving only 300 researchers remaining. Ting Tuanchuan, release the Grand Array and allow these 300 researchers to enter. Directing them to report to Chung Li Bin, Yifeng instructed. Understood. Ting Tuanchuan began manipulating the array. The opening of the Grand Array fluctuated, at times expanding, at others contracting, shifting from a square to a circular aperture. Although her control over the formations was not as refined as by Guogua's, Yifeng was nonetheless satisfied. Realizing he would no longer need to rely solely on Bai Guogua, granting her some respite. At that moment, Yifeng's brow furrowed. Others too began to sense unease. After a brief interval, the entire ice layer began to tremble, as if a multitude were charging toward them. Chunin hastily seized his binoculars and gazed into the distance. Not good, Feng Gu, hurry, into the Grand Array. Chunin exclaimed, pushing Yifeng toward the light barrier. Ting Tuanchuan, flustered, opened another gap. Whoosh. Several figures surged forth with lightning speed, crashing onto the outer side of the light barrier. Chunin had already half embedded himself within the light barrier. Yet his legs remained outside. Do you wish to enter? The leader extended his hand, forcibly pulling Chunin back. Chunin? Yifeng gasped in shock. The person summoned by Chunin was none other than Luo Yefei, the lord of Huashu City and a fifth-order power emperor. Behind him stood 4 other power emperors. Beside these 4 stood the enchanting Hao Yue fairy and her 3 companions from the Green Meadow faction. The exit of the Grand Formation slowly began to seal. Yet Chunin found himself in dire straits, encircled by the formidable power emperors. Thunderous hoofbeats reverberated in the air as thousands approached from the distance. Each rider mounted on a camel, which was draped in thick hides to withstand the cold. Yifeng scanned the scene, discerning that the riders were all at least first-order warriors, with over 100 in the forefront being experts at the level of power kings. City Lord. Fu Zheng swiftly positioned himself behind Luo Yefei. Indeed, Luo Yefei nodded slightly, though his gaze remained fixated on Yifeng's Hot Spring Island. Patriarch. Qing Qian and Qing Jun also took their places beside Hao Yue fairy. Yifeng's hands trembled slightly as he tried to avert his gaze from Chunin, for his eyes would betray the importance he placed on Chunin, thereby allowing the outside power emperors to use him as leverage to coerce Yifeng into opening the Hot Spring Grand Formation. Yifeng, open the formation and let us in, Luo Yefei commanded without a hint of politeness. Did you not hear my words? I demand you to open the formation. I shall not repeat myself a 3rd time. Upon noticing Yifeng's indifference, Luo Yefei's expression shifted. He had to maintain his dignity in front of so many. My apologies. But the Hot Spring Grand Formation is not open to the public. However, you may freely reside in the shelter outside, Yifeng managed to utter through clenched teeth. Unappreciative, Luo Yefei retorted, pulling back slightly. In the next moment, a fierce gust of wind from his punch surged forth. Yifeng's complexion changed. He clenched his fists tightly, and a golden aura enveloped him. The impact of the punch visibly indented the barrier by half a meter. The force behind this punch seemed relentless, with the barrier only regaining its original shape 2 minutes later. Indeed, a 5th-order power emperor possessed strength that surpassed that of the Grand Elder of Sword Cliff by a considerable margin. Intriguing, Luo Yefei remarked, extending his hand to receive a long spear. Ding Tuan Tuan, quickly, pass the formation disc to Guogua. Yifeng called out without turning back. Oh right, Gua's sister. Catch the formation disc. Ding Tuan Tuan waved her hand, sending the disc flying towards Bai Guogua. Chapter 909. I see you are tired of living. With a thunderous roar, Luo Yefei drew back and unleashed a formidable shout. Boom. The iron spear in his hand struck the barrier as if it were divine punishment. Bang. The barrier was pierced, and the spear hurtled directly towards Yifeng. Brother Feng, don't take it head-on. Yifeng instinctively ducked, narrowly avoiding the iron spear. The spear struck a corner of the castle, resulting in a violent explosion. At least 6 citizens were killed by the force of the spear. Humph. In a display of unyielding defiance, even if you were to release the Grand Formation now, I would still refuse, for I am determined to breach your defenses by force. Luo Yefei, undeterred, seized another spear. No, City Lord, please do not harm Yifeng. Fu Zheng hurriedly knelt, pleading for mercy. Fu Zheng, what are you doing? Although you share a bond with Yifeng, what moment is this? Step aside. With a forceful kick, Luo Yefei sent Fu Zheng sprawling. Bai Guogua frantically adjusted the formation plate. Sister Tuan Tuan, did you just disrupt the formation? No, I didn't. Boom. The second spear struck. Where the spear met the light barrier, a small sun erupted. In the next instant, a 2-meter-wide breach formed, allowing the spear to pierce into the hot spring island. Haha. Luo Yefei swiftly darted through the opening. Damn it. Yifeng's figure flickered, blocking the gap. Seeking death. Luo Yefei had already thrust half his body through when he encountered Yifeng's obstruction. With no hesitation, he unleashed a punch. Die. Yifeng, undeterred, retaliated with a dual fist strike. Boom. The two forces collided, sending Yifeng hurtling 5 meters back, crashing into a wooden cabin. Luo Yefei, without a surface to gain leverage, also flew backward 5 meters, narrowly escaping the light barrier. Bai Guogua's heart tightened, and she hurriedly adjusted the formation plate. The massive breach began to seal rapidly. Brother Feng, are you all right? Cheng Libin rushed over to support Yifeng. I'm fine. Yifeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gazing at Luo Yefei in astonishment. Truly, as a 5th-tier power monarch, Luo Yefei's strength was formidable, clearly a testament to his solid foundation from years past. Interesting, you actually managed to push me back? Luo Yefei stood calmly, once again grasping the spear. Meanwhile, Bai Guogua pressed down hard on the formation plate. Buzz. The 10 formation flags emitted a dazzling light simultaneously, and the entire light barrier thickened. Luo Yefei furrowed his brow. As an ancient being with a millennium of life experience, he possessed some knowledge of formations. Yet, in the next moment, he merely scoffed. Launching the spear once more. Boom. The iron spear collided with the light barrier, instantly transforming into a heap of molten scrap. Quite amusing. Bring another spear. Luo Yefei remarked nonchalantly. Immediately, another attendant handed him a spear. Boom. The same outcome ensued. The iron spear morphed into a burning iron sphere, rolling down the ice layer along the light barrier. Again. Boom. 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 After hurling 10 spears in rapid succession, Luo Yefei exerted all his strength each time. Yet the result remained unchanged. Under the full potency of the formation, this mere 5th-tier power monarch could not pierce the grand array. Within the iron prison, 5 power masters collapsed simultaneously, foam bubbling from their mouths. Moments ago, they had felt an overwhelming suction from the formation, draining their energies entirely. All personnel in the iron prison, report to the 1st level at once and channel every ounce of your energy into the formation's core. Cheng Libin commanded loudly. Immediately, all individuals, including the esteemed elder ancestor He, gathered on the 1st floor, instinctively gripping the conduction rods. From his position, ancestor He could not discern the southern direction, yet he surmised from the sounds that an assault was underway against the Grand Formation. Such formidable force. Could it be that the Gorge Master and the revered Saintess Qingyue had arrived? Were they attacking the hot spring Grand Formation? Ancestor He's gaze flickered, and he relinquished his hold on the conduction rod. Several 9th-tier power masters similarly reacted, releasing their grips as well. At the heart of the formation, Wang Zhihai clenched his teeth, pouring box after box of crystal essence into the formation's core. They had anticipated this situation, recognizing the unreliability of the individuals in the iron prison. Thus, they had stockpiled an ample supply of crystal essence and pills at the core. Impudence. Quickly. Grasped the conduction rods. Cheng Libin barked furiously. However, ancestor He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, coldly regarding Cheng Libin, instilling a sense of dread within him. As the Grand Elder of the One-Sword Gorge, he had endured humiliation for several months, but now, he finally had the chance to assert himself. Everyone, heed my command. Release the conduction rods and cease the energy supply to the Grand Formation. Ancestor, he declared icily. The members of One-Sword Gorge gradually complied, albeit with conflicting thoughts. Several had been lauded as exemplary employees, thoroughly indoctrinated by Wang Zhihai. Now, with the Grand Elder suddenly at odds with the Hot Spring Island. They found themselves in a moral quandary. Should they side with Hot Spring Island or follow the Grand Elder? Yet, the 15 newly inducted Power Masters did not halt. They continued to channel energy into the Grand Formation. Impudence. Ancestor, he erupted in fury, striking with a powerful fist. Bang, bang, bang. The 15 were sent flying 10 meters, crashing violently against the iron prison, blood spattering from their mouths. The wavering members of One Sword Gorge promptly stepped aside, obediently. Ancestor, it seems you have a death wish. Chung Li Bean raised his crossbow menacingly. Yet, Ancestor, he swiftly evaded, retreating behind thick steel plating. Meanwhile, Yi Feng was negotiating with Luo Yefei. Mayor Luo, I harbor no intention of enmity towards you. As you can see, my grand formation is impregnable. I estimate that your stamina has waned to about 70 or 80%, has it not? Yi Feng smiled faintly, though his peripheral vision remained fixed on Chenin. Huffing heavily, Luo Yefei gasped for breath. In front of so many, he could not afford to lose face. Yi Feng, do not revel in triumph. Even if you were willing to voluntarily dismantle the grand formation, I would not require it. I shall breach the formation in my own manner, and when it falls, Hot Spring Island shall be left with nothing. Luo Yefei responded coldly. Yi Feng's expression darkened. Previously, he had spoken amiably to Luo Yefei. All for the sake of Master Fu Zheng. Rest assured, Master Fu Zheng, I shall not hold you accountable. My ire will be directed solely at Luo Yefei. He then turned his gaze towards the formidable Power Masters behind Luo Yefei. Attention, esteemed elders of Birch City, heed my words. I implore you to bring forth the head of Luo Yefei. In return, I, Yi Feng, can assure you of your future sustenance and a warm refuge. His voice resonated thunderously, ensuring that the multitude of tens of thousands present could hear him clearly. Beyond the luminous barrier, the venue of the Green Grass sect in Birch City was alive with tension, as the tens of thousands led by Adolf cowered a kilometer away, trembling in fear at the sight of two formidable clans. Ha, ha, ha. A few elders from Birch City could not contain their laughter. The Grand Elder stepped forward. Addressing Yi Feng, young Yi Feng, are you still in a slumber? How dare you sow discord between us and the city lord? It seems that Hot Spring Island is destined for oblivion. Upon finishing his words, he grasped a spear forged of fine iron. Behind him, 3 other elders followed suit, brandishing their own spears. With a collective throw, 4 spears struck the barrier simultaneously. Alas, the Hot Spring Formation was activated to its full power. Even a full-force strike from a true martial realm expert might not breach it, let alone the efforts of 4 elders. Again, the 4 spears were lifted anew. The Hot Spring Formation remained unscathed. Stop! Luo Yefei commanded his 4 elders. As the city lord, his experience was exceptional. Do not rush. This formation is indeed formidable. But fret not. If you grant me 3 days, I shall devise a method to breach it. For now, let us conserve our strength. Understood, city lord. The 4 elders nodded in agreement. Yi Feng then turned his gaze towards the Moonlight Fairy. Just as he was about to speak, Ding Tuanchuan hurriedly approached and whispered a few words in his ear. Yi Feng's expression shifted dramatically. The simultaneous attack by the 4 elders had resulted in the loss of 30 level 25 spirit crystals from the formation's core. It is crucial to note that while spirit crystals were abundant on Hot Spring Island, high-level ones were scarce. At that moment, Chung Li Bean arrived, breathless. Brother Feng, Ancestor, he has initiated a strike. He chose this critical moment to withdraw. Yi Feng remained silent, his countenance darkening. Yet, he could not reveal the formation's vulnerabilities before outsiders. The Hot Spring Formation was indeed robust, but it relied on a constant energy supply. Under sufficient energy, even true martial realm experts could not breach the formation. However, the predicament was that their spirit crystals could withstand only 1,000 attacks from the elders outside. With Ancestor he and his allies now on strike, would they have to stand in the breach themselves next time? In an instant, Yi Feng's previously unwavering confidence began to waver. Should the 2 clans launch relentless assaults on the barrier, Hot Spring Island might truly face collapse. No, he must swiftly gather some high-level spirit crystals, spirit pills, or aged herbs. With this thought, Yi Feng looked once more at the Moonlight Fairy. Esteemed Moonlight Fairy, the formation of Hot Spring Island is unassailable, with an unending source of energy, as you have undoubtedly perceived. Yet, I reiterate, I harbor no intention of opposing your noble lineage. My only adversary is the Sword Gorge. If you are willing to ally with me against the Sword Gorge, I assure you, the day of the Sword Gorge's demise will be the moment you enter the Grand Formation. Yifeng began to stir the pot, hoping to incite a fierce clash among the three great races, thereby ensuring that no formidable experts would lead an assault on the Grand Formation. The expressionless Hao Yue did not engage with Yifeng. Despite her few words, the arrogance in her gaze was unmistakable, exuding an aura that could not be concealed. Even in silence, it was palpable. As the leader of the Greenery clan, she indeed possessed the capital for such pride. Yifeng, you are quite the clever one. Attempting to utilize our Greenery clan in Birch City to deplete the strength of the Sword Gorge while you sit comfortably within the protective barrier, reaping the rewards for yourself. After a moment, Hao Yue finally spoke, having seen through Yifeng's scheme. Yifeng's face flushed, yet he stubbornly refused to concede. Fairy Hao Yue, I, Yifeng, am above such underhanded tactics. I stand by my word. Should you wish to ally with me in Warm Spring Island, I welcome it. If not, then let us see whether your strength surpasses that of my Grand Formation. After speaking, Yifeng turned his gaze to Bai Guogua and Cheng Libin. Old Cheng, retract the heating pipes. Yes, Brother Feng, Cheng Libin responded, waving his flag as the pipes from all directions were gradually drawn back into Warm Spring Island. Hey! The leaders of the four shelters emerged, astonished at the unfolding scene. Island Master, are you abandoning us? Please, Island Master, do not cut off our heating. I beg you. We wish to survive. The four knelt, repeatedly bowing, causing ice shards to scatter everywhere. Yifeng remained expressionless and instructed by Guogua. Guogua, seal the gap. Yes, Brother Yi. Bai Guogua swiftly maneuvered the formation disk, and soon, the four grid-like heating openings began to close. The warmth within the four shelters plummeted at an alarming rate. The temperature, which had originally been over -80 degrees, plunged to -100 degrees, then -150 degrees, and finally -180 degrees. Fortunately, this was still near Warm Spring Island. Had it been further away from the protective barrier, the temperature would have dipped to -200 degrees. After all this, Yifeng again turned to Fairy Hao Yue and Luo Yifei. Ladies, I am aware that you are the leaders of super clans, and it may be beneath your dignity to ally with me at this moment, deeming Warm Spring Island unworthy. No matter, I shall grant you 3 days to contemplate, and we shall reconvene thereafter. With that, Yifeng strode purposefully toward the iron cell, determined to extract the truth from the ancestral river, which had dared to stall at such a critical juncture. Outside the barrier, Hao Yue and Luo Yifei exchanged a glance, the slightest hint of disdain flickering in their eyes. This humble Warm Spring Island dares to negotiate terms with us. Sister Hao Yue, let us retreat to the adjacent shelter to deliberate on how to breach the protective clan formation. In the presence of Fairy Hao Yue, Luo Yifei adopted a more courteous demeanor. In his view, there were barely 5 individuals worthy of his serious consideration in this world, and Hao Yue was undeniably among them. As for Yifeng, merely an insignificant nuisance that had appeared from nowhere. Even in forming friendships with Fu Zheng and Yifeng, it is Yifeng who has climbed to a higher social echelon. Having long been entrenched in a super clan, he has become oblivious to the current dire circumstances, failing to recognize that we are amidst apocalyptic calamities. Brother Luo, please, said Hao Yu, extending a delicate jade-like finger towards the shelter. In truth, her strength surpassed that of Luo Yifei, yet, as is customary among women, she preferred to feign youthfulness, thus referring to Luo Yifei as brother. Immediately, the senior members of both clans entered the shelter, leaving behind their armies shivering in the cold wind. Unable to contain himself, Fu Zheng approached Qing Jun. What should we do? Junior brother Yi has cut off the heating to the shelter. While it may be tolerable during the day, how shall we endure the night? Fu Zheng inquired. Indeed, Azu and the others remain unaware that the nighttime temperatures south of the temple could very well lead to our deaths by freezing, Qing Jun replied, tucking her small hands into her sleeves. At that moment, without warning, a warrior from Birch Tree City collapsed into the snow, unable to withstand the biting cold any longer. Quick, save him. Several powerful warriors rushed over, using their bodies to provide warmth to the fallen comrade. The super clan demonstrated remarkable unity, far superior to the disorganized masses of smaller clans. Adolf's formation continued to rotate slowly, barely countering the external chill. Yet, they were not machines. They could not sustain constant movement indefinitely. Such exertion would deplete their strength and energy. The moment they ceased, they would succumb to the freezing temperatures. Chapter 9:11. No need for such formality. Please sit and converse. Oh, this cursed birch tree city has caused our heating to be cut off. Director Nyo could not help but exclaim. What did you say? A ninth-tier warrior advanced menacingly, glaring down at Director Nyo. Nyo Chao's eyes darted around as a smirk of flattery crept onto his face. Haha, I was not cursing you. I was lamenting Yi Feng, my lord. How could I dare to speak ill of Birch Tree City? That is more like it. You know your place, the warrior replied. As he was mindful of the reputation of the great clan and wished to avoid being labeled a bully of the weak. They were all quite protective of their reputations. Yet it would not be long before they would abandon their dignity and beg Yi Feng for survival, like dogs. Yi Feng approached the iron cage, casting a cold gaze upon the empty first level. The location of the conduction rods was marked by the remains of 15 corpses, those who had just been recruited as array slaves, only to meet their demise at the hands of Zhu He. Open the iron door, Yi Feng commanded coldly. With a resounding crash, the 30-ton iron door was lifted, and Yi Feng swiftly entered. The door slammed shut behind him. Through the dim light within, Yi Feng observed a group of warriors huddled in the shadows, some crouching, some sitting. Upon noticing Yi Feng's presence, they all stood up. Some bore sharp gazes, others flickered with uncertainty, some wore expressions of struggle, while others remained silent. What? Do you wish to confront me? Yi Feng challenged those who seemed eager to engage. The warriors hesitated for a moment, but ultimately bowed their heads under Yi Feng's intense scrutiny. Where's Zhu He? Yi Feng inquired. The warriors were instantly taken aback. Zhu He was the strongest within the iron cage. If they revealed his whereabouts, would he not seek retribution later? Thus, they averted their gazes, yet their fingers, concealed within their sleeves, subtly gestured towards the upper floor. Thank you, Yi Feng remarked, ascending the staircase step by step. As he neared the threshold of the second level, his fists clenched tightly, and a golden aura emanated from his body. A resounding crash echoed as a figure lunged from above, delivering a fierce blow to Yi Feng's protective barrier. Ah, my hand. The bones of Zhu He shattered, blood gushing forth. After toiling in the iron prison for 3 months, he was a mere shadow of his former self. His mental state deteriorated, and his strength significantly diminished compared to Yi Feng. Yi Feng finally reached the second floor, casting a cold gaze upon the crumpled figure of Zhu He. Zhu He, you truly embody the spirit of the Grand Elder of the Sword Gorge, possessing quite the tenacity, Yi Feng remarked icily. If you intend to kill me, then do so. Spare me the trivialities. I shall never yield. With disheveled hair, Zhu He raised his head, meeting Yi Feng's gaze with unwavering defiance. Excellent. Yi Feng seized Zhu He's arm, yanking it forcefully. A sickening crack resonated as the arm dislocated. Without pausing, Yi Feng continued, dislocating Zhu He's other arm and both legs. True to his title as Grand Elder, even in such excruciating agony, Zhu He emitted only a single groan, his eyes fixed upon Yi Feng with venomous hatred. I admire your spirit, but regrettably, I must take action against you now. With that, Yi Feng grasped his hair, dragging him down from the second floor like a lifeless dog. The power masters on the first floor rose to their feet, their eyes riveted upon Zhu He. Gentlemen, this time, I shall deal with Zhu He alone. Should there be a next time, all within the iron prison shall face execution. Upon concluding his statement, Yi Feng unsheathed his curved blade with a sharp sound and pressed it against Zhu He's neck. Some power masters instinctively closed their eyes, while others fixated on the gleaming blade. With a swift motion, the blade sliced through, severing Zhu He's carotid artery, blood spraying over 2 meters. Yi Feng stepped back, the blade arcing down once more. Thud! A grotesque head rolled onto the ground, leaving the power masters in a state of shock. To think, after living in the Sword Gorge for so many years, the Grand Elder had been a figure of reverence, akin to a deity. Yet now, their deity lay slain by Yi Feng, powerless to resist. I shall take my leave. You should know what to do next, Yi Feng declared, as the iron door creaked open, and he strode out of the prison. The power masters exchanged apprehensive glances, rushing to grasp the conduction rods, fearful that a moment's delay would lead them to share Zhu He's fate. The hot spring formation stabilized once more, the crystal core within ceasing its consumption of energy. Within the sanctuary, a fire blazed. The leaders of the 2 clans gathered around it, extending their hands to warm themselves. Yet, inexplicably, the more they warmed themselves, the colder their backs became. Sister Haoyue, do you have any strategies? Luo Yifei inquired. To my knowledge, the formation requires energy to sustain itself. If we coordinate an assault with our tens of thousands of subordinates against the light curtain, Yifeng's formation may falter. However, this course of action would also deplete our collective energy. The army of Yijian Gorge is set to arrive soon, and I do not wish to be the one to prepare the wedding attire for Yijian Gorge, said Hahaha slowly. Sister, you are astute, thinking along the same lines as I do. No matter how formidable Yifeng's formation is, it cannot withstand the combined might of our two clans. Therefore, let us wait for the arrival of the Yijian Gorge army, and at that moment, our three clans shall strike together. At that time, our strengths will be relatively equal. If Yijian Gorge wishes to monopolize the grand formation, we shall possess the power to retaliate, laughed Luo Yifei. Just then, a servant rushed in urgently. Not good. City Lord, we have over 2,000 strength masters suffering from frostbite. They cannot hold their ground outside. Oh, Luo Yifei's expression darkened. Useless fools. Let them enter the 4 shelters. It will help fend off some of the cold. Understood. The servant hurriedly exited. No sooner had he left than Qing Jun rushed in. Clan leader, we also have several thousand strength masters in our clan who have suffered frostbite. Let them into the shelter and ignite anything that can burn, Haoyue said succinctly. But the temperature inside the shelter is not much warmer than outside. It will be of no use since there is no heating, Qing Jun replied. At least it will be warmer than outside. If necessary, let them huddle together for warmth, Haoyue insisted. Understood. Qing Jun, with no other choice, went out to relay the orders. At that moment, another servant entered. City Lord, Green Xiangtian requests an audience. Green Xiangtian? The Lord of Giant Tree City has come here as well? Luo Yifei smirked. It seems this old fellow has intentions regarding the protective formation of our clan. With his strength, he can only rely on us. Allow him entry. Even the smallest of flies is still meat. When the Yijian Gorge army arrives, we can have them assist in attacking the grand formation. Understood. Shortly after, Green Xiangtian walked in the presence of 2 super clans. The typically domineering Green Xiangtian appeared somewhat restrained. I have met City Lord Luo and Fairy Haoyue, he said, bowing at a 90-degree angle. Lord Green, you are a hegemon in your own right. There is no need for such formality. Please, sit and speak freely, Luo Yifei said lightly. Understood. Green Xiangtian obediently sat on the edge of his seat, daring only to perch on the edge. It is known that these 10 individuals are the mightiest of their clans, their strength far surpassing that of an ordinary strength monarch like himself. Even the weakest among them could defeat him 3 times over. Green Xiangtian, what brings you to us? Luo Yifei inquired knowingly. I come to seek assistance from you, esteemed lords. If the noble clans intend to assault Yifeng's formation, please include me. Giant Tree City is willing to act as the vanguard, Green Xiangtian said sincerely. Chapter 9:12. You look quite strong. Vanguard. It is not that simple, is it? Lord Green. We are all strength monarchs here. Please state your intentions clearly, Haoyue interjected. I hope that once the formation is opened, my people from Giant Tree City can also enter to evade the extreme cold, Green Xiangtian stated. That is certainly acceptable. For Giant Tree City, I will allocate a quota of 500 individuals. 500 of you may enter the formation for protection, Luo Yifei replied. Only 500? However, 2,000 individuals have arrived at the Great Tree City. Are we to simply allow the others to perish in the cold? Green Xiangtian expressed his dissatisfaction. Very well. Let it be 600. That is the utmost we can manage, considering the great array spans merely 10 kilometers. It is not feasible to stack people upon one another. After all, remarked Haoyue with a faint tone. Then, I extend my gratitude to the esteemed Haoyue and Lord Luo. I shall take my leave to confer with the elders of the Great Tree City and determine who shall be granted entry into the Great Array, stated Green Xiangtian. Indeed. Go ahead. These fellows are already planning their futures before the ink has dried on their preparations. Before long, soldiers from the 2 great clans began to crowd into the shelter, resulting in an overwhelming influx, nearly leading to a situation where individuals were piled atop one another. Yet, perhaps this was beneficial, as the closeness provided some warmth. Director Nyo found himself wedged into a corner, his face pressed firmly against the icy wall. You selfish lot. I am the director. Allow me to move to the center. No sooner had he uttered these words than a hefty figure collided with the back of his head. Quickly, move me to the edge. The temperature in the center is unbearable. I am on the verge of overheating. Oh dear, Place me in the center. I am freezing to death. They had failed to master the rotation of the great array, resulting in those at the center succumbing to heat, while those at the periphery froze. Those caught in between fared just right, albeit with a rather unpleasant odor. As time dragged on, the crowd's inability to access the restroom led to unfortunate consequences, with many resorting to soiling their pants. Consequently, the entire shelter became engulfed in a stench, accompanied by sounds of flatulence, snoring, and grinding teeth. Some individuals, neglecting their dental hygiene for an extended period, emitted foul breath that had turned a sickly green. Within the confines of the shelter, it abruptly transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Some perished in the middle, left unattended, their bodies swelling and releasing toxic gases. Comparatively, those who could secure rooms fared much better. For instance, the elite from the two great clans enjoyed at least some reprieve from the crowding. Yet trouble was imminent. The sheer number of people within the shelter caused the ice walls to melt, resulting in a resurgence of frigid air. This is dire. Yet another has perished from the crush. Lord City Master, we implore you to devise a solution. Several attendants squeezed into the room to report, their reluctance to exit evident, as the outside had become nearly impassable. Luo Yefe trembled, and the walls of the shelter crumbled under the force of his agitation. He stepped out with several high-ranking officials. Night had descended, and a chilling wind swept through, prompting even him to shiver. Pull the individuals from the periphery out, carve ice, and reconstruct the ice houses. I refuse to believe we cannot manage this at once. Thus, some of those jostling at the edges were dragged out, compelled to brave the harsh cold to carve ice and construct shelters. Though the might of the power masters and warriors was not immediately at risk of freezing, working under such extreme conditions would deplete considerable amounts of strength and energy. Each of them was now operating at half capacity, let alone their endurance and mental fortitude, which were all but exhausted. Luo Yefe stood with his hands clasped behind his back amidst the biting wind, observing the workers carving ice. When will the people from Yijian Gorge finally arrive? At this rate, our strength will diminish by half. Rest assured, they should be arriving shortly. The speaker is the Grand Elder of Birch City. On Hot Spring Island, Feng summoned all the warriors and practitioners on the island. Ladies and gentlemen, a great battle is imminent, and I implore you to lend your strength. During the conflict, your only task will be to channel your energy to the heart of the formation. Can you do that? Feng's voice resonated with authority. Yes, 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 came the unified response. Hot Spring Island is their last bastion. For the sake of survival, they must exert their utmost efforts. Excellent. If we can withstand the onslaught of the three great clans this time, I assure you that the residents will be granted a place of honor, offering you a chance to become citizens. Then, we shall share in the prosperity together, Feng declared earnestly. Rest assured, Lord Yi, even without citizenship, we will protect Hot Spring Island, spoke a leader of a minor clan. Indeed, even without citizenship, Hot Spring Island is my home, sustained by our collective effort. We will not let you down, another high-ranking member of a small clan asserted. They were genuinely committed to safeguarding Hot Spring Island, should it fall. The three great clans would flood in, and these weaker individuals would be expelled, facing a dismal fate in the frigid wilderness. Not just them, but their wives, children, and elderly would also perish under the harsh conditions. Very well, everyone, proceed to the formation and be on standby, Feng instructed. Understood, replied the 200 elite warriors as they surged towards the heart of the formation, akin to martyrs embracing their fate. Sure. Prepare the finest food and the best fruit wine for the warriors. They must be well fed and hydrated, otherwise, they will lack strength in battle, Feng commanded. Understood. Brother Feng, I will spare no effort to ensure they have a hearty meal before heading out, Shi Zhongliang replied, thumping his chest. Su Shan, Duo Yen Hina, Ding Tuan Tuan, you women should also head towards the formation. The impending battle concerned everyone's survival. Feng would not hesitate to include all practitioners of strength in the fight. With that thought, Feng glanced towards the outside of the protective barrier. He wondered how Chunin was faring, hopefully not suffering any maltreatment. At that moment, Chunin found himself squeezed into the shelter. He had intended to slip out unnoticed, but the space was far too crowded. Just as he struggled to navigate towards the exit, the shifting crowd pushed him to the center. While he was not in immediate danger of freezing to death, the stench inside was unbearable. He had already vomited twice and had no food left in his stomach. Brother, you seem quite robust. Let us exert our strength together to push outward. I can take you into the hot spring formation, Chun and urged the muscular man before him. Shut your mouth, you reek. The burly man retorted, delivering a blow to Chun En's forehead, leaving him dazed. Chapter 9:13. I must obtain it. Time flowed slowly. And soon the next morning arrived. The two super clans had indeed constructed several ice houses outside the shelter. I'm so hungry, Lord of the City. I can't bear it any longer. We've exhausted our supplies on the way here. Can we start chiseling ice to fish now? One of the practitioners exclaimed, unable to contain his desperation. Let us commence ice fishing. Luo Yifei nodded in agreement. In his view, the frozen sea posed a formidable challenge for fishing. Immediately, a group of strong men began to excavate the thick ice layer. However, upon reaching a depth of 20 meters, they sensed something amiss. Why was the ice so thick? 20 meters in, and still no sign of seawater? Moreover, the deeper they dug, the harder the ice became, approaching the impenetrable hardness of profound ice. Several tools were rendered useless after merely an hour of relentless digging, as their weapons lacked the resilience of the famed Nanching steel. One of the laborers, exhausted, struck down with his pickaxe, only to collapse lifelessly into the icy pit. Was he truly so feeble? He had succumbed to fatigue so easily? They pulled him out and sent in a fresh group to continue the work. As ordered, the mighty warriors of Yijian Gorge joined the excavation effort. Just as they neared the bottom, a chilling gust swept into the pit, thickening the ice even further. It seemed that even with their unceasing efforts, the ice would continue to extend down to the seabed. Stop! Luo Yifei commanded, halting the excavation. Everyone emerged from the icy cavern, feeling utterly ineffective. It appeared that the Lord of the City must intervene personally. The weary laborers crawled out, some collapsing to the ground, unresponsive to calls. Taking a deep breath, Luo Yifei leaped 10 meters into the air. With a resounding crash, he unleashed a powerful punch, causing a torrent of seawater to erupt from the icy cavity. Soaring over 100 meters high. Watch out! The surrounding individuals had no time to evade and were drenched by the cascading seawater. A frigid wind swept through, transforming them into frozen statues. Luo Yifei was no better off, as he bore the brunt of the wave, becoming soaked to the bone. In the next moment, energy surged through him, manifesting as clouds of warmth that quickly dried his clothes. However, this exertion came at the cost of some of his energy. Drag these individuals into the ice house to thaw, Luo Yifei commanded. The entire force of the warriors mobilized, transporting the unconscious bodies into the sealed ice house. Due to its airtight nature, the heat inside remained contained, stabilizing the temperature at around -100 degrees. Hurry, while there's a moment of respite, catch some fish, Luo Yifei instructed. Yet, as soon as he spoke, the ice layer he had just breached began to freeze once more. With no other recourse, he struck the ice again. Quickly, fish. Several laborers plunged into the icy waters, managing to catch fewer than 50 fish before the hole froze over again. This is maddening. We need the Lord to strike again. Strike again? Do you think my energy is limitless? Luo Yifei's expression darkened, and he strode back into the ice house. No matter how much energy he possessed, it could not be squandered so thoughtlessly. Resolving this dilemma, he exited the ice house and gazed toward Hot Spring Island. Just a meter away, the inhabitants of Hot Spring Island swam leisurely in their shorts, while his own men were bundled up like seals, round and cumbersome. I must seize the protective clan formation. It is imperative. The effect of the grand formation solidified Luo Yifei's resolve. Relay my orders. Seize all the food from others, supplying only our Birch City and the Green Meadow faction, Luo Yifei commanded. As you wish, came the prompt reply. Immediately, over 100 might warriors sprang into action, commencing their pillaging within the sanctuary. No, that frozen fish is my sustenance for an entire week. I can only dare to nibble at it each day. A pregnant woman cried, clutching her frozen fish tightly as countless eyes bore down upon her. The face of the might warrior from Birch City flushed crimson. To bully a pregnant woman was indeed disgraceful, yet the current circumstance dictated that without seizing food, they would face starvation. Hand it over. Once we conquer the hot spring formation, I shall compensate you with 100 fish. What if you fail to breach it? Enough of your prattle, just give it here. The might warrior roughly shoved the pregnant woman to the ground and secured the frozen fish at his waist. Her husband helped her rise, and together they stood, casting a look of pity mixed with resentment at the might warrior. As he departed, a chorus of curses erupted around them. Birch City, which prided itself on being a great clan, had resorted to robbing a pregnant woman. How shameless. Indeed, not only Birch City, but the people of the Green Meadow faction had also begun their blatant pillaging. What shall we do? How will we survive? Ice fishing. I suggest you reconsider. You've just broken through a 20-meter thick ice layer, and with the cold wind, that ice has thickened further. Unless you possess the strength of a mighty king to breach it all at once. Oh heavens, we cannot survive this. Shall we confront those two great clans? With what? Let us just endure one more day. In this world, alas. After much effort, the Green Meadow faction and Birch City managed to seize barely 5 tons of frozen fish. Yet, in comparison to their tens of thousands of troops, this meager amount would suffice for only a few days. The leaders of the two tribes gathered in a room to deliberate strategies. What shall we do? Earlier, all our mighty kings acted, yet we only captured 1 or 2 carts of frozen fish. The ice has refrozen around the newly created holes, even with our formidable strength. We cannot sustain such losses, Luo Yefe remarked, a layer of chapped skin forming on his lips. The other Might Kings were similarly affected, their spirits far from the initial vigor they had upon arrival. At that moment, a retainer entered. City Lord, someone is seeking an audience outside. He claims to have a means to procure frozen fish. Who is it? No matter, bring him in. I wish to see how he intends to acquire food. Before long, Niu Cao was ushered in, followed by Chunin. Until now, the two tribes believed Chun and to be an inconspicuous figure from Hot Spring Island. Even if they recognized him as Yi Feng's brother, they never considered leveraging him to coerce Yi Feng. The Might Kings were generally self-serving, assuming that Yi Feng would not jeopardize their entry into the hot spring formation for the sake of a brother. Speak, what method do you have to procure food? Luo Yefe inquired without turning, exuding an air of superiority. Indeed, there is a method, by purchasing with hot spring coins, Niu Cao replied. Hot spring coins? What are those? Luo Yefe scoffed. Here, this is the paper currency, Niu Cao explained, revealing the notes. Niu Cao stepped forward, intending to present the sample of the hot spring currency, only to be obstructed by 2 mighty warriors. To them, Niu Cao was a person of little worth, unworthy of approaching their lord. Even sharing the same space was seen as a desecration to the lord. In Chapter 914, Fainting, Luo Yefe glanced at the sample of the hot spring currency, but refrained from reaching for it. Are you suggesting that if I give this worthless scrap of paper to Yi Feng, he will provide me with frozen fish? Indeed, this is the hot spring currency, a robust form of money. Very well, you may take this hot spring currency and procure food for me. If you fail, your lives will be forfeit. Chen Feng, escort these two. Should they fail to obtain food, execute them on the spot. Understood. A 9th-tier warrior stepped forward. Niu Cao and Chunin exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they reluctantly approached the shimmering barrier. Within Hot Spring Island, Yi Feng had already taken note of Chunin. He hurried over and signaled to Bai Guogua, who promptly opened a half-meter gap in the shield. Ow! Niu Cao and Chunin squeezed through the opening simultaneously, their heads colliding with a resounding clang. Oh! Both men fainted at once. Chen Feng exclaimed, "This is bad, my lord. Yi Feng has opened a gap. We must act swiftly." As soon as he finished speaking, 10 figures, almighty warriors, surged from the icy chamber, positioning themselves in front of the shimmering barrier. Hurry, close the gap. The half-meter opening began to seal, denying Luo Yefe the opportunity to enter. Yi Feng, enraged, spat blood. These 2 fools had failed to enter sequentially and now lay unconscious. Luo Yefe, observing from behind a meter-thick barrier, regarded Yi Feng with a frigid stare. Yi Feng returned the gaze intently. Luo Yefe, the one who has fainted, claims that he can exchange this scrap of paper for food. Is it true? Luo Yefe inquired. Indeed, it can be exchanged for food. Yi Feng nodded. Very well, procure 100 pounds of food for this worthless paper, and let us see your sincerity. Luo Yefe flicked his foot, sending the scrap forward. Yi Feng scrutinized the denomination, discovering it was a note of 100 yuan, sufficient for the purchase of 1 pound of frozen fish. Regrettably, you cannot acquire several hundred pounds. That is a note of 100, allowing for only 1 pound. Due to your opposition against Birch Tree City, I shall maliciously inflate the price. For you, the rate will be 1,000 yuan per pound. Thus, this 100 yuan will only afford you 2 tails of fish. Upon finishing, Yi Feng tossed a chunk of meat from the frozen fish toward the barrier. You? Yi Feng, it seems you truly do not weep until faced with death. Very well, once we return and devise a plan, We shall leave no trace of your hot spring island. After speaking, Luo Yefei swiftly departed with his companions from Birch Tree City. Halfway through, he signaled again, and a 9th-tier warrior retrieved Chun-Un and Niu Ditsao. Yi Feng's heart sank to the pit of his stomach. Hao Yue cast a deep glance at Yi Feng before returning to the icy chamber. Brother Feng, what shall we do? And Gu has also been captured. Haltet approached, a sorrowful expression on his face. Do not worry. Chun-Un is a man favored by fate, Yi Feng replied calmly. To claim that he was unperturbed would be a falsehood. However, worrying served no purpose. He could not relinquish the entire hot spring formation for the sake of Chun-Un, lest the island of hot springs faced the calamity of extermination. Within the ice chamber, Chun-Un and Niu Detsao were abruptly roused from slumber. Upon awakening, they instinctively huddled together in fright, for they found themselves surrounded by 10 formidable power sovereigns, who were brazenly scrutinizing them as if they were rare treasures. Please, spare my life. I can be of service, Chun-Un stammered nervously. What is your name? Luo Yifei finally regarded them directly. Earlier, Yi Feng had indeed cast out the frozen fish, thereby confirming that the worthless hot spring currency could indeed be exchanged for sustenance. I am Niu Ditsao, and this is Chun, and must you inquire our names before you consider taking our lives? Niu Ditsao replied anxiously. Luo Yifei observed them with an inscrutable expression, and after a prolonged silence, a broad grin unexpectedly illuminated his face. With that smile, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated for the two. Hahaha, how could I harm either of you? From this moment forth, I kindly request your assistance in exchanging the hot spring currency you possess for food, Luo Yifei spoke gently. Yi Feng had previously mentioned that members of their two clans could exchange frozen fish at a rate of 1,000 yuan per pound. Thus, he sought to appoint agents. And Chun-Un and Niu Ditsao were the ideal candidates. Their exchange rate for frozen fish would be a mere 100 yuan per pound. But I have no money on me, Niu Ditsao remarked, his eyes darting. In truth, he had buried his funds in a concealed location, never to reveal it to anyone. Then how did you acquire the hot spring currency in your possession? How you finally interjected. We exchanged it for crystal pills, crystal pellets, and various precious herbs. Anything that can generate energy can be traded for hot spring currency. Naturally, one can also become an informant for the island, Niu Ditsao blurted out, immediately covering his mouth. Informant? What sort of informant? How you seized upon Niu Ditsao's slip. An informant is essentially an eye placed by Yi Feng beyond the veil, aiding in the surveillance of significant figures' every move. It was precisely because he was Yi Feng's informant that he was appointed as the director of the sanctuary. Others aspired to be informants, but lacked the qualifications. Yes, just a friend, Niu Ditsao stammered. A friend? If you are indeed friends, why were you not permitted entry into the formation? How you was not easily deceived. Hahaha, let us not dwell on unpleasant matters. If you wish to acquire hot spring currency, you must present something of value to trade with the island, convert it to money, and then use that money to purchase frozen fish. Chun-Un quickly diverted the topic. Indeed, this tactic proved effective, as the immediate concern of the 10 power sovereigns was to procure food. The matter of informants became a secondary concern. Well, Niu Ditsao, Chun-Un, I possess a 35-grade crystal pill. Could you estimate how much frozen fish it might yield? How you inquired, extending her delicate hand. In her palm lay a crystal pill the size of an egg, its hue indicative of its approximate 35 grade. At least 10 million hot spring currency. Chun-Un speculated. The 35th level crystal pill corresponds to the 35th level sand beast, which is equivalent to a 9th tier power monarch, thus holding considerable value. 1 million can merely procure 100,000 pounds of frozen fish? That amounts to a mere 50 tons? Hao Yue began to hesitate. If their two clans were to exchange for frozen fish, it would be at a rate of 1,000 per pound, prompting her decision to appoint Chun-Un and Niu Ditsao as her agents. It mattered little. Once the army of Yijian Gorge arrived, their three clans combined would surely break through the great formation of Hot Spring Island. Very well, Feng. Take these two to the light screen to exchange for hot spring coins, and then use those coins to procure frozen fish, Hao Yue stated slowly. Understood. Immediately, the two were led by the 9th tier power king to the front of the light screen. Yi Feng remained vigilant outside, quickly approaching to lock eyes with Chun-Un across the barrier. In silence, they exchanged glances, tears welling in their eyes. Brother Feng, oh no, Yi Feng. This is the 35th level crystal pill given by the fairy Hao Yue. May I inquire how many hot spring coins it can be exchanged for? Chun-Un asked. Chapter 9:15. Is it you who wishes to exchange? Oh, is it the Green Pasture clan coming to exchange? Yi Feng's expression darkened. 1 million. But I primarily consider the favor you two have brought. Otherwise, I wouldn't even offer 100,000. Yi Feng replied nonchalantly. Beside him, Chen Feng's countenance soured as she shot a fierce glare at Chen and Jihai. Count out 1 million hot spring coins for them. Guogua, open a fist-sized gap in the formation. Yi Feng commanded. Instantly, both acted simultaneously to create a small opening in the formation and hurled bundles of hot spring coins outside. A full 1,000,000, 10,000 bills, totaling 100 bundles. After tossing out the money, the Power King again flung these coins into the hot spring formation. Enough of the chatter. Let us directly exchange for frozen fish, Chen Feng insisted. Is it you who wishes to exchange? If so, this 1,000,000 can only procure 5 tons of frozen fish. Yi Feng retorted coldly. Me? No, it is Chunin and Niu Datsao who wish to exchange, Chen Feng quickly clarified. Yi Feng did not respond immediately, but turned his gaze toward Chun-un and Niu Datsao. Is that so? Yes, Brother Feng, it is I who wishes to exchange. Chun-un blinked, aware of his current value. Should Yi Feng deny it, his life could very well be forfeit. Oh, so it is you who wishes to exchange? Very well, I will sell to them at the normal price. Bring forth the crystal pill, Yi Feng concluded, and the formation opened a gap the size of a head. Chun-un hurriedly tossed the high-grade crystal pill into the opening. Rest assured, I shall manage well here. Do not worry about me, Chun-un said with a pitiful expression. Inside the ice house, several heads simultaneously retreated, as Hao Yue and Li Fei had been closely monitoring Yi Feng. It seemed that these hot spring coins indeed held great significance. Before long, frozen fish were being tossed out of the formation one by one, and the Green Pasture clan quickly summoned carts to collect the fish. They hummed cheerful tunes, as if celebrating a festival. For ordinary people, having a hearty meal was more than sufficient. This was their most joyous time. Soon, dozens of carts transported the frozen fish back to the ice house. Convey my orders. Gather everyone together. Understood. In no time, the 40,000-strong forces of the Green Pasture clan and Birch Tree City had assembled. Every individual possesses the strength of a mighty warrior. Fully aware that the distribution of food is imminent, thus each stands tall and resolute. Luo Yifei gestured toward the towering pile of frozen fish and casually kicked it with his foot. Do you see? There is no need for concern regarding sustenance. Maintain your fervent spirit. Bring forth the fish. Everyone shall receive 100 pounds, he commanded. Lord of the city. 100 pounds each for over 40,000 people amounts to 4 million pounds. Yet we possess merely 100,000 pounds of frozen fish. A powerful warrior hastily interjected. Is that so? Then let it be 5 pounds each. Luo Yifei's expression darkened. The seemingly mountainous heap of frozen fish appeared woefully insufficient in the face of such a vast army. It became clear that they could not even allocate 5 pounds per person, as the most they could manage was just over 2 pounds each. What? Does that imply that the frozen fish acquired by the Moonlight Fairy in exchange for 35-grade crystal pills is only enough for everyone to have a single meal? Luo Yifei was momentarily taken aback, having not accounted for the immense consumption of an army of 40,000. Previously, they had marched through temperate regions, where their consumption was minimal, and had even hunted some desert beast meat along the way. However, upon reaching Hot Spring Island, he finally grasped the critical importance of sustenance. It seemed that even a single meal would not suffice. They were all mighty warriors, their appetites considerable, and coupled with the cold weather, they needed to feel full to stay warm. Thus, I estimate that each person requires at least a dozen pounds per meal. With a daily minimum of 30 pounds of frozen fish to meet their needs, the powerful warrior continued. Sighing heavily, Luo Yifei rummaged through his belongings. Moments later, he retrieved for crystal pills. Chen-un, Niu Datsao, accompanied Chen Feng to exchange these for hot spring currency. These 4 crystal pills were acquired by me and several elders during a hunt, all of the 34th grade. After speaking, Luo Yifei reluctantly caressed the crystal pills before finally mustering the resolve to hand them over to Chen-un received. I shall go exchange them immediately. With that, Chen-un and Niu Datsao had new tasks at hand. Once they departed, Luo Yifei turned his gaze to the elite warriors of the level of power. You are all mighty warriors. I trust you carry your own crystal pills and crystal pills as well. Hand them over. We must first address the food crisis. Upon entering Hot Spring Island, I will ensure you are compensated accordingly. Luo Yifei found himself compelled to seek loans from the populace, as even if he exchanged all his crystal pills for frozen fish, it would not sustain the army for more than a few days. The expressions of these powerful warriors darkened, yet they still produced several crystal pills above the 20th grade. Before long, a small mountain of crystal pills had formed, totaling at least 10,000. After all, their two clans combined boasted over 150 mighty warriors, many of whom had lived for several centuries, with some even exceeding a millennium. The savings accumulated over hundreds or even thousands of years were no trivial matter. They possessed numerous valuable items. It was not surprising that Chongqing City had amassed such a wealth of crystal pills in the past, let alone these individuals, whose crystal pills were of even higher quality, capable of providing a continuous source of energy for the grand formation. Bring a cart to sort these crystal pills, and then hand them over to the agent Shunen. Have him consult Yi Feng for an appraisal, aiming for a higher valuation, said the Moonlight Fairy softly. I shall go. After all, I have a connection with Yi Feng. Qing Jun stepped forward at that moment. The bright moon furrowed her brows, casting an admonishing glance at Qing Jun. However, given the present circumstances, she could only nod and say, "Go ahead." Immediately, Qing Jun drove off with great enthusiasm. Within the luminous barrier, the upper echelons of Hot Spring Island mobilized, their astonishment palpable as they beheld the cart filled with crystal cores. Good heavens! All of them are above level 20. Yi Feng, having seen a fair share of wonders, could not help but marvel. Yet, facing an entire cart brimming with crystal cores of such caliber, it seemed that only a super clan could wield such resources. He was certain that if these crystal cores were placed at the heart of the Great Formation, even if the formation were to unleash its full power daily, it could sustain itself for several years. Should it operate at a mere 20% capacity, it would last at least 2 decades. The increase in power within the formation did not follow a simple additive principle. The comprehensive consumption was far more alarming, yet the defensive capabilities were significantly enhanced. Open a window to the formation, Shunin, pass the crystal cores one by one, and Jihai, find someone to appraise their value. Yi Feng swallowed hard. With such an abundance of crystal cores, not only could he maintain the operation of the formation, but he also harbored greater hopes of cultivating the third layer of the divine demon art. After all, this art consumed energy voraciously. Even if he were to exhaust the entire card of high-level crystal cores, he might still not reach the pinnacle of the second layer, let alone the third. He toiled from afternoon until night, finally incorporating all the crystal cores into the Great Formation. Simultaneously, he dispensed over 20 billion pieces of worthless hot spring currency. Chapter 9:16. You bastard figures flickered as the 10 mighty monarchs converged before the luminous barrier, gazing at the mountain of worthless paper currency, which astonishingly included denominations as high as 1 million. Are these hot spring coins just a matter of scribbling numbers? Luo Yifei had an ominous premonition. Those are checks. Do you understand what a check is? Wang Zhihai looked at Luo Yifei with exasperation. You? Forget it. Whether they are checks or hot spring coins, convert this pile of worthless paper into food, Luo Yifei declared coldly. Agreed. Yi Feng nodded, suppressing a smirk within. However, given the current scarcity of food, prices would inevitably rise. Zhihai, what do you think? How much should we increase it? Yi Feng turned his gaze towards Wang Zhihai. They certainly would not provide such an abundance of food to their enemies. Wang Zhihai stepped forward, stroking his chin thoughtfully. How about 10,000 per pound of fish? Boom. Luo Yifei could no longer contain himself and struck the luminous barrier with a furious fist. His blow, fueled by anger, caused the barrier to tremble. Within the iron prison, 5 energy masters collapsed unexpectedly, their energy drained by the Great Formation. Yi Feng, wasn't it agreed upon at 100 per pound? Are you not honoring your word? Luo Yifei seethed. There is no breach of trust. This is simply the reality. When an item becomes scarce, its price naturally rises, in accordance with market principles. Just like some rare herbs, haven't you inflated their prices to astronomical levels? Yi Feng shrugged. His words, while seemingly reasonable, bore an unmistakable intent. Yi Feng, do you think that hiding within the formation renders you untouchable? The bright moon spoke coldly. Even with her usual composure, she now found her delicate face flushed with anger. Apologies, but the truth remains. So, do you still wish to purchase food? Yi Feng replied coldly. No more purchases. I will return this useless paper to you, and you shall return the crystal pills to us. Luo Yifei resolutely refused any humiliation. I'm sorry, but the exchange has been completed. You can only purchase with money now, and just moments ago. The price of the crystal pills surged 1,000-fold. This means that if you give me all your money, I can only provide you with a mere fraction of the pills, Yifeng stated nonchalantly. Boom, boom, boom. Not only was Luo Yifei infuriated, but the others were also enraged, pounding their fists against the light curtain, causing it to flicker erratically. Hey, if you continue to assault the light curtain, I'm afraid the consumption of crystal pills incurred by the formation will be charged to you, Yifeng reprimanded loudly, glaring at them without reservation. A few elderly individuals had swollen fists, yet the curtain remained unyielding. They understood that today was not a day to seek favor from Yifeng. Luo Yifei nodded in frustration. Boy, you are ruthless. I will remember this. Let us settle at a price of 10,000 per pound. Exchange these hot spring coins for frozen fish. He resolved to endure for now, knowing that once the army of the Sword Valley arrived, the three clans would unite to raise Hot Spring Island to the ground. He dared not act recklessly, lest he be taken advantage of by the Sword Valley. I'm sorry, but the price has increased again. It's now 100,000 per pound, Yifeng replied coolly. He was now prepared to sever ties completely with the two clans. This also signified the impending end of the currency he had painstakingly established, as it was built on trust. Today, in front of so many people, his breach of trust would lead not only the two clans, but also those outside the sanctuary to harbor doubts about the hot spring coins, which would no longer hold their previous value. Yifeng, you? Just as Luo Yifei was about to explode, the calm Baiyu interjected. Very well, we will exchange 2 billion for 200,000 pounds of frozen fish. Bring the fish here. She had decided that since Yifeng clearly intended to default, it was better to secure the benefits first, or else even this little fish would slip away. After all, Yifeng had already received the crystal pills and crystals. She did not want to lose her last morsel of food. I currently do not have 200,000 pounds of frozen fish. How about this? We at Hot Spring Island are willing to pay in installments, a total of 200,000 installments, with each installment providing you 1 pound. With that, Yifeng tossed a frozen fish towards the light curtain. Uffed. Luo Yifei felt a sweet taste in his throat, immediately spitting out half a pound of blood. His aura visibly weakened. City Lord, do not be angry. Your health is paramount. Several elders hastily supported Luo Yifei. Baiyu slowly closed her eyes, seemingly suppressing her inner fury. After a moment, she suddenly opened her eyes wide. You are impressive. We shall meet again in the mountains and waters. With that, she personally picked up the frozen fish and strode towards the ice house. In the brief moment that followed, the higher-ups outside had vanished entirely. Chunin and Nyoda Chao remained behind, as the enraged Li Huang had lost his composure, neglecting their presence. Quickly, widen the gap a little, Yifeng whispered. Understood. The shimmering barrier transformed into a square aperture 1/2 meter in size. Chun-un and Nyoda Chao rejoiced, taking a step forward simultaneously, only to retreat at once, and then advance once more. This back and forth continued 5 times until Nyoda Chao finally gave Chun-un a gentle push. Yifeng quickly grasped Chun-un's hair, pulling him into the grand formation. Nyoda Chao stepped back a few paces and, with a powerful move reminiscent of an old bull charging a tree, crashed through the shimmering barrier. The opening gradually closed, granting Chun-un and Nyoda Chao a second chance at life. Is this the air of freedom? 2 streams of tears cascaded down Chun-un's face. Good brother. Yifeng enveloped him in a bear hug. Good brother. Wang Zhihai rushed over for an embrace. Good brother. You have finally returned. Chun Li Bin and others approached in turn, embracing Chun-un. In that moment, a wave of emotion enveloped the hot spring island. At this juncture, it was Ding Tuanshuan's turn, and Chun-un's eyes widened in surprise. A resounding slap echoed against his cheek. You scoundrel. You've caused Feng Goose so much worry. Be more clever next time. After the reprimand, Ding Tuanshuan shared a hug with Yifeng. Chun-un glanced around, and Nyoda Chao quickly sprinted towards the sea, shedding his clothes as he ran. Before long, he leaped into the water, utterly naked. Gasps erupted from those soaking nearby, who quickly made way for him. After all, this fellow hadn't bathed in at least a year. The stench could be detected from dozens of meters away. Hahaha, is this paradise? I have finally arrived at the hot spring island. I have succeeded. Nyoda Chao howled joyfully in the sea. Meanwhile, inside the ice house, a cloud of gloom loomed. The lofty power kings sat together in silence, their thoughts swirling with dark intentions, focused solely on wanting to tear Yifeng to shreds. Everyone, return and rest, said Hahaha, before retreating to her chamber. As the leader of the green grass tribe, her room was, of course, a solitary one, containing 5 braziers that barely raised the temperature to -50 degrees. However, the braziers burned not wood, but corpses. Chapter 9:17. This little girl is too adorable. Qing knew. Guard the door. No one is to enter, Hahaha instructed softly. As you command, replied a 9th-tier power king, stepping out to stand watch. Once assured that no one was around, Hahaha sat cross-legged on the floor, performing an ancient incantation. In a brief moment, steam began to rise from her head. Simultaneously, her already youthful visage became even more childlike, as if she had regressed from 13 or 14 years of age to 10, and then to 7 or 8. With a swirl of white smoke, Hahaha transformed into a 6 or 7-year-old girl. The only distinction she bore from an ordinary child was her eyes. Their depth and stability belied her youthful appearance, resembling those of a creature that had lived for millennia. Feng, do you think I cannot enter the hot spring island? Hahaha murmured to herself, slowly rising to her feet. Although her metamorphosis technique allowed her to transform into a young girl, it simultaneously diminished her prowess to that of a mere strongman. Presently, she was indeed at the level of a strongman. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for as long as she could utilize her diminutive form to infiltrate the hot spring island, she would require merely a month to grow into adulthood and regain her former strength as a 5th-order power monarch. Qing knew, come in. The tender voice of Hahaha echoed. At your command. The icy door creaked open, and Qing knew furrowed her brow. Tribe leader, you have transformed at such a critical juncture? The temperature is too low. I fear your strength may not withstand such frigid conditions, Qing knew remarked. Do not worry. Simply wrap me in animal skins. When the opportunity arises for trade with Hot Spring Island, I shall find a way to blend into the grand formation. Came Haoyu's youthful voice. Alas, as you wish. Qing Nu nodded and retrieved a piece of animal skin. Within Hot Spring Island, a grand feast was being held to celebrate Chun and S' return and the fortunate acquisition of numerous high-grade crystal pills. Niu Chao was fortunate enough to be seated within the castle, having shared a bond of camaraderie with Chun enduring their past exploits. In a few days, he would receive a recommendation, granting him the chance to become a citizen. It is worth noting that on Hot Spring Island, not only was it exceedingly difficult to become a citizen, but even obtaining a mere recommendation was a monumental challenge. Securing a recommendation was not solely a matter of wealth. One's contributions to Hot Spring Island and character were equally scrutinized, as well as one's readiness to make heroic sacrifices in the face of danger. Only upon meeting these criteria could one be deemed worthy of a recommendation. After all, the number of citizens had already swelled to over 20,000. In a place as small as Hot Spring Island, Wang Zhihai believed that in the coming decade, controlling the citizen count to 100,000 would suffice. Any more would be entirely unnecessary. Nio brother, here, this is braised fish. I assure you, you have never tasted anything like it. Do give it a try. Chenin personally served Niu Chao. Delicious. I have never had anything so exquisite. Niu Chao exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. Enjoy it while you can. We have an abundance of food on Hot Spring Island. Yifeng chuckled. Very well. Thank you, brotherin. Despite his age, Niu Chao referred to Chun and as brother. In their savage tribe, the concept of revering the strong prevailed, lacking the advanced systems of Hot Spring Island. At that moment, on the periphery of Hot Spring Island, Ding Tuan was patrolling with an arrayed disc in hand, accompanied by her formidable guardians, Jin Yi Mei and Jin Shi. Presently, Jin Yi Mei had attained the strength of a first-order power king, while Jin Shi had reached the 9th-order power master level. Yifeng had mandated that anyone wielding the arrayed disc must be protected by 2 powerful individuals, lest chaos ensue. As the trio patrolled the eastern sanctuary, Ding Tuan suddenly halted. Before them, outside the luminous barrier, a girl of about 7 or 8 years was stumbling towards them, pursued by a brutish man. Hee. Little potato, where do you think you can run? You cannot escape. With such delicate skin, surrender now, and I may grant you a swift end, the man jeered. His sinister laughter causing Ding Tuan to frown deeply. At last, the little girl dashed towards the shimmering screen. Instead of pleading with Ding Tuanshuan to open it, she helplessly crouched down, covering her eyes with both hands, as if this act of self-deception could alleviate her fear. Ultimately, the burly man approached and hoisted her up. Sister Jean, Brother Jean, please save her. This little girl is so adorable, just as I once was, Ding Tuanshuan exclaimed, unable to contain herself. The man, clutching the girl, began to retreat into the distance. However, Feng had given strict orders. No one could enter the screen without a vote from the council. To allow anyone in without authorization would likely implicate us. Jinqi hesitated, as the man and the girl were about to vanish into the swirling snowstorm. The situation grew increasingly dire. Jin Yimei glanced at Ding Tuanchuan, then at Jinqi. I'll rescue her. Tuanchuan, you just need to create a tiny gap in the formation, ensuring no one else slips through, Jin Yimei declared. Yes, do it quickly, or the little girl may be devoured, Ding Tuanchuan urged anxiously. All right. Jin Yimei's figure flickered, and she appeared outside the screen. The man was taken aback upon seeing her and swiftly drew his curved blade. With a clash, the man's weapon was sent flying several meters away. You're quite formidable. If you want this little girl, it will cost you 100,000 spring coins, he said, clutching his wrist. Get lost, or I won't be courteous. Jin Yimei threatened, her blade poised. Fine. She can go to you, he conceded, before fleeing in haste as Jin Yimei struck again. Little one, where are your parents? Jin Yimei inquired, crouching down to face the girl with the sky-high pigtails. My parents are no longer in this world. The girl replied in a tender voice. Oh my, you're so delicate and adorable. A surge of maternal instinct overwhelmed Jin Yimei, and she scooped the girl into her arms. Tuanchuan, create a small gap in the formation. Understood. Soon, a square opening half a meter wide appeared in the formation. Jin Yimei gently placed the girl through the gap before following her inside. Close it. The screen gradually sealed itself. Little one, you are so well-behaved and as cute as I was in my youth. Did you grow up on cuteness? Ding Tuanchuan lifted the girl into her embrace. The girl blinked her innocent, large eyes, remaining silent, seemingly shy. Unable to restrain herself any longer, Ding Tuanchuan pulled her into a warm hug. Yet, when the girl's gaze shifted to an empty space, it turned unusually composed, with a hint of fierceness. The banquet at Hot Spring Island had concluded. Feng was supposed to visit Susan's chamber today, yet for some inexplicable reason, he found himself drawn towards Duoyanhina's room. He pushed open the door to her chamber, revealing a graceful figure turned away from him. Hina, my dear, I've returned, he announced, slowly turning her to face him. What is going on? Feng gently traced a finger along Duoyanhina's cheek. Her face was streaked with tears, and for the first time, a hint of panic flickered in her eyes. Hina, has someone bullied you? No, that cannot be. Who would dare to mistreat Feng's woman? Feng gently embraced Duoyanhina. You are right, on Hot Spring Island. No one dares to bully me, yet for some reason, I just feel like crying. Duoyanhina's voice still quivered with sobs. Silly girl, why are you crying? We have food and drink here on Hot Spring Island. No crying allowed, it won't look good. Feng wiped away the sparkling tears on Duoyanhina's face. Feng, why don't we leave Hot Spring Island? Duoyanhina suddenly clutched Feng's clothing tightly. Why? I refuse to. A great calamity will sweep across the world. And only here on Hot Spring Island can we survive. Feng shook his head firmly. Not necessarily. In the far north of the desert, there lies a vast area of violent winds spanning 500 kilometers, isolating the entire desert from the outside world. I believe no natural disaster, no matter how powerful, could penetrate that wind zone, Duoyanhina asserted. Oh, my dear wife, you are so knowledgeable. I always thought the end of the desert was the end of the world. I had no idea there was a wind zone. This was the first time Feng had heard of such a secret. There is much you do not know. The violent winds are as sharp as knives. Even a power royal would not last a quarter of an hour within. But you are different. If you cultivate to the third level of the Fan's sacred demon technique, with your physical strength, you should be able to withstand the winds, Duoyanhina explained. Chapter 9:18. Steadfast as a mountain, unmoved I refuse. Here on Hot Spring Island, we have food and drink, and life is leisurely. Why should I suffer in the wind zone? Moreover, even if I reach the third level of the Fan's sacred demon technique and can traverse the wind zone. What about you? What about Susan, Chenin, Suyin, and the countless people of Hot Spring Island? I cannot abandon them. Feng gently pinched Duoyanhina's nose. Sigh. Duoyanhina sighed deeply, casting her melancholic gaze into the distance. As a descendant of the dual deities, her sensitivity to danger far surpassed that of ordinary people. Just as the banquet reached its peak, she suddenly experienced a hallucination. The once lively Hot Spring Island lay desolate, blanketed in snow. Not only that, but within the snow, blood-colored worms writhed, some as thin as a hair, others as slender as chopsticks, and some twisted like giant pythons across the snowy ground. Wife, do not dwell on such things. Let us sleep, Yifeng said, pushing Duoyan Hina down gently. At that moment, a tremendous roar echoed throughout the great formation. Yifeng's expression shifted as he dashed out of the castle at lightning speed, appearing before the light curtain in just a few flashes. Countless figures also swept to the light curtain's front. Yifeng's eyes widened slowly. Outside the light curtain gathered 12 power royal beings. They included 4 from the Green Meadow faction, yet the Moonlight Fairy was notably absent. Then came 5 power royals from Birch Tree City, along with Lu Xiangtian, a burly man with a face full of thick whiskers, and an elderly man with white hair. Yifeng cast a sweeping glance at the other formidable warriors, placing particular emphasis on the imposing figure of the mustachioed giant and the venerable white-haired elder. The giant's prowess unmistakably marked him as a third-tier power lord, while the elder was merely an ordinary power lord. Senior, are you of the Man-Ancient clan? Yifeng deduced from the elder's appearance and attire. Young lad, knowing that your grandfather Changgu has arrived, why do you not hastily dismantle the grand formation? Otherwise, the day the formation shatters will mark the day of utter annihilation for Hot Spring Island, Changgu proclaimed with an air of haughty arrogance. Senior Changgu, I harbor no grievances against the Man-Ancient clan. Why, then, do you initiate an assault on the barrier? Yifeng surmised that the elder was already aware of his slaying of Chang'an, yet he decided to feign ignorance. Boy, are you attempting to play mind games with your grandfather? You dare question me after slaughtering my Chang'an? Changgu's eyes narrowed. Behind the 12 power lords stood nearly 200 formidable power kings, indicating that even in the vast desert, such elite warriors were a rare commodity, for major clans could scarcely muster 200 individuals. Why waste words with him? Continue the bombardment, commanded Luo Yifei, once more clenching his fists. Absent the presence of Hao Yu, he stood as the only 5th-tier power lord among the group. As for Hao Yu's whereabouts, the higher-ups of the Greenery Division remained tight-lipped, refusing to divulge any information. Nevertheless, it mattered little. The 12 power lords, in unison, should possess the strength to breach the grand formation of Hot Spring Island. Observing this, the other power lords tightened their fists in solidarity. Remember, we must exert our strength simultaneously. Only then can we strike effectively, for the grand formation possesses self-restoration capabilities. Upon concluding his directive, Luo Yifei unleashed a thunderous roar. Boom, boom, boom. 12 formidable forces collided with the barrier. Regrettably, Bai Guogua had already activated the full power of the 10 formation flags. In an instant, the luminosity of Hot Spring Island's barrier surged magnificently. Come again, I refuse to believe this. Luo Yifei clenched his fists once more. Lacking the time to await the arrival of the army from Sword Cliff, he must first dismantle the grand formation. Just moments ago, 10 of his soldiers had succumbed to freezing, while 12 had perished underfoot in the sanctuary. Boom, boom, boom. Another earth-shattering cacophony erupted, ice-shattering, seawater gushing forth as if heralding the apocalypse. Yet, the barrier remained steadfast, unwavering as a mountain. When this protective grand formation was originally crafted, Sword Cliff had summoned the foremost array masters from across the vast desert, utilizing a plethora of unique materials. To breach it so easily would be to squander these rare materials and the collective wisdom of the desert's array masters. Prepare the siege crossbows. Yifeng commanded with a composed demeanor. Creak. Hundreds of siege crossbows aimed at the power lords outside. Rumble. Over 100 sand carts advanced, their cannons leveled, similarly targeting the external power lords. Fire. Uft, 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 uft. Boom, boom, boom. The siege crossbows and cannons discharged in unison. Quick, evade. We cannot confront them head-on. Luo Yifei reacted swiftly, darting out of the range of the crossbow's attack. The other power lords similarly vanished, reappearing hundreds of meters away. Yifeng's volley had merely served to expend a modicum of their fleeing stamina. Stand aside. Yifeng pushed aside a crossbowman and took the reins of the crossbow himself, aiming at the distant Luo Yifei. Chapter 919. What will you offer in exchange? It is important to note that he was a 5th-level force master, capable of vaguely predicting the movements of a power monarch. With a whoosh, the crossbow was released. Luo Yifei sneered, his figure swaying directly. Yet, in the next moment, the crossbow seemed to anticipate the direction of his dodge, shooting past under his armpit. The beast hide he wore was torn open, and a chill wind rushed in. Hissing. Luo Yefei gasped, hurriedly soaring away, only stopping 5 kilometers from the light barrier. Yifeng let out a cold chuckle, nodding at the crossbowman. Another bolt was loaded into the groove. This time, Yifeng assessed the strength of his adversaries, aiming the crossbow at Changgu. Oh no! Changgu's body bristled with goosebumps as he began to run in circles, attempting to mislead Yifeng. Boom! The crossbow struck at the center of the circles. Ice shards flying everywhere, striking the soldiers of Crystal City in the face and head. Another bolt was loaded into the groove. Changgu's expression changed, gritting his teeth. And he could only retreat 5 kilometers away, mimicking Luo Yefei's earlier movements. Yifeng smiled faintly, aiming at other power monarchs. This is bad, this kid. We must retreat to 5 kilometers. Green Xiangtian exclaimed, and the power monarchs hastily fled into the distance. Boom! The crossbow struck behind them, frightening them to the point of losing their wits. To challenge me, you are still far from capable. As another bolt was prepared, Yifeng elevated the crossbow, aiming at an ice house 4 kilometers away. It was a private residence built by the Greenery tribe in Birch City, and the other 3 leaders had already relayed the information to him. Initially, Yifeng had contemplated not provoking them, hoping they would assist him in searching for soul pills and holy water materials. However, now that the mask had been torn off, he had to demonstrate formidable strength, making these 4 races recognize their standing. Boom! With a single shot, one of the ice houses exploded. Soldiers from Birch City immediately poured out, exposed to the biting wind and snow. Hissing, it's so cold. Quickly, to the other ice house. We cannot endure out here with our strength. Immediately, a dozen force masters crammed into the adjacent ice house, and an uproar of curses erupted within. Get out. This place is too small. We cannot all fit. Get out. Junior brother, if you don't get out, don't blame your senior brother for being impolite. Bang. Bang. Boom. Yifeng didn't even need to wield the crossbow. The ice house descended into chaos. Thus, he aimed the crossbow at another ice house. Boom. The ice house exploded again, and another dozen force masters leaped out, clutching their arms, shivering in the cold wind. Obey orders. Use the crossbow and cannons to destroy their ice houses, completely annihilate them. Leave not a single one standing. Yifeng set down the crossbow. From here on, he was targeting stationary targets, allowing others to partake in the thrill of the hunt. Ha, indeed. Let us dismantle their stronghold, forcing them to slumber in the snow. A grand spectacle awaits. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sound of cannons and crossbows resonated, and in mere moments, the ice houses of the Greenfield clan in Birch City were obliterated. A multitude of warriors surged outside, huddling together against the biting cold. Yet, their embrace proved futile as the temperature outside plummeted to -200 degrees. Cough, cough, cough. Several warriors began to cough violently, each fit diminishing their strength further. 5 kilometers away, Luo Yifei's eyes blazed red with fury. You wretched scoundrel, Yifeng, have you destroyed the ice houses we toiled so hard to build? His impotent roar echoed for miles. Lord, what shall we do? Many of our warriors have contracted the parasitic disease. We cannot allow them all to perish. After all, among them are the descendants of our mighty lineage. An elder grasped Luo Yifei's arm. Sigh. Luo Yifei's back hunched, his spirit waning significantly. He resembled a defeated rooster, dismissively waving his hand. Let the healers do their best. However, the healers had already tried and found no cure, only managing to prolong their suffering. Another elder remarked. At that moment, a 9th-tier warrior approached. Lord, I have heard that Warm Spring Island possesses a remedy specifically for this parasitic disease. Should we not find a way to procure some? The warrior inquired. What? Luo Yifei's anger flared, his fists clenching and unclenching. Ultimately, he resignedly nodded. I am weary. I shall leave this matter to you, the warriors. We must secure that remedy at all costs. We cannot allow the elite of our 2 clans to perish. With that, Luo Yifei stepped away, intending to rebuild the ice houses. Esteemed warrior, you seem to be from Birch City. Are you not concerned about Lord Luo's wrath while you approach me in secrecy amidst our conflict? Half an hour later, Yifeng observed a 9th-tier warrior outside the luminous barrier. Yifeng, I have heard that Warm Spring Island possesses a remedy for the parasitic disease. Is this true? The 9th-tier warrior, though in need, wore an arrogant demeanor. Indeed, we do possess such a remedy. Why do you inquire? Yifeng feigned ignorance. Yifeng, request that you send a batch of the remedy to us, at least 5 vials, for I have 5 direct descendants who are gravely ill. If they do not receive the remedy soon, they may not survive until dawn. The ninth-tier warrior stated slowly. What do you offer in exchange? Yi Feng adopted a businesslike demeanor, inciting the warrior to clench his teeth in frustration. Very well, I have some crystallized pills. Do you consider them a fair trade for the remedy? The warrior hesitated before retrieving 2 vials from his cloak. Judging by their color, they indeed appeared to be high-grade pills. Agreed, but these 2 vials will only suffice for 2 vials of the remedy. Do you possess any herbs aged over 1,000 years? This herb is of considerable value. Each 1,000-year-old herb can be exchanged for 100 bottles of deworming medicine. Li Feng stated earnestly. The potency of herbs aged over a millennium is undoubtedly immense, far surpassing that of crystal pills and elixirs by countless magnitudes. You, Li Feng, I perceive that you lack sincerity. Even if such ancient herbs exist, they have long been harvested clean. Perhaps a few can still be found in the secret realms. But the illusory realm only opens once every 500 years. Where do you expect me to find them? The Power King exclaimed in fury. Very well, then. You may use ordinary crystal pills and elixirs to exchange for deworming medicine, but I must warn you, these 2 items will yield but a meager amount of deworming medicine. Li Feng replied nonchalantly. Li Feng, I can provide you with crystal elixirs and pills. However, what if you prove untrustworthy? Last time, when we pooled together the crystal elixirs, you failed to provide us with food. The 9th-tier Power King remarked slowly. So, do you wish to proceed with the exchange? Li Feng's question left him momentarily speechless. After all, only Li Feng possessed the deworming medicine. Should the exchange not occur, his direct descendants would perish. Fine, I shall comply. A small aperture in the formation opened, and Li Feng retrieved 2 bottles of crystal pills, casually tossing out 2 bottles of deworming medicine in return. Farewell, and do visit again. Li Feng bowed at a 90-degree angle. Humph. The 9th-tier Power King, in a huff, whisked away the deworming medicine as he stormed back. Within a hastily erected ice shelter, over 30 ailing individuals lay strewn about, their incessant coughs reverberating through the air, with some almost coughing up their lungs. Child, quickly drink this. He found his descendant and administered the deworming medicine. Instantly, the attention of the others turned toward the 9th-tier Power King. Master Uncle, may I have a bottle as well? I fear I shan't last much longer. One of the power practitioners clung to his leg. Get away, seek assistance from your family head, the 9th-tier Power King retorted, producing another bottle of deworming medicine to feed to a different descendant. The atmosphere in the ice shelter grew tense. A dozen or so gazes fixated on the sack he carried. They were desperate to survive. In a frenzy, everyone lunged toward the Power King. Are you seeking death? He bellowed in rage, shaking his body, sending those individuals flying. What else could he do? After all, they were fellow disciples. He could not truly slaughter them. Yet, the infected cared little for such considerations, lunging at him one after another. Some clung to his waist, others to his thighs, and a few even attempted to bite at his ear. How do you think I would hesitate to kill you? The 9th-tier Power King, finally enraged, swung his fist with ferocity. Boom. 2 of the infected were obliterated on the spot, blood splattering across his face, some even landing in his mouth. However, the blood was cold and rancid, evoking a deep sense of nausea. A bunch of insignificant pests. Since you have already made your move, I shall not hold back. With that, he swung his arms, and aside from a few of his descendants, all others in the ice shelter were thoroughly eradicated. Ancestor I. His 5 descendants were utterly stunned. Is this truly the might of the King of Strength? It is simply extraordinary. However, they were now drenched in blood, and there was no place for them to cleanse themselves. Bathing in such frigid temperatures would be akin to courting death. Come, I shall provide you with an ice chamber, he declared. With that, the blood-soaked King of Strength led his 5 progeny away. After all, he was a 9th-tier King of Strength. Slaying a few power masters and warriors would hardly warrant scrutiny in their birch tree city, where the strong were revered. Once he had settled his 5 descendants, the King of Strength approached the luminous screen again, clutching the remaining crystal pills in his hand. Is Yi Feng present? Please step forward for a discussion. Yi Feng, accompanied by Wang Zhihai and others, approached the screen, gazing at the King of Strength through the barrier. What is this? Do you still have crystal pills to exchange? Yi Feng scrutinized the king and noted the blood that stained his attire. Indeed, I possess crystal pills and crystal orbs. You may state your terms for the exchange. After speaking, he retrieved 30 crystal pills and a vial of crystal orbs from his sack. These are indeed premium goods. Someone, procure 35 vials of deworming medicine for him. Yi Feng instructed. Understood. Wang Zhihai promptly went to fetch the medicine. At that moment, the ninth-tier king of strength suddenly coughed, covering his mouth. His previously rosy cheeks turned ashen in an instant. This is not good. Retreat. Yi Feng quickly stepped back 5 meters, watching the figure warily. It's nothing. Merely a chill, the ninth-tier king of strength reassured, but he coughed again. In the distant ice chamber, Luo Yefei and others were observing the scene. Even the ninth-tier king of strength has been infected? The contagion of this worm disease is astonishingly potent. Their expressions changed dramatically. Quickly, relay the message. In future encounters with infected individuals, wear animal skin masks and avoid direct contact unless absolutely necessary, Luo Yefei commanded. Yes. The other power sovereigns also returned to disseminate the information. They recognized that the lower the temperature, the stronger the contagion of the worm disease. Elder Fu, please summon Fu Zheng from your clan. It is said he has a close relationship with Yi Feng, Luo Yefei said slowly. Understood. I will arrange for him to come, replied Elder Fu. Shortly thereafter, Fu Zheng was brought forth. He quickly knelt before the elders, his knees trembling from the cold. I have met the city lord, the clan leader, and all esteemed elders, Fu Zheng said respectfully. Very well, Fu Zheng, you may rise. Luo Yefei turned to him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Fu Zheng, it is said that you share a strong bond with Yi Feng. I wish to inquire, just how deep is your connection? Luo Yefei asked. With Brother Yi. Oh no, with Yi Feng. I would consider our friendship akin to that of life and death companions. He saved me in the illusory void, Fu Zheng replied earnestly. For some reason, he felt at ease and secure in Yi Feng's presence, but upon returning to Birch Tree City, standing before the city lord and the elders made him feel as though he were walking on thin ice, startling him deeply. Perhaps the essence of a person's character, whether good or bad, may not be immediately discernible, yet it can be sensed through subtle details. Yi Feng, on his part, strives to avoid needless bloodshed and shuns the pretense of superiority. In stark contrast, the lord and elders on my side have been bullied to such an extent by Yi Feng, yet they continue to maintain an air of arrogance. All right, Fu Zheng, I will accompany you and your ancestor to the light screen, hoping that you may broker a deal with Yi Feng, in hopes of procuring some insect-repellent medicine. Surely, you do not wish to witness your fellow disciples suffering from the torment of pestilence, do you? Spoke Luo Yefei. Very well, I shall give it a try. Fu Zheng nodded in agreement. With that, the trio departed from the ice chamber, striding purposefully toward the distant light screen. However, both Luo Yefei and Elder Fu wielded shields, wary of any potential assault from Yi Feng. Yi Feng remained vigilant, observing the distant movements as he positioned himself before the light screen, locking eyes with Fu Zheng through the barrier. Fu Zheng, my dear senior brother, how have you fared of late? Yi Feng inquired gently. Upon hearing this, Fu Zheng felt a lump in his throat. After enduring great hardships to return to Birch Tree City, he found not compassion but was instead sent by the Lord to act as a pawn. In contrast, it was Yi Feng who displayed concern for him. How I wish I had been born on Hot Spring Island, rather than in this wretched place, he lamented. You shitty. Actually, I came here too. Fu Zheng's words were abruptly interrupted by Yi Feng. Fu Zheng, I am aware of your quest for insect-repellent medicine, yet I must inform you that we are currently adversaries. Do you truly believe I would provide you with medicine free of charge? With that, Yi Feng cast a glance toward Luo Yefei, who stood with shield in hand. Chapter 921. Self-inflicted humiliation, Lord Luo. Let me make this clear. If you desire the insect-repellent medicine, you may exchange it for high-grade crystal elixirs and pills. Or you could procure a list of herbs that I require, which can similarly be traded for the medicine. Furthermore, I have previously stated that I bear no intention of opposing you. My true enemy is the Sword Cliff. Here is my proposition. For each individual from Sword Cliff that you eliminate, I shall grant you a vial of insect-repellent medicine. For 2, you shall receive 2 vials. Yi Feng's voice resonated, ensuring that it echoed across a vast radius of several dozen kilometers. In an instant, heads began to emerge from the shelter. While several kilometers away, from within the ice chamber, heads also appeared, all ears tuned to Yi Feng's pronouncement. To kill a member of Sword Cliff? I dare say it is they who are intent on exterminating us. One remarked. Indeed, the strength of Sword Cliff is formidable. Each of their members possesses the capability to vanquish foes beyond their level. To contend with them, we would require at least a force of titans, another added. What shall we do if we do not engage them? Without action, we will lack crystal elixirs and pills. As for gathering the herbs, it is said that the plants on the list can only be found in the Black Tree River region, where the temperatures are beyond what our bodies can endure. The atmosphere outside the light screen grew tense with uncertainty. Luo Yifei's expression shifted as he recognized that Yifeng was calculating his advantage while they were left with no alternative but to rely on Hot Spring Island for the insect-repellent medicine. Yifeng, whether to kill or not at the Sword Gorge shall be decided later. I possess a 36th level crystal elixir, preserved for over 10,000 years. Originally, it was the cherished treasure of my Birch City, intended for refining into a crystal pill. However, it now belongs to you. After saying this, Luo Yifei presented the crystal elixir before the shimmering barrier. Yifeng was immediately captivated by the elixir's hue, which was significantly deeper than that of a 35th level elixir. Within, it appeared as though a flame danced, creating a breathtaking spectacle. A crystal elixir from a true martial realm sand beast? Truly extraordinary. Excellent. I shall offer you a fair price. Zhihai, prepare 100 bottles of pest repellent. Yifeng instructed, turning his gaze. I will prepare it at once. Even Wang Zhihai recognized the exceptional nature of the elixir. Shortly thereafter, the transaction was completed. Yifeng received the 36th level elixir, while Luo Yifei obtained a sack filled with pest repellent. I shall take my leave, Luo Yifei stated. Travel safely. Yifeng waved his hand. As he watched the group depart, Yifeng once again examined the elixir. He sensed that if this 36th level elixir were placed at the heart of a formation, it could sustain the array's operational capacity for at least 2 years. However, given the abundance of elixirs at his disposal, there was no need to squander such a high-grade one. Would it not be more beneficial for cultivating the venerable Saint Demon art? Zhihai, I intend to enter seclusion for a while. During this period, assist Vice Island Master Nei Raimai in managing Hot Spring Island, Yifeng instructed. Understood, Brother Feng. Wang Zhihai nodded, albeit reluctantly. Although no longer the Vice Island Master, his authority remained substantial. Holding the elixir, Yifeng swiftly returned to the meditation chamber. Chasing Horse, you foreguard the door. During this time, no one is to enter. Yifeng directed. Indeed. Chasing Horse nodded. With a thunderous crash, the 30-ton iron door was lowered. Yifeng settled cross-legged on the ground, firmly grasping the 36th level elixir. His muscles tensed as the terrifying energy within the elixir was instantly drawn out, coursing through his limbs and bones. The blood-sucking technique has its merits. It absorbs pure energy without the need to spend time filtering out impurities. After circulating the energy through a complete cycle, a golden aura enveloped Yifeng. 2 Sanskrit characters danced rapidly around him. Soon, the meditation chamber filled with the resonating sound of chanting, akin to 1,000 monks reciting scriptures. Yifeng maintained his cross-legged position, eyes tightly shut, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, dampening his attire. Through the inner vision technique, Yifeng discovered that his bones had transformed to a golden hue, with tiny Sanskrit characters flickering upon them. As time trickled by, the following day arrived. Yifeng once again examined his golden bones, now etched with an intricate array of Sanskrit characters, twisting like worms. Obscure yet potent, their mere glance evoked a primal aura. Indeed, there is something remarkable here. Yifeng nodded in acknowledgement. The second layer of the divine demon art of the Sanskrit saint is divided into 3 significant stages. Yifeng has only accomplished the bone-carving stage, and he has yet to complete it entirely. Only when every bone in his body is inscribed with Sanskrit can he be deemed to have finished the first stage. Following that is the heart inscription stage, where inscriptions are etched upon the surface of the heart. The final stage is the brain strengthening stage. It is widely known that fitness is a common concept, but this is the first time he has encountered the notion of brain strengthening. Could it possibly involve cultivating muscles in the brain? Never mind. He will consider that when he reaches that level. Yifeng murmured to himself as he placed his hand once more on the 36th level crystal pill. He aimed to completely absorb this crystal pill, hoping it would enable him to finish the bone carving stage. Time trickled by slowly. 20 kilometers away from Hot Spring Island, a grand army of 10,000 was advancing steadily through the swirling snow. At the forefront was the master of One Sword Gorge, riding on the back of a camel. Beside him was a young girl clad in a fox fur coat, none other than the Saintess Chinyu. Behind them were the last 3 power emperors of One Sword Gorge, the 2nd elder, the 6th elder, and the 7th elder. Following the 5 power emperors were more than 20 power kings, all of whom had attained a level of strength above the 5th tier. Senior brother Rui. The person standing ahead seems to be Luo Yifei. Qin Yu suddenly pointed ahead. Indeed, that is he, along with the Grand Elder of the Greenfield sect, the Lord of Giant Tree City, and 2 formidable experts from the barbarian ancient clan. Rui Yijian replied calmly. Let us proceed. The 2 mounted their horses and gradually approached the 12 power emperors. Junior brother Luo, have you captured Hot Spring Island? Rui Yijian inquired casually. Luo Yifei scrutinized the 2 from head to toe before slowly responding. Of course, we have not captured it. Senior brother Rui, you must have exhausted considerable energy from your long journey, correct? Rui Yijian immediately sensed something was amiss in the atmosphere. As a 5th-tier power emperor, his perception of danger was extraordinarily keen. What is it, junior brother Luo? Are you testing my abilities? Rui Yijian retorted without reservation. Ha. While I, Luo Yifei, may be arrogant, I still possess self-awareness. 70 years ago, I was defeated by you, senior brother. Now, I fear your prowess has grown even stronger. Why would I humiliate myself? Luo Yifei replied with a dispassionate laugh. Then why did you just attempt to gauge my capabilities? Rui Yijian pressed. Chapter 922. I was too impatient. It was merely an unintentional oversight. Senior brother Rui, do not take it to heart. How about this? I propose to exchange 3 blows with you, if you are amenable? Luo Yifei suggested. The 12 power emperors had already conferred, agreeing that Luo Yifei would test Rui Yijian's strength. If he could withstand 3 of Rui Yijian's strikes, it would signify that the strength of one sword gorge was not as formidable as presumed, giving them a significant advantage in their numerical superiority of 12 against 5. Rui Yijian fell silent, exchanging a glance with the Saintess Qin Yu beside him. Both were unable to decipher Luo Yifei's intentions. Could it be that in these apocalyptic times, this old fellow seeks to stir trouble? Why not? Rui Yijian dismounted and slowly walked towards Luo Yifei. He was aware that Luo Yifei sought to test his prowess, yet as the sovereign of the great desert, he had no grounds to decline. Otherwise, how could he maintain his dominion over the Sword Gorge? How could he instill fear throughout the vast desert? As the formidable Rui Yijian approached, Luo Yifei's breath quickened involuntarily. He firmly planted his stance, his fists clenched tightly. Rui Yijian hesitated for a moment, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword. Brother Rui, do you intend to draw your weapon? Luo Yifei quickly retracted his fists. The Sword Gorge was renowned for its unparalleled swordsmanship. Should Rui Yijian resort to his weapon, it would no longer be a mere contest, but a battle for survival. You may also wield your weapon, Rui Yijian replied, his brow slightly raised. He had resolved to make an indelible impression on Huashu City, to deter any future provocations. Use my great hammer. Changgu hesitated briefly before relinquishing his iron hammer to Luo Yifei. Luo Yifei realized he could not back down now. Thus, he took the colossal hammer and swung it through the air. Forged from fine iron, the hammer weighed over 3,000 pounds. A sense of foreboding enveloped Rui Yijian as he glanced at Changgu and then at El Xiangtian. In that moment, everything became clear to him. This motley crew dared to challenge the supremacy of the Sword Gorge at such a critical juncture? Why had they not dared to confront him 800 years ago? Was it not because, back then, the Sword Gorge had produced an unparalleled genius? Come forth. With a swift motion, his sword was drawn. Resembling a long rainbow sweeping across half the sky, Luo Yifei was taken aback, wielding the great hammer with unyielding resolve. The other powerhouses hastily retreated to a distance of 1,000 meters, some even brandishing shields. Boom! A golden sun rose majestically. The seawater erupted hundreds of meters high, transforming into a hailstorm that cascaded from the heavens. After a full 2 minutes, the golden sun finally extinguished, shattering the ice beneath the 2 masters, leaving dead fish and shrimp scattered across several hundred meters. Luo Yifei stood amidst the seawater, portions of it boiling from the intense heat, now resembling scalding water. Spurt! A mouthful of fresh blood erupted from Luo Yifei's lips. On the opposite side, Rui Yijian wielded his sword with an air of effortless mastery. This is the first move. And the second. With those words, he slashed once more. Buzz! From his position, the ice was cleaved, sending torrents of seawater soaring into the sky. Humph! Luo Yifei gritted his teeth and swung the hammer with ferocity. Boom! This time, there was no golden sun. The colossal hammer and sword met in a fierce clash. The sound of tearing metal echoed, piercing the ears of those present. Luo Yefei could not help but stagger back a few steps. His hammer cleaved in two. Rue Yijian's sword also shattered into fragments. Spurt. Luo Yefei coughed up another mouthful of blood, his strength waning significantly. The third move. Rue Yijian raised his sword once more. Wait, brother Rue, I concede. You shall always be the sovereign of the Sword Gorge. Luo Yefei hurriedly discarded the remnants of the hammer and knelt in the seawater. It was too late. Rue Yijian delivered a merciless strike. You go too far. Luo Yefei was not to be underestimated. He swiftly drew his curved blade and clashed it against the long sword. Clang! The curved blade shattered into two pieces. The momentum of the long sword remained unyielding, striking directly upon Luo Yefei's shoulder. Ag! One arm fell into the tumultuous sea, instantly staining the boiling waters crimson. Rue Yijian stood with his sword sheathed, coldly gazing at Luo Yefei. So, Luo Shitty, how do you find my strength compared to 70 years ago? Rue Yijian inquired indifferently, huffing heavily. Luo Yefei stared at him with piercing eyes. I have always said that Yijian Gorge is the sovereign of the great desert. Why must Lord Luo subject himself to such humiliation? Just then, a figure darted forward. Elxiang Tian approached with a look of disdain directed at Luo Yefei. You? A wave of discomfort washed over Luo Yefei, causing him to cough up more blood. The other sovereigns also made their appearances. Elder Fu helped Luo Yefei onto the ice surface, while the second elder retrieved the severed arm. Lord, it seems it cannot be reattached, the second elder remarked. No. Use the holy water quickly, while the arm is freshly severed. Does anyone still possess holy water? Luo Yefei was reluctant to accept a fate of disability. I have some. At that moment, Saintess Qingyu approached, producing a vial of holy water from her bosom. Rue Yijian cast a glance at Saintess Qingyu. Though he disapproved of her actions, she was, after all, the second in command of Yijian Gorge, leaving him with little room to object. You are quite generous. Is the holy water reliable? Luo Yefei hesitated, concerned about his own limb. Qingyu's expression turned frosty. Take it or leave it. If you do not use the holy water to reattach your arm, it will freeze and lose vitality. The choice is yours. In her final words, she adopted a tone of reproach towards the junior. Thank you, senior sister Qingyu. Now that is more like it. Qingyu tossed the holy water over. Luo Yefei uncorked the vial and inhaled deeply. The scent resembled that of the holy water he had known. He nodded at Elder Fu. The severed arm was aligned at the point of amputation, and Luo Yefei poured the holy water over it. In an instant, flesh and blood surged at the juncture. Various veins and muscles began to writhe. The holy water truly possesses such power? Luo Yefei exclaimed with delight. After approximately 5 minutes, the potency of the holy water was fully expended. It seemed as though the arm had been reattached, yet something felt amiss. Luo Yefei attempted to raise his left arm. What is happening? Luo Yefei roared in anger. His arm had been reattached incorrectly when extending his left arm. A normal person would have their palm facing down, but now, his palm faced upward. He bent his elbow, and it felt entirely wrong. The direction was reversed. You? Luo Yefei glared furiously at Elder Fu. I apologize, Luo Shixiao. I was too hasty and misaligned the direction while reattaching it. Elder Fu quickly offered his apologies. Ag. Luo Yefei unleashed a torrent of enraged roars. Enough. Qingyu could no longer restrain herself from interrupting his outburst. I could tell from your demeanor that you were deceived by Yi Feng. Greetings, brother Luo. As a lord of the city, how could you engage in such thoughtless actions? Chapter 923, Unveiling the Hatred in My Heart. Have you not considered that if our one-sword gorge were to engage in a mutually destructive confrontation with you, who would ultimately reap the greatest benefit? Upon finishing her words, Qingyue cast her gaze over the 12 mighty sovereigns present. The other sovereigns promptly bowed their heads. Unable to meet her eyes, let us proceed. I shall personally meet Yi Feng and discern the nature of the man he is. With that, Qingyue mounted her steed and gracefully maneuvered past several sovereigns, making her way towards Yi Feng's luminous barrier. Within the castle on Hot Spring Island, a cacophony of sounds resonated. At times, it resembled the chanting of thousands. At others, the roar of demons, and then again, the wrath of the divine. In the training chamber, Yi Feng radiated with a brilliant golden light. Enveloping this golden aura were flames that blazed fiercely. As they burned, arcs of lightning danced within, creating a truly awe-inspiring spectacle. It is unclear how long this continued, but eventually, the golden shimmer receded, and all sounds faded simultaneously. Yifeng gradually rose to his feet, and as he opened and closed his eyes, a faint golden glimmer flickered within them. Feeling a sense of unease, he shut his eyes once more and turned inward to inspect the bones throughout his body. Upon his leg bones, arm bones, finger bones, and skull, intricate golden Sanskrit characters were etched in abundance. The stage of bone engraving was finally complete. Unable to contain his exhilaration any longer, Yifeng released a long, resounding howl towards the heavens. The sound reverberated throughout Hot Spring Island, causing the inhabitants to cover their ears. Simultaneously, the barrier of the Great Formation began to tremble ominously. With a thunderous roar, the door to the training chamber slowly creaked open, and Yifeng strode out. Congratulations, Brother Feng, on the successful completion of your divine skill. The pursuers quickly approached to offer their congratulations. No need for such formalities, Yifeng replied with a nod, stepping out of the castle. Nearly 20,000 people turned their gaze toward him. Not only those within the barrier, but even individuals in the shelter craned their necks, staring at Yifeng without blinking. However, when Yifeng's eyes swept over them, a formidable pressure descended upon them. These individuals immediately let out cries of alarm and retreated into the sanctuary. Yifeng, I am Qingyue of One-Sword Gorge. At that moment, a voice penetrated through the barrier, reaching Yifeng's ears with crystal clarity, as if spoken directly beside him. Qingyue, is that the Holy Maiden? Yifeng's figure flickered, and in a single stride, he traversed dozens of yards, appearing directly beside the barrier. Wang Zhihai and Chun were taken aback, watching Yifeng warily. Indeed, upon completing the bone engraving, Yifeng had finally mastered the art of spatial contraction, allowing him to cover great distances in an instant. Brother Feng, have you ascended to the third layer of the Sanskrit sacred demon art? Chun scrutinized Yifeng from head to toe. It is still early. I have merely reached the first stage of the second layer, which is a significant advancement nonetheless. Yifeng replied calmly, his mental state far more stable than before. Congratulations, Wang Zhihai clasped his hands in respect. There is nothing to celebrate. Did you not see the formidable presence that has arrived outside the barrier? Yifeng gestured towards two figures amidst the swirling snow. It was none other than Qingyue and the master of One-Sword Gorge, Yijian. Upon spotting Yifeng, both riders approached, halting 5 meters from the barrier. Yijian scrutinized the luminous barrier with a mixture of anger and regret. Had he known, he would have personally retrieved the array disc. But now it seemed that Yifeng had seized a significant advantage. It would not be an easy task to penetrate the barrier. I wonder what brings you both to my hot spring island, Yifeng remarked, gazing nonchalantly at the two visitors. Previously, he had encountered Yijian, whose overwhelming aura had rendered him breathless. Yet now, it appeared less daunting, almost manageable. Yifeng, after discussions with the Valley Lord, we have determined that your strength is nearing that of an elder at the sovereign level. Henceforth, you shall hold the title of 8th Elder of the Sword Valley. Ascending to our esteemed ranks, Qingyue stated with solemnity. Truly, I am taken aback by such an honor, yet I am merely a 5th-rank power master. Unworthy of the elder position, Yifeng responded, his heart unruffled. An elder is indeed a core figure within our Sword Valley. Are you certain you wish to forfeit this opportunity? Yijian interjected, unable to contain himself. A core figure? No, 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 I possess self-awareness. I share no blood ties with you, nor am I one of your trusted confidants. Thus, I must decline the position of 8th Elder, Yifeng replied, shaking his head. Yifeng, do not be ungrateful. Remember, I am your master. Have you forgotten that I accepted you as my closed-door disciple? Yijian stated coldly. It was absurd that he had to humbly plead with Yifeng for something that was rightfully his. Yifeng frowned, assessing Yijian from head to toe. Closed-door disciple? It would have been better if you had not mentioned those words, for they ignite my ire. How did you treat me, your closed-door disciple? You deliberately turned the Sword Valley against me, leaving me with nowhere to go. Had it not been for my indomitable spirit, I might still be suffering in the cold outside. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Yijian's face flushed slightly, yet he quickly regained his composure. I only learned of your mistreatment a few days ago. How about this? I will gather those who targeted you, and you may deal with them as you see fit. I assure you, I was unaware of these matters. It was the subordinates who acted recklessly. Deal with them as I see fit. Very well. Bring forth all those who have wronged me to stand before the barrier. Yi Feng crossed his arms. Rue Yijian paused for a moment before reluctantly nodding. Before long, over 200 individuals were brought forth. Among them were the directors of various establishments, staff members, some power masters from the Sword Valley who had ridiculed Yi Feng, and a few sovereign kings. Yi Feng scanned the crowd and found no one missing. Rue Yijian claimed ignorance. Yet these were the very individuals he had sent to torment him, attempting to drive this accomplished individual away from the Sword Valley. However, he had no desire to expose the truth. Valley Master, are you saying that I may deal with these people? Yi Feng inquired, regarding the gathered crowd. Yes, you may deal with them. How many strikes shall each receive? Rue Yijian asked. Those who have bullied me. Merely strikes? No, no, no. They must all be executed, right before my eyes. Yi Feng's tone turned icy. You? Rue Yijian was utterly taken aback. The 200 individuals kneeling on the ground trembled, their eyes wide with terror as they turned to gaze at Rue Yijian. Having long resided in the One-Sword Gorge, they were well aware of Rue Yijian's character. In the presence of outsiders, he projected an air of nobility, yet behind closed doors, his true nature was all too familiar to them. They prayed he would not take it too far. Yi Feng, they have merely bullied and ridiculed you. Must you seek their complete annihilation? My suggestion is to strike each one 100 times. Rest assured, I shall ensure they are thoroughly incapacitated for 3 months, Rue Yijian proposed. No, it must be death. Only through their demise can my resentment be alleviated, Yi Feng replied coldly. Chapter 924. Perhaps take her as a goddaughter at that moment. Yu Jiao, Yi Xiaoqiao, and Bai Guoguo approached. They had previously endured the bullying of these 200 individuals, both overtly and covertly. Now, they could finally witness their adversaries suffer. Rue Yijian glanced at the 200 people under his command, then at Yi Feng's luminous barrier. He had initially intended to appeal to Yi Feng's emotions, but it appeared that strategy had faltered. Yi Feng, I cannot possibly kill these 200 people. Now, I implore you to lower the Great Barrier and allow the residents of One-Sword Gorge to enter. Otherwise, this calamity will inevitably pass, and when it does, your Warm Spring Island will be isolated. What do you think will sustain those within the barrier? Rue Yijian asserted. Moreover, do you truly believe I cannot breach this barrier? Rue Yijian revealed his hand. Several hundred of his men had already perished from the cold on their journey. He urgently needed to enter the barrier, for without it, those below the strength of a king would not survive 3 months. Even if the temperature ceased to drop, the elite of the king level would exhaust their energy and ultimately perish in this apocalypse. Of course, those at the emperor level had no such concerns. Even if the calamity persisted for 20 years, they would endure. Lord Gorge Master, if you desire a confrontation, then bring it forth. The barrier of Warm Spring Island is impenetrable. If it were not, the Greenery Department in Birch City would have breached it long ago, Yi Feng stated bluntly. Rue Yijian fell silent, weighing his options. Yi Feng was correct. If the barrier were so easily breached, the 4 major races, Greenery Department, Birch City, Ancient Barbarian Clan, and Giant Tree City, would have done so long ago. The strength of One-Sword Gorge was only marginally greater than that of the Greenery Department, even with their combined efforts. Breaching the barrier was uncertain. Yi Feng spoke again. If you wish to obtain our food and heating supplies, you must comply with my demands. With that, he signaled Wang Zhihai to step forward. The people of One-Sword Gorge listened intently. If they sought sustenance, they would need to exchange crystal elixirs, crystal pills, or various precious herbs. For herbs over 1,000 years old, they would provide ample food, and they also possessed remedies specifically for the treatment of insect-borne diseases. I trust you have also been afflicted by these pestilences? Wang Zhihai chuckled. Rue Yijian's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, on the journey to Yijian Gorge, dozens of strong men succumbed to the curse of the goo worm disease. The herbalists could only manage the timing of its onset, but could not cure it entirely. Are you certain you can eradicate the goo worm disease? One of Rue Yijian's descendants has also contracted this affliction, and he is the one Rue values most highly. He may one day blossom into a genius akin to Rue Tian. You might inquire with the people of Huashu City. They are aware of the efficacy of my deworming medicine, Wang Zhihai said matter-of-factly. You? Rue Yijian was about to respond, but Yi Feng waved his hand dismissively. Enough. I do not wish to engage in trivial discourse with you. When you next seek me out, refrain from such meaningless chatter. Simply bring something to exchange for the deworming medicine or food. As for idle conversation, it is utterly unnecessary. With that, Yifeng disregarded the two and strode purposefully towards the castle. He intended to return and solidify his mastery of the divine demon art. Upon reaching the castle, Yifeng suddenly halted, his entire being frozen in place. For within his line of sight, visions of deserts, forests, oases, and even a battlefield of azure flickered in and out. This is bad. The inner demon. Yifeng's heart sank as he suppressed his energy fluctuations to the lowest possible level. Yet, even so, this illusion persisted for a full 10 minutes before it ceased. He opened his eyes, fearfully scanning his surroundings, anxious that the castle itself might be an illusion. It is over. The inner demon grows increasingly ferocious. This is without even engaging in battle. If I were to confront an opponent, would I be ensnared in this illusory realm after merely one strike? Yifeng's expression darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. Just then, he noticed movement and turned his gaze towards the staircase leading to the basement of the castle. There stood a little girl, around 6 or 7 years old, observing him with a calm gaze. "Whose child are you? You do not seem to be a citizen," Yifeng inquired, crouching down to behold the ethereal little girl before him. Indeed, this girl was none other than Hahaha in her transformed state. Her celestial pupa divine skill allowed her body to revert to her childhood, but concurrently, her strength diminished to that of a mere strongman. In her current form, she was far from a match for Yifeng. The reason she had darted towards the basement was that no one was stoking the boiler down there. It was the most concealed spot on the entire hot spring island. She intended to spend a month there, allowing her body to regain its normal size. By then, her strength would ascend back to the 5th rank monarch level. However, just as she reached the staircase, she found Yifeng standing there, motionless, his gaze fixed intently upon her. She feared that Yifeng had discerned her peculiarities. In truth, Yifeng had been momentarily controlled by the inner demon, rendering him immobile. "Will you not speak? Are you mute?" Yifeng abruptly scooped up Hahaha, who weighed merely 30 pounds, as light as a kitten. Hahaha's small face flushed. After living for thousands of years, it was her first experience being held by a man. This sensation was beyond her ability to articulate. "Have you wet your pants?" Yifeng's expression shifted as he slowly reached towards Haoyue's waistband. "No." Haoyue finally spoke up, pressing her little hand against Yifeng's larger one to prevent any potential embarrassment. At such a tender age, she already knows shyness. What is there to fear? I am older than your father, after all. Without further ado, Yifeng unceremoniously removed her little trousers. Xiao Haoyue bit her lip tightly, her calm eyes shimmering with tears, as if on the verge of weeping. For the first time, "A man. You're not truly mute, are you? Never mind. I'll carry you to find your guardians." With that, Yifeng lifted her once more and strode towards the castle's exit. The hot spring island has its own rules. Non-citizens cannot enter the castle freely without a guarantor. Just as they stepped outside, Ding Tuanshuan and Jin Yeme hurriedly approached, their eyes widening at the sight of Haoyue in Yifeng's arms. "What? You think she?" Yifeng furrowed his brows. "Well, the situation is as follows. She lives in the dock area and lost her parents at a young age. I took her back to the castle out of pity last time I saw her, intending to inform you later," Ding Tuanshuan replied nervously. "That's all right. It shows you have a kind heart. In a few days, I shall personally adopt her as my goddaughter, and then I will provide her with a place of recommendation." Yifeng stated, "A goddaughter is not a direct relative, so all citizens must vote for her to become a citizen." Chapter 925. Things are not that simple, however. If she were a wife or a child of direct blood relation, she could directly attain citizenship. "Wonderful. I was worried you might blame me," Ding Tuanshuan laughed. She had just lied. If she had mentioned that the little girl was rescued from beyond the light curtain, there was a possibility Yifeng would send her back. The treatment of those outside the light curtain is vastly different from those within. Yifeng does not trust outsiders. At that moment, Shuema approached. "Brother Feng, today is the monthly Citizens Voting Assembly. It is about to commence in the Hot Spring Square." "Oh, how many people have been granted citizenship recommendations this month?" Yifeng inquired with a smile. 74. "Is that all?" President Wang stated that the number of citizens on Hot Spring Island must be maintained at a certain level. "It cannot be too many." "Very well, let us go and show my goddaughter the system of Hot Spring Island." With that, Yifeng carried Haoyue to the Hot Spring Square. The square was teeming with people. The Citizens Voting Assembly is the right of every citizen, and they certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity to exercise their power. Yifeng, like any ordinary citizen, took a seat amidst the crowd. Only the host and those being recommended were allowed on the stage. As soon as Yi Feng sat down, Duoyan Hina pulled Xiao Yexing to sit beside him. Who is she? Duoyan Hina regarded Hao Yue with caution. She is my newly adopted goddaughter. Henceforth, you shall be her godmother, Yi Feng replied with a smile. Goddaughter? Duoyan Hina's expression turned serious as she scrutinized Hao Yue from head to toe. As a master of Gu techniques, she noticed traces of such practices in the little girl at such a young age. It was evident. This girl must come from an extraordinary background. In their world, only nobles can master Gu techniques. As Hao Yue and Duoyan Hina's gazes met, a flicker of unease crossed their hearts. The woman's gaze was chillingly calm, as if she possessed the ability to perceive all things. Despite being a creature of ancient lineage, having lived for thousands of years before her, one felt as exposed as if clad in nothing. What? Do you not admire her? Yi Feng's expression shifted dramatically. This young girl radiated such profound spirit. What could Duoyan Hina possibly fear? Could it be? Yi Feng chuckled softly to himself. Fear not, Hina. My recognition of her as my goddaughter is solely to ensure that Xiao Yexing has a companion with whom to frolic in the future. My affection for Yexing shall remain unwavering, Yi Feng reassured with a smile. No, you are overthinking this. Never mind. The voting assembly has commenced. Duoyan Hina indicated towards the stage. The host had changed to Shi Zhengliang. I declare the 31st Citizens Voting Assembly of Hot Spring Island officially open. Allow me to introduce this gentleman, Ma Su, a senior engineer from our Hot Spring Armory. His previous candidacy was thwarted due to his appearance. Thus, I have taken the liberty of enhancing his looks this time, Shi Zhengliang announced, beckoning Ma Su, whose face resembled that of a horse, to the forefront. Ma Su appeared nervous, fidgeting with his hands. Esteemed citizens, I, Ma Su, do solemnly swear that, should I be granted citizenship, I will dedicate myself to serving Hot Spring Island, aiding in the creation of superior weaponry to dominate the world. Should the day come when our island faces invasion, I pledge to shed my last drop of blood for its defense, Ma Su concluded, casting a hopeful glance toward the audience. The citizens regarded him with the scrutiny of judges, their eyes piercing as if seeking to uncover his innermost thoughts. Well then, Ma Su has completed his presentation. Those in favor of his citizenship, please raise your hands. A simple majority of over 51% will suffice for immediate enactment. I shall bestow upon him the Hot Spring Medal, subsequently recording his name, age, profession, character, and family background within the citizen's identity system, Shi Zhengliang proclaimed loudly. Without hesitation, Yi Feng raised his right hand. The citizens, previously indecisive, were inspired by Yi Feng's lead. Consequently, a flurry of hands shot up around him, the count undoubtedly surpassing half. Haha, I hereby announce Ma Su as a citizen of Hot Spring Island. Bring forth the medal. A beautiful woman approached, carrying a tray upon which rested a silver, circular medallion, adorned in its center with the golden characters for Hot Spring. With a deep sigh of relief, Ma Su exhaled, tears of joy streaming down his face. He had run for citizenship 5 times, and this time, under Yi Feng's leadership, he had finally succeeded. The woman draped the medal around Ma Su's neck and embraced him warmly. I can hardly contain my joy. I am finally a citizen. Ha ha ha, Ma Su exclaimed, laughter escaping his lips. Silence, please. I now announce the benefits of citizenship. Ma Su, a senior engineer, whose original salary was 15,000 per month, will now receive a monthly wage of 60,000, equivalent to our esteemed Feng. Additionally, Ma Su's wife and direct relatives' children will also gain citizenship, enjoying free education, healthcare, and housing. The most crucial point is that at this moment, Ma Su possesses the right to contest for the title of Island Lord. Naturally, as a citizen, when Hot Spring Island faces dire straits, Ma Su is also obligated to risk life and limb for the island. Shi Zhengliang has finally concluded his speech. Ha ha ha, I have succeeded. I, Ma Su, am now a citizen. Wow. Amidst the astonished gazes of all, Ma Su lost his sanity, stripping himself bare and running a marathon around the square, defying the attempts of 2 strong men to restrain him. It is understandable. For an ordinary person to attain citizenship is akin to a leap across social strata, and a temporary bout of madness is quite normal. Feng, what should we do? Shi Zhengliang turned his gaze directly to Yi Feng in the audience. It's nothing. Let him cool off by running. Once he has exhausted himself, we will carry him to the Hot Spring Hospital for a mental checkup, Yi Feng replied nonchalantly. Very well. Shi Zhengliang picked up the speech notes once more. The second candidate is the head nurse of Hot Spring Hospital, Kazina. Yi Feng was taken aback. Kazina still lacked citizenship? Unbeknownst to him, Susan, having discovered Kazina's affair with him, deliberately suppressed her. Of course, she could not use her power overtly, as that would be too conspicuous. Hence, she conspired with other women. Whenever Kazina was nominated for citizenship, none of them would raise their hands in support. Nevertheless, on several occasions, Kazina almost succeeded in her bid, as all the men had voted in her favor. Who could resist Kazina's beauty and grace? After a round of self-introduction, they entered the voting segment for citizenship. Yi Feng cast a puzzled glance at Duoyan Hina. Hina, Kazina has been with us for so long. Why did you not raise your hand? I cannot divulge the details. I simply do not wish to raise my hand, Duoyan Hina replied. Yi Feng then turned to Ding Tuanshuan and the other women, who also refrained from voting, casting fearful glances towards the front row. In the very front row, Susan sat with her legs crossed, her piercing gaze sweeping over all the citizens. Upon noticing this, the women hastily lowered their heads. However, a few audacious men raised their hands, shouting loudly. Yi Feng's expression darkened immediately. The citizens' voting rights were their last bastion, and Susan had undoubtedly employed some underhanded means to manipulate them. But one must adhere to evidence. Yi Feng resolved to gather proof before dismissing Susan as secretary. Otherwise, the perfect society he had painstakingly established would collapse. In Yi Feng's embrace, Hao Yue gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene on Hot Spring Island. She had never imagined that becoming a denizen of the island required the votes of so many others. Wasn't it merely a matter of the island lord's decree? In her own green turf division, a single word from her could determine who was a member and who was not. Moreover, with a mere utterance, she could decide the fate of everyone beneath the strength of the king. Yet, on Hot Spring Island, the reality was strikingly different. She had initially believed that with Yi Feng's capabilities, he would undoubtedly be an authoritative figure on the island, decisive and unyielding. Yet now it appears that I was entirely mistaken. Yi Feng, who exudes an aura of authority outside, transforms into a docile lamb upon returning to his abode on Hot Spring Island, his status elevated only marginally above that of an ordinary individual. At this moment, Chui Ma rushed in, breathless. Brother Feng, it's terrible. Sister Chu Xue has committed murder, he exclaimed, anxiety evident in his voice. Really? Was it a citizen or someone from outside? Yi Feng inquired, equally tense. A citizen. Chui Ma lowered his gaze, shamefaced. Sighing deeply, Yi Feng lamented, alas. Let us proceed to the hot spring court and summon the higher-ups. With that, he cradled the child Hao Yue and made his way to the courthouse. Upon arrival, he entrusted little Hao Yue to Ding Tuanshuan's care, assuming the role of judge himself. Hao Yue observed the scene with a puzzled expression, her eyes darting about. Bring forth the defendant. By Chu Xue, Yi Feng commanded, his voice resonating through the chamber. Shortly thereafter, Chui Ma and another guard escorted Bai Chu Xue in, shackling her to the defendant's stand with iron chains. Bai Chu Xue fixed her gaze upon Yi Feng, hoping to find compassion in his eyes, recalling their once joyous memories together. Next, bring in the victim's wife, he ordered. Moments later, a woman entered, the widow of the deceased. Ding Tuanshuan, still holding Hao Yue, was in hushed conversation with Jin Yamai. What shall we do? According to the laws of Hot Spring Island, even if Sister Chu Xue holds a high position, she may face over 100 years of imprisonment. Ding Tuanshuan expressed her concern. Surely not. It is rumored that Bai Chu Xue and Brother Feng shared a romantic history. No matter how cold-hearted he may be, he wouldn't turn against an old flame, would he? Jin Yamai countered. I fear it may be unavoidable. My elder brother, Yi, places the laws of Hot Spring Island above all else. Ding Tuanshuan shook her head. As one of the earliest followers of Yi Feng, she understood his character and his vision for a society built upon absolute fairness and justice. He would show no leniency, even to a former lover. Hao Yue listened, bewildered. If the murderer is the island lord's woman, wouldn't a single word from Yi Feng absolve her of her crimes? She pondered, recalling an elder's wife from her own clan who had slaughtered an entire village, only to be exonerated by the elder's word. Yet, on Hot Spring Island, matters were far more complex. Chapter 926. Almost forgotten I ask you, Bai Chu Xue, did you commit murder? Yi Feng interrogated sternly. I did kill him. But it was not unjustified. Bai Chu Xue adamantly denied any wrongdoing. How outrageous. You have taken a life, yet you stand so defiantly. Was he provoking you? Yi Feng pressed further, aware of Bai Chu Xue's character. knowing she would not kill without cause. He did not provoke me. He merely uttered a single sentence, Taixu replied. That is intolerable. You have killed a citizen. Here on Hot Spring Island, we have our own rules. If you harm someone from outside, you may escape punishment. But to take the life of an insider? I regret to inform you. That is a grave offense, especially when it was merely due to a single remark. Yifeng's brow furrowed as he contemplated the appropriate sentence for Taixu. On the island of Hot Springs, there is no death penalty. However, given the egregious circumstances surrounding Taixu, it is feared that she may face at least 30 years of imprisonment. Strictly speaking, the prison on the island does not impose excessive restrictions on its inmates, allowing them to step outside for leisure each month and granting 2 hours of outdoor time every day. Nevertheless, they must adhere to strict regulations regarding meals and rest. Yifeng, do you wish to know what he said? Taixu suddenly lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Yifeng. What did he say? Yifeng felt an ominous premonition creeping in. Taixu's eyes slowly scanned through Duoyen Hina, Susan, and Su Yun, finally coming to rest upon Yifeng's face. Are you certain you want to hear it? Of course, just go ahead, Yifeng replied, steeling himself, suspecting what was to come, but striving to maintain fairness. He said, I am your toilet. When you need me, come find me. When you no longer require me, just kick me aside. Now, I lack even a name, and no man desires me. What am I to do in the future? Taixu nearly roared by the end of her statement. Yifeng retorted, you are a free woman. The vice president of the Hot Springs Hospital, and exceptionally beautiful. How could it be that no man desires you? His face flushed with embarrassment. Free? Yifeng, are you still living in a dream? Ask yourself, which man on Hot Springs Island would dare approach a woman you have been with? Taixu's eyes were filled with desperation. Although Yifeng had cultivated an environment of freedom and equality, for some, the ingrained servitude was profound. They believed that if they were to pursue a woman Yifeng had been with, he would surely retaliate against them. What about Chunin, Tungu, Chunlibin, Hart? These men are all fervent followers of Yifeng. How could they tolerate another man claiming what belongs to their leader? It is feared that those who dare express affection would soon find themselves dragged into a dark room for a beating. I, Yifeng, declare that any single man on Hot Springs Island is free to pursue Taixu. Yifeng raised his right hand. However, when he turned to look, all the men had lowered their heads, resembling defeated roosters. Hey, are you all so lacking in courage? Yifeng called out to Chunin. Aren't you usually quite bold? Go for it. Brother Feng, I mostly jest. Your woman? I fear my number 6 screw wouldn't fit her number 8 knot. Chunin replied, a mournful expression on his face. A brief laughter erupted, predominantly from those of civilized society. Yifeng remarked, indeed, I almost overlooked that point. It seems that the women I wish to possess are simply incompatible with others. This complicates matters. There are so many old flames on Hot Springs Island. Surely, they cannot be left to live in solitary mourning for life. What to do? It is well known that I, Yifeng, uphold my integrity and am a devoted man. Having 2 partners already presents a challenge. It is impossible for me to simultaneously claim 10 or 8. Yifeng suddenly felt a headache coming on. Unexpectedly. How you couldn't help but let out a light laugh. For reasons unbeknownst to her, despite being in a courtroom, the atmosphere on Hot Spring Island was exceedingly relaxed, prompting her to smile genuinely for the first time. Suddenly, the plaintiff leaped up, exclaiming, this is a trial. Where are you all going with this? Oh dear. My deceased husband, it seems, will not receive justice here on Hot Spring Island. Woe is me. The woman lamented dramatically. Very well. I declare Taixu guilty of intentional homicide. However, given that your husband provoked her first, I shall mete out a lighter sentence. 100 years in prison, with a 20-year reprieve. What do you think? Yifeng inquired of Wang Zhihai beside him. No problem, Feng Ge. As long as you're satisfied, I have no objections. Wang Zhihai shrugged. Ultimately, this absurd trial concluded in a ludicrous atmosphere, with Taixu stripped of her citizenship medal from Hot Spring Island and escorted to her own quarters. The island's jails were full, so she was retained in her own boudoir. Feng Ge, why not amend the law? As long as a couple truly loves each other, a man could marry countless wives. That would resolve your issue, wouldn't it? Wang Zhihai began to suggest a dubious idea. Wang Zhihai, think before you speak. If a man could marry numerous women, what becomes of the lower-tier men? They might not be able to marry even one. Over time, Hot Spring Island would devolve into a few dominant families, jeopardizing genetic diversity. Do you understand? Moreover, while you pretend to consider my plight. You're really thinking of your own interests, aren't you? Yi Feng was aware that Wang Zhihai had already taken 7 wives. According to the laws of Hot Spring Island, a man could marry a maximum of 7 women in his lifetime. Exceeding this would be deemed bigamy. Alright, by the way, Feng Ge, I have good news. We've gathered a lot of materials. I believe we're close to having what we need for the holy water and soul pills. When you have time, ask in duo to take stock and see if we have everything. Wang Zhihai shared another piece of encouraging news. Almost forgotten, Yi Feng felt a surge of joy, as he had been troubled by the matter of his inner demons. He promptly made his way to the Hot Spring Hospital. Upon arrival, he found the hospital nearly deserted. Citizens of Hot Spring Island receive crystal pills 3 times a week and worked only 4 hours a day, resulting in robust health and virtually no illnesses. Consequently, over 20 doctors and nurses were dozing off. Now that Bai Chuxue was detained, Duo had become the sole authority at the hospital. After ascending to the 3rd floor, Yi Feng located Duo in her office. "You're here," Duo exclaimed joyfully, rushing to lock the door and immediately embracing Yi Feng. Since their last encounter, she had been hoping for him to come back to her. "Duo, stop with the affection. I'm not here for a debate. I have serious matters to discuss." Yi Feng gently pushed her away and took a seat. Duo's face paled, slowly pulling up her collar to cover her ample bosom. Chapter 927. Show it to me. Duo, have you compiled the materials from Hot Spring Island? Have we gathered everything needed for the holy water and soul pills? Yi Feng inquired. Duo forcefully calmed her agitated heart and swiftly regained her composure. As a formidable woman, she could quickly adjust her mindset if Yi Feng spoke of serious matters. Although the materials for the holy water had yet to be gathered, the ingredients for the soul pill were entirely complete. "Are you about to refine the soul pill?" Duo inquired as she seated herself on a nearby chair, her long, graceful legs crossed elegantly. "Indeed, I need you to concoct the soul pill immediately. For my inner demons intensify with each passing day." Yi Feng sighed deeply. "To what extent has it worsened?" Duo asked. Yi Feng promptly recounted his experiences. It seemed that the manifestations of his inner demons were escalating. Now, he was encountering episodes more frequently, not engaging in combat with enemies, yet experiencing manifestations every so often, perhaps once a month, each lasting a quarter of an hour. Should this issue remain unresolved, it could escalate to occurrences daily, lasting half a day each time. If this continued, he might find himself eternally trapped within the illusion of his inner demons, paralyzed, akin to a vegetative state, as described by Chu Shui. Duo's delicate brows knitted tightly. Yi Feng was the backbone of Hot Spring Island. She did not wish for him to falter, for without him, no one could govern the unruly populace. "Time is of the essence. You must assist me in refining the soul pill at once. Is there anything you require?" Yi Feng asked. However, the refinement of the soul pill necessitates a master alchemist of the imperial force level. Ordinary alchemists lack the energy to form the soul pill. Moreover, even a master alchemist cannot guarantee success with every batch. "The materials we have gathered allow for only 3 attempts, Duo explained. Yi Feng was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated the process to be so arduous, requiring a master alchemist and the necessity for flawless execution. If they failed to succeed in even one of the 3 attempts, all the materials he had painstakingly collected over the past 6 months would be rendered useless. "Perhaps I could give it a try?" Although the success rate is less than 1 in 10,000, Duo suggested tentatively. "Better not. I'll think of another solution," Yi Feng replied, his face clouded with dejection as he exited the hospital. At that moment, Yi Feng suddenly squinted. He saw the 5 masters of the Sword Gorge standing before the luminous barrier, confronting Wang Zhihai. "Bring Yi Feng here," Yijian said indifferently. You have lost the privilege to speak with our island master. I will speak with you instead. Now tell me, what treasures do you offer in exchange for the insect repellent?" Wang Zhihai retorted, his demeanor arrogant, though merely a warrior level. He dared to act brazenly in the presence of a master. "You?" Yijian felt blood surge in anger, astonished that the dignified master of the Sword Gorge was being disregarded by a mere warrior. He pressed his hand against the luminous barrier once more, sensing the energy contained within. Yijian was no ordinary man. Merely sensing the energy within the barrier, he realized that it was beyond his capacity to shatter. Even if he unleashed his full might 20 times, he would still be unable to breach the 1-meter-thick barrier. "Master, have you exhausted your supply of insect repellent so soon?" Yi Feng stepped forward through the crowd. Yi Feng, your presence is all that is required. I shall only engage in trade with you. As for the others, they lack the qualifications to transact with the Master of the Gorge, Yijian remarked with a hint of indifference. Master of the Gorge, pray tell, what do you possess that could possibly be exchanged? Yi Feng responded, crossing his arms. I have in my possession a tome, which I believe will be of immense value to you, Yijian declared, retrieving an ancient book with a worn cover from within his robes. The title inscribed upon the cover read, Soul Refinement Technique. Yi Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this truly what I think it is? He could not resist pressing his hand against the luminous screen, gazing eagerly at the soul refinement technique. Hahaha, I am aware that you are plagued by inner demons. This tome was unearthed after an exhaustive search involving 10,000 individuals over the course of 3 months within the depths of the library. I never expected it to be buried so deeply, Yijian continued. I can only provide a brief overview. The first layer of the soul refinement technique will restore your 3 souls, at the very least halting the growth of your inner demons. Upon mastering the second layer, these demons will gradually weaken, and in 5 or 6 years, they will vanish entirely from your heart. The third layer ensures that you shall not be troubled by inner demons until you reach the true martial realm. The fourth layer will grant your spirit unparalleled strength, an indomitable foundation. Even when gravely wounded, you will recover swiftly given time. As for the fifth layer, I shall refrain from divulging its secrets. How many deworming potions do you believe this soul refinement technique is worth? Yijian, being a shrewd individual, wisely refrained from overreaching, understanding that Yi Feng's intellect would prevent him from breaching the grand array. However, a modest exchange for deworming potions could alleviate immediate concerns. Allow me to examine it. You may not be attempting to deceive me with a counterfeit, Yi Feng asserted, wary of being tricked. Very well. I shall reveal a portion of the 7th layer for your scrutiny. You are a knowledgeable individual. You should be able to discern its authenticity, Yijian replied, flipping through the book until he reached a page, which he held against the luminous screen. Yi Feng glanced at it, drawing upon his years of experience to assess the content. It seemed unlikely to be a mere fabrication, as the cultivation methods described were coherent and not fabricated. Yet, Yi Feng remained cautious. Turn to page 50 and let me see the contents therein. Do you suspect I am being deceitful? Yijian retorted, though he conceded. No matter, for even if I reveal 2 pages, you could not reconstruct the entirety of the soul refinement technique. Thus, he turned to page 50. Yi Feng quickly scanned the text, his heart swelling with joy, though he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor. The soul refinement technique is exceedingly challenging to master. It is likely that I will never attain even the first layer in my lifetime. Therefore, you should keep it for yourself. I shall not take it. He intended to induce Yijian to lower his price, preventing the latter from inflating the cost. Oh, Yijian scrutinized Yi Feng, and upon noticing the pallor of his fingers, a smirk crept across his face. Hahaha, you make a valid point, then let us leave it at that. Farewell. With that, Yijian departed without a backward glance. Hey, you, don't you dare negotiate further. Yi Feng's inner turmoil raged within him. As Yijian strode forward with an air of nonchalance, a tempest brewed within him. Yi Feng, do stop me. There are countless individuals awaiting the deworming potion at Yijian Gorge. I cannot allow them all to perish. He lamented. Qingyue, I beseech you to restrain me and feign persuading me to exchange the deworming potion with Yi Feng. Whatever we can barter, let it be. For the soul refinement technique is not something that an ordinary person can master, let alone reach its first tier, Yijian murmured softly. Alas. Very well. Qingyue feigned blocking Yijian's path. Master of the Gorge, I implore you to consider the greater good. We must acquire the deworming potion today, lest your direct descendants fall ill and perish, Qingyue declared loudly, with deliberate emphasis. My descendants are countless. If some perish, so be it. I have an abundance of them, Yijian retorted, halting his stride and responding to Qingyue with exaggerated volume. Yet, can you truly stand by and witness a talent like Yi Feng succumb to the tribulations of his inner demons? I know you are tough in speech but soft in heart. Deep down, you have already come to regard Yi Feng as your inheritor, otherwise you would not have produced the soul refinement technique, Qingyue ventured, testing Yijian's resolve regarding Yi Feng. Alas, Yijian exhaled a long sigh, gradually turning around to gaze at Yi Feng with eyes filled with disappointment. You understand me best, Qinghua. Initially, I had those individuals target this child, Yi Feng, to temper his resolve, but alas, this has led to misunderstandings. I had intended to step back in a few decades, becoming a venerable elder and passing my position to Yi Feng. But why do I even speak of this? Rue Yijian chuckled self-deprecatingly, his acting rivaling that of a seasoned thespian. Yi Feng, amused, quietly observed the duo's performance. Ultimately, under Qinghua's persuasion, Rue Yijian approached the luminous barrier step by step. Yi Feng, at this moment, your master wishes to exchange this soul refinement technique for 100,000 bottles of deworming potion. What say you? Qinghua boldly proposed. Regrettably, I shall not trade, Yi Feng replied, shaking his head. At the very least, you should counteroffer. I cannot be the sole speaker in this matter. Qinghua smiled benevolently. Not even one bottle will I exchange, for I am uncertain of the authenticity of that soul refinement technique. What if he deceives me? I, Yi Feng, am not easily swayed, he asserted resolutely, now grasping the reins of negotiation. How outrageous. Yi Feng, do not go too far. This is Qinghua Saintess we are speaking of. Have you not heard the legendary tales of her elder brother? Rue Yijian could no longer maintain his facade. And if I have heard of him, what then? And if I have not, what then? Here is my proposition. I am willing to offer 500 bottles of the deworming potion. But on one condition, you must provide me with the soul refinement technique, and in return, assist me with a task. Should you succeed, I will bestow upon you an additional 500 bottles. Yi Feng finally revealed his intentions. Very well, speak your terms. Rue Yijian, self-assured in his cunning, realized that in this icy terrain, he could not outlast Yi Feng. He merely wished to conclude the transaction swiftly and return home to warmth. Among you rulers, is there an alchemist? Yi Feng inquired. The expressions of Rue Yijian and Qinghua shifted, both astute minds immediately grasping the crux of the matter. Surely, you have gathered the materials for the soul pill? Qinghua remarked softly. Indeed, I have assembled a total of 10 sets of materials. Yet you have yet to respond to my inquiry. Yi Feng replied nonchalantly. Congratulations on your correct guess, Saintess. She is indeed a top-tier alchemist. With a success rate of 20% for her concoctions, Rue Yijian pointed towards Qinghua. 20%? Yi Feng was taken aback. In truth, he possessed only 3 sets of materials for the soul pill. If Qinghua's success rate was merely 20%, it would imply that with 10 sets of materials, she could only succeed twice. What? Do you find 20% insufficient? Many alchemists may not succeed even once in 10 attempts. And achieving success once in 100 trials is also quite common. Rue Yijian hurriedly imparted knowledge, fearing Yi Feng might not comprehend the difficulties of alchemy. I wish to inquire, what constitutes a successful pill? And what defines a failed one? Yi Feng asked once more. A purity of 60% qualifies as a successful pill. If the purity falls below this threshold, the excess impurities may render it harmful rather than beneficial. However, for the soul pill, the purity must be no less than 70%, as the matter of the heart demon should not be trifled with, thus necessitating a higher standard. Qinghua elucidated. Oh, I understand now. In that case, please proceed with the refinement. Even if the result is a failed pill, I would still like to receive it, Yi Feng stated. You wish to consume a failed pill? Qinghua regarded Yi Feng with skepticism, as if he were a fool. A failed pill would not only fail to alleviate the heart demon, but could exacerbate it. Was Yi Feng truly such a simpleton? Leave that to me. I will still collect the failed pills regardless. Zhihai, go fetch the materials for refining the soul pill with a cart, and bring along 500 bottles of insect repellent. Yi Feng commanded. Understood. Wang Zhihai promptly rushed off to fulfill the task. Saintess Qinghua, once you have successfully refined the pills, I shall provide you with 500 additional bottles of herbal medicine. The 500 bottles I mentioned earlier serve as a deposit, Yi Feng said courteously. Before long, Wang Zhihai returned with dozens of individuals, delivering 3 carts laden with materials. Even Yi Feng was astonished. These materials weighed at least over a ton, yet could only yield 3 batches of soul pills. Clearly, the soul pill was no simple matter. Simultaneously, Wang Zhihai had prepared 5 burlap sacks filled with inexpensive insect repellent. Following the fusion of civilization and barbarism, insect repellent had become readily available. It merely involved combining a few elements and adding some crystal pills, an exceedingly simple process. Regrettably, this pertains to intellectual property. Should the outsiders attempt to study it, it would be ages before they could grasp the concept of elements. Bring forth the soul refinement technique. The grand formation opened a fist-sized aperture. Here you go. Remember, do not attempt any tricks, lest you truly provoke my ire. Yijian gritted his teeth, shoving the soul refinement technique through the opening. Yifeng accepted the soul refinement technique and began to peruse the initial layers. Oh, is that so? Yifeng's expression darkened immediately. Hey, how much longer must you look? Hurry and pass me the insect repellent. Yijian's eyes twitched incessantly. If Yifeng were to embarrass him in front of so many witnesses, his reputation would be tarnished. Here it is. At that moment, 5 sacks were cast out from the grand formation, accompanied by 3 carts filled with materials for refining soul elixirs. Qingwei, I appreciate your hard work. Please ensure the elixirs are successfully concocted, Yifeng solemnly stated. You promised that upon the successful creation of the soul elixirs, you would provide us with 500 bottles of pest control medicine. As long as you uphold your end of the bargain, I too shall remain true to my word. The Yijian clan is a prominent lineage with its own principles, Qingwei replied calmly. A cold smile flickered within Yifeng, yet he still clasped his hands in acknowledgement. The 2 parties then dispersed. Upon returning, Yijian immediately distributed the pest control medicine among the direct descendants of his clan, as well as to the direct descendants of other powerhouses. However, the ordinary warriors received none. After acquiring the soul refining technique, Yifeng retreated to the training chamber, instructing Zhuema to guard the entrance and permit no one to enter. Understood, Zhuema nodded, standing resolutely at the door, his keen eyes scanning the surroundings like a predator poised for its prey. In that moment, even if his father were to arrive, he would not hesitate to strike. Yifeng settled into a meditative position and opened the first volume of the soul refining technique. The page depicted a figure with 5 fingers forming a peculiar hand gesture. Yifeng mimicked the movements, practicing various intricate forms within the chamber. After several hundred variations, he finally sensed a shift. An enigmatic energy seemed to be drawn from within his body. Is this not merely energy, but soul power? Yifeng's heart soared with joy. After completing one hand gesture, he transitioned to another, grasping a level 25 crystal elixir. In the next moment, the elixir was absorbed entirely. While certain elements from the surrounding world began to converge upon him, Yifeng endeavored to assimilate these elements into his being, yet each time he fell just short, the elements dissipating into the air. It appeared that a level 25 elixir was insufficient. His energy was inadequate to integrate the elements in one go. Contemplating this, Yifeng consumed 3 more level 25 elixirs and resumed his hand gestures. The energy from these elixirs quickly dissipated, failing to manifest within his dantian, instead evaporating into the atmosphere, seemingly enticing certain elements. After much effort, Yifeng faced yet another failure. This is disastrous. Why isn't it working? Yifeng exclaimed, perspiration beading on his forehead as he scrutinized the soul refining technique from beginning to end, then backward once more. Still, he found no solution. Could it be that the interpretations of ancient language differ from those of the present? In a moment of inspiration, Yifeng seized a crystal elixir and, with a crunch, bit into it, swallowing it whole. His teeth, now as strong as steel, easily crushed the elixir. Yet still, it proved futile. Enough of this. I shall exit. Yifeng sighed, emerging from his seclusion after merely 3 hours, leaving Zhuema bewildered. What are you staring at? You may clock out. I too shall return home to accompany my wife, Yifeng declared, striding toward Duoyanhina's quarters. After a passionate encounter, Yifeng held Duoyanhina close. The two ensconced beneath the sheets, unadorned and entwined, their intimacy more profound than ever before. As of now, Duoyanhina has wholeheartedly fallen in love with Yifeng. Ah Feng, were you not feeling well just now? Duoyanhina inquired softly. Not at all. I feel quite comfortable. You are the most beautiful, and being with you brings me immense joy, Yifeng replied with a forced smile. Then why the furrowed brow? Duoyanhina traced tiny creatures with her finger on Yifeng's chest. It's still about the heart demon. Although I have acquired the soul refinement technique, I seriously suspect that it is a mere illusion. Yifeng candidly shared his cultivation struggles with Duoyanhina. So that's the issue. If those crystal pills cannot harness the elements from the air, perhaps you should experiment with another type of elemental crystal pill. Everything in the universe possesses attributes. For instance, bamboo is associated with water, earthworms with soil, and humans also have their own attributes. I cannot sense yours at all. It seems to be absent from the 5 elements. which might be the primary reason for your spiritual incompleteness. The elemental forces of nature cannot replenish your body, Duo Yanhina stated earnestly. My dear, you possess such vast knowledge. I feel as though marrying you is a blessing that spans 8 lifetimes, Yi Feng remarked, before playfully kissing her delicate, long neck. Ah Feng, please be serious. This pertains to the heart demon. You must not be too hasty. Duo Yanhina pushed Yi Feng away. She was no ordinary woman. She could discern the gravity of the situation. All right, my love, I shall heed your words, Yi Feng said, placing Duo Yanhina on his belly. You could try several different elemental crystal pills, such as those of thunder, wind, or even a combination of both, and see if you can draw the elements into your body, Duo Yanhina suggested. It seems that this is the only course of action left. Fortunately, my crystal pill mountain is overflowing with resources, and we receive hundreds of pounds of crystal pills daily, as they trade them for food and pest control medicine. Yi Feng laughed heartily. Well then, it is getting late. Let us retire for the night. Duo Yanhina gently extinguished the light. The hot spring electric plant had successfully developed its first batch of electric lights. Given that tungsten steel was now available, it seemed only logical to have developed the tungsten filament for the lights. The only drawback was that they had yet to produce glass. For now, they were substituting with crystal covers. Nevertheless, this illumination was far superior to torches, which produced copious amounts of waste gas, thereby compromising air quality. The following morning, Yi Feng arrived early at the hot spring bank, followed closely by the furious Duo. Jihai, open the vault, he commanded. As you wish, came the reply. The iron doors of the vault slowly lifted, while 16 experts stepped forward in unison to block the entrance. Inside were all crystal pills of level 20 and above, along with some high-purity crystal pellets, rare herbs, and a substantial quantity of hot spring coins. Yi Feng approached the iron rack and pointed to the crystal pills above. Duo, you were once a grand pharmacist. Please help me categorize these crystal pills by their attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and label them accordingly, Yi Feng instructed. The essence of the 5 elemental attributes is discernible to me. However, the world encompasses more than just these 5. It can only be stated that the 5 elements dominate 95% of existence, leaving the remaining 5% beyond my comprehension. For I have never encountered those rare attribute crystals in my lifetime. Initially, Nuo Duo was astounded by the wealth housed within the treasury. She had not anticipated such a vast reserve on Hot Spring Island. Do not worry, classify to the best of your abilities. Take your time, but remember, do not mislabel anything. Otherwise, the inner demons may claim my life. Yi Feng spoke earnestly. Rest assured, for your sake and for Hot Spring Island, I shall not be negligent, Nuo Duo replied, commencing the classification of various crystals. The earthy scent emanating from one suggested it belonged to the pig-like sand beasts, classified as earth. The aromatic fragrance of grass and wood indicated it belonged to cattle or sheep, classified as wood. The hardness and blue hue of another crystal suggested it was of metal, likely from chickens or tigers. Each time Nuo Duo picked a crystal, she elucidated its characteristics to Yi Feng. Nuo Duo, why not work in the treasury? Would you like some assistance? Soon, we shall close the treasury doors, and you will need to continue your work inside until the designated time when someone will unlock it, Yi Feng said with a smile. What? You intend to lock me behind these iron doors? No, Nuo Duo exclaimed, terrified, as many humans suffer from claustrophobia. Then we shall leave the door open, and I will stay here with you, Yi Feng concluded, settling down in a meditative posture to rest. The first line of the soul refinement technique states that its foundation lies in rest and sleep. As long as one rests adequately and enjoys quality sleep, their soul power will gradually strengthen. Only after sufficient rest can one practice the soul refinement technique. In the basement of Sun City Castle on Hot Spring Island. Chapter 930, Luck Runs Dry. How you sat beside 2 massive boilers. In the next moment, she formed a hand seal and began to chant incantations. The system of Hot Spring Island had indeed made a profound impression on her. However, being the leader of a formidable clan, she could not be easily swayed. Regardless, she was determined to dismantle Yi Feng's grand formation, enabling her greenery division to take refuge within the protective barrier. Yet, she was conflicted about whether to annihilate all the inhabitants of Hot Spring Island once the formation was breached. Even if she desired to spare them, the other clans would not permit it, inevitably leading to the utter destruction of Hot Spring Island. A faint white light enveloped her body. within which her youthful visage rapidly transformed, aging from 7 to 8 years in the blink of an eye. At that moment, she paused her incantation, her gaze shifting to the depths beneath the boiler room. When the celestial pupa divine art was activated, her hearing became extraordinarily acute, allowing her to perceive the faintest of sounds. Haoyu rose and approached the back of the boiler, scrutinizing the ground. Suddenly, she struck the earth with a powerful punch, creating a deep pit, within which lay a piece of blue iron. With a surge of her fist's wind, the dirt on the iron was completely blown away, revealing a layer of azure radiance. In the midst of a luminous halo, a piece of yellow talisman paper was affixed to an iron plate. Was this a rune left by ancient cultivators? A surge of excitement coursed through Haoyu as she reached out to tear the talisman. However, upon contact with the layer of azure radiance, her hand was instantly repelled. Such formidable protection? I refused to believe it. With that thought, Haoyu's delicate frame quivered as she struck the azure barrier with both fists simultaneously. After enduring the ravages of thousands of years, the power of this seal had long since waned. With Haoyu's full force assault, it shattered, revealing the talisman affixed to the iron plate. Haoyu slowly extended her hand, her gaze flickering uncertainly. With a swift motion, the talisman was torn away. Oddly enough, there seemed to be no immediate reaction. Haoyu furrowed her brow. At the depths of the abyss beneath Hot Spring Island, visibility was utterly non-existent, shrouded in impenetrable darkness. Yet, at that moment, 2 lanterns, each the size of a house, suddenly ignited and began to flicker intermittently. Boom, boom, boom. Surrounding the lanterns, countless flames erupted, illuminating the depths entirely. Should anyone be present, they would recognize that the very bottom of the abyss housed a magnificent triangular altar. Towering to a height of 1,000 meters, the altar was bound by a thick, barrel-like black chain, securing a serpentine creature in place. This creature resembled both a python and an earthworm, but if Feng were here, he would discern that it was, in fact, a grotesque insect magnified 1 billion times. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The creature emitted a series of high-pitched sounds, but its cries could not escape the altar. Simultaneously, its body remained firmly shackled by the black chain, which bore ancient inscriptions resembling those on Feng's golden bones. Moreover, at the apex of the altar, a small azure cauldron floated, adorned with a large character for bug inscribed at its center. Within the confines of Sun City Fortress, Duoyan Hina suddenly sat upright, gazing skyward. For reasons unknown, she had just experienced an inexplicable sense of foreboding. How? The little sycophant abruptly stood, releasing a mournful wail that pierced the air. Caw! The previously docile giant bird took flight, frantically flapping within the barrier, appearing quite agitated. What on earth was happening? Shunan pondered, stroking his chin. In the cultivation chamber, Feng sat cross-legged, crystals of essence evaporating into the air around him. A multitude of elemental energies converged upon him. Success. The pinnacle had been achieved. Feng was filled with indescribable joy. Just moments ago, he had finally discerned his attributes, a triad of gold, fire, and thunder. Thus, after consuming 500 essence crystals of each attribute, he successfully invoked the elemental infusion, ascending to the first level of soul refinement technique. At the very least, his inner demons would no longer grow. With the aid of his blood-sucking technique, he could continuously vaporize essence crystals. Onward, Feng once again drained 3 essence crystals. And once more, a torrent of elemental energies surged towards him. Time flew by, and after 3 days and nights, Feng emerged from the cultivation chamber. By now, he had advanced to the 2nd level of the soul refinement technique, with his inner demons gradually diminishing. Thus, on the 3rd tier, he could choose a day to resume his cultivation. Brother Feng, you have finally emerged from your seclusion. Sister Duoyan has visited you twice. It appears there is an urgent matter, said Juema. Urgent matter? Never mind. I shall return home to take a look, Feng replied, patting Juema on the shoulder. You, my friend, ought to find yourself a wife. One cannot remain a bachelor forever, Feng chuckled. I am not in a hurry, Juema replied, scratching his head innocently. Just then, a tremendous rumble echoed, akin to a cataclysmic earthquake. Both Feng and Juema were thrust into the air. Not good. Their expressions changed dramatically as they gazed at the ground. A colossal fissure had formed in the castle's foundation. The protective array emitted a piercing shriek, the light barrier flickering erratically. Outside the shimmering barrier, in the frigid wilderness, The elder of the Green Grass clan stepped forward, gravely observing the grand array of Hot Spring Island. Sister Haoyue seems to have succeeded. Quickly, inform the other clan's power lords, he commanded. At once, 5 kilometers away, the power lords of the 4 major clans congregated, their faces alight with astonishment as they observed the protective array of Hot Spring Island. A deafening roar erupted from the depths of the abyss, soaring towards the heavens. The protective array trembled like a balloon, and the ground split open, revealing a fissure stretching 1,000 meters. In the next moment, the 30 array slaves within the iron cage were simultaneously drained of their energy. What is happening? Wang Zhihai questioned, glancing at the crystal core at the heart of the array. The crystal core shattered into dust. Concurrently, the entire Hot Spring Island began to quiver. This is dire. Yi Feng's expression turned grave, his heart pounding, as he dashed towards the abyss's exit. Meanwhile, at the altar's base within the abyss, the colossal worm beast writhed, its massive form twisting. After enduring for tens of thousands of years, the divine power binding it had finally been exhausted. Crash! The black iron chain snapped in two. Another thunderous roar erupted from the depths. Yi Feng felt a ringing in his ears as a golden aura enveloped him. The celestial demon Art automatically activated its protection. Unfortunately, the others were not as fortunate. Several citizens of Hot Spring Island standing at the abyss's edge were instantly obliterated into a cloud of blood mist. Ignoring his own discomfort, Yi Feng looked skyward. The light barrier had turned semi-transparent, with waves rippling across its surface. Bai Guoguo had already dashed out of the castle, clutching the array disc, and hurriedly pressed a button on it. In the next moment, 10 array flags emitted dazzling light, unleashing their full potency. Another thunderous roar resonated. Bai Guoguo's head spun, nearly causing her to collapse. No, I cannot faint. She vigorously shook her head. The sky's light barrier shattered, and a flurry of snow and wind cascaded down upon the castle of Hot Spring Island. Chapter 931. What do you intend to do? A gust of frigid wind swept through, causing hundreds clad in short sleeves to freeze in place. This is not good, Bai Guoguo exclaimed in alarm, hastily maneuvering the array disc. The previously disrupted light barrier began to slowly mend. Alas, it was too late. Dozens of figures swiftly descended into the barrier. Ru Yijian stood at the forefront, his piercing gaze sweeping across the entirety of Hot Spring Island. Ha ha, Yi Feng, today is your reckoning. Upon uttering these words, Ru Yijian unleashed a swift strike, cleaving over 50 citizens in two with a single blow. In the military camp at the dock, Taixu was taken aback, kicking aside the crossbowman to seize the crossbow himself. Boom. The crossbow was aimed at Ru Yijian. However, in the next moment, Ru Yijian's form became translucent. Where is he? Taixu looked around in confusion. Pooh! A sharp sword pierced through his chest. Grasping the sword's tip with one hand, Taixu drew his curved blade with the other, attempting to retaliate. Alas, it was too late. The sword sliced upward, severing his upper body in two. Taixu, a burly man, rushed forward, none other than Mo Dao Fu. You scoundrel! How dare you slay my brother? Without a second thought, Mo Dao Fu lifted his heavy machine gun. Rat-a-tat-tat. After firing just 3 shots, he felt unsteady and collapsed to the ground. Ru Yijian had already dashed before him with incredible speed, severing his legs. I will fight you to the end. The legless Mo Dao Fu flipped over, aiming the heavy machine gun at Ru Yijian once more. Boom! A figure descended from the heavens, landing a foot squarely on Mo Dao Fu's head. Bang! Blood erupted, and Mo Dao Fu fell lifelessly. Ha, let us have a swift kill. One by one, the Power Kings leapt into the fray, slaying anyone in sight with a ferocity reminiscent of divine wrath. In an instant, Hot Spring Island was engulfed in flames, amidst the cacophony of battle cries, anguished wails, and the cries of infants merging into a single mournful chorus. Harder, gripping his heavy machine gun, had bloodshot eyes. The army of Hot Spring Island. I command you to take up arms and defend your homeland with your lives. No sooner had he spoken than a figure descended from above. It was Qing Nu Rat-a-tat-tat. Harder fired 3 shots, only to be lifted off the ground by Qing Nu. I ask you, where is a 7 or 8-year-old girl on Hot Spring Island? Qing Nu inquired. The current strength of the Moonlight Fairy should still be below the Power Master level. Qing Nu's first task upon entering was to locate and protect her. In your mother's dreams. Harder's eyes blazed crimson as he drew his curved blade. Unfortunately, his speed paled in comparison to that of a 9th-tier Power King. Pooh! The long sword swept through, cleaving harder in half at the waist. Even so, he stubbornly raised his curved blade, crawling towards the 9th-tier Power King, unaware of his impending doom. Qingnu swung the blade once more. Gulu, a severed head soared 2 meters high. People of Hot Spring Island, I urge you to take up arms and resist the invaders. 1,000 households had scarcely spoken when a long spear shot from the distance, pinning him to the ground. Yifeng stood at the mouth of the abyss, his blood-red eyes surveying the hellish scene of Hot Spring Island. Among the 5 great races, the power emperors and kings had completely penetrated Hot Spring Island, alongside tens of thousands of power masters. Yifeng suddenly charged into the throng. He swung his curved blade thrice, and 3 mighty warriors fell simultaneously. Hahaha! Yifeng, I have finally caught you, Changgu declared as he soared down, landing with a thunderous crash before Yifeng. Hee, Yifeng, how do you wish to meet your demise? Oh, and before you perish, I want you to witness your woman at my mercy. Just as Changgu finished speaking, a dark projectile zipped from afar and struck him squarely on the nose. Ugh! Changgu clutched his nose. Before he could react, Yifeng seized him by the throat. Blood-sucking technique. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. What kind of supernatural ability is this? Changgu struggled desperately in Yifeng's grasp, but Yifeng's strength outmatched his own. He was as helpless as a chick in a vice. Suddenly, a powerful fist crashed against Yifeng's back. The white-haired elder from the barbarian ancient clan had arrived just in time to save Changgu's life. Breathing a sigh of relief, Changgu retreated 100 meters away, confronting Yifeng from a distance. The white-haired elder also withdrew, flanking Yifeng on either side. Yifeng, it seems today is your day of reckoning. Another figure landed beside Yifeng, none other than Luo Yifei. Yifeng, has your grand formation finally been breached? Rue Yijian approached slowly from the distance, each step spanning several yards. The 4 mighty kings surrounded Yifeng completely. Yifeng, I fear I can no longer refine the soul pill for you. As the words fell, Qingyu approached, her body stained with blood. The surrounding sounds of battle seemed to fade, and in that moment, Yifeng's inner turmoil transformed into tranquility. It appears that today, I must become a desperate warrior. With that, Yifeng cast aside his curved blade and clenched his fists. A golden aura radiated from him, surrounded by raging flames and flickering lightning, an awe-inspiring sight. Interesting. He has actually cultivated to the 2nd level of the sacred demon art, Rue Yijian remarked, nodding slightly as he glanced at Luo Yifei in the distance. Junior brother Luo, do you not harbor a grudge against Yifeng? I shall leave this opportunity to slay him to you. Rue Yijian spoke nonchalantly. However, as soon as he finished, he felt a wave of intense flames rushing toward him. Yifeng had struck first. Seeking death, Rue Yijian sidestepped and unleashed a fierce slash with his sword. Clang! His long sword shattered into 2 pieces. In contrast, Yifeng radiated golden light and directly embraced Rue Yijian's waist. You? Rue Yijian gasped in astonishment. He prided himself on his swordsmanship and never expected Yifeng to close the distance. Although he was a 5th-tier mighty king, Yifeng was now free from the shackles of inner demons and had perfected the sacred demon art. In terms of overall strength, he was no longer significantly inferior to Rue Yijian. Let go, let go, let go. Rue Yijian pounded his fists against Yifeng's back, causing the golden aura to flicker uncertainly. Just as Luo Yifei prepared to intervene, a glimmer of derision flashed in his eyes. Changgu had intended to act as well, but he was paralyzed by fear from the blood-sucking technique he had just witnessed. Senior brother Rue, I am here to assist you. After Qingyue finished speaking, she pointed her sword. Wait. Luo Yifei interposed himself in front of Qingyue. Luo Shidi, what are you planning to do? Qingyue's expression darkened. Hee, brother Rue is a man of pride. If he cannot handle a mere Yifeng, he is unworthy of becoming the master of Yijian Gorge. Therefore, let brother Rue deal with Yifeng himself. We shall simply observe from the sidelines. A sharp glint flashed in Luo Yifei's eyes. It was time to avenge the severed arm. Moreover, the 4 great clans were not a united front. Once they captured Hot Spring Island, who would take the lead? Chapter 932. In chaos, Yijian Gorge was home to 2 5th-tier power sovereigns, who held absolute authority. Thus, it was imperative to strategize for the long term. The slaughter on Hot Spring Island persisted. Duo and Hina had dragged Xiao Yeshing to the edge of the abyss. At this juncture, escape was impossible. Once they departed Hot Spring Island, they would all perish in the cold. Perhaps, Only by leaping into this abyss could there be a glimmer of hope. People of Hot Spring Island, I, as Yi Feng's legitimate wife, command you all to jump into the abyss. Duoyan Hina declared, closing her eyes and leaping into the chasm with Yexing in tow. She understood that she could no longer aid Yi Feng. Although Yi Feng could not defeat the 12 power sovereigns with the might of the sacred demonic art, fleeing was not an insurmountable task. Susan, however, unsheathed her curved blade. I, as Yi Feng's legitimate wife, command you to take up arms and fight these intruders to the death. With that, Susan charged at 2 power masters. With a thud, Jin Shi swung his colossal hammer, instantly crushing one 7th-tier power master. Just as he was about to assist others, his body jolted violently. A bloodied spear pierced through his chest. Ah! Jin Shi roared, swinging his hammer backward in retaliation, ultimately perishing alongside a 9th-tier power master. Elsewhere on Hot Spring Island, a similarly brutal scene unfolded. Qing Jun, sword in hand, stood helplessly, observing the battlefield. The inhabitants of Hot Spring Island fought fiercely, employing a strategy of mutual destruction. Even when half their bodies were incapacitated, they still writhed on the ground. Fighting. What belief instilled in them such indomitable spirit? The southern wind howled, reminiscent of a woman's weeping. A small creature pounced, instantly dispatching Ding Tuanshuan's opponent. It seized Ding Tuanshuan in its jaws and galloped towards the abyss. Little pup, let me go? I must save the other citizens. Ding Tuanshuan desperately struck at the creature's face. Yet, the small beast had already brought her to the edge of the chasm. Releasing its grip, Ding Tuanshuan let out a piercing scream as her voice gradually faded into the abyss. The small creature stood upright, its bear-like eyes gazing into the distance. It trotted off again, heading towards Yijian, who had been cornered by 2 power masters. Were it not for the lustful intentions of these power masters, Yijian would have already perished. Hee, so tender, little sister, uncle will take care of you, one power master leered, reaching out. Roar. A massive shadow descended from the sky, seizing him. Crack. The formidable warrior was cleaved in 2, seeking demise. The other individual was taken aback, swiftly slashing at the waist of the little canine. A roar. The wild instincts of the little canine were unleashed, and with a powerful swipe of its paw, the second warrior was crushed to death. Puff, puff, puff. A great cloud of warm breath erupted from the little canine's nostrils. It opened its mouth and swiftly snatched up Yijian, racing toward the abyss. Little canine, what are you doing? Ah! A piercing scream echoed, Yijian's voice gradually fading into the depths. The little canine licked its wounded nose and stood upright once more. This time, it charged directly toward the position of Yi Feng. Howl! Its voice was filled with urgency, as if calling out for Yi Feng. At that moment, Yi Feng was engaged in a fierce struggle with Rue Yijian. Little canine, run! Yi Feng roared in fury. Thud! A long spear descended from the heavens, pinning the little canine to the ground. Howl! A single tear slipped from its bear-like eye. Little canine. Yi Feng suddenly intensified the power of his blood-sucking technique. Rue Yijian, previously locked in a stalemate, collapsed to his knees. Meanwhile, Qingwei had already engaged in a fierce battle with Luo Yefei, forcing the latter to retreat step by step. However, with the arrival of Elder Fu, the 2 pressed Qingwei backward once more. Changgu hesitated for a moment before launching an attack on a formidable elder from the Green Grass faction. They were all ancient beings who had lived for a millennium, aware that once they entered the Great Formation, it would be their turn to contend. At this moment, Yi Feng was no longer their greatest threat. They needed to plan for the future, aiming to exterminate the foreign powerhouses to maintain their influence. Even if they could not eradicate them entirely, eliminating 2 or 3 would help achieve a certain balance among the factions. Moreover, the 3 super clans had accumulated grievances over time, making this the perfect opportunity for reckoning. In this way, it inadvertently granted the Warm Spring Island a moment to breathe. Sister Susan, stop fighting. Let us jump into the abyss. Duoyan Hina spoke wisely. We cannot leave Warm Spring Island now. Otherwise, we may perish in the cold outside. That abyss is quite ominous. Perhaps jumping down might offer a glimmer of hope. Su Yun grabbed Susan, who had blood streaming down one arm. But, Ah Feng is still battling the enemy. I cannot abandon him. Susan gasped heavily. No, you cannot help. That is a battle among powerhouses. What we can do now is to avoid being a hindrance to Ah Feng. Su Yun insisted. Me? Susan cast a deep glance at Yi Feng, gritted her teeth, and, taking Su Yun's hand, leapt into the abyss together. Whoosh! A giant bird soared in the sky, suddenly diving down and tearing apart the warrior beside Chunin. Ah, the filthy beast. The warrior was enraged. Unfortunately, Chunin seized the opportunity and struck him down with a single blow. The giant bird then seized Chunin, lifting him to a height of 2,000 meters. Simultaneously, it voluntarily loaded itself with explosives. I strike. Chunin swung his blade, and the explosives rained down like droplets of rain. In an instant, chaos erupted below, with the fallen victims being both warm spring inhabitants and foreign beings alike. Relative to others, more individuals from foreign tribes met their demise. As they all surged into the grand formation, Yijian approached from the room, dragging behind her a wooden board upon which lay 3 corpses, Tuba, Yongli, and Gaidchen. On her back, she bore her child with Tuba. Jump. I find Duoyan Hina's words to be quite credible. Gritting her teeth, Yijian first discarded the 3 bodies into the abyss. Then, closing her eyes, she leapt in with her daughter. A cacophony of sounds erupted above One Spring Island as the heavy artillery rained down. Some rampaging warriors met their unfortunate fate, pierced through by the onslaught. First wife, second wife, third through 7th wives, quickly, take the children and leap into the abyss. Duoyan Hina is correct. Only by jumping can we grasp a slim chance of survival. Upon finishing his words, Wang Zhihai gave a powerful shove, prompting a chorus of screams from his family. A robust woman, clutching a diminutive old man, strode towards the abyss. The old man in her arms bore a stain of blood upon his chest. Indeed, Shi Zhengliang was astute to have chosen a strong woman as his wife. Dead ghost. It's no time for jest. Let us jump together. With that, they both leapt into the abyss simultaneously. The artillery continued to descend, finally catching the attention of a 3rd-tier power king. Chapter 933. This Yifeng must not be allowed to live with all his might. He struck, sending Yu Jiao reeling back. Truly, the power king from Sword Valley, with his 3rd-tier strength, was able to contest evenly with Yu Jiao, a 6th-tier power king, even gaining the upper hand. Subsequently, he hooked his foot, catching a spear that fell into his hand. Not good. Yu Jiao gasped in shock, charging toward the power king once more. The spear, imbued with unparalleled force, soared skyward. A massive wound appeared on the chest of the great bird, which emitted a mournful cry before plummeting from the sky. No, don't, baby bird, please don't die. Tears streamed down Chun An's face as she desperately patted the giant bird's head. With a thunderous crash, the great bird, along with Chun An, fortuitously fell into the abyss. At that moment, Yifeng was fully focused on absorbing the energy from Rue Yijian. In the past, he had successfully drained power kings, and his blood-sucking technique had proven almost invincible. However, this time he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. The energy of Rue Yijian flowed continuously, akin to a mighty river. Every time Yifeng absorbed it to the 1st-tier power king level, Rue Yijian would swiftly recover, maintaining an undefeated stalemate against Yifeng. This clearly indicated that Rue Yijian had built a solid foundation in his earlier years. A robust foundation naturally yields formidable recovery abilities and spirit, far surpassing Yifeng's wild methods. Panting heavily, Yifeng felt utterly exhausted. Although he could replenish his energy using Rue Yijian's power, the prolonged stalemate left his hands painfully sore. Suddenly, Rue Yijian forcefully pushed back, breaking free from Yifeng's grasp. Instead of attacking immediately, he retreated in terror, casually picking up a longsword. The earlier force had been overwhelmingly terrifying. Fortunately, his foundation was robust, allowing him a continuous supply of energy. Nevertheless, he felt as if his soul had sustained grievous wounds. Yifeng, I shall take your life. With a sweep of his sword, a blade of energy stretching 100 meters surged forth. Boom. The 2 runes on Yifeng's body shattered simultaneously, sending him hurtling 200 meters away, beyond the barrier. What? Yifeng was taken aback and hurried to the barrier, attempting to force his way back in. However, the nature of the hot spring formation was such that exiting was easy, while re-entering was fraught with difficulty, unless Bai Guogua opened a breach in the array. Rue Yijian cast a deep glance at Yifeng before abruptly turning, pointing his sword at Luo Yi. You, Luo, dare to disrupt at such a critical moment. Today, I shall ensure that Birch City vanishes from existence. With that, Rue Yijian strode towards Luo Yi. Yet, at that instant, 2 figures blocked his path. It was the elders of the Greenery clan. What do you want? My focus is solely on Birch City. You from the Greenery clan, step aside. The corners of Rue Yijian's eyes twitched furiously. Apologies, but your faction holds the greatest power in Yijian Gorge. Thus we are compelled to maintain balance. Upon finishing, the two launched an assault on Rue Yijian simultaneously. Roar! Another deafening bellow echoed from the depths of the abyss. Crash! The already precarious barrier shattered, transforming into a cascade of crystalline light. Bai Guogua trembled from the cold, gritting her teeth as she frantically manipulated the formation. Unfortunately, the barrier could not be reformed. There was no energy supply from the iron prison, nor was there anyone to replenish the crystal pills at the formation's core. All citizens of the hot spring island had joined the fray. Fu Zheng cleaved one citizen in two and turned his gaze towards Yi Xiaoqiao. Is it you? Fu Zheng hesitated. Infiltrating my hot spring island, you must die. Yi Xiaoqiao was vastly weaker than Fu Zheng, yet at this moment of despair for the island, she had forgotten life and death. Clang! Their blades clashed, and Yi Xiaoqiao's curved dagger flew from her grasp, sending her tumbling to the ground. Flee! I do not wish to kill you, Fu Zheng whispered, wary of being overheard by his peers. With the fall of the hot spring island, where could I escape to? Yi Xiaoqiao retrieved her dagger, now in her left hand, and charged at Fu Zheng once more. Clang! Fu Zheng knocked her away, swiftly grasping her throat. Haha! This beauty is quite appealing. I shall indulge myself first, Fu Zheng taunted for his comrades to hear, dragging Yi Xiaoqiao towards the abyss. Then, he loosened his grip. Ah! Yi Xiaoqiao's screams gradually faded into the depths of the abyss. Meanwhile, Qing Qian regarded Tung Gu'er before him. Your strength is not insignificant, but you fall vastly short. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Jump into the abyss. There may still be a glimmer of hope for survival. Otherwise, even if I were inclined to spare you, our three great clans would not, and you would be subjected to torment until death. Qing Qian spoke solemnly. Curse you. You have destroyed my hot spring island. Tung Gu'er's eyes burned red as he watched the citizens being massacred one by one. His heart had died, and now he sought to perish alongside Qing Qian. The blades crossed once more. Qing Qian squinted, exerting half of his strength. Choke! Tunger gazed at the immense wound on his waist. Qing Qian looked at Tunger and slowly shook his head. I will bite you to death. Tunger lunged at Qing Qian, sinking his teeth into his face. You sought your own demise. Do not blame me. The curved blade swung, and a head rolled onto the ground. The Grand Marshal. 2,000 commanders rushed forward. However, their feeble strength was no match for Qing Qian. The relentless snowstorm finally descended upon Hot Spring Island, causing the temperature to plummet to -200 degrees. Consequently, the inhabitants of Hot Spring Island found themselves unable to fight. Some were instantly frozen into statues, while others succumbed on the spot. Not only the citizens, but even the people from the 5 districts were rendered powerless. They retreated into their rooms, while some resolute individuals leapt into the abyss. Yet, the people of the 5 clans paid no heed, continuing their onslaught within the houses. In an instant, the screams drowned out the howling southern winds. How dare you destroy my hot spring island? Yi Feng's eyes burned crimson. Whoosh! Rue Yijian and Changgu leaped before Yi Feng simultaneously. Die! Changgu thrust both fists forward. Boom! A small sun erupted between the two. Changgu was propelled 10 meters back, while Yi Feng stood his ground, though a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. Before he could react, 100-meter sword energy swept towards him. Humph! Yi Feng quickly clenched his fists. 2 Sanskrit characters flew forth and met the sword energy head-on. Boom! The Sanskrit shattered, and Yi Feng was sent flying 20 meters. Still airborne and reeling, 2 fierce gusts struck his back. The white-haired elder retracted his fists, following Yi Feng's trajectory. Boom! Before Yi Feng could land, another fist collided with his chest. Bang! Yi Feng crashed heavily onto the ice, causing cracks to radiate outwards within a 10-meter radius. Puff puff! Yi Feng spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood, struggling to rise from the ice. Boom boom boom! Rue Yijian, Changgu, and the white-haired elder surrounded Yi Feng. We cannot let this Yi Feng live. With merely 5th-tier force manipulation, he possesses the ability to contend with us, the Force Sovereigns. In the future, he may very well become a second spear god. Chapter 934. Do not kill him, capture him alive. Changgu spoke gravely. Although they had just battled Rue Yijian, it did not hinder their combined effort against Yi Feng. Is that even a question? Rue Yijian suddenly waved his hand, and the sword energy surged towards Yi Feng once more. Meanwhile, the white-haired elder and Changgu also launched their attacks simultaneously. Yi Feng, enduring the discomfort in his chest. Unleashed the Sanskrit sacred demon technique once again. Boom. Even the Sanskrit sacred demon technique could not withstand a strike from the 3 Force sovereigns. Yi Feng collapsed to the ground, left with only a layer of blood scales for protection. Hahaha, do not strike. Leave him to me. He killed my Kuanger. At that moment, El Shangtian descended from the heavens, crashing down beside Yi Feng with a resounding thud. Yi Feng, did you ever imagine that you would find yourself in such a predicament? With a swift motion, Lu Shangtian unsheathed his curved blade. He discerned that Yi Feng had sustained severe injuries, marking the perfect opportunity for vengeance. Die! Yi Feng suddenly surged forth, one hand gripping Lu Shangtian's throat while the other seized him by his trousers, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Lu Shangtian was not easily subdued. He let out a furious roar. In that instant, 2 shadowy figures rushed in from afar, his crafted golden-armored puppets. Unfortunately, these puppets had only made it halfway when Yi Feng utilized Lu Shangtian's body as a projectile, hurling him with great force towards the 2 constructs. Boom. The 2 9th-tier puppets were obliterated upon impact, and Lu Shangtian found himself sprawled on the icy surface like a ragged cloth. Seeking death? Changgu seethed with rage. They had reached an agreement with the giant tree city just the day before. The alliance between the Manga tribe and the giant tree city meant that the 2 races would combine their strength, forming 3 powerhouses capable of contending with the 3 major super tribes. Boom. Another punch came crashing down, the blood scales on Yi Feng's body surging. Senior brother Rue, do not hold back. Changgu turned to Rue Yijian. Understood. Rue Yijian advanced towards Yi Feng, stopping 10 meters away. In the next moment, a wave of white sword energy surged forth. Whoosh. Yi Feng inhaled deeply, casting a lingering glance at Hot Spring Island before delivering a powerful punch to the ice layer. The thick ice, over 20 meters deep, shattered, sending torrents of seawater into the air. Splosh. The sword energy finally struck Yi Feng, yet his body instinctively dove into the gaping hole in the ice. In mere seconds, he found himself submerged in the warm sea. Attempting to escape into the water? Rue Yijian fumed. Gripping his sword with both hands, he ascended 30 meters into the air. Merging with his weapon, he too plunged into the ocean. In an instant, the recently disturbed seawater began to freeze, quickly spreading downwards. As Yi Feng swam beneath the surface, he turned to see Rue Yijian in pursuit. Damn it, you scoundrel! Yi Feng extended his index finger, pointing at the water. A surge of golden electricity erupted from his fingertip, incapacitating the surrounding fish, which floated belly up. Rue Yijian felt a jolt of paralysis coursing through him, his hair standing on end. Nevertheless, as the leader of the Sword Gorge, he suppressed the numbing sensation and swung his sword at Yi Feng. On the ice's surface, Changgu and his companion watched the hole intently. Boom! A massive chunk of ice soared into the sky, accompanied by a formidable wave of sword energy. Whoosh! A figure emerged from the ice hole. Shivering from the cold, it was Rue Yijian. Senior brother Rue, did you kill Yi Feng? Changgu inquired. Rue Yijian's expression was grim, his gaze darkened to the utmost degree. His eyes swept over the 3 powerhouses, and he finally nodded. Yes, he has been slain. Let us return and gather everyone from Hot Spring Island. I intend to torment them for over a decade before allowing them to perish in misery. Very well, let us return, Changgu replied. Exchanging a glance with the white-haired elder, the 2 distanced themselves from Rue Yijian simultaneously. Their common adversary has perished, and now their true enemies are the 3 great tribes. Rue Yijian seems to have sensed this shift, silently distancing himself from the others. Obey my command. Do not kill the inhabitants of Hot Spring Island. Capture them all alive. For the protective array of Yijian Gorge requires living beings to provide energy, Rue Yijian's voice reverberated. The expressions of the other tribes darkened. How dare you, Rue Yijian? This protective array is a joint effort of our 5 tribes. How can it belong solely to Yijian Gorge? Fu Zheng released a sigh of relief as he kicked away a nearby disciple. Do not kill them, capture them alive. After Fu Zheng's command, several figures swiftly moved to subdue a citizen. However, these citizens seemed to possess boundless energy. Even when bound like Zhongzi, they continued to curse, seizing any opportunity to bite at their captors. Rue Yijian quickly arrived at the heart of the formation and swiftly placed a level 35 crystal core into position. Hot Spring Island trembled, and the previously vanished light barrier began to coalesce toward the sky. Two array flags emitted a brilliant radiance. Haha! Rue Yijian let out a triumphant roar and placed another crystal core within. The light barrier of Hot Spring Island gradually began to mend, and the temperature rose rapidly. Those on the brink of freezing to death could finally take a breath of relief. Swish, swish, swish. Luo Yifei, the members of the Greenfield tribe, as well as the Mangu clan and other powerhouses, quickly gathered beside Rue Yijian. Where's the array disc? Who has it? Rue Yijian inquired of the powerhouses. Brother Rue, isn't the array disc in your possession? One of them asked, puzzled. In my possession? Qingwe, did you take it? Rue Yijian pressed. I don't have it either. I thought you would seize the array disc immediately after breaking the formation. Qingwe replied, equally confused. This is bad. Quickly, everyone, listen up. We must find the array disc. It is imperative. Rue Yijian's voice echoed repeatedly within the light barrier. In the depths of the abyss, three streams of energy clashed back and forth, creating a soft barrier below. Any creature that fell in would be caught by this energy and safely landed. On the dim altar, the worm-like creature had already broken free from its iron chain. Just as it was about to soar into the sky, suddenly, the azure small cauldron above the altar emitted a dazzling light, sealing it into a slumber once more. Beneath the altar, Duoyan Hina held Yixing's hand, her face etched with worry. Beside her stood Wang Zhihai, Susan, Su Yun, Xiang Shui, Qiu Shui, Chenin, and others, including the gravely injured giant bird. What on earth is bound up there? Its size is likely comparable to the diameter of the abyss, Chenin exclaimed, his eyes wide. Duoyan Hina slowly closed her eyes, and after a moment, she suddenly opened them wide. That is a pet left by my ancestor, but now its power has likely reached level 80. If released, it would spell disaster across the entire Great Desert. After Duoyan Hina spoke, she suddenly pointed at the azure small cauldron. The small suddenly emitted a brilliant flash, as if responding to her guidance. Chapter 935. Why am I not feeling anything? Duoyan Hina, I ask you, is this your scheme? How do you know so many secrets? Moreover, how can you control that azure? At this moment, Susan stepped forward. Duoyan Hina cast a cold glance at Susan, her expression slightly frosty. This is an artifact left to me by my ancestor. If I had not seen these items, it would have been one thing, but once I laid eyes on them, I naturally came to control them. Is this explanation sufficient? Duoyan Hina replied coldly. You? Susan was furious. Sister, let it go. We still need her. Otherwise, if that worm monster breaks free from the restraints of the azure, we will all perish. Su Yun quickly restrained her. Sister, you are too weak. Duoyan Hina is a brute. We must stand united. Susan looked at Su Yun with disappointment, but refrained from further provoking Duoyan Hina, noticing Susan no longer opposing her. Duoyan Hina pointed again at the small in the sky. The small shone brilliantly, suddenly forming a blue light curtain that enveloped the surrounding area for several kilometers. Within the azure light curtain, the temperature gradually rose from -80 degrees to -50 degrees, and ultimately stabilized around 5 to 6 degrees. Remarkable. This is quite similar to the protective clan formation, Chunin exclaimed in astonishment. No, the protective clan formation is merely a subpar imitation. This azure is a relic from my ancestor, the Gu god of ancient times. Its power is incomparable to that of the protective formation, Duoyan Hina retorted. Controlling the small once more, the temperature within the light curtain rose again, quickly reaching around 30 degrees. So impressive? Chung Li Bin observed the small in the sky with his singular eye. Indeed, he had just leaped into the abyss. Technically speaking, Duoyan Hina was an outsider. Yet for some reason, Chung Li Bin found himself trusting her. This leap into the abyss truly proved fortuitous. All of you gather around. I must place a curse upon you. Duoyan Hina suddenly directed her gaze at the over 1,000 individuals below, some of whom were citizens and others residents of the 5 major districts. As for the rest, those who did not follow Duoyan Hina into the abyss were likely. Upon hearing the word curse, those individuals immediately jumped back several meters, distancing themselves from Duoyan Hina. I will activate the curse strands accompanying the Great Formation. If you bear no curse that I have placed upon you, these strands will repeatedly slice through the beings within the light curtain until they are rendered to nothingness. Duoyan Hina frowned. The descendants of the dual gods inherit their knowledge through bloodlines. Thus, as Duoyan Hina's strength grows, the knowledge that manifests within her mind expands correspondingly. This was her first encounter with the Gu god, yet for reasons unknown, She instinctively understood the operation of the azure upon first sight. Will this curse drain our blood? Shunan asked warily. Fear not. This type of curse will not. It merely absorbs a portion of your nutrients, much like a roundworm, Duo Yanhina assured. Oh, Shunan suddenly thought of the hairworm. I will proceed. I trust you. Chung Libin rose to his feet, casually unbuttoning his shirt. Come on, he urged. All right. The curse has already been cast upon you, Duo Yanhina remarked coolly. Huh, why don't I feel anything? Chung Libin's expression darkened immediately. When I cast a curse, how could you possibly perceive it? After saying this, she directed her piercing gaze towards the others. Those willing to accept my curse, please raise your hands. I shall expedite the ritual for you. If you are unwilling, kindly step outside the light curtain now. Otherwise, once the curse's thread is activated, you shall all be rendered to nothingness. Her voice was low yet resonated in every ear present. Ultimately, the others raised their hands in unison, with only Susan glaring defiantly at Duo Yanhina. Very well, the curses have all been cast. Sister Susan, please step outside the light curtain now, Duo Yanhina instructed. Step outside the light curtain? Susan bit her lip in defiance. At that moment, a cacophony of wails echoed from the sky. The sound ceased as it approached within 500 meters of them. A powerful warrior from Yijian Gorge was blown outside the light curtain by the turbulent air. Upon landing, the warrior first patted his body and then sighed in relief. Thank goodness, I thought I would shatter into pieces. He muttered to himself, noticing Duo Yanhina and the others within the blue light. Truly, heaven is aiding me. So, the women of Yifeng are hiding here? The warrior declared, charging toward Duo Yanhina. Not good. Prepare for battle. Chung Libin interposed in front of Duo Yanhina. Step aside. Duo Yanhina delivered a swift kick, sending both Chung Libin and Susan out of the light curtain simultaneously. The next moment, she parted her crimson lips and uttered an incantation. Inside the azure light curtain, golden threads began to shimmer. These golden threads seemed to possess a life of their own, weaving through the curtain like predatory serpents. Boom. The warrior finally burst into the light curtain. Yifeng's women, indeed. Alarmed, the warrior suddenly raised his curved blade in defense. Clang. The blade was severed in two by a golden thread. Simultaneously, the thread sliced through his 5 fingers. In an instant, over 30 golden threads encircled the warrior. What is this? Puff, 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 puff. The only response was the sound of the threads slicing through. In mere moments, the warrior's very atoms were cleaved apart, dissolving completely into nothingness, as if he had never existed in this world. All present gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape as if they could swallow an apple whole. Incredible. This formation is exponentially more powerful than the protective formation of Warm Spring Island. Duo Yanhina turned her gaze back to Susan and Chung Libin outside the light curtain. Sister Susan, do you truly want me to cast a curse on you? Me? Susan initially intended to protest further. Sister Susan, please listen to her. I beg you, Chung Libin implored. Indeed, sister. It appears that only this grand formation can protect us now, Su Yun added, encouragingly. Ultimately, Susan could not resist the collective will of the crowd and consented to let Doyen Haina cast a curse upon her. As she stepped into the luminous barrier, Doyen Haina deftly maneuvered her slender fingers, enhancing various functions of the barrier. For instance, no one outside, even those of true martial realm strength, could breach it. Even if one were to attempt a desperate incursion, they would be sliced into nothingness by the myriad threads of cursed blades. At that moment, Yixing suddenly gazed at the azure small cauldron in the sky. In the next instant, he uttered a series of incantations. The azure cauldron radiated a brilliant light, and the grand formation surged outward instantaneously. Son, you actually comprehend the coarse secrets of the small cauldron? Doyen Haina exclaimed with delight. Yixing remained silent, his incantations unwavering. The expansion of the barrier accelerated tenfold. Chapter 936. I need to regain my strength at this rate. Will the grand formation extend above the abyss? Chung Libin suddenly furrowed his brow. That would be fortuitous. If this barrier could extend to the surface, it would envelop those power-hungry individuals in Sword Gorge, allowing the cursed blades to annihilate them completely. Chunin cleverly remarked. No, there are still many people on Hot Spring Island. What if we inadvertently harm our own? Susan hastily intervened. Her words held some weight, prompting Yixing to cease his incantation. In the next moment, he collapsed, pale, into Doyen Haina's embrace. A cacophony of screams drew nearer. In an instant, with a sound reminiscent of a puff, a figure fell within the barrier. It was, astonishingly, a citizen of Hot Spring Island. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly, golden threads flickered around him. Puff, 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 puff. Under the relentless cutting of the cursed blades, the citizen was obliterated into nothingness. This is dire. The one who has fallen is a citizen. Have the cursed blades not harmed them? Yixing, heed uncle and's counsel. Quickly, retract the barrier to its original size. It suffices to protect just a few tens of thousands, Chun and urged fervently. Chenin, do you not see that Yixing is already exhausted? Chun Li Bin admonished. It's fine. Yixing rose once more, reciting the incantation again. The barrier contracted back to its original size at a speed of 1 meter per second. However, the toll was Yixing fainting on the spot. Deep in the obsidian depths of the sea, a figure floated silently. A shark approached, lunging at the figure. Crack! The figure shimmered with golden light, causing the shark to flee in terror, leaving behind a few shattered teeth. Yifeng gradually opened his eyes. A massive wound ran from his chest to his abdomen, revealing the writhing intestines within. Puff! He coughed up another mouthful of blood, instantly staining the seawater crimson. I cannot die. Not now, not yet. Even in death, it must not be this moment. Yifeng struggled to move his arms, slowly swimming upwards. After swimming several hundred meters, his hand finally brushed against the ice layer. With a thunderous impact, Yifeng struck out, only to be rebuffed back to the ocean floor. While only a few shards of ice fell from above, unwilling to yield, Yifeng swam back and delivered another powerful blow. He was once again thrust back to the ocean floor. Being submerged in water, he found it impossible to leverage his feet. Every punch he threw resulted in a powerful recoil. How peculiar. Having slumbered at the seabed for so long, why was there no sign of asphyxiation? With this thought in mind, Yifeng activated his inner vision technique. He beheld intricate inscriptions writhing on his golden bones. With each undulation, he was able to absorb a measure of oxygen from the surrounding seawater. So that is how it is, truly. The divine magic of the holy Brahma takes every aspect into account. Yifeng felt a surge of joy and once more unleashed a punch against the ice layer. After striking hundreds of times, the energy within him was nearly depleted. Boom. At last, a large hole was blasted into the ice, and with a swift motion, Yifeng emerged through the opening, bathing in the frigid expanse of snow and ice. Struggling to lift his head, he gazed towards the magnificent structure in the distance. So, I have drifted from the seabed of Hot Spring Island to the tumultuous sea of Eternal Life City. With this realization, Yifeng laboriously took steps towards the dock of the Angry Sea. Beside the dock stood the concession built by Wang Zhihai, now blanketed in heavy snow, revealing only the uppermost 3 layers of the buildings. Am I not mistaken? Mr. Yi, is that truly you? At that moment, a figure leaped down from the highest structure of the concession, dressed in an outfit resembling a bouncing ball. Upon landing in the snow, this person approached Yifeng with uneven strides. Qinglan, is that you? Yifeng shook his head to maintain clarity. Mr. Yi, has Hot Spring Island fallen? Qinglan steadied Yifeng. Quickly, assist me to a warm room. I need to recuperate. Yifeng uttered weakly. Very well, at once. Qinglan commanded. And several more figures resembling bouncing balls emerged, dragging Yifeng from the snow into the pyramid of Eternal Life City. The moment Yifeng arrived in the warmth of the pyramid, he lost consciousness. When he awoke again, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of fish soup. He has regained consciousness. Quickly, bring forth the fish soup. A member of the Duoyan tribe approached, bearing a large iron basin. Yifeng, without hesitation, seized the basin and drank ravenously, the sound of slurping echoing around him. Those gathered nearby could only swallow their saliva in envy. Ever since the 5 great clans besieged Hot Spring Island, they had been deprived of the frozen fish. For days on end, they relied on a 3rd-generation sandcart left by Yifeng, using its cannon to bombard the ice layer, barely managing to catch a meager supply of fish. Even so, the cannon had now run out of ammunition, and for the past month, they had been subsisting on mere morsels of fish every 3 days. Clinging to life by a thread, after finishing the fish soup, Yifeng passed the basin to Qinglan. Please bring me another. I am famished. Very well. Qinglan took the basin and exited, placing the last of the frozen fish into a pot. Yifeng consumed another basin, which at least helped raise his body temperature. Qinglan and the others quietly observed Yifeng, awaiting his decision. Qinglan, Hot Spring Island has fallen. I now require your assistance. Yifeng's voice was low and strained, tinged with hoarseness. Has Hot Spring Island truly succumbed? Qinglan sighed. The fall of Hot Spring Island signifies that they can no longer obtain food from it, which in turn means that the nearly 10,000 souls left in Eternal Life City are destined to perish from starvation. Mr. Yi, how may I assist you? Qinglan inquired. Find a way to procure more food for me, enough to last at least a month. Clear out a training room. I must cultivate. Are there any crystal pills or crystal orbs left in Eternal Life City? Provide them all to me. Yifeng slowly raised his head. As for that, Eternal Life City has no fish left. However, we could journey northwards. The extreme north is not yet as frigid. Perhaps with our abilities, we can break through the frozen sea, Qinglan suggested. There is no time. I do not have enough time. So many lives are waiting for my return to rescue them. Yifeng buried his hands in his hair, anguish evident on his face. He could scarcely bear to contemplate the torment that Duoyin and Hina would suffer if they fell into the hands of Sword Cliff. Perhaps the torture had already commenced. Just then, the door swung open, and two figures entered, leaning on each other for support. Upon their entrance, they were greeted by the sight of the bonfire in the pyramid hall, surrounded by a throng of Duoyin people, with Yifeng seated beside the flames. Ah, Brother Feng. Brother Feng, Island Master. The newcomers were Zhuaima and Xian. At that moment, they had been engaged in battle on the outskirts of Hot Spring Island and had missed the opportunity to leap into the abyss. Gritting their teeth, they donned animal hides and fled outdoors. Chapter 937. Not particularly cared for upon reaching Eternal Life City. They discovered that the front half of the pyramid was devoid of snow, leading them to conclude that there must be living beings nearby, prompting them to leap over. Zhuaima. Xian. A flicker of joy broke through Yifeng's rigid expression as he rushed to embrace them. After a lengthy embrace, Yifeng finally released them. What has become of Hot Spring Island? He asked with great difficulty. Brother Feng, Hot Spring Island has fallen. Sister Duoyin, Sister Susan, along with Tuan Tuan and Ilian. Fearing capture by Sword Cliff, all jumped into the abyss to sacrifice themselves for the island, Zhuaima lamented. Yifeng felt as though struck by lightning. A single tear slipped down his cheek, instantly freezing into a bead of ice. Island Master, you must be strong. Many others from Hot Spring Island have been captured. They are waiting for your return to save them. You must endure, Xian urged, shaking Yifeng's shoulder. Yifeng raised a hand to halt him, his teeth clenched. He could only afford a moment of sorrow. The remainder of his time must be devoted to achieving the perfection of the second layer of the Fan Sacred Demon technique. If possible, he aimed to advance to the third layer. However, before that, he could attempt to elevate his strength to the level of a king of strength. Ever since he had made some progress in the soul-refining technique, he was now capable of suppressing his inner demons. Do you have any crystal pills with you? Yifeng inquired. No. Zhuaima shook his head. Xian hesitated for a moment, his old face flushing as he retrieved a herb from his bosom. Brother Feng, this is a 2,000-year-old herb. At the time, it was traded by a king of strength from Sword Cliff in exchange for bug repellent, which I managed to swipe. You won't hold it against me, will you? Xian asked nervously. Yifeng sighed. Well, you've inadvertently done something right. Just don't let it happen again. Yifeng took the herb, bringing it to his nose for a whiff. Indeed, it was a 2,000-year-old herb, likely brought from the Void Realm. Each individual in the One Sword Gorge received a 60% share of materials, allowing even those at the Power King level to obtain such high-grade herbs. Qinglan, prepare a training room for me. Shui Ma, stand guard outside. Yifeng instructed calmly, a renewed confidence surging within him. Understood. Qinglan nodded in affirmation. Before long, Yifeng found himself seated in a stone chamber that appeared to be the master bedroom of Meng Yanlai. In that moment, he dismissed all distracting thoughts and concerns regarding the safety of Hot Spring Island. With his mind and body completely at ease, he grasped the herb firmly. The blood-sucking technique was officially initiated. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. As expected of a 2,000-year-old herb, Yifeng absorbed only half of its energy when a crack reverberated through his body. The potency of the herb was overwhelming, elevating him to a 6th-tier power master. Gritting his teeth, Yifeng continued to utilize the herb's energy to advance further. Time slipped away, and soon an entire day had passed. Another crack echoed from his back. 7th-tier power master? Yifeng pressed on, channeling the herb's potency for further progression. The blood-sucking technique allowed him to bypass purification, directly applying energy to his dantian, making the arduous journey of advancement feel as effortless as breathing. Before long, the training chamber resonated with the sounds of dragon roars and tiger growls. Yifeng radiated golden light, lightning crackled, and thunder reverberated throughout the space. Boom! The herb in his hand was reduced to mere remnants. At that moment, Yifeng underwent a profound transformation, ascending from a 9th-tier power master to a 1st-tier power king. Yet, his expression remained devoid of both joy and sorrow. Becoming a power king was merely a means to expedite his cultivation of the Fan Saint demon art. All martial arts in the world are fundamentally based on levels. While it had been exceedingly challenging to cultivate the Fan Saint demon art as a 5th-tier power master, doing so at the power king level would prove significantly easier. However, he now found himself without any crystal pills or essence. Was he to rely solely on absorbing the spiritual energy in the air for his cultivation? Though this method was the most stable, its speed was far too sluggish. In that moment, an idea struck Yifeng. Why not absorb the energy from animals to cultivate the Fan Saint demon art? For instance, the creatures of the ocean. Moreover, beneath the ice layer, the seawater temperature barely hovers above freezing, allowing him to breathe freely at the ocean's depths with the Fan Saint demon art. While the energy of sea fish may not match that of sand beasts in ferocity, their sheer numbers provide a continuous supply. With this realization, Yifeng promptly exited his training. "Do not follow me. I must venture to the angry sea," he declared, striding purposefully out of the pyramid and swiftly making his way toward the angry sea. "Brother Feng, it seems he has already reached the Power King level. How can his cultivation progress be so rapid?" Chue Ma remarked, a look of envy on his face. "Do not be envious. The Island Master's swift advancement may lead to significant foundational issues," Xian observed objectively. Upon reaching the angry sea, Yifeng leaped 50 meters into the air. He soared through the air, radiating brilliance like a meteor, and crashed forcefully onto the ice layer. Boom! The seawater surged forth, accompanied by countless dead fish and shrimp. Seizing the opportunity, Yifeng plunged into the depths of the ocean. "Quick, gather the dead fish." Qing Lan rallied dozens of strongmen and set off. Once submerged, Yifeng's legs began to whirl rapidly like propellers, targeting the larger marine creatures. At that moment, a shark appeared ahead, maneuvering gracefully through the water and charging directly at him. "You are the one." As the shark clamped down on his arm, Yifeng seized its fin with his other hand. Blood-sucking technique. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The shark, weighing over 2 tons, succumbed within a mere second, shrinking under the technique's influence. Yifeng felt a surge of energy within him. Without pausing, he swam further into the depths. Just then, a massive shadow loomed above. "Is that a blue whale?" Yifeng's heart leapt with joy as he swiftly grasped the whale's tail. 5 seconds later, the blue whale had also diminished in size. Thus, Yifeng diligently absorbed energy as he continued his descent. On Hot Spring Island, the temperature plunged to a frigid -5 degrees. In the hot spring square, around 50 to 60,000 citizens and residents mingled, their identities indistinguishable. At the forefront of the square sat Rue Yijian, Luo Yefe, and the 10-year-old Haoyue. Flanking them were the formidable powerhouses of the 3 great clans. However, the Green Meadow clan had suffered the loss of 2 of their mightiest warriors in the battle a fortnight ago. The elder Fu from Birch Tree City had been cleaved in 2 by Rue Yijian, and the city lord, Luo Yefe, had lost significant agility in one of his hands, effectively losing the strength of 2 warriors. The situation was dire for One Sword Gorge, apart from Rue Yijian and the Saintess Qingyue. The other 3 powerhouses had been eliminated by the combined forces of 4 major clans. In contrast, Giant Tree City had suffered minimal losses, with only the injury of LV Xiangtian. The Mangu clan had also emerged unscathed, as both he and the white-haired elder had survived. During the chaotic battle, the 3 super tribes had primarily focused their aggression on one another, while the Mangu clan and Giant Tree City had inadvertently become potential allies, escaping undue attention. Chapter 938. Who else wishes to court death? Step forward. As a result, the strength of the 3 clans had diminished by at least a third. Nevertheless, any one of these tribes remained capable of overpowering both the Mangu clan and Giant Tree City. Rue Yijian's piercing gaze swept over the throng of captives. "Who possesses the formation plate?" His voice resonated, causing a ringing in everyone's ears. Yet, the crowd merely covered their ears, feigning ignorance to Rue Yijian's inquiry. "Whoever holds the formation plate, surrender it, and this chief shall bestow generous rewards." If I discover the truth, I will ensure the offender endures excruciating torment until death. Rue Yijian's eyes twitched. While the formation eye and flags posed no issue, lacking the formation plate rendered everything moot. It meant he would merely be placing crystal cores into the formation eye each day while others controlled it. At this moment, a woman stepped forward. My lord, perhaps the formation has been destroyed? Nonsense. If the formation were to be shattered, the great array would cease to function. Though I am not an expert in the art of formations, I possess a modicum of knowledge. Do you think you can deceive me? Speak, what is your name? Rue Yijian cast a cold gaze at the woman. Me? Engaduo could not help but take a step back. She had also contemplated leaping into the abyss. But midway through, she was seized by one of the Greenery clan's mightiest. You refuse to speak? I shall ask you all, what is her name? What is her purpose on Hot Spring Island? Rue Yijian turned his attention to the others. Yet, these individuals had become staunch loyalists of Hot Spring Island. Though they had been taken captive, their pride remained unbroken. Rue Yijian was nearly apoplectic. As prisoners, do you dare to defy my will? With that, he vanished from sight, appearing directly before a middle-aged man and thrusting him into the center of the square. Tell me, what is her name? Rue Yijian inquired. Me? The middle-aged man clenched his jaw, his gaze flickering uncertainly. After a moment, a faint smile crept across his face. My lord, your sword is exquisite. May I have a look? The middle-aged man approached Rue Yijian with a smile. You? Is that your answer? No sooner had the words left Rue Yijian's lips than the middle-aged man lunged forward, abruptly drawing Rue Yijian's long sword. You scoundrel, you have destroyed my Hot Spring Island. I will take you down with me. Before the middle-aged man could finish his sentence, his body was obliterated, blood splattering across Rue Yijian. You? Rue Yijian was utterly incensed. He could not comprehend why Hot Spring Island was so cherished that it inspired such blind loyalty. You, step forward. Rue Yijian pointed at a young girl. The girl hesitated for a moment, then slowly emerged, a glimmer of resolve in her eyes. I ask you, what is the name of this woman? Before he could finish, the girl suddenly drew a cleaver, charging straight for Rue Yijian's neck. Rue Yijian was pushed to the brink of madness. He grasped the girl's hands and feet, pulling with all his might, and she was torn asunder. Alas, on the platform, how you could not suppress a sigh. Having lived among the people of Hot Spring Island for some time, she understood that these individuals were untamable. After all, according to the governance of Hot Spring Island, it belonged to them, not to Feng, and they would certainly risk their lives to defend their home. Engaduo watched as a citizen perished for her sake. She could no longer restrain herself. I shall tell you, my name is Engaduo. Spare them, they are innocent. Engaduo stepped in front of Rue Yijian. Engaduo? And what of it? I want them to speak, yet their tongues are as hard as stone. Rue Yijian declared, seizing another resident. Tell me, what is her name? Rue Yijian gestured towards Engaduo. The resident was not a fool, having attended Hot Spring Elementary. He understood that Rue Yijian sought to shatter the dignity of the people of Hot Spring Island and subjugate them. I say, she is your great-grandmother. Suddenly, the resident drew a cleaver. Unfortunately, his reaction was far too slow. With a swift arc of the blade, yet another head fell to the ground. Rue Yijian leaned on his long sword, his gaze sweeping over the people of Hot Spring Island in the front row. Regrettably, these individuals displayed no signs of submission, meeting his stare with unwavering courage. Could even death not intimidate them? Were the inhabitants of Hot Spring Island truly so resolute? A heaviness settled in Rue Yijian's heart. If he could not subdue these islanders, he would be compelled to expend crystal pills to energize the grand formation. Unfortunately, all the crystal pills had already been exchanged with Feng, leaving them with scant resources. You three, step forward, Rue Yijian commanded, pointing his sword. 3 islanders stood tall and proud, locking eyes with him. Kneel before me and call me Valley Master, and I shall grant you clemency. Otherwise, your head shall roll. Rue Yijian declared, incredulous that he could not tame such a small tribe. How could he, as Valley Master, endure such humiliation? Valley Master? May I inquire if that title was bestowed upon you by your mother and uncle? A citizen suddenly mocked. Indeed, it must be so. Given your audacity to attempt to tame us, the people of Hot Spring Island. Rue Yijian, furious, swung his sword, and 3 more heads fell to the ground. His piercing gaze swept across the thousands of inhabitants, his eyes ablaze with fury. Who else wishes for death? Step forward, he commanded coldly. With a resounding rustle, thousands stepped forward, undeterred by the prospect of death. So, you seek your demise? Rue Yijian scoffed. Men of Yijian Valley, obey my command. Eradicate everyone present. If you refuse to be my slaves, then you shall vanish forever. His wrath was palpable. With the sound of drawn swords echoing, numerous warriors approached, advancing step by step toward the islanders. Yet, in their eyes, there was neither scorn nor derision, only respect. If they were to find themselves in the position of prisoners, could they still maintain the same defiance as the people of Hot Spring Island? In this world, the brave are always held in high regard. Unlike in certain places where courage is met with scorn, leading to a dwindling number of true warriors, while the real fools, who hurl insults, suffer even greater exploitation. Stop! Ongwa suddenly rushed forward, shielding the residents with his hands. You are all commendable. Yifeng would be proud of you. But he certainly does not wish to see Hot Spring Island face annihilation. Listen to me, and allow me to negotiate with Rue Yijian. Ongwa addressed all the citizens. The warriors of Yijian Valley halted in their tracks, wishing desperately for their master to show mercy to these people. The steadfastness displayed by the islanders indeed warranted respect. Ongwa, what right do you have to negotiate with me? Rue Yijian raised an eyebrow. Externally victorious, he was internally defeated. For not a single inhabitant of Hot Spring Island respected him as their valley master. This humiliation struck at his very core. The citizens below shook their heads in unison. Ongwa, you do not understand. If I kneel before him, even if we survive, Hot Spring Island will exist in name only. Chapter 939. Is it not your desire to survive? Freedom is akin to a potent elixir, rendering one's knees so resolute that no act of submission can bring them to the ground. It matters not. Feng has already departed from this world. Should there exist an afterlife, we shall continue to follow him there, establishing another Hot Spring Island. An elder spoke slowly, his gaze unwavering. It is often said that the elderly grow increasingly fearful of death, yet the inhabitants of the Hot Spring Island defy this notion. Ongwa, you have heard his words. Now, these people of the Hot Spring Island are of little consequence. However, you possess a spark of cunning. If you kneel before me, I shall temporarily spare them, allowing them to serve as living energy for the Grand Array, Rue Yijian stated coldly. Nay, you underestimate the people of my Hot Spring Island. I shall not bow to you, yet this item may serve as our bargaining chip, Ongwa declared, producing a vial of deworming medicine from within her garments. Rue Yijian's figure flickered as he swiftly seized the deworming medicine. Where did you procure this? Take me there at once. Rue Yijian exclaimed with delight. Many of our strength practitioners have contracted the worm plague and are in dire need of this remedy. Regrettably, this deworming medicine is out of stock. However, I can continuously produce it, Ongwa replied. Excellent. Provide me with the formula for the deworming medicine. Now, immediately. Rue Yijian extended his left hand. I would be inclined to share it with you. Yet I fear that once I relinquish the formula, the Hot Spring Island will lose its value, and we would ultimately face annihilation at your hands. Ongwa resolutely shook her head. What do you imply? Rue Yijian's eyes twitched with agitation. For the first time, he found himself being threatened as a victor. I can assist you in the production of the deworming medicine, on the condition that you do not force the citizens of the Hot Spring Island to kneel, do not subjugate them, and do not allow them to serve as pawns in your array. Otherwise, I would rather perish than produce the medicine for you, Ongwa stated slowly. Everyone could discern that this was her final line in the sand. Should Rue Yijian resort to force, she would likely choose destruction over submission. With a swift motion, Rue Yijian grasped Ongwa by the neck, lifting her off the ground. Stop! Qinghua gasped, rushing forward. Rue, this matter is of great significance. Do not act impulsively, she urged. Luo Yefei felt a surge of relief and stepped forth as well. Rue, if you kill her, the deworming medicine will cease. And both our Birch City and Greenlawn clan are in need of it, Luo Yefei stated calmly. In truth, he cared little for the fate of the strength practitioners. But this represented an opportunity to unite the other four clans against Yijian Gorge. At the very least, they could delineate their factions. In the future, the four clans would need to negotiate with Yijian Gorge. After all, there was only one grand array of the Hot Spring, and they would all need to coexist, avoiding constant conflict with Rue Yijian. Indeed, she must not perish, Hao Yue asserted, stepping forward. Following him were Green Xiangtian and the Mangu clan's Changgu along with the white-haired elder. Rue Yijian's gaze swept over all the strength monarchs, his expression shifting between uncertainty and resolve. He recognized that if he were to kill Ongwa now, He would be declaring war against all. After a moment, he finally erupted into a long, resonant laugh. Ha ha ha, splendid, Noa Duo. You possess remarkable skills. This time, you have struck gold. From this moment forth, you shall exclusively produce deworming medicine. Bear in mind, you must manufacture 10,000 bottles daily. Should the output fall short, I shall execute one inhabitant of the hot spring island. Rue Yijian has indeed applied some pressure. If not achievable, the maximum production shall be limited to 100 bottles per day. Noa Duo shook her head. You? Rue Yijian seethed with rage, drawing forth his long sword. No. In a flash, 5 or 6 of the Strength Kings surged forth, among them, a formidable warrior from Yijian Gorge. This particular Strength King had over 200 descendants afflicted by parasitic diseases, desperately in need of the deworming medicine for treatment. For them, Noa Duo was akin to a treasure. You are quite capable. Very well, I shall not intervene. This mess, you shall resolve on your own. Rue Yijian, unable to contain his fury, fiercely slashed towards the Sun City fortress. Alas, the fortress was forged from Nanching steel plates, and his sword shattered into 2 pieces upon impact. At that moment, a figure emerged from beneath the castle, burdened by a package, and without uttering a word, leaped into the abyss. Who permitted your leap? Rue Yijian roared, striding forward with 2 swift steps, covering a distance of over 30 zhang. Boom! Bai Guogua unleashed a palm strike, using the rebound force to propel herself further into the abyss. Just as she was about to leap down, a figure from afar soared towards her, striking her back and sending her flying. Gritting her teeth, Bai Guogua hurled the package into the abyss, yet was herself sent tumbling back, crashing heavily onto the square. Boom! Rue Yijian and Qinghua landed simultaneously beside Bai Guogua. Speak, what did you just cast away? Qinghua demanded coldly. Hurry up, or you shall endure relentless torment until your death. Rue Yijian had an inkling of what was amiss. Indeed, Bai Guogua had been hiding in the underground chambers of the Sun City fortress for the past few days. Aware that she would eventually be discovered, she resolutely discarded the array plate into the abyss. Even if it meant her demise, she could not allow the array plate to fall into the hands of Yijian Gorge. I discarded an ancient tome, Bai Guogua fibbed. Nonsense. Do you dare deceive me? If it were merely an ancient tome, why toss it into the abyss? The ancient tomes of Yijian Gorge are as numerous as the stars in the sky. Speak, was it the array plate you tossed? Rue Yijian replied icily. And if it was? Bai Guogua, subjected to relentless questioning, matched his temper. Very well, you have thrown away my array plate. I demand your life. Rue Yijian abruptly raised his right palm. Wait, if you slay me, no one shall control this grand array, for I have tampered with it. Every month, I must rearrange the array, otherwise, its lifespan will only be 1 month. Bai Guogua puffed out her small chest. Thousands of gazes converged upon her, sending a shiver down her spine. Ha ha ha, I do not believe you. You merely wish to save your own life. I shall not grant you that chance. Rue Yijian struck down with sudden force. Boom. A stone sculpture 10 meters behind Bai Guogua was reduced to mere fragments. Rue Yijian may appear brash on the surface, yet beneath lies a meticulous heart. In matters such as this, it is prudent to believe there is some truth. Bai Guogua had initially thought she would meet her demise, only to discover, after a single strike, that she remained unscathed. What trickery did you employ on the grand formation? Qinghua demanded, grasping Bai Guogua by her collar. In any case, the formation will dissipate in a month unless I set it anew each month, Bai Guogua replied without reservation. Do you think you are the only one versed in formations? Qinghua retorted, casting her gaze towards the army of Yijian Gorge. Master Mu, could you join us for a moment? Shortly thereafter, a formidable warrior emerged from the ranks of Yijian Gorge's forces. Chapter 940. A glimmer of reassurance. Master Mu, your unique talent in formations is renowned. Please, assist us in discerning any potential vulnerabilities in this protective array. Is it truly as this young lady claims, that it will vanish in a month's time? Qinghua inquired. Very well, I shall conduct an inspection, Master Mu responded, hastily making his way toward the heart of the formation. All present held their breath, awaiting the outcome in silence. New Duo approached, standing beside Bai Guogua. Guogua, did you truly interfere with the grand formation? New Duo whispered. Indeed. I tampered with the formation plate. Now that it is gone, they cannot possibly mend this flaw, Bai Guogua asserted confidently. As a prodigy in formations, she was entirely self-assured. After the passage of half an hour, Master Mu returned, his head bowed in disappointment. Alas, there is indeed a problem with the protective array. In approximately 1 month's time, the 10 formation flags will cease to absorb energy, which signifies that the barrier will not activate, Master Mu declared. This is outrageous. A powerful sovereign rushed forward, ready to act violently. Wait, Qingwei interjected. Master Mu, I beseech you to restore the formation with all your might, to its former state, she implored graciously. Thus far, Master Mu was the most esteemed formation master of Yijian Gorge. I am at a loss, unless we can locate the formation plate. Even if we do find it, with my abilities, I may not be able to mend the array's flaws. Master Mu sighed deeply, casting a furtive, admiring glance at Bai Guogua. The ability to manipulate the grand formation at will indicated that Bai Guogua was a genius in the art of formations, far surpassing him. Lock this girl away and subject her to severe torment until she is compelled to rectify the flaws in the formation, Rue Yijian commanded. Dare you? Bai Guogua exclaimed defiantly. If you torment me excessively, I shall lack the strength to re-establish the grand formation in a month. At that time, I shall relish in watching how many of you perish in the cold. Her words undoubtedly doused Rue Yijian with a chill of apprehension. Although he had conquered Warm Spring Island, he could not shake the growing sense of frustration. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated from the depths of the angry sea. A colossal block of ice shattered, and Yi Feng soared from the depths, instantly shivering from the biting winds. I had thought the celestial demonic art would allow for unlimited breath-holding, yet it seems there is a time constraint. Perhaps I can only hold my breath for half a day. Yi Feng mused, beginning to open his mouth to inhale oxygen. Cough, cough, cough. He inhaled too deeply, and the frigid air rushed into his lungs, prompting a violent bout of coughing. Helpless, Yi Feng could only take shallow breaths of oxygen. After waiting for 10 minutes, he struck the ice layer with a powerful punch, plunging back into the depths of the sea. This time, through a haze, he discerned a large dark shadow swimming toward him. It was neither a shark nor a whale, but rather a creature he had never encountered before. A sea monster? Yi Feng felt a weight in his heart. He sensed that this beast possessed only a meager level 5 aura, yet the monsters of the deep sea always instilled a sense of trepidation. I won't let this deter me. Yi Feng swam towards the creature. With a resounding blow, he incapacitated the sea monster, then thrust his hand like a sword into its belly. Gurgling sounds erupted as he activated his blood-sucking technique, causing the creature to flip onto its back, revealing a row of claw-like appendages along its sides. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. On this day, the wind and snow swirled above the ice layer. Zhuema and Xian had been waiting on the tumultuous ice for Yi Feng. Suddenly, a massive chunk of ice soared into the sky. Yi Feng emerged from the water, finally adorned with the energy of numerous marine creatures, inscribing runes upon the surface of his heart. With his heart's awakening, it pulsed powerfully, generating air currents that seemed to reach a radius of several meters. Brother Feng, how do you feel now? Zhuema rushed over. I feel quite cold. Is my dry clothing ready? Yi Feng shivered, wrapping his arms around himself. It's all prepared. Hurry and change. Without hesitation, Yi Feng stripped down amidst the icy landscape. Zhuema and Xian exchanged glances, unable to suppress their embarrassment as they instinctively covered themselves. After donning his garments, Yi Feng sensed the elemental essence in the air. At the bone-chilling realm, he could match swords with Rue Yijian. Now, having reached the hard inscription realm, he might even surpass Rue Yijian. Regardless, his priority was to rescue the citizens of Hot Spring Island, saving as many as possible. He no longer harbored hopes of reclaiming the island. His sole desire was to liberate its inhabitants. You two return to Eternal Life City. I must venture alone to Hot Spring Island. Yi Feng accepted Zhuema's curved blade. Brother Feng, let us accompany you. Zhuema stepped forward. You would be risking your lives. This time, I may not return unscathed, for I must confront nearly 10 formidable experts of the Force Monarch level. If I falter, I can only flee. With no time to attend to you both, Yi Feng replied calmly. No, as citizens, we have long since cast aside our fears of life and death. Brother Feng, you underestimate our resolve, Zhuema stated earnestly. Yi Feng's expression shifted as he turned to Xian. Don't look at me, my thoughts align with Zhuema's. As citizens, we must contribute to Hot Spring Island. Now that your skills have reached their zenith, we will no longer flee, Xian asserted. Excellent, truly excellent. Yi Feng nodded, feeling a surge of gratitude. Under his influence, The citizens of Hot Spring Island had developed a commendable sense of awareness. Let us proceed. Having spoken, Yifeng strode purposefully towards Hot Spring Island. He had resolved to first rescue all the surviving citizens and settle them in Eternal City, and then devise a way to head north, hoping to encounter the wind zone mentioned by Doyenhina. Regardless of the challenges, he was determined to attempt to lead the citizens through the wind zone. Otherwise, all citizens would perish in the frigid expanse of the desert. On the periphery of Hot Spring Island, for shelters stood resolutely in place, already overcrowded within. Adolf had taken refuge in one of the rooms, flanked by the 4 directors of the shelters, among whom was the notable Niu Ditsao. On the day of the great battle at Hot Spring Island, he had discreetly escaped from the barrier and concealed himself within the shelter, thus evading disaster. What shall we do? The people within the barrier refuse to trade us frozen fish, no matter how many treasures we offer. At this rate, we shall starve to death. One director rose in fury. Indeed, the old Hot Spring Island was far better. Although Yifeng was stringent with us, at least he granted us a glimmer of hope, allowing us to exchange herbs for food, sighed the Eastern director. Exactly. There was promise when Yifeng was the lord of Hot Spring Island. I was almost on the verge of accumulating 1,000,000 hot spring coins, and now with the change in leadership, what is to become of it?